Chapter 1. The Breakup. In early April, the spring nights in northern Beijing still carried a chill, with passers-by bundled up tightly, some even donning cotton-padded coats. However, within the confines of the Modernista bar, a contrasting scene unfolded. The intoxicating atmosphere was thick with a sense of mild inebriation, as the warmth from the drinks and the carbonated bubbles steadily elevated the temperature, creating a palpable wave of heat. Dazzling lights spun amidst a crowd engaged in fervent dancing, revealing much skin. Outside a private booth stood a young woman clad in a cream-colored sweater coat, her long hair cascading down her waist, her brows and eyes strikingly beautiful. She had just arrived from the library, and the mist of the cool night seemed to linger in her hair, while a slender, rectangular pair of glasses rested on her nose, imparting an aura of intellectual grace. It's still our Gu Zhiyan, managing to win over the belle of the finance department. A voice teased maliciously, the mockery evident. So, how does it feel to kiss the campus beauty? Gu Zhiyan paused, tilting his head back to down his drink in one swift motion, his tone laced with impatience. It's just all right. Laughter erupted around him. Such feigned modesty, this wager is utterly trivial. Another chimed in then, as if struck by an amusing thought. He added eagerly, how about calling her now to see if Shell can pick you up? Yes, yes, do it. Others urged, joining in the encouragement. Still playing the fool. Another laughed. If the campus beauty finds out Gu Zhiyan is at a bar, she might just demand a breakup. Let her. It was merely a bet to see if he could win her over in a month. It was never meant to be serious, right? Gu Zhiyan remained silent, swirling his drink without uttering a word. Initially, he had pursued Shen Nanyin purely for the sake of the wager. But as time passed, he had grown accustomed to her presence by his side. He had never intended to part ways with her. Lost in thought, he inadvertently glanced up, only to find Shen Nanyin standing at the entrance, her arrival unknown until now. His breath hitched, a flicker of panic rising within him. As she entered, the booth fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Is there anything you wish to explain? Her voice was as gentle as ever, yet imbued with an unyielding indifference. He gripped his glass tightly. This was not how it should be. She ought to be angry, to question him, rather than remain so emotionally detached. Gu Zhiyan fixed his gaze upon her. No. He seemed to long for more emotion to flicker across her face. A trace of disappointment passed through Shen Nanyin's eyes. For a fleeting moment, Gu Zhiyan felt an emptiness within him. He yearned to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. After studying him for a while, and assured he would not offer further explanations, Shen Nanyin spoke softly. I understand. Let's break up. With those words, she left decisively, showing no sign of longing for what was behind her. The bar's oppressive heat was stifling, and before long, a thin sheen of sweat began to form on her back. Stepping into the restroom, she removed her glasses and set them aside, splashing her face with cool water to alleviate her discomfort. Months prior, Gu Zhiyan had embarked on his pursuit of her. It was neither ostentatious nor burdensome, marked by a sense of propriety and restraint. After spending some time together, she found her relationship with Gu Zhiyan to be rather pleasant, and thus agreed to engage with him seriously. Shen Nanyin stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror. The most significant task for Shen Dingwa in his lifetime was to successfully marry off his burden of a daughter. If he were to discover that she had broken up with Gu Zhiyan, she sighed softly and had just exited the restroom when her steps hesitated for a moment. Standing at the entrance of the women's restroom was a tall man. He was engrossed in his phone, his pale skin revealing prominent veins that extended down to his muscular arms. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his profile was striking, and the metal stud in his ear glinted coldly. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, expressing her dissatisfaction as she slammed her bag against him before storming off in anger. The man remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the commotion around him. It was only when Shen Nanyin appeared that he lazily lifted his gaze. The dim light could not obscure his striking features as elongated eyes formed a cool and detached arc as he cast a languid glance her way, exuding an air of indifference and tiredness. As he moved, a glimpse of thorn-like tattoos peeked from his collarbone. Lu Jingyan, the eldest scion of the Lu family from the north of the capital. A notorious libertine, he was wealthy and powerful, indulging in reckless pursuits while seeking thrills at the edge of life and death. The countless opponents he had bested in fierce competitions and the luxury cars reduced to wreckage on the racetrack were mere trophies to him. The company he founded, Lingyue Group, was as ruthless as he was, seizing upon weaknesses in business rivals and swiftly eliminating them without a chance for recovery. In the words of her roommate Liang Wan, money was merely a number for individuals like Lu Jingyan and Gu Zhiyan, and thus their spiritual emptiness craved extreme pleasures for. Fulfillment.so. Was Gu Zhiyan indulging in the joy of looking down upon others through wagers? She had naively believed he was different from the rest. Shen Nanyin lowered her gaze, intending to quietly slip away. However, just as she was about to pass him, a deep, languid voice interrupted her. "Did you hear everything?" Shen Nanyin froze in her tracks. Was he speaking to her? In the next moment, the man confirmed her suspicion. He straightened up and stepped closer to her. "Your boyfriend seems quite earnest. Yet behind the scenes, he may not be a good person." His cool voice carried a cryptic undertone. A faint scent of fur lingered in the air, both refreshing and chilling, yet undeniably aggressive. Unaccustomed to being enveloped by a stranger's presence, Shen Nanyin subtly furrowed her brow. How could he possibly know? Realization struck her, and she suddenly lifted her gaze. "Did you send that message?" Just half an hour ago, while seated in the library study room, she had received a peculiar verification message on her phone. After adding the sender, he claimed that Gu Zhiyan's intentions towards her were impure and urged her to visit Modernista to see for herself. He swiftly attached photos of Gu Zhiyan drinking in a bar along with the booth's location. Shen Nanyin, knowing that Gu Zhiyan would never frequent such establishments, felt puzzled, prompting her to come and confirm the situation with her own eyes, faced with the girls. Inquiry. Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, tacitly acknowledging her question. Shen Nanyin was momentarily speechless. It was indeed difficult for her to fathom that the person before her would coldly type on the phone screen. "Sister, I believe you ought to be aware of this matter. Thank you." Unable to decipher his motives, Shen Nanyin chose not to dwell on it. After a brief expression of gratitude, she turned to leave. Lu Jingyan made no effort to detain her, merely gazing at her retreating figure until it vanished from view before sending a message on his phone. At the entrance of the bar, an irate female voice echoed. "Hey, are you kidding me? You ignore me, yet expect me to do something for you. Fine, then you must accompany me." It was the girl who had just thrown her bag. Upon spotting Shen Nanyin, she immediately hung up and hurried to her side. "Senior Shen, are you planning to return to school?" Shen Nanyin replied with a nod, hesitating momentarily. "Do you know me?" Warning. The author, a humble enthusiast, acknowledges that the first 4 chapters may evoke feelings of frustration in some readers. This is the author's fault, but rest assured, things will improve swiftly. Everyone is welcome to express their displeasure regarding the plot or the author, but please refrain from being overly harsh on the female protagonist. Thank you very much. Hands together. Chapter 2. Two Worlds. Of course, everyone knows the top student and beauty of our major. She familiarly linked her arm with Shen Nanyin's. "It's rather late. Let's return to school together for safety's sake." Considering her words, Shen Nanyin nodded in agreement. Throughout their journey, the girl was quite inquisitive, posing numerous questions about her field of study, to which Shen Nanyin diligently responded. They were so engrossed in conversation that upon parting, Shen Nanyin realized she had yet to learn the girl's name. Upon entering the dormitory, her roommate, Liang Wan, momentarily paused her gaming to check on her. "Why are you back so late? Where have you been?" Shen Nanyin set her bag aside and tied her hair up, preparing to wash up. "I just ended a relationship." "Oh, what? What?" Liang Wan's eyes widened in shock. "You broke up with Gu Zhiyan." After Shen Nanyin recounted the events at the bar, Liang Wan was even more indignant than Shen Nanyin herself, abandoning her game to unleash a torrent of expletives. What a shameless person, truly disgraceful. Liang Wan was thoroughly appalled. These despicable individuals, so full of themselves. Just then, 2 other roommates returned and overheard Liang Wan's outburst, prompting a recounting of the entire incident. For a moment, the room 603 was filled with passionate exclamations of outrage. Fang Yunran vented her frustrations, took a sip of water to soothe her throat. "By the way, how did you discover it? Didn't you always neglect checking your phone?" Shen Nanyin hesitated for a long while, feeling that Lu Jingyan would prefer not to have his act of addressing her as sister on the internet disseminated. "Someone saw it at the bar and sent me a message to inform me." Beside her, Liang Wan nodded, reflecting, there are still many good people in this world. Hey, can the jungler please stay out of my mid lane? Shen Nanyin gazed at the avatars in her WeChat list for a while, torn on whether to delete them when a message from a tutor shifted her attention. Her students were in their second year of high school, and evening study sessions would commence next week, leaving no time for additional tutoring. Furthermore, the final class had been rescheduled to after 9 o'clock. Shen Nanyin confirmed the payment, contemplating the pursuit of alternative part-time jobs. By Friday evening, after the tutoring concluded, Shen Nanyin felt a profound fatigue in her back and waist. Exiting the residential complex where her students resided, she noticed her phone had received numerous missed calls, dozens from Shen Dinghua. Frowning slightly, she calmly returned the call, only to be met with a torrent of abuse. The vitriol consisted mainly of remarks lamenting her inability to manage even basic affairs. Having grown accustomed to such tirades, she remained largely unfazed. Before she could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Shen Nanyin expressionlessly set her phone down. Outside, a light rain had begun to fall, intensifying with each passing moment, and the wind chilled her to the bone. The ride-hailing app indicated that there were 83 people ahead of her in the queue. Fortunately, the school was not far, and she could easily walk back. By the time Shen Nanyin returned to her dormitory, her clothes were soaked, and her hair clung to her neck, dripping with water. Upon seeing her, Liang Wan emitted a sharp exclamation. "Shen Nanyin, how could you forget your umbrella? Why didn't you call us to pick you up? Are you out of your mind, getting drenched in the rain at this hour?" She smiled softly, replying, "It's so late now. If you all go out, wouldn't that make your shower pointless?" Fang Yunran quickly adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting, her tone filled with concern. "What does it matter? Is it so difficult for me to take another shower?" "Exactly. I'm exasperated with you. Go take a hot shower and avoid catching a cold." Liang Wan urged her into the bathroom. Shen Nanyin chuckled helplessly. All right, I understand." The warmth of her roommate's concern brought a surge of comfort to her heart, allowing her to temporarily set aside the troubles of the Shen family. After drying her hair and lying down, it was nearly 1 o'clock. The champions of late-night study in room 603 recognized her fatigue and quietly muted their devices. The night was serene for Shen Nanyin, while on the other side of town, revelry reigned. "Congratulations, Miss Liu." At a lavish party in a high-end club in Jingbei, champagne flowed freely amidst a feast of indulgence. The male servers, clad only in scant aprons, showcased their toned physiques as they catered to the affluent young ladies on the second-floor VIP section. Lu Jingyan reclined wearily on a sofa, a cigarette smoldering between his fingers, wisps of pale blue smoke curling into the air. Half of his face remained shrouded in shadow, his demeanor casual, yet none dared approach him. Su Yingyan, always perceptive, stole a glance at him, discerning his boredom, and decided to tease him. "Your sister is quite something. How many times has she partied this month? What's the excuse this time?" Lu Jingyan lazily lifted his eyelids, celebrating her group project receiving top marks. Su Yingyan replied with a sarcastic tone. 6 times, huh? She certainly knows how to have fun. Look at all of them social media influencers and idolatrant. They just the epitome of the self-righteous trendsetters. Just as a remarkably well-built man passed by, he disparaged. "Come on, you must be drinking protein shakes." Lu Jingyan, disinterested, replied, "If you desire it, just ask Lu Daiqing. Shall surely part with it." Su Yingyan was left speechless. "Brother." Lu Daiqing cheerfully settled beside Lu Jingyan. "Dongxing Tower has released new desserts, and there's a couple's discount. Come with me." "Are you out of your mind?" Lu Jingyan retorted, equally unwilling to engage her. "Does the Lu family lack your money?" Lu Daiqing gritted her teeth. "I simply wish to experience an ordinary life. Is that so wrong?" "Ordinary?" He cast a glance at the outdoor pool below, where a muscular attendant had just leapt into the water, eliciting gasps and cheers. He scoffed. "Your version of ordinary is quite unique. Just say whether you'll accompany me or not." Lu Daiqing threatened with a glint in her eyes. Lu Jingyan withdrew his gaze. "How long have you been parading me around? Has anyone even acknowledged you?" Beside them, Su Yingyan shook her head in confusion. "Friend, what's so appealing about that pretentious guy? Your taste is lacking." She huffed softly. "If you refuse to go with me, I'll contact Shen right now." "Find out." Lu Jingyan interrupted her with a cold demeanor. "Huh? What? What Shen are you talking about?" Su Yingyan, sensing the gossip, pursued them with curiosity, yet remained puzzled. Finally, Lu Daiqing reveling in having the upper hand over the esteemed Lu, narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. "Talk to us." Su Yingyan, frustrated at being left out, urged. Lu Jingyan, his head throbbing from the noise, pressed his temples and rose. "You all carry on. I'm leaving." "Hey, Brother Lu." Su Yingyan chased after him. "Are we not friends anymore? What does this mean?" Chapter 3. A simple gesture. The following day, Shen Nanyin inevitably succumbed to a cold. Within the confines of a closed private room, the incense only exacerbated her dizziness. The man before her, around 40 years of age, flung a stack of documents onto the table before her. As she opened the file, her complexion drained of color. The contents bore no distinction from a sponsorship agreement. Lacking the means to secure Gu Zhiyan, Shen Dinghua had simply sold her off. "Miss Shen." The man's gaze was unyielding. "I presume I need not elaborate on the value of the S2 plot." The S2 plot, a project the Shen family had long coveted. She could have persuaded herself that such alliances were commonplace in this circle for corporate advancement, a normal occurrence. Yet, this sponsorship agreement shattered the last glimmer of hope she harbored for Shen Dinghua. After all, she was his own flesh and blood, and he had shamelessly disregarded familial honor, offering her to another as a mistress. Shen Nanyin pinched her palm, striving to steady her voice. "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept this." The man's displeasure was palpable upon hearing her words. He had set his sights on her countenance, having frequented the pleasures of the night for years. He had never encountered anyone with such a cool, yet alluring beauty. However, the thrill of the chase loses its charm when taken too far. Having invested a considerable sum, why should he tolerate her disdain? "I advise you not to be ungrateful. Compliance will spare you some suffering." As Shen Nanyin stood to leave, he seized her wrist, forcefully pinning her against the table. "Why pretend to be a virtuous lady now? Do you truly believe yourself to be the Shen family's esteemed daughter?" Chen Binsheng restrained her as she struggled, his voice laced with seduction. "Shen, you are of no greater worth to him than a mere parcel of land. Why not be agreeable? I assure you, I will treat you well." Her ribs pressed painfully against the table. Shen Nanyin bit her lip, her heart racing violently, sending tremors through her chest. She forced herself to calm, seemingly swayed by his words as she ceased her struggles. Yet her gaze flickered toward the door, calculating the distance. "Now that's more like it." The man chuckled, loosening his grip, his hand poised to descend further. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Nanyin summoned her strength and delivered a sharp elbow strike backward. As he recoiled in pain, she swiftly rose and bolted toward the exit. Chen Binsheng quickly regained his composure and lunged after her. On the table, the desserts were artfully arranged, the Chinese-style rolled cake, emblazoned with ancient script in vibrant hues. Resembling a scroll, both delicious and novel. Lu Daiqing held her phone aloft, deliberately capturing a portion of Lu Jingyan's hand in the frame before posting it to her social media with a flourish. "All right, Lu Jingyan, disinterested in dining with her. Prepared to leave. TSK, TSK. Don't you know how to woo a girl? You didn't even think to pack a dessert to take with you?" The man returned to his seat, his tone icy. "Hurry up and eat." Lu Daiqing barely contained her laughter. "Brother, look who's in a predicament now." Confident in her understanding of young women's preferences, she savored her meal leisurely, selecting the most exquisite flavors. As she picked up the packaged treats to leave, she suddenly heard a subtle commotion. The sound of shattering glass echoed, accompanied by faint curses. "You wretched woman." Upon hearing the invective from behind, Shen Nanyin felt her palms grow clammy and her legs tremble. If she could just leave the private room, everything would be fine, quickly, a bit faster. The metal doorknob slipped in her grasp. At last, just before Chen Binsheng could grasp her hair, she firmly pressed down on the handle. The door swung open, and with all her strength, she hurled herself forward. As she nearly collapsed to the ground, a pair of strong hands caught her in an embrace. "Shen Nanyin," the voice, magnetic yet frigid, was all too familiar. "Help!" Shen Nanyin clutched him tightly, like a drowning person grasping a lifeline. "You!" Chen Binsheng, frantic, rushed to the door, his voice abruptly halting. "Lu! Mr. Lu!" The man frowned deeply, his expression dark enough to instill fear. "What happened?" Chen Binsheng cursed his ill fortune for colliding with such a formidable presence. He forced a laugh. "You see, It's just a woman-esque matter. I truly apologize for the inconvenience to Mr. Liu. Beside him, Lu Daiqing cast a look of disdain mixed with pity. The girl in his arms had disheveled hair and a feverish body, her grip on his fingers turning pale from exertion. Lu Jingyan's gaze was icy, and he suppressed his fury, softly inquiring about her condition. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Binqing's panic escalated, sweat beading on his forehead. This little wretch was actually entangled with the young master of the Liu family. Surely, Shen Dingwo would not have orchestrated this. Shen Nanyin, already feverish and exhausted, merely opened her mouth to speak when a wave of intense dizziness washed over her, and she fainted, collapsing into darkness. Her final conscious thought was of the firm arm around her waist and the urgent voice calling her name. Shen Nanyin. When she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by an unusually lofty ceiling, adorned with suspended panels that emitted a soft, warm glow. Beneath her lay smooth, cool silk sheets. She slowly turned her gaze, taking in the minimalist black and gray decor, with heavy blackout curtains at the window, allowing only slivers of sunlight to penetrate. Where is she? A slight sting on the back of her hand drew her attention, revealing a round adhesive bandage, likely from N4. After a moment of silence, just as she intended to rise, the door swung open. "You're awake?" At the sound, she lifted her gaze, her pupils widening slightly. Lu Jingyan? She only recalled grasping someone for help, not realizing it was. Lu Jingyan held a bowl in one hand and offered her a glass of water with the other. "First, drink some water." Shen Nanyin, still dazed from her awakening, found her hair slightly disheveled upon his pillow, her porcelain complexion tinged with a faint blush. She accepted the cup, quenching her dry lips, restoring their color. Perhaps she had been exceedingly parched, for she quickly drained the entire glass. Seeing her finish, Lu Jingyan took the cup back and set it on the bedside table. The clink of the spoon against the porcelain bowl resonated as the esteemed young master of the Liu family donned an apron, pulled up a chair, and fed her a spoonful of congee. The softly stewed porridge exuded an enticing aroma, awakening the appetite within Shen Nanyin. She was somewhat taken aback and, not wishing to impose further, slightly raised her hand, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, but I can manage on my own." She opened her mouth. Lu Jingyan remained unperturbed, recalling that the doctor had mentioned the intravenous drip made it inconvenient to exert force with her hand. Thus, Shen Nanyin complied. The porridge was neither cold nor scalding, but rather at a perfect warm temperature, and she drank with earnest focus, quickly finishing the bowl. "Would you like more?" he inquired. Shen Nanyin promptly shook her head, declining the offer. After placing the bowl aside, he extended the back of his hand to gently check the temperature of her forehead. "Rest a little longer. I will escort you home shortly." As he prepared to leave, he was unexpectedly halted by a subtle tug. Lu Jingyan lowered his gaze to find Shen Nanyin grasping the hem of his clothing, and he inquired, "What is it?" She spoke softly about today. "Thank you." "You?" He raised an eyebrow, casually responding, "It's nothing, merely a small gesture." Chapter 4. What kind of woman has not been seen returning her to school? He handed her a meticulously packaged box. "You seem not to have eaten much today. If you find your appetite later, you may indulge in this to replenish your energy." Shen Nanyin initially intended to decline, but before she could utter a word, he continued, "If you do not wish to eat, then simply discard it." Faced with such words, she found it difficult to refuse further, and thus silently extended her hand to accept the box, lowering her gaze and softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Watching the slender figure of the girl, as fragile as a piece of paper, disappear around the corner of the hallway, Lu Jingyan's dark eyes dimmed as he drove away. In the bustling area where every inch is precious, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows captured the entirety of the night in Jingbei. Emerging from a bathroom, the man casually dried his hair with a towel, droplets cascading down his tattooed skin. His gaze settled upon the bed, where the pillow was slightly indented, a reminder of Shen Nanyin's presence. The shrill ring of his phone interrupted his reverie. "Lu Gu, the new recruits at the club are astonishing. They've even taken down old Lu. Are you coming to join the fun?" The voice brimmed with excitement. Lu Jingyan, disinterested, toyed with his lighter, replying, "Not coming." "Seriously? How long has it been since you last showed up? You're not actually trying to better yourself, are you?" Weren't you always complaining about not finding worthy opponents? Not receiving an immediate response. Xiao Chen pressed on. Are you really not coming? He replied lazily. It's not appealing. On the other end, growing anxious, Xiao Chen exclaimed, not appealing? Isn't it absurd that you're so bored you're burying yourself in work? And now it's suddenly not appealing? After the fervor of his words, his tone turned to one of lament. Do you realize how exaggerated this is? There are rumors circulating that you're doing this for a woman. It's not a rumor. The voice abruptly ceased. What? He hung up the phone coldly, tossing it onto the sofa. The lighter clicked as the flame danced over the cigarette, but emitting a scarlet glow. At that moment, an entirely different, delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, ethereal as gossamer mist. It was the clean, refreshing scent of the girl, tinged with the tang of freshly snapped branches. He extinguished the cigarette, striving to preserve the scent untainted for a longer duration. The night silently unfurled, enveloped in soft, hazy light. The room as temperature control seemed to falter, with both humidity and warmth on the rise. On the black sheets, the girl's skin appeared dazzlingly pale. A flush of illness graced her cheeks, and the lenses of her glasses fogged with warmth. Lu Jingyan, the familiar, youthful fragrance enveloped him, spreading through the air. The world began to sway inexplicably, dislodging the delicate frames from her nose. He met her strikingly beautiful, cool gaze. Lu Jingyan with heavy breaths. She opened her eyes, the clock indicating 5 in the morning. The temperature control system resumed normal function, yet the tattoo on his collarbone continued to burn with an intense heat. Lu Jingyan exhaled deeply, rising to step into the bathroom. At the headquarters of Lingyue Group, having concluded the meeting, Assistant Lu followed closely behind Lu Jingyan. The Jingbeishan family has expressed a desire for collaboration regarding the S2 plot and wishes to meet with you. Shen? Lu Jingyan's expression remained indifferent. Which Shen family are you referring to? General Manager, Shen, from Yufeng. Lu Assistant, I did not hire you to waste my time with such an inconsequential company. Lu's heart skipped a beat, yet he mustered the courage to reply. Mr. Shen mentioned he has prepared a grand gift for you, which you will surely appreciate. What gift? You will find out once you go. Initially, Lu had no intention of reporting this, but the other party's tone was so assertive that he felt it might pertain to a company project. Lu Jingyan cast a casual glance at him, saying nothing further. Is this how you repay the Shen family, who have nurtured you so well? Shen Dinghua exclaimed, furiously pointing a finger at her. What have you done to Mr. Chen? Do you realize who he is? His willingness to support you is a testament to his regard for you. Shen Nanyin stood silently, not uttering a word. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Yin sneered maliciously. Indeed, sister, that is the S2 plot. You are quite valuable. Shen Nanyin shot him a cold glance. You're also quite valuable. His features bore a hint of femininity, having been the subject of unsavory jokes in the past. Shen Yin detected her subtle mockery, his expression darkening as he raised his cup to hurl at her, only to be restrained by Shen Dinghua. What chaos are you stirring up? Do not mar her face. Shen Dinghua began issuing commands again. Go upstairs and change. We are meeting someone shortly. Shen Nanyin's complexion paled. Hurry up, Shen Dinghua barked. When she remained motionless, several ants approached to forcibly escort her for a change of clothes. Miss, I apologize. The venomous glare she directed at Shen Dinghua sent a shiver through him, though he soon found it amusing. She was merely a worthless daughter. After the ants dressed her, they brought her downstairs. Shen Dinghua surveyed her with satisfaction. Behave yourself later. A black Bugatti halted at the entrance of the clubhouse. Upon seeing the visitor, Shen Dinghua immediately beamed and approached young Master Lu. Lu Jingyan reclined casually on the sofa, listening to his extravagant flattery before interrupting with impatience. Let us get straight to the point. What do you believe you can offer in exchange for the S2 project? Shen Dinghua smiled, pulling Shen Nanyin closer and presenting her to Lu Jingyan. Young Master Lu, this is my daughter, Shen Nanyin. Lu Jingyan paused momentarily. Shen Nanyin stood before him, her gaze lowered, with her long, dark hair cascading smoothly, styled in an innocent manner. The flowing gown revealed only her delicate ankles, the slightly fitted design intentionally accentuating her graceful figure. He noticed her tightly clenched, pale hands, and his expression turned somber. Shen Nanyin had not anticipated that the person Shen Dingwa wanted her to meet was Lu Jingyan. She contemplated briefly and quickly grasped the reason. Shen Dingwa, well informed, realized Lu Jingyan had aided her and mistakenly believed Lu Jingyan had an interest in her. She found this notion somewhat absurd. What kind of woman had Lu Jingyan not encountered? "Mr. Shen, what do you mean by this?" Lu Jingyan inquired coolly. Gift-giving, naturally, must align with young Master Lu's preferences. As he spoke, Shen Dingwa urged, "Yin, hurry and pour a drink for young Master Lu." Lu Jingyan was known for his nonchalant demeanor and an often imperceptible smirk that hinted at sarcasm when regarding others. Yet, at this moment, his expression was entirely devoid of emotion. His tone was indifferent. Truly, Shen's father was remarkably competent in his role. The atmosphere around them seemed to crystallize in an instant, thick with an oppressive tension. Assistant Lu was drenched in cold sweat. Had he known that the Shen family came bearing a woman, he would never have agreed to relay the message. Chapter 5. The Resurrection of Forgotten Memories. After a prolonged silence, Lu Jingyan finally spoke slowly. "S2 can be provided to you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of uncontainable joy flashed in Shen Dingwa's eyes. Shen Nanyin's resilience was indeed commendable. He had not miscalculated. If it were not for Chen Binxing's ire towards Lu Jingyan due to her, how could the Boda Group have met such a dismal fate? "However, I have one condition." Shen Dingwa's face lit up with delight as he promptly filled Lu Jingyan's glass and obsequiously remarked, "Please, feel free to state your request." Lu Jingyan reclined comfortably against the sofa. His demeanor relaxed as he casually declared, "I want Shen Nanyin to sever all ties with the Shen family." At this declaration, Shen Dingwa's movements froze momentarily. This surely was not appropriate? His expression soured. His original scheme was to have Shen Nanyin cling to Lu Jingyan, the proverbial golden goose, thereby reaping continuous benefits from her. If they were to sever ties now, would that not render his efforts futile? Shen Dingwa quickly forced a smile and said, "Nanyin would certainly not agree to such a thing. Would you, Nanyin?" "I agree." In the private room, Shen Nanyin, who had been silent with her head bowed, finally spoke. "What did you say?" Shen Dingwa's expression twisted momentarily. "You." Yet before he could finish, Shen Nanyin raised her voice again, repeating her words in an unusually calm tone. "I am willing to sever ties with the Shen family." Shen Dingwa's eyes widened in disbelief. He seemed on the verge of saying something, but was callously interrupted by Lu Jingyan. "In that case, Lu, please take President Shen to sign the contract." Lu, evidently still recovering from this series of dramatic events, paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and strode towards Shen Dingwa. "President Shen, please follow me." Seeing Shen Dingwa remain rooted to the spot, Lu raised his voice slightly and patiently reiterated, "President Shen, please." Though Shen Dingwa's heart brimmed with reluctance and fury, he could not withstand Lu Jingyan's indifferent gaze and was compelled to follow Lu out. Once the room was empty, only Lu Jingyan and Shen Nanyin stood facing each other in the vast private room. Shen Nanyin kept her gaze lowered, uncertain of what to say. She understood well that this project was of paramount importance to Lu Jingyan. Just as with Chen Binxing, she was effectively selling herself to him. Moreover, this was a choice she made to sever ties with the Shen family. In the quiet atmosphere, Shen Nanyin heard the man's languid tone. "What will you do? The Shen family has sold you to me. You are now mine." Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly grasped the hem of her dress, creating several creases. What should she do? His implication was clear. He wanted her. As Shen Nanyin's mind raced with thoughts, the man spoke again, his tone devoid of emotion. "Shall we get married?" At his words, Shen Nanyin looked up in astonishment. What was he suggesting? "Marriage," Lu Jingyan patiently repeated, his tone measured and unhurried. "Only by marrying me can you truly escape the clutches of the Shen family." Shen Nanyin's eyes momentarily dulled. He was undoubtedly correct. However, "If you do not express yourself for too long," Lu Jingyan languidly remarked, "What? Have I spent so much money just to be unable to purchase a wife?" Shen Nanyin found herself at a loss for words, her thoughts in disarray. "That's not what I meant. I merely believe that marrying me would not confer any commercial advantages upon you." She possessed nothing that could contribute to his company. Her union with him would serve no purpose. That is of no consequence, he replied with an air of nonchalance, casually tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I simply require a Mrs. Liu who can, in the eyes of the world, maintain my decorum. This implied a desire to prevent a recurrence of the current situation. Shen Nanyin lowered her gaze, shame threatening to engulf her, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Misinterpreting her reluctance to his touch, Gu Zhiyan lowered his gaze upon her and directly dropped a bombshell. You have stolen my first kiss. Do you not owe me a sense of responsibility? What? As the girl's expression froze in disbelief, Gu Zhiyan felt a sense of relief, the tension within him gradually dissipating. He leaned in slightly, closing the distance between them. The scent of fur enveloped her, and she sensed his gaze linger on her lips with a profound intent. Shen Nanyin instinctively held her breath. His fingertips trailed down her face, brushing lightly against the corner of her lips, yet lacking any invasive intent. The deliberately lowered, flirtatious tone was languorous and teasing. Mistakes can be forgiven by an ex-boyfriend, but a future husband must not err again. Chapter 6. Fleeing in disarray, 3 months prior. During the masquerade ball celebrating the anniversary of Kyoto University, Shen Nanyin and Gu Zhiyan had been dating for some time, yet had not shared a moment of intimacy. Could he possibly be gay? Liang Wan found this situation perplexing. The champagne prepared for the ball was rich and robust, and Shen Nanyin could not resist taking a few sips. Perhaps the time had been too brief? No. Liang Wan shook her head solemnly. The notion of a virtuous man was unfounded. You should take the initiative today. If the atmosphere remains aloof, there must be an issue. Having indulged in a slight inebriation, Shen Nanyin nodded earnestly, determinedly. All right. The melodious strains of music cascaded like a gentle stream, flowing delicately through the air. Amidst the crowd, Shen Nanyin sought the figure of Gu Zhiyan. As the lights danced and shapes morphed, the exquisitely crafted masks dazzled her senses, immersing her in a dreamlike realm where she felt nearly lost. Just as she found herself in a state of bewilderment, a light tap on her shoulder jolted her from her reverie. Turning her head, her gaze traveled from the stark white of a prominent throat upward, finally resting upon a black mask. The simple mask could not conceal the man's distinguished aura. He had not made a concerted effort to change his attire. Yet the tailored suit accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, drawing the eye effortlessly. He leaned slightly forward, extending his right hand toward her in a gesture of refined invitation. Is that you, Gu Zhiyan? Shen Nanyin hesitated for a moment, her voice tinged with uncertainty. However, he did not respond, maintaining his poised stance as if awaiting her reply. As the tempo of the music surged, signaling the commencement of the dance, Shen Nanyin inhaled deeply, interpreting his silence as tacit approval. Cautiously, she lifted her hand and placed it gently in his palm. Perhaps such is the nature of a masquerade, she mused. His large hand enveloped her waist, applying a gentle pressure as he led her in a series of flawless circles. The faint scent of fir trees enveloped her senses, intertwining with their breaths, as the air thickened with an unspoken tension. Suddenly, she became aware of a growing ache in her neck. Was Gu Zhiyan truly this tall? As the dance gradually came to an end, Shen Nanyin felt utterly drained. The man guided her to a quiet corner to sit, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. Frowning slightly, she did not dwell on his absence, but began to savor the elegantly presented pastries before her, indulging in several glasses of champagne. Before long, Liang Wan, adorned with a plush cat mask, approached her with a buoyant step, barely concealing her excitement. Did you kiss? Did you kiss? Faced with her roommate's eager inquiries, Shen Nanyin gently shook her head. Liang Wan was incredulous. With such an atmosphere, the lights, and the music, how could they not have shared a kiss? Shen Nanyin bit her lip, perplexed herself. During the dance, there had been moments when she nearly believed they would kiss. Yet, just then, her phone chimed with a message from Gu Zhiyan. Nanyin, where are you? She found it strange. Had they not just danced together moments ago? Shen Nanyin, I am on the first floor, and you? On the second floor, terrace. I came to find you, he replied. Shen Nanyin, no need. I have yet to visit the second floor. I shall come up. Liang Wan, observing nearby, excitedly urged her to hurry. If he does not take the initiative, then you must go. Encouraged by his words, Shen Nanyin nodded slightly, lifted her skirt, and cautiously ascended to the second floor. The moonlight flowed like water, casting a serene glow that contrasted sharply with the raucous atmosphere of the hall below. On the terrace, Gu Zhiyan, who had previously invited her to dance, held a wine glass, gently swirling the liquid within, his gaze languidly drifting towards the dancing crowd below. Shen Nanyin softened her footsteps, slowly approaching him. When she stood behind Gu Zhiyan, she hesitated for a moment before extending a finger to gently poke his back. The man paused, then slowly turned around. The moonlight illuminated his pale skin, his thin lips a vivid red, beautifully shaped and alluring. Gu Zhiyan, was he truly this handsome? Shen Nanyin found herself lost in contemplation. The man merely cast a casual glance in her direction before lifting his glass to drink. Perhaps it was the atmosphere, or perhaps the influence of alcohol, but she felt herself enchanted, her impulses overwhelming her reason. In a moment of boldness, she grasped his tie, rising on her toes, and pressed forward without hesitation. So soft, she thought dreamily. Yet, why did he not respond? Frustrated by his lack of movement, Shen Nanyin bit down on his cool lips, only to feel a pang of guilt and lightly lick them instead. The rich scent of wine enveloped them, sweet and warm. His breath deepened, yet he remained still. She pulled back slightly, gazing at him in confusion, her intoxicated eyes seeming to question him. The man silently regarded her for a long moment before raising his hand to remove his mask. In the next instant, the glass shattered on the floor, wine splattering everywhere. Shen Nanyin's mind went blank, a cacophony echoing in her thoughts. "You," she gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with panic as she stumbled backward, ultimately fleeing in disarray. Chapter 7. Do you remember now? An hour ago, Lu Jingyan had just disembarked from his flight, and before he could even change his attire, he was unexpectedly drawn into this soiree by Lu Daiqing, who euphemistically claimed it was to allow him to experience the joys of the world without courting death. The tedium was unbearable. He surveyed the swirling crowd from above, his expression weary and aloof, until he caught sight of a distinct hue amidst the monotonous gray. With that, he descended the stairs, leisurely trailing behind a girl adorned in a sapphire blue gown, which was slit daringly to her lower back, revealing the delicate curvature of her spine as she navigated through the sea of drabness. He sensed she was in search of someone. Gu Zhiyan? Lu Jingyan slightly bent forward, the corners of his masked eyes lifting in intrigue. After a brief moment of silence, a slender, pale hand indeed found its way onto his, followed by a gentle grasp of her waist. Shen Nanyin, having indulged in some wine, bore a faint blush across her refined features. She was not particularly adept at the waltz. After a few turns, she was left breathless and dizzy, nearly collapsing against him. He glanced at Gu Zhiyan's figure passing on the second floor, then leaned closer to Shen Nanyin, his cool lips inadvertently brushing against her earlobe. His tone was remarkably understanding. "Do you wish to rest?" Shen Nanyin, struggling to steady her erratic breathing, clung to his shoulder, her delicate fingers slightly wrinkling his suit. She nodded faintly, evidently lacking the energy to dance with anyone else. Lu Jingyan supported her waist and guided her to a nearby sofa to sit. Upon returning to the second floor, Lu Daiqing shook her head in playful reproach. "Weren't you bored? You seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit. You even claimed you didn't want to come." Lu Jingyan took a sip of his drink, remaining silent, his gaze consistently fixed on the girl below, languidly sipping her drink on the sofa. Shen Nanyin, indeed, was far more intriguing than anything else. Not far away, Gu Zhiyan, having just sent a text message, recognized the Lu siblings on the terrace. Remembering his father's admonitions, he instantly dismissed thoughts of Shen Nanyin and approached her with an invitation to dance. Lu Jingyan scrutinized him for a long moment, causing Gu Zhiyan to break into a cold sweat under his piercing gaze. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Lu Daiqing, being playful, saw no need to intervene. Besides, she was astute enough to discern the nature of the person before her. Sure enough, Lu Daiqing smiled brightly as she took his hand, her tone light and teasing. "Oh, brother, you must be lonely all by yourself here." He averted his gaze, but in the blink of an eye, that vibrant hue had vanished. The sofa was now empty, and he furrowed his brow, scanning the dance floor with a meticulous gaze. Behind him, he heard a soft footfall, but Lu Jingyan paid it no mind, assuming it was yet another student seeking to invite him to dance, his reluctance to even turn around evident. That was until he felt a gentle prod at his lower back. Frowning, he turned to dismiss the intruder, only to find himself face to face with Shen Nanyin. Her antique-style metallic mask was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a silver chain that fell gracefully across her features, creating an air of mystery. She appeared even more inebriated now, her neck and décolletage flushed with a delicate shade of pink against her porcelain skin. Lu Jingyan swallowed hard, diverting his gaze as he tilted his head back to take another sip of his drink. Yet in the next moment, he found himself slightly bending forward, as soft lips collided with his. Never had he anticipated such a turn of events. Lu Jingyan was utterly frozen. The thrill of racing perilously close to the edge of a cliff, or the exhilarating sensation of delivering a crushing blow to an opponent, paled in comparison to this instant. Adrenaline surged. His dark eyes churned with intensity, his breath heavy, and before he succumbed to the temptation of error, he raised his hand to remove the mask. Lu Jingyan recalled that debate competition, where he sat as a sponsor on the judging panel. The girl, with her low ponytail, had been succinct and articulate, her arguments piercingly clear. Yet at this moment, the composed visage that had withstood the onslaught during the free debate lay utterly shattered. "Miss, you have mistaken me for someone else," he thought, realizing that Shen Nanyin was likely oblivious to his words, as her flight had been filled with panic. Memories began to resurface. Lu Jingyan withdrew his hand. Shen Nanyin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, responding dismissively with a nonchalant He thoughtfully redirected the conversation. "Is your household registration with the Shen family?" "No." Shen Nanyin shook her head. "I have it hidden in my dormitory." Chapter 8. Something significant underneath the girls' dormitory. Shen Nanyin unfastened her seatbelt and was about to open the car door when she suddenly felt a warm force grasp her wrist. Puzzled, she turned her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. "What is it?" Shen Nanyin inquired softly. Lu Jingyan gazed at her for a moment, then fell into a contemplative silence before he slowly spoke. "Furthermore, after we marry, you will need to move out of the dormitory and live with me." At these words, Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. She blinked. "I understand. Are we moving today?" Shen Nanyin was not particularly surprised by his request. After all, having agreed to a marriage of convenience, cohabitation seemed only natural. Moreover, the prospect of leaving the Shen family undoubtedly represented a liberation for her. Having prepared herself for an arranged marriage due to Shen Dinghua's early intentions, she looked earnestly at Lu Jingyan. "Rest assured, I will fulfill the responsibilities of Mrs. Lu." Meeting her clear and luminous gaze, Lu Jingyan appeared slightly uneasy, averted his eyes, and murmured, "Do you have many belongings?" She pondered briefly before gently shaking her head. "Not much. I will be down shortly." "All right, I will wait for you here." As Shen Nanyin ascended the stairs, Lu Jingyan took out his phone and dialed Assistant Lu's number. "Bring my household registration book to the nearest Civil Affairs Bureau. I will be there shortly." With her roommates absent from the dormitory, Shen Nanyin sent them a message to explain, then swiftly gathered her belongings and made her way downstairs. Her luggage was indeed minimal, almost weightless, which Lu Jingyan effortlessly lifted into the car. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Assistant Lu approached the two, greeting them with "Madam." He presented Lu Jingyan's household registration book to Shen Nanyin. Lu Jingyan cast an appreciative glance, signaling a potential raise for Lu. Feeling somewhat flustered, Shen Nanyin turned to Lu Jingyan for guidance. The man smiled slightly, his long, fair hand casually tucked in his pocket as he stepped forward. "Let us go, Mrs. Lu." Reluctantly, she accepted the household registration book, thanked Lu, and hurried after him. Not long after submitting the materials, the small red book, symbolizing the legal recognition of their marital relationship, was handed to them. However, before she could examine it closely, Lu Jingyan took it away. "I will take care of this," he said, snapping a picture before slipping the marriage certificate into his pocket. Shen Nanyin couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. She had intended to take a commemorative photo herself. "Oh well, She would just ask him to send it to her later. Shen Nanyin silently consoled herself, then casually opened her phone, aimlessly scrolling through her social media feed. Married, marriage photo. The man's thin eyelids curled slightly, a hint of mirth in his gaze. His appearance undeniably superior. Thus, even when danger was evident, countless individuals would willingly step forward. Just days prior, she could never have imagined that she would end up marrying him. Shen Nanyin quietly clicked like. On the other hand, Gu Zhiyan had never anticipated that she would be inclined to share moments on social media, considering her academic commitments might attract undue attention and discourse. Suing, what on earth happened? Can someone enlighten me? Lu Daiqing. Brother, there's something intriguing here. Care to enlighten us? Xiao Chun. I was wondering how you transformed so completely. It seems you have truly been tamed by a woman. Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow, typing a response to Xiao Chun. Yes, my wife is quite strict. Also, refer to her as sister-in-law. Mrs. Lu Minghui, you rascal. Why haven't you brought our family's savior home yet? Gu Zhiyan slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on Shen Nanyin. Are we meeting my mother already? Is it so soon? Shen Nanyin hesitated for a moment, contemplating, shouldn't we first establish how we know each other? Gu Zhiyan reassured her, do not worry. I will handle it. The vehicle soon came to a halt at the Lu family estate. As they traversed the spacious courtyard, the meticulously pruned flower beds and the shaded pathways created a delightful harmony, while the clear water surface rippled under the sun's rays. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Daiqing greeted them with a beaming smile, waving at Shen Nanyin. Sister-in-law, do you remember me? I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Lu Daiqing. Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback, responding, hello. She took a moment to absorb the significance of the title and the name, recalling their initial encounter at the bar, where she had mistakenly believed she was the ex-girlfriend, only to discover that she was actually Lu Jingyan's sister. Lu Daiqing glanced at Lu Jingyan, exclaiming in astonishment, brother, how did you suddenly transition from a disillusioned state to a vibrant and cheerful young man? In a good mood that day, Lu Jingyan chose not to engage in banter with her and simply took Shen Nanyin's hand, leading her inside. Chapter 9. A disrupted romance in a spacious and brightly lit living room. A woman of exquisite demeanor reclined gracefully on the sofa, dressed in a dignified and elegant manner. She appeared to be in her 40s, her eyes sparkling as she regarded the newcomer. Lu Jingyan placed the gift upon the table. Mom, he called out, as Shen Nanyin beamed a gentle, sweet smile in response. After all, she was a product of Shen Dinghui's strict upbringing, so her poise was impeccable. Seeing such a beautiful daughter-in-law, Lu Minghui could hardly contain her joy. Oh, dear daughter, you must endure much with my wayward son. Lu Jingyan took her hand, guiding her to sit beside him. Amidst a table piled high with boxes, Lu Minghui unearthed a piece of imperial green jade, unceremoniously slipping it onto Shen Nanyin's wrist. The delicate, fair wrist accentuated the jade's already exquisite luster. That rascal hasn't bullied you, has he? Lu Minghui, being his mother, was well aware of her son's character. She had thought he would remain a lonely soul, yet here he was showing promise. Before Shen Nanyin could speak, Lu Jingyan casually remarked, why would I bully her? Loosening his tie, he smiled cryptically, thinking it was crucial to cherish her now that she had finally parted ways with her ex-boyfriend. What was he talking about? How could anyone be in such a situation? Shen Nanyin's palms grew clammy. Was this the story he concocted about how they met? Lu Minghui shot Lu Jingyan a disapproving glance. You should be grateful for this opportunity. Indeed, the ancestors must be smiling down, he replied with nonchalance. Lu Minghui, uninterested in his banter, turned her gaze back to Shen Nanyin, her eyes sparkling with warmth. When do you plan to have the wedding? Shen Nanyin, taken aback, cast a pleading look at Lu Jingyan. Was there even to be a wedding? Lu Jingyan, seemingly oblivious, received a phone call from the company and casually stated, I always listen to my wife before stepping out to take the call. After a few steps, he turned back to instruct, Mom, keep her company. Lu Minghui, perplexed, thought, did she still need his guidance? Lu Daiqing, seated nearby and enjoying some fruit, was thoroughly entertained, engaging in lively conversation with a male model on her phone. Xiaoyin, when do you want to have the wedding? Shen Nanyin could only muster the courage to respond. I'm currently in my 3rd year of university. Let us discuss the wedding after graduation. What? Lu Minghui's eyes widened in shock. Shen Nanyin, flustered, was unsure of what she had said wrong. That scoundrel Lu Jingyan. Lu Minghui was furious. How could he bring a young girl into this, making her his wife? It seemed as though there were no rules left in Jingbei. Lu Daiqing found the situation amusing, but wisely cautioned, "Mom, don't frighten my sister-in-law." Upon noticing the girl's anxious demeanor, Lu Minghui quickly patted Shen Nanyin's hand in reassurance. "Tell me, were you willing to marry him?" Shen Nanyin replied earnestly, "I was willing." "Really?" Lu Minghui questioned, her expression laced with skepticism. "Yes," Shen Nanyin insisted, though she was uncertain about the unfolding events. Yet, she endeavored to uphold Lu Jingyan's reputation, stating, "He treats me quite well." After confirming her answer, Lu Minghui let out a sigh of relief and engaged in a few more words with her. "You should be aware that Lu Jingyan has always been reckless. However, with you overseeing him now, I can rest easy. But should you ever feel wronged, do not hesitate to seek me out, understand?" At that moment, Lu Jingyan returned from his phone call and overheard a fragment of their conversation. His tone languid. "Speaking ill of me in front of my wife. Mother, are you intent on thwarting this couple?" "Off you go," Lu Minghui said, taking Shen Nanyin's hand in one and Lu Daiqing's in the other. "Aunt Wang must have prepared dinner by now. Let us head to the dining room." Lu Minghui's hand was warm, and she carried a delightful fragrance. Chapter 10. Will you bathe first? After dinner, Lu Jingyan declined Lu Minghui's suggestion to stay overnight at the old residence and took her back to Yujingbei. He held her luggage in one hand while pressing a few buttons with the other to unlock the door using fingerprint and facial recognition. She leaned closer to him, and Lu Jingyan, without the courtesy to step aside, inadvertently caused some skin contact. He lowered his gaze to her fluffy hair, and the delicate nape of her neck tempted him to leave a mark. Turning his gaze away, he entered and retrieved a pair of brand new women's slippers. "For now, you can stay here. Do you prefer a flat or a villa? We can go see them later," he suggested. Shen Nanyin looked up and softly replied, "It's all right. This place is quite good." Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, a hint of meaning in his expression. "Very well." Moments later, Shen Nanyin understood the reason behind his amusement. Despite being a spacious flat of several hundred square meters, he had only converted one room into a bedroom, leaving the rest as a study, gym, home theater, and so forth. Standing at the threshold of Lu Jingyan's room, Shen Nanyin hesitated with her suitcase in tow. The last time she had felt lightheaded, but this time she was completely alert. She could distinctly sense the presence of another man within the room, and there was only one bed. Though the bed was quite large, did that mean they would have to share it? "Why are you standing there in a daze?" Lu Jingyan asked, pulling her suitcase into the adjoining walk-in closet. The closet was already filled with numerous sets of women's clothing, ranging from casual wear to sleepwear, along with the latest designer handbags. The vanity table was adorned with luxurious skincare products, and the drawers were filled with various styles of jewelry. Shen Nanyin bit her lip and followed him closely. Where will I sleep?" Leaning against the wardrobe, Lu Jingyan replied nonchalantly, "I spent so much money. Can't I at least hold my wife while sleeping at night?" Shen Nanyin was momentarily speechless. She mustered courage, reminding herself that even in other contractual marriages, a semblance of a couple's life was expected, and at least Lu Jingyan was pleasing to the eye. "Will you bathe first?" Lu Jingyan inquired, his eyes cast downward. Her heart raced, and Shen Nanyin felt clammy palms, managing to respond with a hesitant He guided her to the bathroom, explaining how to turn on the hot water. "If you wish to soak, press this button. The bathtub is clean." After selecting a nightgown and undergarments, Shen Nanyin lingered in the bathroom for quite some time. Eventually, she steeled herself and emerged. With her hair wrapped in a towel, a damp strand fell across her forehead and droplets clung to her eyelashes. The long silk nightgown revealed only a glimpse of her calves and slender ankles, her skin taut and delicate against her bones. Women typically adjusted the water temperature quite high during showers, leaving her skin with a subtle flush. Lu Jingyan's gaze darkened slightly as he washed his hands and gestured for her to sit on a chair. Shen Nanyin stiffly complied. She then observed him opening a bottle of essence, pouring it onto a cotton pad, and gently lifting her chin to apply it to her face. Shen Nanyin tilted her head back, somewhat dazed as the nourishing liquid was spread across her skin. Following that, he opened a jar of face cream, his warm fingertips kneading and blending the cream into a delicate texture. Standing in close proximity, Gu Zhiyan caught a whiff of her fragrance, causing his movements to momentarily falter. She had used his shower gel, and it seemed as though she was enveloped in his scent. Meeting her bewildered gaze, Gu Zhiyan casually offered an explanation. You would use it if it were just sitting there. He understood her all too well. Shen Nanyin bit her lip, awkwardly clearing her throat. I will use it in the future. The warmth of her cheeks intensified with every gentle touch, and although she was merely applying face cream, her ears burned with an unsettling heat, and her heartbeat became erratic. It was only when his hand finally withdrew that Shen Nanyin exhaled in relief. Would you like me to dry your hair? Gu Zhiyan capped the face cream and set it down. No need, Shen Nanyin hurriedly replied. You should go take a shower. Upon uttering those words, a wave of subtle embarrassment washed over her, as if she were in a rush to do something. What I mean is, get some rest early. Oh dear, this is becoming even more peculiar. A faint smile graced Gu Zhiyan's lips as he replied, Understood, Madame Lu. Chapter 11. The self-cultivation of the canary. The sound of the shower echoed in the bathroom, while the aggressively aromatic scent of fur enveloped her entirely. After drying her hair, Shen Nanyin sat on the bed, fiddling with her phone in an attempt to relax, yet her body remained rigid. Liang Wan, how are you doing now? Are you all right? Earlier, she had explained her recent circumstances to her roommates in their dormitory group, who were aware of her family situation. She replied, I'm fine, just a bit awkward. Fang Yinran, thank goodness you moved out. You wouldn't believe it. Today, Gu Zhiyan came to our dormitory building looking for you. I really don't know how he has the audacity. Gu Zhiyan? After their breakup, she had blocked him on WeChat, nearly forgetting about his existence. Fang Yinran, so you really are marrying Gu Zhiyan? I heard he is quite the wild one, notorious for his escapades. Reflecting on their interactions, she felt Gu Zhiyan was not as exaggerated as rumored. Moreover, Shen Nanyin suddenly recalled his mention of a first kiss. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. He must have been teasing her. He is actually quite nice. He saved me twice. And everyone in the circle is somewhat similar. This path seems to be the best choice. Fang Yinran. All right, take care of yourself, and remember to contact us immediately if you encounter any issues. Shen Nanyin arched her brows, responding with an affirmative MHM. Liang Wan, if you ask me, you might as well treat him like a benefactor or a superior. Consider it a job you've found for yourself without too much pressure. Liang Wan's perspective struck a chord with Shen Nanyin, and she felt it made sense. Grateful, she sent a bear emoji as a gesture of thanks. At that moment, an unfamiliar call interrupted her. Hello, she inquired, puzzled. The caller paused before tentatively speaking. Sister-in-law? Shen Nanyin's expression turned bewildered, her clear brows knitted in confusion. May I ask who you are? Sister-in-law, it's Fang Yang. Shen Nanyin searched her memory for the name, only to recall after a moment that he was a friend of Gu Zhiyan. What could Gu Zhiyan's friend possibly want with her? The sound of the bathroom door opening startled her, and she quickly hung up the phone, her hasty action betraying a sense of guilt. The man emerged, towel in hand, casting a leisurely glance her way. Who are you on the phone with? Hanging up so abruptly? She straightened her posture, her demeanor slightly awkward. Recalling Liang Wan's words about treating him like a superior and benefactor, she decided to be honest. A friend of Gu Zhiyan. At the mention of that name, Gu Zhiyan's gaze darkened slightly. He feigned casualness, asking, what did he want at this hour? Glancing at the wall clock, which indicated it was only 9:30. Shen Nanyin nervously fiddled with her phone case. I'm not sure. I hung up as soon as I realized who it was. The man seemed pleased with her response, his cold demeanor softening. As the topic faded, an air of awkwardness and tension enveloped the room. It was only 9:30. Was it too early to sleep? Should one take the initiative to do something? After envisioning a plethora of self-improvement scenarios akin to those of canaries, she clenched her teeth and cast a furtive glance at her nightgown. No, she simply couldn't muster the courage to remove it. What should she do? Quickly, think of something. As her inner turmoil swirled in desperation, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Shen Nanyin's mind. Consequently, Lu Jingyan observed as the girl abruptly leapt from the bed, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she approached him. "Allow me to dry your hair," she proposed. He regarded her for a moment. Although this description might not be entirely fitting, it undeniably resembled a puppy eagerly seeking its treat. Chapter 12. The torture of conscience in the room. Thick, dark velvet curtains effectively shielded the space from the oppressive night outside. Lu Jingyan casually settled at the edge of the bed, while Shen Nanyin positioned a hairdryer before him. From her perspective, she could observe the intricate black tattoos that sprawled beneath the man's collarbones, sharply contrasting against his pale skin. This striking tension easily ignited a sense of voyeurism within her. Delicate fingers wove through her hair as she steadied her nerves, pursing her lips to avert her gaze, her expression earnest as if she were completing a complex calculus assignment. The sound of notification from Lu Jingyan's phone broke the silence. Just as she intended to step aside, he grasped her wrist, anchoring her in place. Casting a brief glance, he spoke in a languid tone, indicating she need not concern herself with it. Obediently, Shen Nanyin remained still and resumed her task with the hairdryer. Positioned in the middle, despite her attempts to avoid it, she occasionally brushed against the inner thigh of the man beside her, yet felt too shy to ask him to loosen up a bit. The silk nightgown was sheer, causing her skin to flush wherever they made contact. Gripping the hairdryer tightly, she fixated on his hair to distract herself. Not long after, Lu Jingyan halted her efforts. He lifted his hand to gently press against her wrist, questioning if she was not weary from holding it up for so long. "It's barely been 5 minutes." She shook her head, assuring him it was fine. Lu Jingyan refrained from further comment, taking the hairdryer from her and giving her waist a light pat before retreating to bed. After perusing his messages, he sent a brief notification and subsequently exited all associations with the boxing and racing clubs. Initially seeking thrills, he now found them unnecessary. Indifferent to the lamentations of others in the club, he coldly powered off his phone. Raising his gaze, he spotted the girl dutifully curled up on his bed, the blanket forming a rigid mound where she had buried herself like an ostrich. A smile threatened to break through his stoic demeanor. "What would you like for breakfast tomorrow?" The mound stirred, revealing slender fingers, followed by a fuzzy head. Shen Nanyin clutched the blanket, exposing only her eyes. Her gaze was clear and serene, yet the corners of her eyes bore a hint of allure. With a feigned calmness, she replied, "Anything is fine." Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, retorting, "There is no such thing as anything." "Xiaolong Bao," she specified. He nodded, a pang of conscience prompting him to refrain from teasing her further. "Rest well. I shall sleep in the living room." With that, he strode directly to the door and stepped outside, closing it gently behind him with a soft click, jolting Shen Nanyin from her daze. After preparing herself mentally for so long, she found her efforts rendered futile. Wait, the living room? Wasn't there merely a sofa in there? Unconsciously, Shen Nanyin tightened her grip on the blanket, pondering whether it was truly acceptable to make her benefactor sleep on the sofa. The hour hand moved slowly. Once Lu Jingyan had exited, she indeed felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Yet the torment of conscience kept her tossing and turning, unable to sleep, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a while, she finally rose, treading cautiously to the door. Pressing her palm gently against it, she managed to crack it open slightly. In the dimly lit living room, only the gossamer moonlight seeped through, casting a cool glow upon the black marble floor. The sofa, in truth, is not small, however, for a tall man with long legs. Reclining upon it appears rather cumbersome. He wears an eye mask, revealing only the exceedingly indifferent lower half of his face. High nose, thin lips, and a jawline that is sharp and well-defined. He seems to have fallen asleep, and in his expressionless state, he exudes an air of aloofness that renders one hesitant to approach. His visage, reminiscent of the masked ball, momentarily scorches Shen Nanyin's gaze, prompting her to hurriedly close the door and retreat to her own space in a flurry of disarray. Chapter 13. Where else can we go? The atmosphere of the modernista bar was as vibrant as ever, with frenetic beats reverberating in the air. What was once a source of joy and relaxation for Gu Zhiyan now held no allure for him. Fang Yang, steeling himself, glanced at the cold countenance of Gu Zhiyan. "Sister-in-law." She hung up, The glass shattered on the floor, and the man's eyes brimmed with palpable anger. Since that day, Shen Nanyin had not reached out to him. Gu Zhiyan believed her anger was but a fleeting emotion and that she would soon return. Yet, silence ensued. It was not until one day, when he inadvertently initiated a video call while browsing her profile, that he realized he had been blocked. Messages sent were met with a red exclamation mark, and when he waited downstairs at the dormitory, he was informed she had moved out. He stared silently at the chat interface with Shen Nanyin, subconsciously scrolling through their past exchanges, mundane greetings, library reservations, reminders for studying. What had once felt tedious became a source of nostalgia in her absence. The Shen family could not accommodate her. Where could she possibly go? Would she rather marry those old men than lower her pride before him? He dialed again. Fang Yang sigit internally, reluctantly radiating. He had warned Gu Zhiyan against such gambles. If one must play, they should not stake their own heart. Yet here they were. The line was busy, and Fang Yang's lips moved silently. She had indeed blocked the number. A surge of frustration welled in his chest, nearly consuming him. He had not anticipated that Shen Nanyin, who appeared gentle and accommodating, would end things so abruptly, leaving no opportunity for reconciliation. What's the rush? Women throw tantrums like this, Chun Yuani remarked flippantly. Blocking you is just her way of wanting you to coax her back. Leave her be for a few days, and she'll realize her mistake. Fang Yang, upon hearing this, immediately turned to Gu Zhiyan, hoping he did not genuinely believe such a notion. Women who ended up with Chun Yuani were typically motivated by financial gain. Only a fool would pursue genuine affection. Shen Nanyin was different. What left Fang Yang speechless was the fact that Gu Zhiyan seemed to take this advice to heart. His previously dark expression softening. Chun Yuani pressed on, his tone dripping with disdain. Moreover, didn't your father arrange a union with the Su family's daughter? The Shen family lacks influence, and Shen Nanyin is not favored. She is merely a diversion to entertain. Trust me, once you announce the engagement, she'll be rushing back to you within 3 days. Then you can assert your authority, and she'll comply. Fang Yang struggled to contain himself, hesitating before finally speaking up. I don't believe Shen Nanyin is that kind of person, and she seemed quite serious that day. Gu Zhiyan, heed my words. If you truly care for her, just don't. Gu Zhiyan interrupted coldly. Who said I like her? Fang Yang resigned himself to silence, realizing the futility of his efforts. See? Just as I said, Chun Yuani chuckled, throwing an arm around Fang Yang's shoulders. Brother, you must not have much experience with women. They excel at the game of desire and retreat. How about this? Let me offer you a few, my brother. Fang Yang suppressed the urge to kick him, suspecting that he was merely an undercover agent sent by the enemy. He watched as Gu Zhiyan contacted the media to unveil the masterful maneuver of the alliance with the Su family and decided to abandon all pretense. After all, he had already issued all necessary warnings. Some individuals are simply determined to forge their own path, and he could not intervene. Chapter 14. Soup Dumplings. Lu Jingyan returned with breakfast, yet he found no sign of Shen Nanyin having risen. He placed the bag on the dining table and walked towards the bedroom. Raising his hand, he knocked gently on the door, only to discover it was slightly ajar, allowing him to enter unimpeded. Standing in place for a moment, he opened his phone and sent a message to Assistant Lu. Please check the class schedule for my wife and send it to me. The third-year curriculum was not overly demanding, with the first class commencing at 10:20. After waiting until 9:30 and still seeing no movement from her, Lu Jingyan knocked again, but to no avail. He stepped inside, where a soft quilt enveloped a face that glowed with a rosy hue as she slept, the air infused with a warm and delightful fragrance. Lu Jingyan admired the scene for a moment before slowly retrieving his phone to capture the moment. Perhaps the series of sounds finally stirred her awake. Shen Nanyin rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up. Still in a daze, she mistakenly believed she was in her dormitory. Squinting to locate her phone, upon seeing the time displayed on the screen, she jolted awake, her eyes widening in alarm as they met the teasing gaze of the man before her. Madam Lu, you're going to be late for class. Shen Nanyin instinctively covered her face with one hand while the other fumbled to pull the quilt back over her neck flushing with a visible crimson hue. How could her alarm not have gone off? She had completely forgotten that she had hastily silenced and blocked her phone after their call yesterday. Lu Jingyan chuckled as he patted the quilt, encouraging her to come and enjoy breakfast. After freshening up, she took her seat at the dining table. Upon seeing the packaging, Shen Nanyin's eyes widened in surprise. This was the famous Suzhou soup dumpling from Su's in the southern part of the city, her favorite establishment. Their Suzhou-style dumplings were the most authentic in all of Beijing North. Yet they were often too far from campus for her to indulge. What a coincidence. You like this place too? Her voice sparkled with delight. Lu Jingyan paused for a moment before responding with a simple yes. The dumplings boasted a delicate skin with ample filling, the broth bubbling enticingly as she pierced it with her chopsticks, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Just as she was about to dive in, she looked up. Aren't you going to eat? Although Lu Jingyan was not accustomed to the flavors of the South, he swallowed back his reluctance upon encountering Shen Nanyin's expectant gaze. Besides, she had already placed one in his bowl. After ensuring she had done her due diligence in pleasing him before the meal, Shen Nanyin eagerly bit into the dumpling, the rich scent of crab filling her senses. As creamy crab roe oozed forth, her eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated tasting such fresh crab roe dumplings in this season. Even in Suzhou, outside of autumn, it would be rare to find such exquisite flavors. Has Su's truly become this remarkable? This is absolutely delicious. Lu Jingyan observed her nearly burying her face in her bowl, and he hesitated, contemplating whether he should consume the portion she had set aside for him. Shen Nanyin, still yearning for more, found her gaze drifting across the table. Why wasn't he eating? Was he already full? She felt a pang of regret at the thought of it going to waste, yet it would be odd to reclaim it. Caught in this internal struggle, a plate was placed before her. Please go ahead and enjoy. Shen Nanyin hesitated. Lu Jingyan glanced at her thoughtfully before a smirk graced his lips. You should gain a bit of weight. Being too thin is uncomfortable to embrace. Shen Nanyin paused, her hand halting midair as she reached for her chopsticks. Since arriving in Beijing, she had not enjoyed a proper meal, all due to Shan Dinghui's stringent demands regarding her weight. She was required to maintain a delicate figure, as it was believed this would evoke a man's instinct to protect. Even after entering university, she was subjected to weekly weight checks. Hence, if Lu Jingyan preferred a more voluptuous figure, that would be splendid indeed. With 20 minutes remaining until class, Shen Nanyin hurriedly dashed to the door to change her shoes. In her flustered state, she swayed unsteadily on the verge of tipping over. In the next instant, a warm palm pressed against her back, steadying her. What's the rush? Lu Jingyan cast her a sidelong glance, speaking leisurely. What if you were to fall, my dear wife? Shen Nanyin replied. I woke up too late. I'm going to be late. Lu Jingyan took her bag from her. Do I appear to be the sort who would let his wife travel alone on the subway to school? Chapter 15. The faded other half in the passenger seat lay a set of neck and back cushions adorned with a charming jellycat teddy bear, exuding an undeniable cuteness. A few elegantly scented handkerchiefs and a handheld mirror rested beside them, while a cashmere carpet graced the floor, an unmistakable indication that this was a female passenger's domain. Yet, the identity of the previous owner remained a mystery. Suddenly, Shen Nanyin recalled a phrase she had encountered online regarding why women are drawn to notorious playboys: their striking appearances and abundant emotional appeal. She sat upright, attempting to ease the stiffness in her shoulders. Lu Jingyan turned his head slightly toward her, lazily inquiring, Have you slept awkwardly? Shen Nanyin often found herself at a loss for words when confronted by his sudden inquiries. He casually surveyed the interior decoration, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the steering wheel, the veins on the back of his pale hand subtly protruding, while an exquisite and costly watch adorned his crisp black cuff. If you dislike it, you can change it, he remarked. Shen Nanyin quickly shook her head. No, who wouldn't love a jellycat teddy bear? The streets were adorned with blooming magnolias, painting a picturesque scene against the weathered ancient city walls. Gradually, she relaxed, cherishing this rare moment of simplicity where no thoughts intruded upon her mind. Shen Nanyin felt a profound sense of gratitude and fortune. Thus, she was cautious not to leave any traces of herself behind, despite their marriage certificate. Lu Jingyan had yet to clarify whether he had other romantic interests outside, and leaving a strand of hair in the passenger seat could lead to complications. Yet, the teddy bear was simply too adorable. As they approached the school gates, She silently bid farewell to the bear in her heart. Shen Nanyin. She looked up, unbuckling her seatbelt. Lu Jingyan spoke slowly. You are now a person with a family. Shen Nanyin's eyes flickered with surprise, and she nodded earnestly. Yes. He chuckled softly, opening his palm. Give me your hand. Confused, but compliant, she extended her hand. His hand was considerably larger than hers, long and strong, when he placed it atop hers. The warmth of his palm enveloped her hand completely. Lu Jingyan gently grasped her fingertips, and in the next moment, a simple, unadorned ring was slipped onto her ring finger. You are still in school, so I do not require you to publicly acknowledge your marital status. After placing the ring, he did not release her hand, his cool, calloused fingertips brushing against her delicate wrist with an ambiguous intent. However, you must not meet Gu Zhiyan in private. He squeezed her hand slightly. Can you manage that? Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback. She had no intention of seeing Gu Zhiyan, and she nodded without hesitation. Yes, I see no need to meet. Lu Jingyan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he continued. Then, if someone at school wishes to add you to their contacts, how should you respond? Shen Nanyin hesitated. Should I say I have a boyfriend? Only then did he release her, ruffling her hair with approval. Go on. Upon reaching the classroom, the gazes of her classmates fell upon her, whether intentionally or not. Shen Nanyin felt a twinge of curiosity, yet she dismissed it without much thought. As she settled in her seat, Liang Wan's first action was to glance down at her neck. Shen Nanyin immediately shielded herself, addressing her classmate, please cease your wandering thoughts. Nearby, Fang Yunran leaned in and whispered, it's your wedding night, Lu Jingyan. Did you truly not engage in any activities? Upon receiving an affirmative nod, she incredulously grasped Shen Nanyin's shoulders, surveying her from head to toe. Although Shen Nanyin hailed from the northern capital, her prolonged stay in Suzhou had imbued her with the essence of a southern beauty, slender, with a delicately petite frame, enveloped in soft, exquisite skin. Her brows and eyes appeared as pure as snow, yet the glimmer in her gaze created ripples upon a tranquil lake, accentuated by the slight upward curve of her eyelids. Resembling delicate hooks, were she an absolute ice-carved beauty, she would surely intimidate. Yet, her vibrant and resilient spirit ignited both the desire to conquer and to protect. Fang Yunran muttered to herself, this shouldn't be. Just then, the bespectacled Wu Zuan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, emerged from nowhere, enthusiastically seizing Shen Nanyin's hand. Sister, worry not. I spent the entire night consulting tarot cards and Ziwei Dou's Shu. He is undoubtedly your destined partner. This proclamation elicited suspicious glances from the trio. Liang Wan interjected, could you possibly assist me in predicting which stock to invest in? Wu Zuan fell silent. I cannot. It would drain my energy. Liang Wan lamented. I just want to pass. Their instructor had orchestrated a simulated stock trading exercise, demanding students to delve into market trends and engage in investments. With a starting capital of 20,000, achieving 100,000 by semester's end was deemed excellent, while incurring losses would result in failure, culminating in a written report. Today marked the professor's routine public review of last week's results. The lecture hall accommodated 3 classes from the finance department, and, as the bell rang, Gu Zhiyan entered alongside a female classmate, their proximity suggestive of intimacy. What's the situation? Who is the girl beside Gu Zhiyan? Isn't he with the department beauty today? I hadn't noticed, but it seems Shun, the campus beauty, arrived alone. Haven't you all been following the news? The Gu and Su families have announced their engagement. That lady is Su Yakin, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Liang Wan lost herself in gaming until 2 in the morning. Fang Yunran stayed up reading novels until dawn, and Wu Zuan spent the night divining. None of them were aware of the unfolding events, all casting astonished looks at Shen Nanyin. Remarkably composed, Shen Nanyin exhibited no signs of disturbance, as if she were not the focal point of the incident. Mr. Lu, the Gu and Su families have announced their engagement, came the report. Lu Jingyan halted his perusal of documents. Such petty tactics elicited a scoff. He mused it was a strategy learned from Lu Daiqing. Despite his disdain for such lowly maneuvers, he couldn't suppress the irritation that prompted him to massage his temples. Lu Daiqing relished in these games, seeking to provoke reactions, yet they often proved effective. He recalled Shen Nanyin's unusual demeanor in the car. Could it be that she had witnessed Gu Zhiyan's engagement announcement? Assistant Liu sensed the unusual tension in the air, his head gradually bowing lower. Initially, he had anticipated that this news would bring joy to the CEO, yet his expression grew even darker. Chapter 16. Unrelated to Gu Zhiyan in the classroom. Gu Zhiyan observed her unresponsive demeanor, his jawline taut and lips gradually pressing into a straight line. The discussion was cacophonous until the professor entered and, displeased, rapped his desk for silence. The PowerPoint presentation illuminated the screen, revealing Shen Nanyin's name in the first column. This week, the top asset belonged once again to the illustrious beauty of the department. How impressive! The radiance of a department's belle is multifaceted, and I would dare to call her the luminary of the Jingbei finance department. To whisper a secret, how could anyone bear to part with someone so beautiful and capable? As the academic discourse momentarily paused, someone exclaimed, "I'm pursuing." A voice chimed in, "Bro, your urine is clear." One couldn't help but wish to clandestinely follow her on her purchases, but alas, old Professor Li was too astute. The professor, dubbed Old Li, extolled Shen Nanyin's achievements and sternly reiterated that students were prohibited from divulging their stock purchases to others. Liang Wan gazed forlornly at her ranking, imploring, "If only I could borrow half your intellect." What would happen then? An incongruous voice interjected. "Even if it's virtual, it sounds impressive. Who knows what losses might ensue in reality? No matter how stellar your results, you're still merely a companion for drinks." The words were neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach Shen Nanyin's ears. Separated by an aisle was Class 2 of Finance, where a male student known to Shen Nanyin sat. He was a friend of Gu Zhiyan, whom she had encountered at a certain banquet. Due to Shen Ding's frequent social engagements, she had been paraded as a commodity for sale among the social elite, resulting in disdainful glances from the young masters and ladies of the circle, except for Gu Zhiyan. He had once rescued her from suffocating gatherings, promising to marry her to liberate her from the Shen family's grasp. Fortunately, after enduring numerous disappointments, she found herself less affected by it all. Class 1 of Finance heard the commotion and rallied in protest. If you can't handle the loss, stop spreading rumors. Which class boasts such brilliance? Surely not the neighboring Class 2? No way. Could you be one of those pretentious finance boys from Douyin? The professor on stage, having grasped the situation, called for calm and spoke with significance. Students, excelling in simulations does not necessarily equate to strong practical skills. However, poor simulation results undoubtedly reflect poor real-world performance. The boy's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. This was, after all, the pinnacle of academia at Jingbei, a nurturing ground for talents from across the nation, where even the most formidable backgrounds could not act with impunity. Following class, Shen Nanyin washed her hands at the restroom sink, while Su Yakin stood beside her, reapplying her lipstick. "I heard you were Zhiyan's ex-girlfriend?" Shen Nanyin paused her actions, glancing at her reflection in the mirror, and replied calmly, "Not quite. To put it nicely, it was merely a game of truth or dare." As she blended the color, Su Yakin capped her lipstick and remarked, "Regardless of what you were, I hope you maintain your distance from him in the future." In response, Shen Nanyin smiled lightly. "Then you ought to petition the school to cancel the lectures in the large auditorium." Su Yakin took a moment to process this, surprised by her sharp retort, and coldly responded, "Miss Shen, I believe one should possess a sense of self-awareness." She cast a sidelong glance at Shen Nanyin's hand, her gaze rife with derision. "It seemed rather inappropriate to wear a ring from someone you had already parted ways with, did it not?" Shen Nanyin's bright eyes revealed a hint of exasperation. Truly, such fertile imaginations. She earnestly clarified that this ring was not a gift from Gu Zhiyan, but rather, "That is quite enough," interrupted Su Yakin with a scoff. "This is a ring from L. You should at least consider whether you can afford to lie." As she spoke, a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. Ed, a prestigious luxury jewelry brand, is renowned for its exquisite designs. Though seemingly understated, its prices are exorbitantly unattainable for most. Believe it or not, Shen Nanyin's voice remained cool. "This was a gift from my boyfriend and has nothing to do with Gu Zhiyan." With that, she dismissed any further reaction from Su Yakin and walked away. The dappled sunlight filtered through the tender green leaves, and the fragrance of magnolia blossoms filled the air, mingling with a rich sweetness. Upon unlocking her phone, she discovered that Lu Jingyan had added her to the family group chat at some point. Noticing her friends' list had expanded to include Lu Daiqing and Lu Mama, she hastily accepted the request. In the next moment, Lu Mama initiated a voice call. Upon answering, Shen Nanyin was greeted by a voice brimming with concern. "Inin, have you finished class? Have you eaten yet?" Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback. The static in the receiver felt like a secret passage through time, imbued with warm echoes of nostalgic memories, causing her eyes to prick with unshed tears. It had been quite some time since anyone had inquired after her well-being in such a manner. Back when she was studying in Suzhou, her grandparents would ask her the same, and her mother, far away in Jingbei, would frequently call to check in on her. Sitting on the low steps, her gaze fell upon a few tender blades of grass sprouting from a chipped blue brick, her fingertips tracing the telephone wire in circles. That slender cord bridged a distance of over 1,000 kilometers, marking the moment she anticipated most each week. However, after her younger brother was born, those weekly calls dwindled to monthly, then yearly, until they ceased entirely. It was only after her grandparents passed away that she was brought back to Jingbei. A mist clouded Shen Nanyin's eyes as she replied, I just finished class and was about to head to the cafeteria. The cafeteria food was notoriously dreadful, but her mother had sent Uncle Zhang to deliver a meal, prepared with care and nutrition, which would be arriving shortly. She fought to suppress the sting in her nose. Thank you, Mama. Lu Minghui's face lit up at the sound of being called Mama. Oh, my dear, there's no need for such formalities among family. She gripped her phone tightly, her eyes now rimmed with red. Chapter 17. Are you deceiving me? As Shen Nanyin approached the school gate, she was taken aback to find 2 cars belonging to the Lu family parked there, accompanied by 2 individuals standing side by side in front of the vehicles. With a hint of surprise, she opened her mouth. Uncle Zhang, Assistant Lu, you are? Uncle Zhang replied, Madam. The lady instructed me to bring you some food. Assistant Lu added, Madam, President Lu asked me to deliver this meal to you. Shen Nanyin's mind momentarily faltered, caught in a dilemma, unsure of how to respond. Uncle Zhang reassured her, this meal is homemade, clean, and nutritious. Assistant Lu remained silent, acknowledging the truth in Uncle Zhang's words. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shen Nanyin accepted the lunchbox from Uncle Zhang. Madam, could I trouble you for a favor? Assistant Lu looked at her with a pained expression. Seeing his demeanor, Shen Nanyin quickly replied, You may ask. It's just that, when President Lu gets busy, he tends to forget to eat. The lady asked me to keep a close watch on him, but I have to deliver some documents. Shortly his words held a ring of truth. Lu Jingyan had little interest in anything, including food. Having grown accustomed to exquisite delicacies, nothing seemed to spark his appetite. Understanding his implication, Shen Nanyin responded, All right, I shall head to the company now. Assistant Lu's face brightened instantly. I'll escort you. As they sat in the car, Shen Nanyin fixated on the chat interface with Lu Jingyan, the last message dating back to their encounter at the Modernista bar. After much contemplation, she finally typed and sent, Have you eaten? A quintessentially Chinese expression of concern. His reply came swiftly, I have, and you? Why is he lying? Shen Nanyin pursed her lips, motivated by the desire to treat Lu Jingyan well for the sake of his mother, as she typed. What did you eat? Can you send me a picture? Uncharacteristic silence ensued on the other end, with no response for quite some time. Shen Nanyin continued to type, Are you deceiving me? The towering edifice of Lingyue Group shimmered under the sun, its name gleaming with a piercing brilliance. Upon entering the revolving door and stepping into the lobby, she instantly drew numerous gazes. With her slender brows gracefully arched, her petite face showcased exquisite features, and her ebony hair casually pinned up with a hairpin. A few strands fell charmingly, reminiscent of the delicate glow of a cold moonlight. Messages in the company group chat erupted in a flurry. Who is Assistant Lu bringing? Have we welcomed a new talent to Lingyue? What kind of intern is so impressive that the president's assistant personally brings her in? But she is stunning. Can she join our department? I wish for her to be in our team. I would trade a lifetime of meat for a beauty like her to join us. Weren't you all just focused on looks and not other qualities? She's holding a lunchbox, clearly here to deliver food to a family member. Wait, could she be Assistant Lu's girlfriend? A plethora of astonished emojis flooded the chat. Did Assistant Lu save the galaxy in his past life? I'm so envious, I feel like jumping off Mount Amay. I refuse to believe it. More investigations are necessary. Surrounded by intense gazes, Shen Nanyin tightened her grip, feeling as though if stares were tangible, she would have been pierced like a hedgehog. The messages erupted. I just witnessed the assistant escorting a stunning beauty into President Lu's exclusive elevator. Goodness, I can't believe it. This is unbelievable. That person claimed the beauty is a relative of Assistant Lu's girlfriend. You should be grateful President Lu is not in this group. Is it possible that the corporate WeChat administrator can view the chat history? The chatter abruptly ceased. The numbers on the elevator's display flickered until it finally halted at the topmost floor. Chapter 18. Man is iron, food is steel with a soft chime. The elevator doors slid open. Amidst the sea of clouds, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the entire northern Beijing. Assistant Lu rapped gently on the door. Come in, a cool voice resonated. The man sat in his office chair, his impeccably tailored suit lending him an air of austere elegance. Yet, a mere glance from his piercing gaze exuded a captivating charm, hinting at a roguish allure. He lazily lifted his gaze, and upon seeing her, the indifference and weariness in his dark eyes began to dissipate. Gu Zhiyan rose and approached her. Aren't you supposed to be in class this afternoon? What brings you to the office? He paused, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow as he cupped her face in his hand, his fingertips brushing against the remnants of her reddened eyes. What happened? His voice deepened. Have you been crying? Shen Nanyin's heart fluttered, and she hurried to explain no. We were just watching a movie in class, and it was very moving. She had checked herself before entering. How could he perceive her so keenly? Gu Zhiyan's gaze darkened slightly, yet he refrained from pressing further. In an attempt to divert his attention, Shen Nanyin raised her hand and gently shook the lunchbox, a smile curving her lips. I came to have lunch with you. Assistant Lu mentioned he was busy today, so he asked me to supervise you. Assistant Lu? To supervise him? An amused arch raised his brow as he quickly deduced the underlying reason. Well, that's usually his role. Gu Zhiyan readily accepted, taking the two bags from Shen Nanyin's hands. His gaze fell upon her delicate fingers, where faint red marks had already formed on her soft skin, easily leaving traces. He lowered his eyes, gently squeezing her hand, his long lashes veiling the shadows within his eyes. Given that I'm already married and Assistant Lu is often occupied, perhaps this task should be entrusted to Mrs. Lu from now on. It seemed reasonable to Shen Nanyin, and she readily agreed. Thus, Gu Zhiyan observed bemused, as she earnestly placed a portion of the meal prepared by the housekeeper in front of him. You should eat this one. He regarded her for a moment before chuckling softly. Shen, can't we share a meal? Shen Nanyin blinked innocently. Nevertheless, she persevered, using clean chopsticks to serve him dishes made by the housekeeper. After all, the benefactor of her happy life must maintain good health. Gu Zhiyan watched her intently. Whatever she offered, he consumed. Even the once bland dishes seemed palatable in her presence. Feeling slightly uneasy, she pressed her lips together. Is there something on my face? Why do you keep looking at me? With a natural demeanor, Gu Zhiyan replied, I'm just watching you eat. Shen Nanyin remained silent. On a languorous spring afternoon, the atmosphere was perfect for a nap. After indulging in the meal, Shen Nanyin felt drowsy. The office cubicle, adorned in a harmonious palette of black and gray with tastefully placed metallic accents, exuded understated luxury. The bed was spacious, yet accommodated only one. As the floor-to-ceiling curtains glided shut automatically upon his entrance, Shen Nanyin suddenly noticed the faint blue tinge beneath his eyes. His fair complexion made it all the more conspicuous. Yesterday, we didn't sleep well, did you? Shen Nanyin unconsciously tightened her fingertips. Gu Zhiyan, Shen Nanyin softly called out to him. You should sleep. I am not tired. Gu Zhiyan halted, his gaze falling upon the girl's nearly closed eyes, resembling a sleepy cat struggling to maintain alertness. I still have documents to review, he remarked, gently ruffling her hair. Get some proper rest. Don't doze off during class this afternoon. Shen Nanyin raised her hand to grasp his sleeve. her eyes reflecting a trace of stubbornness. Her delicate, pale fingertips left a slight crease on his suit jacket. Gu Zhiyan furrowed his brows, his distinctly defined fingers intertwining with hers, pulling her hand down. "What is this about?" he teased, a smirk playing on his lips, his tone lighthearted. "At your age, you still need someone to accompany you to sleep?" Though her ears flushed slightly at his words, Shen Nanyin resolutely clung to him, striving to persuade him. "You didn't rest well last night. You need to catch up on sleep now." "I'm not tired, truly. Your eyes can barely stay open. Yet you claim you're not tired." Gu Zhiyan fixed his gaze on her for a moment, then, conceding with a soft chuckle, said, "All right, we shall heed the words of Our Lady Lu." Chapter 19. The male bodhisattva with a single, deft motion. The man removed his tie and set it aside. His hands, pale and elongated, were delicate yet striking, methodically unfastening the buttons of his suit. The veins in his arms subtly pulsed with each movement. While this may have seemed an innocuous act, Shen Nanyin felt an inexplicable surge of danger. She lowered her eyelashes in anxiety, swallowing hard. Suddenly, an image flickered in her mind. A male bodhisattva from a short video app, his long, beautiful fingers skillfully peeling a ripe peach. The same hands held the soft, luscious fruit, joints bending gracefully as he slowly stripped away the thin skin. The peach flesh, a milky pink, was perfectly ripe, its juices abundant, trickling down his fingers and leaving faint pink trails on his skin. His nimble fingertips deftly maneuvered, teasing out the pit with a soft, satisfying pop. The sound of a watch being placed on the table startled Shen Nanyin back to reality. What was she thinking? At that moment, Gu Zhiyan approached her, leaning slightly forward. His low, languid voice resonated in the quiet room. "Report, Mrs. Lu, I'm about to take a shower. You may rest for now and supervise my afternoon nap later, if that is agreeable." Overwhelmed by her racing thoughts, Shen Nanyin felt her ears flush crimson, stammering a hesitant, "Okay." Gu Zhiyan's gaze lingered on her cheeks, now tinged with warmth. He inquired softly, "Are you feeling hot?" The girl, startled, raised her eyes, her cool demeanor now tinged with a hint of allure. Her pupils shimmered with unshed tears, as if they might spill over at any moment. She averted her gaze, responding somewhat distractedly, a little, with a slight smile. Gu Zhiyan remarked, "The weather in Jingbei has been quite erratic lately. Do not be tempted by the heat to forego your outerwear." Shen Nanyin's eyes flickered, her long lashes trembling with unease. Understood. Heat enveloped her, the air growing thin. Lying on the bed, the girl parted her lips slightly, her brow furrowed in discomfort. "So hot," she murmured, shifting in search of a cooler spot, only to be pulled back by a strong hand clasping her waist. Her back pressing against his warm, solid chest. The crisp scent of fur enveloped her, weaving its way into her clothing. Behind her, his breath was heavy warm, brushing against the nape of her neck, his lips ghosting over her skin. As she pushed her hand back, attempting to distance herself from the source of heat, the arm encircling her waist tightened, constricting her breath. The sudden vibration of her phone jolted Shen Nanyin from her chaotic reverie. She opened her eyes wide, her vision gradually focusing in the haze. What met her gaze was the man's strikingly indifferent profile, adorned with a metallic ear cuff. His high, sculpted nose, thin red lips, and pronounced Adam's apple captured her attention. A few buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a firm chest, adorned with a black thorn tattoo spreading across his left side. At that moment, she lay sideways, her legs draped over him, her arms wrapped around his lean waist, her head resting on his arm. Their bodies intertwined like an octopus, intimate and undeniably close. The body of a mature man radiated a vigorous warmth, continuously igniting her skin. As she rested her head upon his arm, his broad hand unconsciously embraced her back, drawing her into his embrace. Shen Nanyin's pupils quivered. Her body gradually stiffened, her thoughts became chaotic, and her consciousness felt vacuous, as if her brain had been irreparably damaged, rendering it incapable of functioning normally. She yearned to escape before Gu Zhiyan awoke. However, as she attempted to stir, his eyes, which were mere inches away, slowly opened. Startled, her pale face flushed crimson at an observable pace. I. She struggled to utter a single coherent sentence. Gu Zhiyan, perceptive to her distress, explained, "When I came out, you were already asleep. But I promised you a nap. So I lay beside you for a moment." He lowered his gaze to her, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "I just didn't expect Mrs. Liu's sleeping posture to be so unique." Shen Nanyin's face burned with embarrassment as she slowly retracted her wayward hands and legs, struggling to rise. She felt she had been far too presumptuous today. She typically adhered to proper decorum while sleeping. Yet, misfortune compounded her predicament. After lying on her side for too long, circulation returned, resulting in one side of her body going numb. She toppled sideways, a muted groan escaping her lips as she fell against Gu Zhiyan. To steady herself, her hand inadvertently pressed against the man's left chest, feeling the fervent rhythm of his heart beneath her palm. Her cascading hair fell beside Gu Zhiyan's face, provoking a slight tickle that created a barrier to their eye contact. Gu Zhiyan's gaze deepened, concealing an indescribable emotion. It was as if black thorns extended from his chest to her wrist, relentlessly climbing upward and snaring her in place. Shen Nanyin felt an inexplicable surge of panic and hurriedly spoke Gu Zhiyan. It seemed that invoking his name would grant her a sense of security. The man averted his gaze, the dark undertones in his eyes flickering in an instant, as he raised his hand to support her waist, helping her up. The curtains parted, allowing sunlight to stream through the immaculate glass window. The girl sat at the edge of the bed, her eyes cast down, apologizing shyly. "I'm sorry." Her long, slender legs extended beneath her skirt as she bent to put on her shoes, her back forming a graceful arc. Her delicate ankle could be grasped by a single hand. Gu Zhiyan felt a burning sensation in his throat. He lifted a glass of water and drank it down in one go, seeking relief. His voice still bore a hint of hoarseness as he chuckled softly, asking her, "What are you apologizing for all of a sudden?" Shen Nanyin felt her previously cool demeanor begin to rise again. "I don't even know why I slept like that," she admitted, her words somewhat difficult to articulate. Yet she spoke urgently. "It wasn't intentional." "I know," Gu Zhiyan replied, his languid voice laced with amusement. "It doesn't matter if it was intentional. After all," he lightly tapped the ring on Shen Nanyin's ring finger, implying that intimacy between spouses is entirely natural. Chapter 20. The Apron on the Other Side. Su Yakin chuckled as she spoke. "Gu Zhiyan, you are rather generous towards your ex-girlfriend, aren't you? You simply gifted her an L family ring. Why not just marry her?" Her sarcastic tone caused him to furrow his brow. "What ring?" "The one she's wearing on her finger. The new collection from L family," Su Yakin replied, her expression shifting to one of surprise. It seems what she said was indeed true. Gu Zhiyan's gaze turned icy. "What did you discuss with her?" "Remember, we are merely business partners." Raising an eyebrow, Su Yakin retorted, "What good is your unrequited affection?" She explicitly stated that the ring was a gift from her boyfriend. "Impossible. They just broke up a few days ago. Shen Nanyin cannot possibly be with someone else so soon," Gu Zhiyan asserted with conviction. "She must be saying that on purpose." "Are you suggesting that she bought the ring herself?" "Why not?" Gu Zhiyan relaxed slightly. "She simply wants to provoke me through you." "Su Yaojin kudikut hertong." "I've seen it clearly. That is indeed an authentic L family plain ring. She couldn't afford it even if she started working since the Qing dynasty. Unless..." Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed Gu Zhiyan's tense demeanor. "She has latched onto a wealthy man." In the afternoon, during an elective physical education class, Shen Nanyin changed into the required sports pants in the restroom before heading to the playground. Typically, third-year students were exempt from physical education, but due to a glitch in the academic system during their second year, it had been postponed to the present. Shen Nanyin and Wu Zhan, with their slow reflexes, could only manage to snag a basketball. Though summer had not yet arrived, the afternoon sun was already fervently warming the air. Wu Zhan epitomized lethargy, resembling a fish too disinterested to move even when poked. At that moment, she wore a face that mirrored her discontent. "Oh my goodness, I still can't master a layup after a year. Why must I still attempt it now?" Shen Nanyin, equally frustrated while clutching the basketball, felt utterly inept in sports. After a class of practice, the physical education teacher, unable to bear the sight any longer, divided them into small groups and brought in a male student to coach them. The young man was earnest and meticulous, breaking down each step for them. By the end of the class, although they still couldn't score, at least their form had improved. "Classmate, let us connect on WeChat. I'll send you the tutorial videos so you can review them later," he suggested. Shen Nanyin hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to forward it to Gu Zhiyan, but realizing she hadn't considered Gu Zhiyan's preferences, she ultimately scanned his code. As she walked toward the school gate, the young man happened to be heading in the same direction. "Classmate, I'm Xiang Huali from the first physical education class. What about you?" "Shen Nanyin from the finance class," she replied politely. "Wow, that is impressive. Isn't advanced mathematics incredibly challenging?" "It's manageable," Shen Nanyin responded. The tall male student remained close to her side, his radiant smile never faltering as he chatted away. Despite Shen Nanyin's cool demeanor and attempts to maintain distance, Gu Zhiyan's expression darkened. After thanking him, Shen Nanyin watched as he waved goodbye and walked towards the opposite side of the school gate. The Liu family's car was parked conspicuously by the roadside, and Shen Nanyin hurried towards it. After fastening her seatbelt, Gu Zhiyan casually asked, "Was that person just now a classmate of yours?" Shen Nanyin shook her head. "He's a teacher assigned to teach us the three-step layup." As she spoke, a hint of apprehension crept in. I have something to confess." A sudden unease gripped Gu Zhiyan, and he found himself reluctant to hear more. He said he would send me a breakdown video of the three-step layup and asked me to add him on WeChat, so I did. Shen Nanyin hurriedly finished her sentence and discreetly glanced at Gu Zhiyan's expression. The man was momentarily taken aback, but then his features softened, and a smile returned to his dark eyes. "Are you reporting to me, Mrs. Liu?" His elongated, shimmering eyes curved into a smile, his thin lips slightly upturned, and his voice was low, magnetic, and melodious. "Thank you, Mrs. Liu. It brings me great joy." "Is it really that joyful?" Shen Nanyin, momentarily flustered by his sudden charm, used the back of her hand to cool her flushed face. "Please, have a seat. I will prepare dinner." Once home, Gu Zhiyan took her bag and placed it aside before heading into the kitchen. Shen Nanyin hurriedly followed him. "Let me help. I should be the one making breakfast. It's my fault I woke up late." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, preparing to wash the vegetables, only to have her wrist gently restrained. "I married a wife, not a housekeeper," he remarked, lightly patting her waist before sitting down on the sofa. Shen Nanyin found herself relegated to the living room, but soon couldn't resist the urge to circle around him, asking, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" He seemed to ponder for a moment before a sly smile broke across his lips. "Indeed, there is something only you can help with." Shen Nanyin immediately lifted her chin. "What is it?" "I need you." He deliberately elongated his tone, chuckling softly under her expectant gaze. "To tie my apron." The soft light danced across the man's pale, cold complexion, revealing the delicate veins beneath his eyelids. He leaned closer, making it easier for her to drape the apron around his neck. However, he was so tall that even when he bent down, she instinctively rose on her toes. The fragrance of a girl mingled with the scent of fur, enveloping her senses, and the warmth of her skin brushed against him. So close. Shen Nanyin bit her lip, instinctively holding her breath. She felt his unwavering gaze, and as the warmth spread behind her ear, she quickly tied the apron and stepped back. "All done." Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow, his demeanor relaxed. "Are you not going to tie a bow?" Only then did Shen Nanyin realize that she had yet to finish. She moved behind him, grasping the slender strings that hung down on either side to pull them tight. As his lean waist came into view, an inexplicable sensation of what she had touched before flooded her mind, firm and powerful. She quickly shook her head, tying the bow in a few swift motions. Leaning at the door, she watched him skillfully wash and chop the vegetables, the warm kitchen light casting a soft glow on his profile, softening his features. He was quite different from the notorious, frivolous young Master Liu. She instinctively spoke, "I didn't expect you to cook." The man, rolling his sleeves up to his forearms, cast her a lazy glance, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. "Classmate Xiao Shun, what kind of image do I hold in your eyes?" Her ears flushed crimson as she realized she had spoken her innermost thoughts aloud. It was indeed difficult to envision a day when the heir of the Lingwei group would personally don an apron in the kitchen. This skill was acquired during his studies abroad. Gu Zhiyan's tone was casual and languid. Suddenly, Shen Nanyin recalled that the porridge he had made for her during her previous bout of illness had also been prepared by him. Chapter 21. What did you say? The braised pork is elegantly presented on a porcelain white plate, drenched in a caramel-colored sauce that emits a fragrant steam. The steamed egg, with minced meat and lime water, is golden and tender, garnished with vibrant green scallions. In a double-ear ceramic bowl, a creamy and aromatic crucian carp and tofu soup is thick and rich, with visibly tender pieces of fish. Gu Zhiyan removes his apron, hanging it aside, and mentions that there are limited ingredients at home, inviting her to let him know if there's anything she wishes to eat, so he can procure it in advance. Shen Nanyin cradles her bowl, the rice within sparkling and distinct, and she can't help but exclaim, "Gu Zhiyan, you are truly impressive." The man raises an eyebrow in acknowledgement of her compliment. The braised pork, rich yet not greasy, pairs beautifully with the rice, and as she savors a spoonful, Shen Nanyin blissfully squints her eyes. Gu Zhiyan glances at her delicate wrist, his expression becoming subdued. After their meal, Shen Nanyin volunteers to wash the dishes. Gu Zhiyan gently pulls her back to the sofa, taking the bowls and utensils to the dishwasher, pressing the button to start it. "I believe one dishwasher suffices for our household, don't you think?" Shen Nanyin. He stands by the island, retrieves a glass, and pours a cup of warm water to offer her, casually inquiring, "Why weren't you happy this morning?" Shen Nanyin, somewhat puzzled, replies, "I wasn't unhappy at all." Gu Zhiyan furrows his brows, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips, his voice low. "The items I prepared for you in the passenger seat, you seem to dislike." Upon digesting his words, Shen Nanyin's expression momentarily turns blank. "For me? Those were for her. I thought I didn't dislike them. Shen Nanyin hesitates, struggling for the right words. Just what? Her delicate brows knit together in distress, her tone uncertain. I thought they were for your girlfriend, and I was afraid of damaging them." Gu Zhiyan is taken aback, almost amused by her response. "Shen Nanyin, we are married. Where would a girlfriend come from?" Shen Nanyin blinks slowly, naturally refraining from explaining her thoughts. The man, with a teasing smile, comments ambiguously, "Mrs. Lu, are you suggesting an open marriage?" Sensing an undercurrent of danger, she quickly shakes her head. "No, absolutely not." "You had better not," he replies leisurely. In the study, Shen Nanyin is diligently working on a group assignment on her computer. Notifications about the Jingbei Summit and the 2024 World Financial Forum pop up in the class group, urging everyone to sign up as volunteers to broaden their horizons and enhance employment prospects. Liang Wan, "Everyone, shall we go together? Don't forget to fill out the form." Shen Nanyin responds with an acknowledgement emoji. After submitting her assignment, a breakdown video of a 3-step layup appears. After carefully observing, she prepares to mimic the move, only to suddenly realize how much she resembles those boys who shoot air balls anywhere. How silly, she thinks, retracting her hand. When she steps into the living room, Gu Zhiyan is just placing cut fruits and milk on the dining table. He glances at her and says, "Come over to replenish your energy." On a wooden pallet, a transparent, vertically striped glass fruit tray is divided into several small compartments, each containing a different variety of fruit. Apples, green mangoes, strawberries, a complete fruit platter. Her gaze falls upon a particularly vibrant, rosy peach slice, and as she sips her milk, she finds herself choking. Gu Zhiyan furrows his brow and gently pats her back, a hint of teasing in his tone, questioning her urgency as if someone were competing for her attention. It is not a matter of competition. With her face flushed, she maintains a facade of composure, yet her thoughts involuntarily drift to his long, clean hands. Just moments ago, how had he handled the peach? Shen Nanyin's mind begins to wander. Would his fingers bear the pink stains of the juice? Images play in her mind, only to be swiftly halted. Help! Her thoughts are far too excessive. It's all the fault of the algorithmic suggestions of the male deities. That evening, Gu Zhiyan routinely settles onto the sofa. Shen Nanyin cautiously approaches him, tentatively inquiring, "How about I sleep here?" The man raises an eyebrow imperceptibly. "You wish to sleep on the sofa?" The girl, clutching her pillow, nods earnestly. He responds with a nonchalant, "Then come up here." His tone suggests a reluctant invitation, as if he is saying he might begrudgingly make space for her. Shen Nanyin is taken aback. "I meant you sleep in the bed, and I sleep on the sofa." Lu Jingyan remains composed, speaking leisurely. What do you think Mrs. Lu would say if she knew her beloved daughter-in-law was sleeping on the sofa? It seems rather inappropriate. Shen Nanyin falls into a moment of silence, as if gathering her resolve before speaking, albeit hesitantly. Then, can we share the bed? Would that be acceptable? In her simplistic reasoning, since Lu Jingyan had made a significant concession, he surely expected something in return from her. He is merely being considerate, allowing her time to adjust. And she cannot afford to appear oblivious. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jingyan, who had initially intended to dissuade her, pauses. What did you say? Shen Nanyin lies stiffly on the bed. The lights have been extinguished, leaving the room cloaked in darkness, save for the sound of the man's gentle breathing. The warmth emanating from beside her is impossible to ignore. Her heart races, yet after a prolonged silence, there is no movement from the figure beside her. Steeling herself several times, she fidgets and unfastens a few buttons on her blouse, only to falter at the last moment. She had expected to lie awake until dawn, but unbeknownst to her, she drifts into slumber amidst her turmoil. The following day, the same scene unfolds once again. She finds herself nestled against the man. Blushing deeply, she sits up, while Lu Jingyan remains unfazed, his demeanor utterly natural. Awake? I'll go prepare breakfast for you. Chapter 22. The heart of the rose crab meat is somewhat cooling in nature, suitable for occasional indulgence. The steaming soy milk mingles with the golden-hued, soft-boiled egg nestled between slices of toast. I will be heading to England for a business trip tomorrow, he reported, for approximately 2 weeks. Shen Nanyin nodded, holding her cup, wishing him a safe journey. As the late spring breeze carried with it a hint of summer's restlessness, the air was imbued with the scent of damp earth following a recent rain. Inin, Lu's mother called out joyfully as she rolled down the car window, waving at her. A few days prior, Lu's mother had contacted her, mentioning a surprise she had in store. While conversing about mundane matters inside the vehicle, Lu's mother suddenly raised her voice in excitement. You like him too? Following her gaze, Shen Nanyin noticed her phone's lock screen lighting up. It showcased a recently popular idol with slightly curled hair and a charmingly sharp canine tooth, exuding vitality while playing the guitar on stage. Though this idol belonged to Feng Yunran, who had suggested using his image as wallpaper for good fortune, Shen Nanyin, after watching several recommendation videos from Feng Yunran, indeed felt he possessed a delightful charm. Lu Minghui seemed to have found a kindred spirit, eagerly sharing amusing anecdotes about her beloved idol. He is truly adorable. Look at that sweet smile. I once dreamed of having a son just like him. The image of Lu Jingyan's expressionless yet aloof visage flashed through her mind, nearly causing her to laugh aloud. By the way, I have concert tickets, but can't find anyone to accompany me. Inin, would you join me? Unable to decline Lu's mother's hopeful gaze, she consented. Shortly thereafter, the car halted before a picturesque Su-style residence. She looked up to see the plaque inscribed with the characters Nanyuan. With a beaming smile, Lu's mother took her hand and led her inside. That rascal was supposed to bring you himself, but he had to attend a conference abroad. The white walls and dark tiles framed the scenery, where the April magnolias were yet to fall, and clusters of pink and white roses swayed gently in the spring breeze, filling the garden with vibrant life. As they walked through winding paths, each step revealing a new vista, she felt as though she had been transported back to Suzhou. He had someone refurbish the flowers and plants here, and it's south quite close to your school. Shen Nanyin found herself entranced. The crab roe buns from Su's in this Su-style residence. Was it merely coincidence? Observing Shen Nanyin's expression, Lu's mother mistakenly assumed her disinterest and silently berated Lu Jingyan for not considering her feelings. She gently patted the back of Shen Nanyin's hand, speaking soothingly. If you don't like it, there are other similar residences, villas, and Riverview apartments we can explore later. Shen Nanyin quickly responded, No, I truly like it. It's just so beautiful that I momentarily lost my composure. Having decided on this residence, Lu's mother promptly contacted the estate to send a butler and staff to assist with the arrangements, ensuring that all luggage was swiftly settled. The evening breeze rustled the bamboo leaves in the courtyard, creating a gentle whisper. Lying on her bed, she contemplated for a moment before picking up her phone to message Lu Jingyan. Nanyuan is beautiful. Thank you. Lu Jingyan replied promptly. As long as you like it. The rain in London differs from that in the northern regions of Jing. The overcast sky and incessant drizzle imbue the air with a damp, woody aroma. A man clad in a black coat stands out distinctly in this murky ambience, his pale complexion accentuated by the gloom. He lowers his gaze to his phone as a string of links from Lu Daiqing appears. Comprehensive gifts for returning to the UK, loving girlfriend's favorite heartfelt. Perfumes available only in London Gifts. The largest variety of jellycat in London. Lu Daiqing is not the type of young lady who is detached from the mundane. On the contrary, she revels in social media, boasting millions of followers. Although she is aware of Lu Jingyan's circumstances, it remains somewhat unimaginable for her to see inquiries directed towards her about such matters. There are also some snacks. There's a brand of butter-flavored chips that is quite nice. Let me find it and send it to you. Lu Jingyan diligently notes everything down before casually declining an invitation to a partner's banquet. Felix, somewhat surprised, chuckles. It is his first time witnessing Mr. Lu purchasing gifts during his numerous visits to London. To Felix, this businessman from Hua country appears aloof and contemplative, yet harbors an unpredictable streak, making him a rather challenging individual to engage with. He had not anticipated such a familial side. Then he observed the man's lips curve into a slight smile. It's for my wife, he stated. Felix's expression became exaggerated. Mr. Lu is married? Ah, that explains why you still find time to attend the auction. The centerpiece of yesterday's auction was the rose heart, the world's most exquisite, flawless pink diamond. Felix had mused about how the jewelry line under Lingue emphasized understated luxury and design, questioning why he would acquire such a grand diamond. It turns out it was destined to be a wedding ring. Felix, ever diplomatic, began to recommend various other items that would be suitable for Mr. Lu to bring back on his business trips. The man before him indeed appeared more patient than before. The following day was filled with a packed itinerary. Felix noticed him suddenly pick up his phone, and the previously expressionless face revealed a hint of a smile. Nanyuan is beautiful. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Felix remarked with a knowing tease. Has your wife been inquiring? The man offered a brief chuckle, a rare moment of verbosity from someone typically reserved. Sending a message is already commendable. He is still waiting for someone to catch on. For several consecutive days, Shen Nanyin resided alone in Nanyuan, experiencing an unprecedented sense of freedom. During her leisure hours, she could languidly recline on a sun lounger, basking in the sunlight while the gentle breeze caressed her. Yet, whenever she attempted to engage in activities such as watering the plants or picking roses to make fresh flower cakes, the housekeeper would intervene. Madam, you may leave these tasks to us. Thus, she would reluctantly return to her lounger to occupy herself with her phone. In a class group, volunteers were reminded to don formal attire for the next day's gathering at the school, where they would collectively proceed to the venue. The weather was clear and cloudless. On the bus, the instructor distributed work badges. Liang Wan, holding the attendance list, nudged Shen Nanyin. Sister, I just remembered that the Lingue group will surely be present at the venue. Your partner should be there as well, right? Shen Nanyin blinked, pondering that Lu Jingyan had never mentioned when he would return to the country. The role of a volunteer primarily involved welcoming foreign guests, guiding them to their seats, and distributing water. Nevertheless, it was indeed a rare opportunity to interact with the foremost entrepreneurs from both domestic and international spheres. Yet, it seemed that she was encountering leading domestic entrepreneurs on a daily basis, Liang Wan teased. Like most others, Liang Wan acknowledged that regardless of Lu Jingyan's personal demeanor, his prowess in the business realm was undeniably formidable. After attending to a group of foreign guests, the volunteers stepped aside to catch their breath and sip some water. This experience was truly sharpening my English skills, I thought, racking my brain for words, fearful of bringing shame to the school. My palms were sweating. I had never exerted myself so mentally in my life. Just as I was reflecting, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Moments latte. The team leader hurriedly entered and randomly selected the fortunate Shen Nanyin. Come with me, she instructed briskly while walking. The Lingue group is an area. Just lead them to their seats later. With no time to ponder, Shen Nanyin followed the team leader at a quick pace to the entrance. Shortly after, a car slowly drove in. Chapter 23. The must-try list of Jingbei City. Lu Zhu was the first to alight from the car, opening the door with an air of nonchalance. He stepped out, his long legs clad in a perfectly tailored suit, deep-set eyes, and high cheekbones framing thin lips. Even in such a formal setting, he exuded an effortless elegance that could not be concealed. The incessant clicking of cameras from reporters snapped Shen Nanyin back to reality, prompting her to hurry forward. "This way, please." The man's icy gaze fell upon her, then paused. The young woman before him was dressed in professional attire, her hair tied back in a low ponytail, revealing her slender and fair neck. Gu Zhiyan followed closely behind, a silent smile gracing his lips. In a deep, languid voice, he remarked, "Mrs. Lu, what a coincidence." Shen Nanyin froze, anxiety washing over her as she glanced around, relieved to find no one was paying attention. She whispered, "Could you lower your voice?" Gu Zhiyan found her furtive demeanor amusing, the weariness of endless engagements dissipating in an instant. "Why, Mrs. Lu, do you believe I am unworthy of your attention?" Shen Nanyin quickened her pace slightly. He sighed. It seems the Lingyue Group has yet to reach the pinnacle of recognition. Her steps hastened further. Was the Lingyue Group not sufficiently esteemed? It was far too elevated. The sharp click of her high heels echoed against the floor, the slender stiletto appearing as if it might snap at any moment. Observing this, he furrowed his brow, choosing not to tease her any longer. "Slow down. You might fall." Upon finally reaching Area A, Shen Nanyin maintained her pretense of unfamiliarity and professionalism, ushering him to a seat. Gu Zhiyan watched her struggle to keep a composed expression, then extended his hand with a smile. "Little volunteer, where's my water?" Realizing her oversight, she quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water and placed it on the table before him. Yet, as she turned to leave, he grasped her hand gently, brushing his fingertips against her palm. As the meeting commenced, Shen Nanyin still felt warmth lingering on her cheeks. Whispers from a few other volunteers reached her ears. "Isn't that Mr. Lu from the Lingyue Group? He is incredibly handsome. The top of Jingbei's must-try list. What did you expect? Stop it. Be careful. If he hears you, it could be disastrous." At these words, confusion flickered in Shen Nanyin's eyes. What did the must-try list of Jingbei mean? Wait, did you see the ring on his finger? Surely, that cannot be a wedding ring? If so, only his wife will be able to savor the finest offerings. Impossible. Even if they were wed, it would merely be a business arrangement. They must lead separate lives. Shen Nanyin pondered with downcast eyes. Was his intention to alter the public's perception of his notorious reputation through marriage? Yet this method seemed less than effective. "Now, please welcome Mr. Lu from the Lingyue Group." As the announcement concluded, the impeccably dressed man ascended the stage with measured grace. With an exterior that radiated superiority, his cool voice incisively articulated economic trends. Shen Nanyin gained a clearer insight into Gu Zhiyan's business acumen, particularly his keen perception. He resembled a diamond with a sharp brilliance, drawing one in while simultaneously threatening to scorch the unwary. Once more, murmurs arose from the audience. Is there anyone who understands why, at this moment, the desire for intellectual romance peaks when this voice articulates those specialized terminologies? Shen Nanyin was momentarily lost in thought, as if she had grasped the essence. After the meeting concluded, the volunteers ventured out to enjoy the Chinese cuisine provided by the exhibition. Apart from the most traditional dumplings, there were also golden, succulent roast duck and crispy pot stickers with coffee and juice prepared nearby. As she sat down with her plate, curiosity prompted her to inquire of Liang Wan, "Do you know what it means to be at the top of the must-try list?" Suddenly, the air fell silent for a brief moment. Wu Zhan, engrossed in divination, looked puzzled and, after popping a cherry tomato in his mouth, was the first to respond. "Isn't it just a ranking on Dazhong Dianping?" The versatile Liang Wan fell into a slight silence, affirming, "It is indeed Dazhong Dianping." The fandom expert Feng Yunran remained quiet, confirming, "It is indeed Dazhong Dianping." Shen Nanyin blinked, sensing something amiss, yet lacking evidence. As she continued her meal, she discreetly pulled out her phone to search for answers. After a prolonged search, the results primarily yielded recommendations for nearby restaurants. Her curiosity regarding the phrase made her oblivious to the sudden commotion and ensuing quietude until a shadow was cast overhead, with elegant, slender fingers gently tapping the table. She raised her gaze, momentarily dazed before her bright eyes froze. Among so many people, how could this individual approach her directly? In stark contrast to Shen Nanyin's fluster, Lu Jingyan remained composed as he accepted a beautifully crafted gift box from assistant Lu and presented it to Shen Nanyin. His voice was languid and his tone low. "Thank you for your hospitality today, dear volunteer." Assistant Lu discreetly greeted Shen Nanyin from the side. As his words fell, the previously halted discussions reignited with fervor. "Isn't that the commemorative gift box from Lingwei Group? I truly desire the L family jewelry inside." Lingwei Group spans numerous industries, from real estate and jewelry to entertainment and film, with virtually no field left unexplored. The anniversary gift box contained a 20-month rent waiver for a 3-bedroom apartment from Lingwei Real Estate, a set of basic jewelry from L family, and an opportunity for a photo with any celebrity from Lingwei Entertainment, among other delights. Ah, why wasn't I the one to host Lingwei? I also wish to receive the gift box. One could only wish to be acknowledged by Lingwei through their resume, as it truly is the company with the best internship benefits. It was no wonder that young stars flocked to General Lu, with his handsome appearance and generous nature. Who wouldn't be enamored? The roommates nearby appeared somewhat dazed, as this was not merely a presentation of a commemorative gift box, but rather a public display of flirtation under the guise of formality. That evening, Shen Nanyin discovered a photo of herself and Lu Jingyan circulating in her dormitory group chat. It was a candid shot taken by a journalist, always ready with their camera, capturing the moment Lu Jingyan presented her the gift box, which even made the news. The headline read, "General Lu of Lingwei Group thanks the volunteers." The composition was exquisite, with the subjects clearly defined. The photography was commendable. Suddenly a low, magnetic voice broke through her reverie as cold, white fingertips pointed at her phone screen. "Send it to me later." The warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe like a feather, causing her heart to flutter momentarily. "For now, let us open the gift." The room is filled with an array of Jellycat plush toys, while snacks are neatly arranged in the pantry. A bag of butter potato chips crinkles audibly as Shen Nanyin munches on them. Jewelry is carelessly stuffed into the wardrobe, and an assortment of velvet, satin, and flannel vintage dresses hang from the racks. It is a heartwarming scene, if not for Shen Nanyin's polite refusal of gifts, only to be coaxed into accepting them before graciously expressing her thanks. She then shifts the conversation to discuss the financial situation. She poses questions about her observations, to which Lu Jingyan responds in kind, unbeknownst to Shen Nanyin, as she earnestly articulates those professional terms and shares her insights. Lu Jingyan harbors the same thoughts he had while seated in the audience. The girl has beautifully shaped lips, exuding a healthy blush of pink, and as she speaks, one can glimpse the hint of her moist, red tongue. He finds himself yearning to kiss her. Chapter 24. The truth will unfold after meticulously arranging the gifts. Shen Nanyin sincerely expressed her gratitude. She was genuinely touched and elated, akin to how her grandmother would always return from outings with sweets for her. Lu Jingyan had bestowed upon her a similar treat. Yet, the abundance of kindness left her feeling inexplicably apprehensive. Perhaps it was not a unique gift, or perhaps it could be retracted. With each possession, her desire for more intensified, and Shen Nanyin pondered, realizing her own insatiable greed. That evening, as Shen Nanyin lay chatting with Lu's mother, their conversation revolved around the topic of her little idol. As a devoted fan, Lu Minghui could hardly tolerate the remarks made by the online community. Those scoundrels dare to say our Xiao Huai ranks first on the must-eat list. He is but a child. How could they be so cruel? Fan mothers and girlfriend fans are irreconcilable. The once-forgotten phrases resurfaced, piquing Shen Nanyin's curiosity. What does it mean to be first on the must-eat list? While she awaited a response, Lu Jingyan entered the room, perhaps due to having her own space and bed. The girl appeared remarkably relaxed, reclining on her bed with her legs crossed. Her movements caused her skirt to ride up, resting at the base of her thighs. Soft and alluring, reminiscent of a creamy dessert. It seemed she had finally filled out a bit. Lu Jingyan averted his gaze and knocked on the door. As Lu's mother had yet to reply, Shen Nanyin seized the opportunity to pose her question directly to him. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The must-eat list? He had indeed heard of it. In the backstage area, having just concluded several rounds of matches, Lu Jingyan tore open his boxing gloves with his teeth, carelessly tossing them onto the table. Qiao Chun leaned against the wardrobe, observing the blood smeared on Lu Jingyan's body, and remarked, "Did you enjoy yourself?" The excitement on the battlefield has faded, replaced by a sense of indifference. "Well, it's passable." Qiao Chun sighed, lamenting that the punching bag he had painstakingly sourced for Lu Jingyan would now require an extended recovery period. After all, the underground boxing champion had an undefeated record. Could he not be a bit more cautious? The lighter emitted a crisp sound, thin blue smoke swirling around as Lu Jingyan lazily glanced over. Did he not make any money? Naturally, he had profited handsomely. Lu Jingyan sought thrill, and his financial gains rendered it a lucrative venture. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. You affluent individuals seem to have an abundance of trivial matters. Perhaps you should consider a visit to a hospital for a checkup. Lu Jingyan, uninterested in engaging further, grabbed his clothes and headed towards the bathroom. However, after intense physical exertion, his body remained charged with energy, hormones still surging. As he passed by Qiao Chun, the latter cast a downward glance and playfully whistled. Need assistance in releasing some pent-up energy? The must-eat list's top spot in Jingbei? Lu Jingyan's voice was frosty. Get lost. Come on. So many are holding love tokens waiting for you, and some are willing to do anything for love, you know. Qiao Chun trailed behind him, chattering incessantly. I see you find everything uninteresting due to your lack of passion. Why not give it a try? Lu Jingyan retorted. If you wish to spend a month in the hospital, just say so. Qiao Chun cleared his throat and took a few steps back. I was merely jesting. You know I maintain a respectable demeanor. Recalling the type of individuals driven by desire that he detested within the social circle, Lu Jingyan hastily sought to clear his name, apprehensive about being excluded from the circle of friends. The bathroom door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Cold water cascaded down, splashing across the floor. At that moment, Lu Jingyan gazed into Shen Nanyin's eyes and suddenly chuckled softly. Qiao Chun was mistaken. There was no such thing as sexual indifference. His desires were simply tethered to one person. The darkness in his gaze was indistinct, and he pulled the blanket over the girl's legs. Then, with a significant tone, he spoke, "Madame Lu, you shall understand once you have eaten." Shen Nanyin was about to inquire further when Lu Jingyan lowered his eyelashes, his voice laced with fatigue. "Business trips are exhausting. Madame Lu." Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly expressed her concern. "Then you should rest." The next moment, she asked, "May I sleep with you?" "Huh?" Shen Nanyin felt flustered. Wasn't there another room available? "Do you think I'm a disturbance?" Lu Jingyan sighed slowly. "No, that's not it." Shen Nanyin stammered, "You know, I have a poor sleeping posture." The corners of Lu Jingyan's lips curled slightly. "As I mentioned before, I do not mind. Moreover," he closed the door and clicked the lock shut. "If we sleep in separate rooms, the housekeeper might report us." Shen Nanyin pressed her lips together. Indeed, that seemed unfeasible. Thus, the two ended up sharing the same bed once more. After the girl's breathing stabilized, Lu Jingyan lifted his eyelids, extended his long arm, and pulled her into his embrace. With the fragrance of soft jade enveloping him, he slept soundly. The following morning, as Shen Nanyin moved her hand away from Lu Jingyan's waist, she began to accept the reality of her poor sleeping posture and questioned her subconscious attraction to him. The rocky shore was unevenly piled, koi fish flicked their tails, and the water shimmered. The housekeeper set out the rose pastries she had prepared days earlier, while the glass cup of rose tea emitted a sweet fragrance. With a sip, the rich floral aroma was intoxicating. The sound of a car parking at the entrance announced Lu Daiqing's arrival with a housewarming gift. She cheerfully rushed in, sister-in-law, although it was labeled as a housewarming gift. It was actually intended solely for Shen Nanyin. Due to their similar ages and her being a direct junior, they quickly hit it off. "Are you preparing for an internship in your third year? Will you join my brother's company?" Shen Nanyin took a sip of tea and replied, "I plan to send out my resume broadly." Lu Daiqing, biting into a rose pastry, laughed. "If you go to another company, my brother will be furious. He likes to keep things close." Shen Nanyin blinked slowly. "Surely not?" Reflecting on her interactions with Lu Jingyan, she realized he had seldom been angry and did not seem as harsh as the outside world claimed. Lu Daiqing smiled silently. Mom said you would go with her to seeing Huai's concert? She nodded. Are you going too? Lu Daiqing's smile deepened. Although she was a sister to Lu Jingyan, she too was a competitor. Lu Minghui offered them no assistance, urging them to establish their own enterprises independently. She is merely a freshman, and the company is still in its nascent stages, while Lu Jingyan, a few years her senior, has already established the relatively mature Lingyue group. Thus, witnessing Lu Jingyan encounter some emotional hardships and experience a touch of bitterness brings her immense delight. Before long, Lu Jingyan approached Shen Nanyin, observing Lu Daiqing's peculiar smile with a furrowed brow. Shall I help you with an appointment? Lu Daiqing snorted coldly. Yet before she could utter a word, Lu Jingyan lazily continued. Lu Daiqing, don't come here without reason. You won't even realize when the company collapses. Lu Daiqing, what are you talking about? She whimpered, tugging at Shen Nanyin's sleeve. Sister-in-law, do you see it? Lu Jingyan cast a cold glance at the pretentious Lu Daiqing, took Shen Nanyin's hand, and spoke softly. Darling, look at her. Shen Nanyin, Lu Daiqing. Chapter 25. Are they a couple? Econometrics has truly overwhelmed me. The mere sight of that instructor sends me into a frenzy of anxiety, Liang Wan lamented. Fang Yunran echoed her sentiments, expressing a preference for an entire day of Marxist theory instead. Liang Wan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, as if I wished to lay my eyes upon that scoundrel. Marxist theory, being a core subject, is typically taught in large lecture halls where various finance classes convene, inevitably leading to encounters with Gu Zhiyan. His betrothed always accompanied him to class, inducing a wave of nausea in Liang Wan every time she laid eyes upon him. However, as fate would have it, a figure suddenly obstructed their path. Shen Nanyin, we need to talk, Gu Zhiyan stated. Shen Nanyin furrowed her brow upon seeing him, replying coolly, it seems we have nothing of significance to discuss. Clearly taken aback by her reaction, Gu Zhiyan's demeanor became tense. Despite the passage of time since the announcement of his engagement to Su Yakin, she had never once sought him out. Did she truly not care? Was she unconcerned about the possibility of Shun Dinghua selling her off again? If only she would utter a single word, he would cancel the engagement with Su Yakin without hesitation. Grinding his teeth, Gu Zhiyan began to speak when a gust of wind tousled Shen Nanyin's hair. She raised her hand to tuck the stray strands behind her ear, inadvertently revealing the ring on her ring finger. His pupils constricted in shock. As his brain froze, echoes of Su Yakin's words resonated in his mind. Unless she has found herself a wealthy suitor. A surge of inexplicable frustration and anger overwhelmed him, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, who gave you that ring? You were so eager to break up because you already have someone else in mind, right? Shen Nanyin spoke with a detached tone. A contract based on deceit holds no legal merit. Our relationship began with your deception and can therefore be terminated unilaterally. She paused briefly before continuing, thus, in a relationship that was never truly valid, why should I not seek another partner? Liang Wan nearly applauded. The academic excellence of a scholar was indeed commendable, applying knowledge with such finesse. Gu Zhiyan paused momentarily before a cold laugh escaped him. Does he know your family circumstances? Can he truly marry you? Shen Nanyin, you're easily swayed by a few trifling favors. I'm already married, Shen Nanyin interjected. What? Gu Zhiyan exclaimed in disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. She wished to avoid further entanglement with him and reiterated, I am already married. Who would want to? The words hung in the air, abruptly ceasing. Shen Nanyin smiled faintly, completing his thought. Who would want to marry the daughter of Shun Dinghua, right? Though she smiled, her eyes bore no emotion, rendering her expression unsettlingly calm. Gu Zhiyan's lips pressed into a thin line, insisting, that is not what I meant. I find you truly perplexing. She stood there, clutching her books, her beauty striking, yet her words cold and detached. You obviously look down upon me. What are you doing now? Aren't you tired? Or perhaps you have a new wager at play? Perhaps it was an instinctive evasion of the matter at hand. A sudden surge of irritation welled up within her. Gu Zhiyan helplessly pressed his fingers to his forehead, pondering why one would cling to the past so tenaciously. Shen Nanyin returned his words with an air of indifference, asserting, "I am already married. Why must you persist?" He inhaled deeply, the veins at his temples throbbing. She had clearly informed Su Yakin that it was a gift from her boyfriend, yet she repeatedly invoked the notion of marriage, causing Gu Zhiyan's taut nerves to relax once more. Indeed, it seemed she was merely attempting to provoke him. The man's tone softened slightly, yet it carried a hint of condescension, as though he were bestowing a favor upon her. "How long do you intend to make a scene? It is true that we made a bet, but I never intended to part ways with you." Shen Nanyin remained unfazed, replying, "We have already broken up." The man's jaw tightened, and in a cold voice, he warned Shen Nanyin, "Know when to stop. I'm not beholden to you." She was acutely aware that there were countless suitors pursuing the scion of the Gu family, and he had only sought her out of sheer boredom. Shen Nanyin's clear, calm eyes betrayed no emotion. "Therefore, I kindly ask you not to disturb me any further." With that, she disregarded Gu Zhiyan's ashen face and took her leave with her roommate. Recalling Lu Jingyan's expressed disapproval of her meetings with Gu Zhiyan, she quickened her pace. What a vexatious man! Liang Wan, who had longed to unleash her frustrations but had been repeatedly restrained by Shen Nanyin, finally had her chance to vent. Truly, a man of such unappealing character is rife with troubles. From this perspective, your husband seems far superior. At least he proposed without hesitation, and his looks are commendable. Though seasoned in the game of love, Liang Wan patted Shen Nanyin's shoulder, suggesting that at least it indicated a level of proficiency. Shen Nanyin chuckled, her earlier gloom dissipating in the wake of Gu Zhiyan's antics. At the school gate, the Liu family's car remained steadfastly parked to the side. "Are you truly a couple in name only? Must you be so inseparable, with daily pickups and drop-offs?" Liang Wan shook her head in disbelief. Shen Nanyin felt a tinge of embarrassment at her friend's words, contemplating a defense, only to be gently nudged towards the entrance. Liang Wan wore a mischievous grin, urging, "Come on, let us not keep him waiting." Unable to outmatch her friend's wit, Shen Nanyin could only blush as she hurried into the car. There's a lovely restaurant offering a promotion today. Couples receive a 50% discount. Shall we go? Inside the vehicle, Lu Jingyan casually broached the topic. Shen Nanyin was taken aback, glancing at him. Did a man of his wealth truly concern himself with discounts? He discerned her thoughts from her expression, cleared his throat, and nonchalantly invoked Lu Daiqing's rationale. "I simply wish to experience a slice of ordinary life." "Oh, perhaps this is the realm of the affluent." She smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Then let us go." Upon arriving at the restaurant, a sign at the entrance elegantly proclaimed, "Happy Rose Valentine's Day, May 14th. Lu Jingyan took her hand as they entered, where a cheerful attendant approached them, beaming with warmth. "Good day, are you two a couple?" Chapter 26. Ignoring others, this establishment, a Western-style restaurant, is adorned with vintage oil paintings against its deep green walls. The air is filled with the melodious strains of a violin performance. Indeed, Shen Nanyin nodded and moved a little closer to Lu Jingyan, creating an air of intimacy. Since he wished to partake in the experience of an ordinary life, she was determined to cooperate. Sensing the soft warmth beside him, a smile flickered in Lu Jingyan's eyes. The front desk attendant cheerfully announced that couples must engage in a 10-second kissing challenge to receive a 50% discount. What? Shen Nanyin was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an ordeal. As a striking couple, they naturally attracted attention, and soon the other patrons began to cheer. Quiche, quiche, quiche. Unaccustomed to such scenes, Shen Nanyin felt flustered and at a loss. She cast a pleading glance towards Lu Jingyan. The corners of her eyes, slightly upturned, began to flush with embarrassment, her bright, clear gaze reflecting a mix of confusion and urgency. She appeared both pitiable and endearing. Lu Jingyan suddenly found himself feeling rather mischievous. Yet, he had no intention of stopping. In that moment, Shen Nanyin seemed to have an epiphany, tugging at his sleeve with excitement. He suppressed his emotions, leaning slightly closer to listen. "Our marriage certificate can serve as proof." Her soft voice was laced with enthusiasm. "Ah," Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, realizing, "Is that so?" His tone was tinged with mock regret. "But I didn't bring it." Just then, the couple beside them had succumbed to their own passion, the commotion rising like a tide. The tall man, with his golden hair and blue eyes, embraced his petite girlfriend, indulging in a fervent French kiss. Caught up in the moment, Shen Nanyin inexplicably felt her cheeks flush. In the next instant, her chin was gently grasped and turned back towards Lu Jingyan. "Don't look at them." His voice was a soft murmur, akin to a lover-esque whisper. His palm cradled her face, the coolness of his fingertips brushing lightly against her lips. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with a hint of panic. Lu Jingyan," he responded with a soft murmur, their noses almost touching, the crisp scent of fur enveloping her senses. Her pupils quivered, her long eyelashes grazing Lu Jingyan's cheek like delicate feathers. He inclined his head slightly, pressing a fleeting kiss upon her lips. It was ephemeral, yet seemed to stretch into eternity. The surrounding clamor faded, and all Shen Nanyin could hear was the rapid beating of her heart. Perhaps it was the innate restraint characteristic of their culture that heightened the impact, for the onlookers responded with even greater fervor to their brief exchange. The manager, noticing the influx of patrons, decided to waive their bill altogether. Shen Nanyin's ears burned crimson. Her clear gaze now clouded with emotion as she struggled to maintain her composure. The opulent, vintage crystal chandelier cast a soft halo of light, while the velvet green tablecloth resembled satin. A napkin cradled a withered rose, its outer petals white, gradually deepening to a soft pink at the center. Seated by the window, they had the perfect vantage point to appreciate the night view. Lu Jingyan sliced the steak into small pieces and slid the plate across to Shen Nanyin. His voice was slightly husky, laced with a casual mirth. "Are you still angry?" The girl pressed her lips together, the warmth in her ears still lingering. Her voice was soft and gentle. "I am not angry." She merely felt that Lu Jingyan's mundane hobbies were somewhat frivolous. Lu Jingyan propped his chin on his hand, his eyelids thin and sharply arched, appearing utterly indifferent when expressionless, yet exuding a charming charisma when he smiled. He inquired, "Why are you ignoring me?" Chapter 27. Step aside. Shen Nanyin's gaze faltered slightly. She was uncertain whether the fleeting brush of lips she had just experienced was merely a figment of her imagination. Though they were separated by mere inches, it felt as though they had inadvertently touched. Stealing a glance, she sought to discern whether any trace of lip gloss lingered at the corner of his mouth, yet the dim lighting rendered it indistinct. Never mind. During the course of their marriage, an accidental kiss should be inconsequential. Shouldn't it? After their meal, they passed by a cinema downstairs. Since they were already there, Lu Jingyan halted his steps, looking down at her. "Why not, Mrs. Lu? Allow me to treat you to a movie?" The films currently showing had garnered favorable reviews online. There were romantic tales of foreign love and chilling Chinese horror stories. Shen Nanyin glanced at the time. It was precisely 7:10, and the next screening commenced at 7:20. "I'll go buy the tickets," she declared. However, due to a poor signal, her attempts to purchase tickets on her phone were in vain. She approached the ticket counter. "Hello, I would like to buy." Oh no, she had forgotten to ask Lu Jingyan which film he preferred. The ticket seller, adorned with a dainty scarf around her neck, followed Shen Nanyin's gaze and cheerfully inquired, "Did you come with your boyfriend?" Yes, Shen Nanyin admitted, still somewhat unaccustomed to acknowledging this relationship. The attendant then suggested, "I recommend this film. It comes with a couple's package, including 2 large popcorns." Upon hearing this, Shen Nanyin realized it was exactly what Lu Jingyan wished to experience, and she promptly nodded. "Then I'll take this one." After a quick scan and payment, the attendant handed her the tickets. "Wishing you a delightful Rose Valentine's Day." The girl, one hand clutching a large bucket of popcorn and the other carrying 2 cups of cola, approached him with a beaming smile. She raised her hand, her voice ringing clear here. As the warm air met the cold cup, droplets formed, trickling down and dampening the pink ticket slightly. Lu Jingyan accepted it, his eyes catching the words "Summer Love Song" printed on the ticket, and he raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Shen Nanyin took a sip of her cola. The icy carbonation slid down her throat, and she spoke with pride. "This screening offers a couple's discount and complimentary snacks." Her demeanor was reminiscent of a regal Persian cat, tail held high in contentment. After a moment of surprise, Lu Jingyan let out a low chuckle from his chest. Shen Nanyin blinked in confusion. "What are you laughing at?" After pondering, she added earnestly, "I believe your approach, Regardless of how vast your business grows, always remembering to manage resources wisely is quite commendable for other enterprises to emulate. No wonder Ling Yu is so successful. She mused, mentally jotting down notes. Even flying meat is still meat. Profit upon profit strives to ascend. All right, our academic overachiever. He teased, the movie is about to start. Just as they were about to enter, Lu Jingyan suddenly grasped her arm. In the midst of her bewilderment, he produced his phone and snapped a picture of the two tickets held together. All right, let us go. As the lights dimmed and the screen illuminated, Shen Nanyin realized she should have anticipated that couple tickets meant couple seating. Rather snug seating, at that. Her leg was compelled to press closely against Lu Jingyan's thigh, the warmth of his body contrasting with her own. Through the delicate fabric, she could perceive the firmness of his muscles, warmth radiating continuously. The air was saturated with his scent. Shen Nanyin stole a glance at the figure beside her. He appeared composed, the light from the curtain casting a gentle halo on his profile. Although the man seemed unflappable, his Adam's apple betrayed a subtle movement. A delectable little cake pressed against her, making it difficult to quell her wandering thoughts. Yet, the sweet confection remained blissfully unaware of the longing gaze beside it. She endeavored to focus on the film, attempting to disregard the warmth enveloping her legs. Fortunately, the plot was captivating, and Shen Nanyin soon became engrossed. In a summer garden, the burgeoning feelings of youth unfolded. Petals clung to her, and a shimmering pool glistened nearby. Each frame was a feast for the eyes. Shen Nanyin watched intently, oblivious to the gaze directed at her. He tilted his head, catching sight of the fine hairs on her face. Her rosy lips were adorned with a glimmer of honey from the popcorn. The longer he gazed, the more the honey's fragrance seemed to intensify, tempting him to savor its sweetness. He regretted, in that moment, not having kissed her at the ball, feigning gentlemanly restraint. Throughout the entire film, Lu Jingyan paid no attention to the screen. Under the night sky, Su Yakin intimately linked arms with Gu Zhiyan. Fang Yang furrowed his brow, his tone laced with exasperation, pondering how they had provoked Ling Yue Group, as several recently secured projects had been snatched away. At today's gathering, despite having settled on a project, the other party reneged and demanded a new price. After what felt like an eternity of negotiations, no resolution had been reached. The opposing party smiled while skillfully evading their entreaties, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Gu Zhiyan's countenance was dark, and he remained silent. There was no animosity between Huazhong and Ling Yue. Why, then, were they being targeted without cause? He had consumed too much wine and pressed his fingers against his temples in discomfort. Another meeting with a different partner awaited them in the morning, and Fang Yang sighed, hoping for a successful outcome. At that moment, a vaguely familiar female voice floated from nearby. Gu Zhiyan paused, suddenly lifting his gaze, sensing the tension in his body. Su Yakin inquired, "What is wrong?" Noticing his odd expression, she followed his line of sight. Shen Nanyin was stunning, the kind of beauty that caught the eye in a crowd. Even in the dim light of night, she possessed an unmistakable presence. Standing there alone, she rendered the background a mere blur. However, at that moment, a tall man stood before her. Though only his back was visible, his demeanor spoke of an extraordinary poise and high status. Shen Nanyin was gazing up, smiling and conversing with the man before her. It appeared she was indeed telling the truth. Su Yakin chuckled softly, her tone laden with meaning. This Miss Shun was quite the strategist. Gu Zhiyan pressed his lips together tightly, his knuckles turning pale, emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. How could she? Instinctively, he lifted his foot to approach, but Su Yakin grasped him firmly. Her voice carried a warning. "Gu Zhiyan, do not forget, your company and the Su family still have a partnership." He seemed oblivious, coldly and mercilessly casting the person aside. Gu Zhiyan, Fang Yang hurriedly pursued and positioned himself in front, only to be momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhiyan's expression. The man's chest heaved violently, his eyes rimmed with crimson, as if he had lost the self-control he once prided himself on. Fang Yang had never witnessed Gu Zhiyan in such a state. He had always navigated life with ease. During the time he deceived Shen Nanyin, he appeared exceedingly gentle and caring on the surface, while behind the scenes, he remained emotionally detached and ruthless, treating her as nothing more than a plaything without any psychological burden. There would be no fluctuation of emotions. Step aside. Gu Zhiyan spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Chapter 28. The birthmark. Fang Yang sighed and handed his phone to him, reminding him it was a call from Uncle Gu. Clearly, Gu Lifeng was already aware of the repeated setbacks his project had encountered. Gu Zhiyan gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of irritation as he answered, only to be met with a furious reprimand. "You worthless fool! Why haven't you returned yet?" Struggling to suppress the impulse to smash the phone into pieces, he clenched it tightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. Yet, he could only stifle his overwhelming anger. On the other side, Shen Nanyin seemed to have caught an aim, but paid it no heed. However, Lu Jingyan's movements faltered slightly, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Shen Nanyin. He couldn't help but observe her reaction. "What's wrong?" Shen Nanyin glanced back at him. Under the lights, her eyes shimmered like a lake touched by the wind, the reflections dancing like silk. It gave him the illusion that only his own image was mirrored within them. Lu Jingyan gazed at her for a few seconds, then let out a low laugh. "It's nothing." The Gu family. A man knelt with his eyes cast down. Gu Fu struck him fiercely with a stick, scolding him in a furious tone. "Useless wretch. Don't you know your own worth? How many times have I told you? Do not set your sights on the Lu family's projects. Do you think the Gu family has an endless supply of wealth for you to squander? How many lives do you have to play with?" Lu Jingyan? The stick hit him with a dull thud, yet Gu Zhiyan remained silent, kneeling there in quietude. He pondered for a long time. If there had been a conflict with Ling Yu, it had only been that one time at the ball when he heeded his father's advice and approached Lu Daiqing. Regardless of the truth, he could only conclude that he had failed in his duties, unable to win Lu Daiqing's favor. Gu Zhiyan scoffed inwardly. Fang Rou, worried for her son, hurried down from upstairs at the commotion, rushing to intervene, angrily shouting at the man, "Gu Lifeng, he is your son? Are you trying to kill him? Is there any sense in this? It is clearly the Lu family that is unreasonable and arrogant, stepping all over us. And yet you, shut your mouth." Gu Lifeng interrupted her, seething with rage. "Let me tell you, it would be as easy for them to crush your son as it would be to crush an ant." At that moment, Su Yakin entered to plead for mercy. "Uncle, this really isn't Yuan's fault. Who in Jingbei doesn't know the Lu family's power? How do we possibly provoke them? There must be some misunderstanding here." Seeing his future daughter-in-law arrive, Gu Lifeng found it difficult to remain enraged. He tossed the stick to the ground and spoke in a deep voice, "I don't care what misunderstandings you have. You need to find a way to apologize to the young master of the Lu family. Do not let this drag the Gu family into trouble." The floor lamp in the living room cast a soft, gentle glow. Outside, the night deepened and the bamboo shadows swayed. Shen Nanyin sat on the sofa, scrolling through an app to submit her resume. When she switched back to WeChat, she noticed Lu Jingyan's moments. The caption read, "Watching a movie with Mrs. Lu." Attached were 2 movie tickets and a candidly taken side profile of her gazing out the restaurant window. The composition exquisite, the lighting and atmosphere simply perfect. He is indeed the quintessential boyfriend known for his exceptional photography skills. Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback, as she had never captured such stunning photographs herself. After liking the post, she discreetly long pressed to save the image. It was perfectly acceptable to save a photo of herself, wasn't it? Sharing it on her social media as a gesture of reciprocity seemed harmless as well. Consequently, Shen Nanyin promptly posted an identical status, watching a movie with Mr. Lu. Lu Daiqing was the first to comment. "Sister-in-law, you look stunning. Lu Jingyan is so lucky." Lu's mother added, "Yinin, you are beautiful. Some people are just fortunate." Reading these comments, Shen Nanyin couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, what was the familial hierarchy of the Lu household? Fang Yunran exclaimed, "Wow, the photography technique is on par with that of top influencers." The dormitory group, known for its gossip, buzzed with excitement. Liang Wan commented, "Wait, why do I feel like young Master Lu is head over heels? What was that saying again?" Fang Yunran replied, "I get it. Those who love you capture your most beautiful moments." Liang Wan continued, "Exactly. He picks you up every day, brings back gift from his business trips, and even named the wedding house Nanyuan. How sweet. It feels like a reformed playboy situation. Those small celebrities in the past didn't receive such treatment. Honestly, I'm starting to ship you too. Wu Zhiyan interjected. I told you my divinations are spot on, and you still don't believe me. Please help me promote my social media. I need some pocket money by the end of the month. If I get 30 likes, I'll offer a discount on my fortune-telling. As she watched her friends tease and joke, Shen Nanyin couldn't help but smile. Though her gaze inadvertently fell upon the words Nan Yuan, her fingers hesitated for a moment. Nan, could it be? No, that's impossible, she thought, shaking her head. It must be mere coincidence. She rarely shared her daily life, yet this time she posted a significant announcement, resulting in a flood of likes and congratulatory comments about her newfound relationship status. After thoughtfully replying to each one, a red notification suddenly appeared. Curious, Shen Nanyin clicked to reveal a comment from Gu Zhiyan. Mrs. Liu, you are beautiful. I'm just lucky. She stared at her phone screen for a while, her face gradually flushing. Meanwhile, Liu Daiqing, shopping in France, cursed under her breath. Damn, he has got her wrapped around his finger again. In the study on the second floor, Gu Zhiyan took a moment from his work to answer a call from a friend abroad, who had just seen his message after traveling around the world for inspiration. Artists often speak in an exaggerated manner, yet this time it felt remarkably fitting. Leaning back on the sofa, he absent-mindedly toyed with his pen, a lazy smile gracing his lips. It was her. My goodness, what a beautiful girl. Congratulations on achieving your desires. Connor genuinely felt happy for him. You are not alone anymore. Thank you, Gu Zhiyan replied, his gaze drifting to a spot on the bookshelf as he unconsciously caressed his wedding ring. His thoughts slowly returned to a mundane summer at Sioux City No. 1 high school. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and purple, an exquisite sight to behold. The laughter and chatter of students gradually faded away, leaving the teaching building empty and serene. Gu Zhiyan, a senior, returned from skipping class and inadvertently glanced into a classroom occupied by first-year students. A girl, neatly dressed in her uniform, stood atop a stool, straining to reach a pencil case mischievously placed at the top of the blackboard. With her high ponytail, she exposed her delicate and graceful neck, her back erect, in a profile that bore a strikingly cool and resolute expression. A warm breeze wafted in from the window, gently lifting the hem of her uniform, as if the evening glow on the horizon sought to embellish her figure. Liu Ye, a voice called out, a boy casually draping his arm over Gu Zhiyan's shoulder. Lingering curiously, what are you looking at? He averted his gaze just before the girl turned around, responding with an indifferent tone, nothing. Gu Zhiyan's eyes caught a glimpse of her slender waist, adorned with a pink, flower-shaped birthmark, reminiscent of a blooming rose. Chapter 29. The concert on the day of the concert. Lu's mother spent a considerable sum to create an extravagant floral wall for support and arrived early at the stadium to secure a prime spot. Yinghuai's color for support was purple, and both Fang Yunran and Lu's mother donned glowing purple headbands and tied on purple hair ribbons. As a member of the Atmosphere group, Shen Nanyin also enthusiastically applied purple star stickers on her face. This was her first time attending a concert, and everything felt refreshingly novel and entertaining. What surprised everyone was that Lu's mother was actually a super fan, having prepared a plethora of hand banners and light sticks. Inin, when they come to collect their items, they must be level 7 or above in the super topic. Shen Nanyin, as if entrusted with an important mission, nodded earnestly. Yinghuai was a member of the most popular boy band at the moment, and competition among fans was fierce. Thus, when Fang Yunran discovered that her beloved idol had such a wealthy super fan, she could hardly contain her excitement. Today, the Purple Sea was bound to reign supreme. The sisters were ready for battle. Having heard Fang Yunran mention it repeatedly, Shen Nanyin knew that her friend harbored a strong dislike for the band's drummer, Xie Yan, whose popularity rivaled that of Yinghuai. Fans often engaged in fierce rivalries online, and there were frequent rumors of a strained relationship between the two within the group. Consequently, Fang Yunran became Xie Yan's #1 detractor. Excuse me, is this where I can collect the hand banners? A girl with a purple ribbon in her hair approached politely. Shen Nanyin took out a small purple bag to check the super topic level, explaining that it must be level 7 or above. The girl quickly retrieved her phone to access the super topic interface. Upon confirming her level, Shen Nanyin handed over the bag containing the hand banners and light sticks. "Thank you, sister." Her voice was bright and enthusiastic. After receiving the items, she immediately took several photos before swiftly posting them on the Super Topic. "Fam, hurry to the west gate of the stadium for an incredible support event. We will crush the competition next door. The wealthy sisters are even giving away light sticks for free. Today we must create a stunning purple sea for Huai Bao. And the sisters are absolutely beautiful. Our little coins are just too stunning." Being able to receive light sticks for free was a significant event, and the post was rapidly pushed to the top with new comments, drawing even more fans to the West Gate. Shen Nanyin suddenly found herself extremely busy, surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic supporters. By 6 o'clock in the evening, just before the concert was set to begin, all the items had finally been distributed. Although she felt a bit fatigued, the novelty of the experience was enough to overshadow any weariness. She had always adhered to a routine, focusing solely on her studies and being reluctantly dragged into various social obligations. The concert, a form of entertainment seemingly commonplace to others, felt utterly foreign to her. Observing the radiant smiles on the faces of the girls around her, Shen Nanyin realized that, despite being only 20, she had appeared so somber. In the best seats within the venue, Shen Nanyin gradually became immersed in the lively atmosphere. She mimicked those around her, chatting and defiantly raising her light stick, determined to make her presence felt. Lu's mother and Fong Yunran diligently rehearsed with her, reminding her which lyrics to shout the names and which ones to sing along. She absorbed the information with utmost seriousness. At exactly 7 o'clock, a sudden thud resonated. The lights abruptly dimmed. In the next moment, a deafening chorus of screams erupted around, piercing through the air. "Inghuai! Inghuai! Xiayan! Xiayan!" The calls from fans and other members intertwined. Gu Zhiyan listened to the departmental report, occasionally glancing at his phone. His unusual distraction made the reporting manager uneasy, questioning whether his presentation was lacking. In the video, a girl smiled softly as she presented gifts to everyone. Her normally cool demeanor transformed into a vibrant aura of youthful charm with her smile, radiating a hint of brightness. Gu Zhiyan watched the video repeatedly, saving it to his device before messaging her. "Are you not tired waking up so early? Make sure to rest and don't overexert yourself." Shen Nanyin replied, "Not tired now, it's not too exhausting, and it's quite fun." He glanced at the harsh sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window. "The temperature is high today. Remember to stay hydrated." A quick reply came from the other end, accompanied by a nodding emoji. Only then did Gu Zhiyan set his phone down and turn his attention back to the manager, resuming the report. As the music resonated, beams of light illuminated each member in turn. The screams surged again, almost lifting the roof off. A boy with curly brown hair held a guitar, his sunken eyes and bright smile revealing a small canine tooth, exuding an endearing charm reminiscent of a playful puppy. Yet, with a sudden clang, his demeanor shifted entirely. Beneath a sleeveless black tank, his muscular physique was accentuated with every movement. Fong Yunran excitedly gripped Shen Nanyin's left arm, emitting sharp cries. "Inghuai! Help! Oh my goodness, I feel faint from his handsomeness." Meanwhile, Lu's mother, equally exhilarated, seized Shen Nanyin's right arm, completely forgetting her own son. "Huai Bao! Hu Bao! Mama loves you." In the midst of this, Shen Nanyin steadfastly raised her light board, despite the chaos around her. The heat of the stage lights ignited every inch, while aerial shots captured the sea of purple and red light boards. The mist from the dry ice heightened the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Initially hesitant to join the fervor, Shen Nanyin was swept away by the overwhelming excitement. Fong Yunran shouted in her ear, "Isn't it just amazing?" The crowd, akin to a school of sardines, surged and jostled, and she laughed, joining in the chorus. The air buzzed with heat, the venue resembling a fizzy drink with a handful of popping candy tossed in, crackling with energy. Fong Yunran and Lu's mother suddenly found themselves in a spirited battle with fans of Xiayan. First and foremost, Inghuai, the versatile musician Inghuai, the stunning drummer Xiayan, the iconic Xiayan. The exchanges grew louder, each shout striving to eclipse the other. Finally, during intermission, Shen Nanyin felt a touch of fatigue, while Lu's mother remained lively, twisting open a bottle of water for her. Here, Inin, drink some water and take a breather. She felt a surge of admiration. At that moment, on stage, Huai rested his hand on the microphone stand, chuckling softly. Now, we intend to invite a fortunate guest onto the stage for an interactive session. The previously subdued atmosphere has erupted once more. Ah, baby, pick me. Choose me. Look, mama. Here. The large screen to the right of the stage panned across the audience, lingering for a tantalizing minute before finally settling. Suddenly, an exquisitely beautiful face appeared on the screen. Her delicate cherry blossom-colored lips were slightly pursed, and her porcelain cheeks radiated a vibrant pink hue due to the warmth of the venue. A few strands of hair fell gracefully over her pointed chin, exuding an aura of gentle charm. With her youthful and vibrant braided hairstyle adorned with purple sequins beneath her eyes, she stood momentarily dazed, her light amber eyes filled with bewilderment. This vulnerable expression was particularly endearing. After a brief silence, gasps and screams erupted in waves. Ah, sister, you are so beautiful. I understand now. The first criterion to be a fan of Huai is to possess beauty. This sister could easily step into stardom. Huai, you rascal. Don't take too much advantage of this. Chapter 30. Does she like it this way? Shen Nanyin was inclined to decline the invitation, as she did not consider herself a true fan of Huai. However, Lu Mama decisively insisted. Why should the sweet waters flow to outsiders? Nanyin, you must go. We cannot allow the fangirls to get close to my treasure. Thus, Shen Nanyin found herself pushed onto the stage. The girl wore a crop top paired with a plaid pleated skirt and knee-high socks. The top featured a hint of new Chinese-style chi-pao design, perfectly complementing her elegance. Upon stepping onto the stage, she could easily debut right then and there. Shen Nanyin bit her lip, shyly accepting the microphone that Huai handed her. Nearby, her teammate Qin Si teased. It seems we've drawn our little coin from Huai. What is this esteemed lady's surname? Hearing this, Huai turned to her with a smile. She tightened her delicate fingers around the microphone, replying, Shun. Ah, so it is Miss Shun. Qin Si took over the cue process. Here's the deal. The second half will feature solo performances. Miss Shin will answer a few questions about Huai, and you can choose a song for him to sing. How's that sound? The audience erupted in cheers, eagerly shouting their desired songs. Shen Nanyin scanned the crowd, identifying Fang Yinran's lip movements and nodded, all right. Qin Si declared, okay, the first question. Noticing her apparent nervousness, Huai tilted his head and winked at her. Don't worry, it's quite simple. The big screen captured this moment, prompting another wave of screams. Qin Si feigned seriousness, clearing his throat. May I ask, what is Huai's favorite food? 3-2 hot pot. Shen Nanyin hurriedly responded. Qin Si clapped enthusiastically. Bingo. Huai's small canine teeth peeked out in a grin. For the second question, the man smiled knowingly, equally simple. What does Huai loathe eating the most? Shen Nanyin interjected. Fish mint. He dramatically gasped, clearly impressed. It seems Miss Shun is indeed a true fan. Yet upon hearing this, Shen Nanyin felt a twinge of guilt. She wasn't a genuine fan. These were merely tidbits shared by Lu Mama and Fang Yinran. Now, let us ask a question about Miss Shun. Which of Huai's songs do you adore the most? In stark contrast to the lively concert atmosphere, the Lingwei group's entire building felt stifling, particularly the Lingwei entertainment sector. In the top-floor office, a man gazed at his phone screen, his expression inscrutable. Huai's most beautiful fancy and boy band, Concert the Topics, were trending fervently. A video with over 10,000 views circulated, showcasing a stunning girl in the front row, her boxing braids swaying as she held up a light board high. The stage lights illuminated her profile, her eyes shimmering like they held a universe of stars. The comments below were rife with admiration. Our coin sister is too beautiful. Help. Unbelievable. That gaze is everything. Huai, what have you done to deserve this? She held that board for as long as the video lasts. I'm in tears. Sister, why not debut in a talent show? I would bet everything to vote for you. Meeting Huai at the peak. Amidst an abundance of praise, a singular remark emerged. I have a thought. Could this striking figure in the front row be the sister-in-law? The instant those words were uttered, the girlfriend fans erupted in outrage, inundating the space with vitriolic comments and pleas for deletion. Conversely, another faction chimed in, CM, I want that sister-in-law, did you hear me? I want her. And CM, I can hardly bear it, I'm begging you. It feels as though ants are crawling on me. I'm trembling all over, I can scarcely breathe, please, just this sister-in-law, this one. A few marketing accounts, sensing the trending topic, swiftly disseminated the news across the internet. Thus, a new wave of trending topics surged forth. What a coincidence. I too am particularly fond of this song. Lu Zhu, upon hearing the delighted and smiling voice of a young man emanating from Mr. Lu's phone, lowered his head further, wishing to disappear entirely. In this oppressive silence, after an indeterminate time, the man finally spoke in a calm, yet unsettling tone. What are we standing here for? Has the trending topic been retracted? Lu Zhu hurriedly reported, it has been requested for removal. In truth, the moment he caught sight of the trending topic, he had promptly alerted the public relations team at Lingua Entertainment. However, he had not anticipated that the young mistress would gain notoriety solely through her beauty, making it difficult to suppress the situation swiftly. Mr. Lu, expressionless, gripped his phone tightly. Shen Nanyin had informed him that she would be attending the concert with Mrs. Lu today. Yet, he had not foreseen witnessing her brandishing a light stick, her eyes sparkling as she cheered another man's name. Furthermore, she appeared to know his preferences, both culinary and otherwise. And for a mere photograph, was it truly necessary to draw so close? Mr. Lu prided himself on not being an envious man, yet he found himself unable to stave off the corrosive feelings of jealousy that slowly eroded his heart. At that moment, a message from Lu Daiqing popped up. So the sister-in-law is a fan of? ISNT an artist under Lingua? Why didn't you just give her a backstage pass? He nearly laughed in exasperation, his mind drifting back to the charming boxing braids he had styled for her that morning, all to ensure she would enjoy the concert atmosphere. And yet here he was, having prepared a delightful little cake only to see it presented to another. Lu Zhu felt an overwhelming urge to adjust the air conditioning a few degrees higher. Late April in Jingbei was still rather chilly. After a brief pause, the man, reclining on the sofa, spoke again, his tone tinged with resignation. Lu Zhu, arrange for the staff to escort Madame to the concert's backstage. What? Lu Zhu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. And the man continued in a calm voice. Is an artist under Lingua, correct? Please provide me with his profile. Before long, the information was in Mr. Lu's hands. The identification photo featured a young man with tousled brown curls, grinning broadly, showcasing his signature canine teeth, exuding youthful exuberance. Name, Ying Huai. Age, 19. Height, 180 centimeters. Upon glancing at the age section, Lu Jingyan's gaze darkened. Did she truly favor such a youthful lad? A mere boy, still lacking in maturity. Standing at only 180 centimeters, he was hardly imposing. Long eyelashes veiled the emotions flickering in his eyes as he suppressed his feelings and casually tossed the documents onto the table. With a sharp click, the lighter ignited, casting a cerulean flame that danced playfully. After enduring his frustration, Lu Jingyan forcefully extinguished the freshly lit cigarette and grabbed his coat, striding purposefully toward the exit. Chapter 31. Who provoked her anger? As the concert drew to a close, the floor was strewn with shimmering confetti, and the once crowded auditorium quickly emptied. Staff members approached the front row, announcing an interactive surprise and preparing to escort them to the backstage lounge. Lu's mother had always relished the joy of being a fan and had never intended to impose any pressure on her young idol due to her identity. This time was no different. However, she was aware that it was Lu Jingyan's doing and, with a cheerful smile, patted her hand, encouraging them to go while she remarked that it was time for her to head home for a game of mahjong. On the other end of the phone, her lively voice urged, I'm coming, what are you rushing for? I'll be right there. After Lu's mother departed, Shen Nanyin and Fang Yunran made their way to the second floor of the auditorium. Fang Yunran was ecstatic about the prospect of being close to her idol, chattering incessantly to Shen Nanyin. I'm so nervous. What should I say when we meet? Oh my goodness, I feel incredibly lucky. Nanyin, do you have some sort of lucky charm? The lounge door was ajar, revealing a spacious room adorned with posters. Qin Si was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, while Ing Huai was in the midst of adjusting his hairstyle. Sensing their presence, all eyes turned towards the newcomers. A man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s and serving as CM's manager, furrowed his brows upon seeing them and barked. "Who let you in? Don't you know fans aren't allowed backstage? Get out." Fang Yunran was momentarily taken aback by his outburst and was about to explain when a man's gaze landed on Shen Nanyin. Anger flickered in his eyes as he raised his voice even further. "You dare show your face here? I'll warn you, regardless of which MCN agency you represent, you need to leave immediately or I'll call security." Although Shen Nanyin was perplexed by the situation, she could surmise that he suspected them of attempting to ride on Ing Huai's fame. She replied as politely as she could, "You've misunderstood. We were brought in by the staff." However, the staff had left them there, and she was at a loss as to how to prove they had no ulterior motives. Misunderstood? What misunderstanding? The manager was unconvinced. "How do we know you didn't bribe the staff? People like you, influencers, are shamelessly seeking fame in any way possible." His remarks grew increasingly outrageous, prompting a silver-haired young man leaning against the wall to interject, "Chen Gu, there's no need to speak so harshly to the fans." With a scoff, Chen Gu retorted, "Are you protecting your fans now?" The silver-haired youth fell silent for a moment, glancing at Ing Huai. In truth, there was little to the matter, as Ing Huai would not allow his manager to overly interfere with his decisions. However, Ing Huai, still reeling from the recent trending topic, felt apprehensive upon seeing the girls here and chose to remain silent. Noticing Ing Huai's demeanor, Chen Gu stepped forward to urge them out. "Hurry up and leave." Shen Nanyin looked at Fang Yunran, who was staring at Ing Huai with a hint of disappointment in her eyes, and felt a pang of sympathy. After all, this was someone she had admired for so long. If she had faced such a situation alone, she might have chosen to let it go. But she didn't want to see her friend treated in such a way. As I tightened my grip, hesitating to contact Lu Jingyan, Fang Yunran suddenly spoke up. "Who said I am his fan?" Shen Nanyin paused momentarily. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Fang Yunran approached the silver-haired man with an unwavering demeanor. She tilted her head, seriousness etched across her face. "Hello, I came to say that your drumming looks splendid, and I will always support you." With that, she turned to leave with Shen Nanyin, exuding nonchalance, while the man appeared slightly taken aback. "Wait a moment," Xie Yin called out suddenly, halting her. Fang Yunran turned back, puzzled. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Shall we take a photo?" Without hesitation, she brightened at his suggestion, promptly retrieving her phone and stepping in front of him. Capturing the moment with a click, she realized she had misjudged him. The seemingly aloof Xie Yin was indeed her little angel. At that moment, a girl wearing a work badge approached. Oblivious to others, she playfully pouted at Chen Gu, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Uncle, why didn't you pick me to go on stage today?" Chen Gu, alarmed, tugged at her, signaling her to keep quiet. After all, he had just been trying to usher people out. If it were revealed that his niece had received special treatment, it would lead to trouble. Shen Nanyin shot him a cold glance, her brows furrowed. "So you don't allow fans backstage yet engage in covert interactions during the concert? Mr. Liu, this way, please." The respectful voice of the staff made everyone in the lounge turn towards the entrance. A tall man clad in a black shirt, with his suit jacket casually draped over his arm, entered. His gaze was lowered, his lazy demeanor exuding a hint of coldness and innate arrogance. His striking features, accentuated by metallic ear piercings, conveyed an unconventional sharpness, radiating an air of authority. The atmosphere became tense as everyone hurriedly rose. "Mr. Liu," they greeted. The man, expressionless with deep-set eyes, immediately caught the icy tone of Shen Nanyin's voice. When had she last spoken like that? Who had provoked her? Ignoring everyone else, he strode directly toward Shen Nanyin, taking her hand and gently squeezing it. "What happened?" Lu Jingyan inquired softly, his brow furrowed. Chen Ji's face turned pale. Was this truly the young master of the Liu family from Jingbei? It was unfathomable that he would speak in such an exceedingly tender manner. Ing Huai was equally unsettled, his expression stiff, recalling how they had mistakenly thought he was merely an internet celebrity seeking attention, feeling both embarrassed and fearful. Shen Nanyin refrained from concealing anything, succinctly explaining the recent events while subtly pointing out the potential for favoritism in Shun Ji's past activities. Although she harbored no interest in revenge, she still wished to stand up for Fang Yunran. Upon hearing her, the previously confused staff members were suddenly alarmed, pulling Chun Gu aside and urgently whispering, "What are you doing? This is Mr. Liu's wife, not some internet celebrity." He was utterly dismayed, having led the guests into the lounge, yet neglecting to inform the CM, resulting in this predicament. Immediately, he took hold of his manager and offered an apology to Shen Nanyin. Lu Jingyan cast a cold glance, unaware of when Ling Yu had assembled such a group of inept individuals. Starting tomorrow, the role of CM's manager will be assumed by Kathy. Chapter 32, the motion sensor lights from the entrance to the living room flickered to life one by one. As Shen Nanyin changed her shoes and prepared to step inside, she was unexpectedly grasped by the wrist. The grip was gentle, yet she was unprepared, and her back collided with the firm, warm chest of the man behind her. A wave of panic washed over her. I'm sorry." Just as she was about to struggle, the sudden apology left Shen Nanyin momentarily stunned. Lu Jingyan, towering over her, spoke softly, his voice seemingly buried in the crook of her neck, stray strands of hair brushing against her side, sending tingles down her spine. She instinctively recoiled, her expression betraying her discomfort. What's wrong? Why are you apologizing all of a sudden?" The man behind her seemed to nuzzle her slightly, his low, languid voice whispering in her ear. "Today it was my failure to arrange things properly, causing Mrs. Liu to feel wronged. Was it really for this?" It hardly qualified as an injustice, yet it elicited a solemn apology from him. Her emotions were somewhat indescribable. However, what mattered most at this moment was Shen Nanyin uncomfortably pulled away slightly. Once he complied and released her, she hesitated for a moment, then turned to face him, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "There is no injustice. It truly isn't your fault. Moreover, you helped us seek justice." A gentle smile graced her features. The soft light from the ceiling illuminated her porcelain-like face, her hazel eyes sparkling like translucent amber. Her gaze trailed from her delicate, pert nose down to her soft, rosy lips, which were exquisitely shaped and slightly plump, perfect for being kissed and adorned with deeper hues. If she tilted her head just a fraction lower, they would be irresistible. But not now. Noticing the stubborn purple sticker still clinging to her skin, Lu Jingyan raised his hand to cradle her face, his fingertips gently brushing beneath her eyes to dislodge the sticker. As their breaths intertwined, he suddenly murmured, "Let me help you remove your makeup, shall I?" Her long eyelashes fluttered as Shen Nanyin snapped back to reality, momentarily enchanted by his charm. She instinctively stepped back, evading his touch. "No, it's fine." It was as if she were trying to escape a formidable beast. Lu Jingyan's gaze darkened, puzzled by her unexpected resistance to his proximity today. Hadn't he assisted her with her moisturizer before? "Are you angry?" Shen Nanyin hurriedly raised her eyes. "No, I'm not." Yet as she spoke, she hastily tried to distance herself. Observing this, the man furrowed his brow and reached out to pull her back toward him. "What's wrong? Why are you? Let go of me." The closeness ignited a heat in her cheeks, and her eyes shimmered with embarrassment. As he fixed his gaze on her gradually reddening earlobes, Lu Jingyan's expression darkened, refusing to relent. Just as she managed to create a little space, he pressed closer again, the warmth enveloping her body. Shen Nanyin attempted to pry his arm away, but her efforts were futile. Her delicate fingers merely creased his shirt. Frustration mounted, and her eyes began to glisten with the hint of tears. "Release me." Shen Nanyin's voice was choked with unshed tears. "I am sweating." She was not typically prone to perspiration, yet after being cooped up for so long at the concert, the air conditioning could only do so much. The proximity of this man was unnerving. What if he caught a whiff of something unpleasant? Upon hearing the girl's soft voice, Lu Jingyan paused for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. So, she was concerned about her appearance in front of him. The corners of his lips curved slightly, instead of letting her go. He leaned in closer, brushing against her neck. His warm breath grazed her delicate skin, and the faint touch of his lips sent a shiver of discomfort coursing through her. His voice was low and languid, Not at all. It's quite fragrant everywhere. What was he talking about? A flush crept across Shen Nanyin's porcelain skin, making her feel as if she might spontaneously combust. She pressed her lips tightly against the man's arm. Please, let me go. I need to take a shower. Her tone lacked any firmness, sounding instead like a pitiful plea for mercy, evoking a desire to tease her, yet also a fear of truly upsetting her. Ultimately, Lu Jingyan relented, releasing her and watching as she hurriedly fled to the bathroom, unable to suppress a chuckle. After hanging her bag up, he inadvertently caught sight of something that made him pause. On the entrance cabinet, Shen Nanyin's phone lit up, revealing a boy with a radiant smile on the lock screen, full of youthful exuberance, complete with an annoyingly charming canine tooth. When Shen Nanyin emerged, she sensed that Lu Jingyan's demeanor was off. He was performing his usual tasks of cutting fruit and heating milk, yet there was an unmistakable aura of coldness, akin to that of someone washing underwear. As the internet would put it, as she toweled her hair, she approached him softly. You should take a break. Andy can handle it. For some reason, upon saying this, his expression seemed to darken even further, and he remained silent. Shen Nanyin felt at a loss. Ever since their marriage by agreement, she had not experienced such disregard from Lu Jingyan, and now his sudden aloofness left her feeling inexplicably aggrieved. She could not fathom why he was upset. Just as she was about to speak, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen. Oh no, nothing is more dreadful than getting your period right after washing your hair. Clutching her stomach and leaning against the table, Shen Nanyin frowned, releasing a soft groan. Lu Jingyan noticed something was amiss. Looking up, he was taken aback by her pale complexion. Inin, he immediately grew anxious, striding over to her in a rush. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Shen Nanyin shook her head, grasping his arm, her tone weak. I'm fine, just my period. Cramping. The situation did not permit her to feel shy in front of this adult man. Biting her lip, she struggled to articulate. Could you please help me buy some sanitary pads? Lu Jingyan's brows relaxed, and he exhaled with relief. We have some at home. I'll get them for you shortly. As he spoke, he noticed her delicate fingers clutching her sleeve tightly and gently inquired, Would you like me to carry you to the restroom? Her originally pale face was suddenly tinged with a blush, and she trembled, shaking her head like a rattle drum, refusing the offer. Lu Jingyan did not insist. Instead, he assisted her to the restroom door and, anticipating her discomfort, fetched a small stool for her. As she gazed into the mirror, Shen Nanyin became acutely aware of her embarrassment, covering her flushed cheeks, wishing she could disappear. Before long, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Shen Nanyin cautiously opened a crack. Lu Jingyan's hands were exquisite, a fact she had recognized long ago. They possessed a vigorous, alluring beauty, fingers elongated, skin a cool alabaster, with subtly raised veins extending down towards the depths of his sleeves. At that moment, those distinctly knuckled hands were holding her intimate garments, the slender, immaculate fingers creasing the delicate pink fabric. Alongside them lay a pack of nighttime sanitary pads. Her gaze felt as if it had been scorched, her ears burning with heat as she quickly lowered her lashes and accepted the items. Thank you, she murmured. On the other side of the door, Lu Jingyan was not faring much better. His ears were slightly flushed, silently fixated on the palm of his hand. The soft texture of the thin fabric seemed to linger in his memory. How could a girl's intimate clothing be so diminutive? Chapter 33. You might think I want to kiss you in the kitchen. The covered pot of brown sugar, ginger tea bubbled gently. The exhaust fan hummed softly. Shen Nanyin sat on the sofa, having just taken ibuprofen, swaddled snugly in a blanket like a little silkworm. A hot water bag, placed there by Lu Jingyan, rested on her abdomen, with another at her feet. She felt enveloped in warmth, her only exposed feature being her head adorned with damp hair. Her fingertips, slightly calloused, tenderly massaged her scalp, gently untangling her fine strands. The warm air caressed her from above, rendering her hair irresistibly smooth. This prompted Shen Nanyin to reminisce about the time she had haphazardly tousled his hair. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she blinked slowly. Yes, next time she would be more mindful of her technique. The warm breeze lulled her into drowsiness, her eyelids beginning to wage a battle against one another. Just as she was about to close her eyes, the sound ceased. Lu Jingyan unplugged the hairdryer and set it aside, playfully pinching her cheek. Upon hearing a soft he smiled lazily and spoke, "Drink up before you sleep." Shen Nanyin squinted her weary eyes and turned to watch him striding toward the kitchen. The man possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His black shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing the taut lines of his muscular arms. He fetched a charming little bowl, contrasting sharply with his own demeanor, from the top cupboard, washed it, and poured the brown sugar ginger tea from the pot into it. Suddenly, Shen Nanyin realized that every day, as she ate and drank, Lu Jingyan always presented her with new, exquisite cups and bowls, each one different from the last. On the fridge door, a note listed the dishes she desired. Although they had a maid at home, he preferred to cook himself. No matter how she looked at it, he was not quite the same as the person she remembered. During the crucial time of their senior year, the arrival of a wealthy heir from Jingbei stirred quite a commotion. No one could remain oblivious. He was strikingly handsome, with a notoriously bad temper, showing blatant disregard for the principal and teachers. Since the first and third-year students were housed in different buildings, Shen Nanyin had never witnessed his true appearance. She had only heard her deskmate exaggerate about his extraordinary looks and how he could have an entire basket of girlfriends. Extraordinarily handsome seemed a bit excessive, Shen Nanyin thought at the tender age of 16. It wasn't until one day, when she felt unwell and asked for a late pass, that she caught a glimpse of him. By the time she entered the school, the first class was already in session. As she stepped through the gate, the furious voice of the dean startled the birds from the trees. "You better take those things off your ears tomorrow. Do you hear me?" Terrified, Shen Nanyin trembled and looked up. The boy being reprimanded stood there lazily with his hands in his pockets, completely indifferent to the dean's words, exuding an audacious air. His eyes, cast downward, allowed the sunlight filtering through the trees' shadows to dance upon his long lashes, revealing faint blue veins beneath his delicate eyelids. His pale skin showcased a row of conspicuous ear piercings. Such adornments might seem unconventional on others, but on him they added a touch of wild charm. Upon seeing his striking features, Shen Nanyin immediately thought that her deskmate's description of the extraordinarily handsome heir was not an exaggeration at all. His features were so pronounced that she found herself staring longer than she intended, and he caught her gaze. The youth lifted his eyelids slightly, raising his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked momentarily. Suddenly, he languidly curved his lips into a smile, tilting his head provocatively in front of the headmaster, deliberately revealing his silver tongue stud. Lost in thought, a low, languid voice interrupted Shen Nanyin's reverie, emerging with a bowl in hand. Lu Jingyan met her bewildered stare and ruffled her hair affectionately. The air was imbued with waves of warmth, mingled with an intensified floral fragrance. Lu Jingyan immediately discerned that the one stealing glances was a studious, disciplined girl. Adolescence, a period when both boys and girls are acutely aware of their appearances. Even the most academically focused students at Yizhong were not exempt. Boys at this age often obsess over their hairstyles, donning an array of flamboyant sneakers, akin to peacocks displaying their plumage. They frequently perform mock basketball shots, leap to slap the classroom door upon entry, or carelessly toss empty drink bottles towards distant trash cans, often missing and causing inconvenience for passing classmates. Girls, in contrast, let their long hair down and tailor their uniforms to fit snugly. They curl their bangs with styling clips and stealthily apply vibrant colors to their lips during breaks. All of this is a natural expression of youthful exuberance. Before her stood a girl gripping a plain backpack tightly, her hair neatly tied back, revealing a smooth and lovely forehead. Her skin was translucent, and her clean eyebrows and eyes exuded an air of aloofness, while her pale pink lips bore a subtle hue, even revealing delicate lip lines. The somewhat cumbersome glasses perched on her petite nose made one worry they might crush it. It was evident she belonged to the archetype of a class monitor who would report any misbehaving students. As the quintessential troublemaker, Lu Jingyan decided to tease her. He smiled maliciously, purposefully showcasing his freshly pierced tongue stud. Sure enough, the girl immediately averted her gaze in panic, hurriedly retreating. A timid, obedient girl, he thought with a smirk. The headmaster's furious reprimand echoed in his ears, Yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon the delicate nape of the girl's neck. Strands of hair clung to her skin, accentuating her pallor. At that moment, Lu Jingyan was unaware that Shen Nanyin secretly envied him. Throughout high school, she had always been regarded as the model student. She donned the same loose-fitting uniform without alteration, maintaining an upright posture and consistently topped the honor roll, compliant and ordinary. Yet only she understood the rebellious spirit that lay buried within. A fleeting glance at Lu Jingyan felt like a gentle breeze, sweeping away layers of long-held dust and revealing a yearning for freedom within her heart. She wished she could, like him, follow her whims and pursue her desires. Now, the young man sat beside her, raising a spoonful of freshly brewed hot ginger tea, blowing gently to cool it. Coming back to her senses, Shen Nanyin obediently opened her mouth to swallow, her gaze unconsciously trailing along his lips. She wondered if getting a tongue stud was painful. Her curiosity piqued. Did he still wear it? The brown sugar tea was not as cloyingly sweet as the one she typically bought, with a balanced hint of ginger that was quite pleasant. Surprisingly, it was rather enjoyable. As she gazed at him, her thoughts wandered aimlessly. The girl's unwavering gaze felt overwhelmingly intense to him, causing Lu Jingyan to pause momentarily. He curled his lips into a lazy smile and spoke. "Madam Lu, I advise you not to look at me that way." Shen Nanyin instinctively licked the sugar-coated corner of her mouth and foolishly inquired, "Why?" The porcelain-white spoon grazed her crimson lips, gently prying them apart, pressing down on her moist red tongue. "You have been staring at my lips, and I might assume that you wish to kiss me." Chapter 34. Fragrance everywhere. The girl wrapped in the quilt choked slightly and quickly diverted her gaze. Yet, disturbingly, she found herself pondering the sensation of kissing someone with a tongue piercing. Goodness, how could she entertain such frivolous thoughts? A blush uncontrollably spread across her cheeks. Lu Jingyan observed her, his eyes darkening. "You're blushing, Mrs. Lu," he remarked, raising a hand to caress the corner of her lips, a teasing smile gracing his features. "It seems you genuinely wish to kiss." Shen Nanyin immediately leaned back, her tone tense. "I do not." A few chuckles escaped her chest. "Well, perhaps not." Feeling slightly more at ease, she finished brushing her teeth and planned to wash the intimate garment she had soiled. However, upon entering the bathroom, she discovered the laundry basket was empty. Shen Nanyin froze for a moment, her eyes widening. Wait, could it be? Did the maid just come and wash those too? With that thought in mind, she hurried to the laundry room. The sound of her slippers clapped against the wooden floor, but she abruptly halted at the doorway. A look of disbelief crossed her cool, beautiful face. Her voice trembled. Lu Jingyan, what are you doing?" Inside the laundry room, the tall man was focused intently on washing the garments in his hands. He glanced up at her upon hearing the noise, his tone remarkably casual. "Washing clothes." She certainly understood that he was washing clothes, but still. Shen Nanyin's entire face turned crimson as she opened her mouth, struggling to articulate, "No, that's mine." He rinsed the foam meticulously with clean water several times before wringing it out. "I know," he said lazily. The small piece of fabric unfurled in his hands as he hung it on a rack. Once it was set to dry, he turned to Shen Nanyin. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Shen Nanyin could hardly believe it. He actually had the audacity to ask what was wrong with her. Lu Jingyan fought to suppress the smile, tugging at his lips as he regarded the girl before him. The blush that had crept onto her cheeks spread down to her collarbone, her expression one of astonishment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Clutching the edge of her clothing tightly, she stammered, "I can wash it myself." Lu Jingyan firmly disagreed. "You shouldn't touch cold water during your period." "But—" "No buts," Lu Jingyan dismissed her resolutely. After being sent back to bed, Shen Nanyin silently buried herself under the quilt, the heat in her cheeks refusing to dissipate. How could he so nonchalantly wash her underwear? Taking out her phone to play a matching game, Shen Nanyin attempted to distract herself from the earlier incident. However, the kaleidoscopic patterns before her morphed into images of Lu Jingyan's hands hovering beneath her gaze. From the cool, white elegance during contract signings to the wildness of his hands gripping the steering wheel, and now transformed into the daddy-like figure who was washing her clothes. Covered in suds, she threw off the quilt and vigorously slapped her own face. Shen Nanyin, wake up a bit. No more thoughts like that. She then opened Douyin to shift her focus. Perhaps the heavens conspired against her, as she found herself scrolling through an array of hands. In one instance, the blogger adorned her hands with a plethora of foam, garnering millions of likes. After swiping away, Shen Nanyin returned, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity. Although the trend of male mothers had recently gained traction, this seemed rather exaggerated. Why were there so many likes? Upon delving into the comments, her initial confusion morphed into an increasingly rigid expression. The entire comment section was nothing short of an eyesore. Shen Nanyin quietly closed Douyin, feeling as though her mind had been sullied. In the dormitory group chat, upon seeing a message from Liang Wan, she learned about the trending topic. Logging onto Weibo, she found that the entry had vanished, leaving only Ying Huai's clarification. The palpable anxiety and humility between the lines were evident, urging everyone not to make baseless speculations that disturb ordinary individuals. She lowered her eyelashes, her emotions a tangled web. Fortunately, Fang Yunran was remarkably carefree, able to accommodate the affections of 3.5 billion men. Fang Yunran, from today onward, I shall be Yinchuan's only devoted fan. The white-haired man is the ultimate XP. I was truly blind before. Liang Wan, what? I've fallen for her again. Wu Zhiyan, falling for the middle insert. Does everyone have to participate in that team-building thing? Fang Yunran, Liang Wan, Shen Nanyin. Huh? What team building? Upon scrolling through the class group, they discovered that the counselor planned a grand team-building event for the finance department. The venue was Yingshan Manor, and the itinerary was rather extravagant. Real-life CS, treasure hunts in ancient towns, outdoor barbecues. Liang Wan, no way, sir. What team building in our third year? After 3 years, the kids are already in kindergarten. 500 for the counselor. Her brain is slightly flawed. Wu Zhiyan, I'm quite introverted. I prefer to stick to the sewers and have no desire to attend. Shen Nanyin was also reluctant to go, especially since she would encounter Gu Zhiyan. As they were chatting, an intense warmth enveloped her. Before she could react, a hand slipped around her waist, a broad palm resting on her abdomen. Shen Nanyin found herself fully embraced, her back pressed tightly against the man's chest. He was so warm, like a furnace, instantly rendering her entire body pleasantly heated. A low, melodious voice whispered in her ear, I just took a shower and turned the water temperature up. This way, you'll sleep more comfortably tonight. The warmth radiating from his hand gently kneaded her abdomen, sending tingles through her body, penetrating deep into her bones. You! The phone slipped from her grasp, landing on the bed, and Shen Nanyin nearly stifled a whimper. It felt so strange. Her eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, her light brown pupils shimmering with unshed tears. No, it's unnecessary. The delicate, pale fingers of the girl grasped his, attempting to pull away, but her strength was akin to that of a kitten. Be obedient, Lu Jingyan murmured soothingly, his lips inadvertently brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Sensing the soft warmth quivering in his embrace, a lazy smile spread across his features. Otherwise, you might feel uncomfortable in your stomach tomorrow. It seemed earnest and well-intentioned, merely concerned for her comfort. Moreover, you've already taken a shower. Lu Jingyan chuckled lightly, languidly repeating his previous words with a hint of mischief. You smell delightful all over. The word was emphasized by him, imbued with a hint of profound allure. Shen Nanyin's ears flushed crimson, and she subtly struggled to retreat. In her movements, she inevitably brushed against him unintentionally. As his Adam's apple lightly rolled, Lu Jingyan tightened his embrace, gently yet firmly pulling her back. Be good, Yinin, do not move. He murmured, his breath warm against the nape of her neck, his voice husky. It seemed a sigh, a plea, yet it carried an inexplicable hint of danger. Her long lashes trembled, and she dared not stir, lightly biting her lower lip as she said, Then please don't rub. All right, I won't, he coaxed softly. Shen Nanyin found herself reluctantly nestled in Lu Jingyan's arms, surrendering to the crisp scent of fur that enveloped her. Her fingertips curled slightly, and she comforted herself with the thought that since he had embraced her so many times forcibly, one reversal should not be a problem, should it? Chapter 35. A deteriorating mood. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows across the room. In the mornings, Lu Jingyan often found it hard to rise, leading to his aunt preparing breakfast more frequently. He inhaled the delicate fragrance of the hair of the person nestled in his embrace. And noticing that she had yet to awaken, he couldn't resist planting a soft kiss on her fair, delicate nape, followed by a gentle peck on her rounded earlobe. In her dreams, Shen Nanyin vaguely sensed a clingy large dog pursuing her for affection. Frowning slightly, she raised her hand to shield herself, only to have her fingertips and palm kissed instead. "Dog, stop it," she mumbled, attempting to withdraw her hand. "Dog?" Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, holding her hand and continuing his playful assault without a care. What was wrong with being a dog for his wife? However, the thought of a dog led him to think of sharp canines, which in turn reminded him of that lock screen image, causing his mood to sour. His right hand gently cradled her petite chin, while his left rested lightly on her slender waist, applying just enough pressure to tilt her back, presenting her delicate neck to his lips. The coolness of his sharp teeth grazed her tender skin, teasingly rubbing against it. The sensitive area of her neck elicited an involuntary shudder from Shen Nanyin, her soft whimper tinged with sweetness. Lu Jingyan froze, his gaze darkening. He was no saint, and it was morning, making it all the more difficult to endure. He tightened his embrace, burying his face in the crook of her neck to quell his rising agitation. Before long, Shen Nanyin's phone rang. Sensing movement from the person in his arms, Lu Jingyan opted to feign sleep. Shen Nanyin, still in a daze, groped for her phone on the bedside table. It was one of the companies she had applied to, inviting her for an interview over the weekend. Gradually awakening, Shen Nanyin politely ended the call, yawning as she rubbed her eyes. The weight of the man's arm draped over her waist felt somewhat heavy. She glanced down, her gaze trailing along the smooth, sculpted lines of his muscles, from his exquisite collarbone to the subtly prominent Adam's apple. Finally, her eyes settled on his impeccable face, lazy, aloof, and teasing, yet tinged with a hint of mischief from her memories. Perhaps enchanted, or merely still groggy from sleep, Shen Nanyin found herself gazing a moment longer. His pale skin almost revealed the veins beneath his eyelids, the slight curve at the corner of his eyes both indifferent and alluring. Unconsciously, she began counting the lashes beneath his thin eyelids, the light casting shadows beneath them. Lu Jingyan's breath deepened. The mere thought of Shen Nanyin focusing intently on him made his exposed skin feel as if it were igniting under her gaze. The warmth that had not yet subsided began to pool within him. It was only when Shen Nanyin finally rose and exited the room that he relaxed, releasing a slow breath. After freshening up, Shen Nanyin rubbed her stomach, noting that while she still felt some discomfort, it was certainly not as excruciating as during her previous menstrual cycles. Previously, she had suffered from lingering coldness due to being bullied and falling into the water, which had left her in agony. Her aunt approached. "Madam, breakfast is ready." Shen Nanyin nodded, intending to call for Lu Jingyan. As she neared the room, she heard the sound of water splashing from the bathroom. Lu Jingyan seemed accustomed to taking a morning shower, so she did not find it peculiar. She merely called out his name, informing him to come out for breakfast soon. However, as her words fell, a faint, suppressed groan emerged from the bathroom. "Lu Jingyan?" she inquired, her tone laced with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just bumped into something," the man replied, his voice slightly husky, tinged with a hint of breathlessness. "You go ahead, I'll be out shortly." The table still bore the steaming red-sugared ginger tea, prepared by the aunt according to Lu Jingyan's instructions. He had casually buttoned a few buttons of his shirt, droplets of water clinging to his throat, tracing the path of his tattoo. In the midst of his movements, Shen Nanyin seemed to catch a glimpse of other patterns, obscured yet discernible within the depths of the black thorns. As she chewed, her cheeks slightly puffed, she felt a pang of curiosity. That pattern seemed reminiscent of a certain flower. Lu Jingyan took a sip of ice water, feeling a slight flush under her gaze. The faint red mark on his neck was a testament to his recent activities. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Do you have a fondness for Hawaii?" Shen Nanyin, sipping her warm ginger tea, looked puzzled. "Not really." "Then why is your phone wallpaper all of him?" At this, Shen Nanyin looked up in surprise. The man calmly clarified, "I didn't tease Snoop. I merely caught a glimpse when the screen lit up." Shen Nanyin responded with a gentle, "Oh," explaining. Fang Yunran said it's a wallpaper for good luck, so I used it. If you don't like it, should I change it? She asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan relaxed, lazily affirming, "You can switch it to mine." Shen Nanyin, huh? His voice was languid and unhurried. "Am I not wealthy enough to bring you fortune? Yinghua is merely one of my employees." Shen Nanyin found a semblance of logic in this. "Do you have suitable photos?" Lu Jingyan replied, "You can take one now." After breakfast, Shen Nanyin obediently took out her phone, opened the camera, and carefully adjusted the angle towards Lu Jingyan. However, the person within the frame hardly required any angle at all. A casual click yielded results akin to a magazine cover. She swiftly captured the image, lowering her eyes to set it as her lock screen wallpaper. As Lu Jingyan observed the screen of Shen Nanyin's phone, he softly inquired, "Why is my profile on the lock screen while his is a frontal shot?" The photo was one she had just taken against the light, beautifully gilding his side profile. "This way, it forms a set," Shen Nanyin explained earnestly, unlocking the screen to reveal the frontal image. She pointed at the screen, elucidating her reasoning, then tilted her face up to look at him. "Isn't this good?" Her light brown eyes sparkled like clear glass, her cheeks slightly fuller, and when she pressed her lips together, they formed a soft curve. She was truly adorable. Lu Jingyan's heart skipped a beat as he leaned down to wrap his arms around her waist, resting his forehead against her shoulder, filled with overwhelming affection. What should he do? He did not wish to go to the office. He simply wanted to hold his wife and sleep. The girl blinked, striving to acclimate to his intimate gestures. "Yet I must depart for school. If I delay any further, I shall surely be tardy." After a brief pause, Lu Jingyan let out a low laugh, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Can't you offer me some consolation?" he queried. "Even the esteemed heir of the Lu family requires solace." "Very well." Shen Nanyin pressed her lips together and gently patted his back. "Our dear Lu is working hard." The way she addressed him made his Adam's apple bob slightly, and, as he entered the office, a faint blush adorned his ears. Lu seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, which might spare him from some scolding. Employees whispered amongst themselves, "Indeed, yesterday was terrifying. We thought he might become an unemployed drifter." With someone providing attentive care each night, Shen Nanyin navigated her menstrual cycle quite smoothly. On Tuesday, the school organized a lecture during lunch, requiring attendance. Those who failed to attend would be marked as absent. Shen Nanyin briefed Lu Jingyan on her situation. Meanwhile, Assistant Lu was reporting on the day's itinerary. At 7 in the evening, there was a charity gala at the Lawn Hotel. Lu Jingyan appeared somewhat displeased. He merely wished to return home sooner. At that moment, he received a message from Shen Nanyin, informing him that she could not accompany him for dinner, which further soured his mood. Chapter 36. Have you been drinking? The school cafeteria has recently undergone a comprehensive renovation, introducing numerous new stalls and dishes, while the seating and ambience have also received a remarkable upgrade, making the entire dining area spacious and well-lit. Shen Nanyin stood in line ahead of Liang Wan, waiting at the stall, serving steak rice. The service was surprisingly swift, with 80% of the meals being pre-prepared. Fang Yunran, positioned at the front of the line, rolled her eyes, muttering to herself that she should not have harbored any expectations of the school. After a few of them selected an empty table to sit, Liang Wan fixed an oddly intense gaze upon Shen Nanyin. Just as she was about to bring a morsel of meat to her lips, Shen Nanyin hesitantly set it down. Wondering if there was something on her face, Liang Wan feigned profundity, shaking her head in disbelief. Fang Yunran, unable to tolerate her cryptic demeanor, nudged her and urged her to speak plainly. Feigning a dramatic injury, Liang Wan retrieved a small mirror from her pocket and pointed meaningfully at her own neck before handing it to Shen Nanyin for inspection. In the next moment, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on Shen Nanyin's neck. On her fair skin rested a conspicuous red mark. Fang Yunran widened her eyes, suppressing a scream that was inappropriate for the cafeteria, and rapidly questioned, "What on earth happened to you?" She looked more guilty than the person involved. Beside them, Wu Zhiyan, adhering to the philosophy of self-reliance, began to prepare for a divination. "I didn't do anything," Shen Nanyin replied, somewhat bewildered, lightly pressing the red mark, dismissing it as merely a mosquito bite. Yet it didn't seem to itch. The presence of mosquitoes was entirely normal in the lush surroundings of Nanyuan. She hadn't even considered Gu Zhiyan as a possible culprit. Upon hearing her words, Liangwan nearly choked on her food, with an expression that was hard to describe. She exclaimed, "Haha, you mosquitoes must have quite the appetite." With her vast knowledge, she immediately recognized the mark as a result of repeated encounters. While only someone as naive as Shen Nanyin could mistake it for a mosquito bite, Liangwan sighed. Fang Yinran, already aware that no useful information would emerge from Shen Nanyin, shook Wu Zan's arm, asking, "What did you find out?" After a moment of contemplation, Wu Zan replied solemnly, slapping his palm with a resounding clap. Fang Yinran's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master, please interpret the signs." Wu Zan shook his head. "No. The secrets of the hexagrams must not be disclosed." At 11:50, classes ended, yet the school had scheduled a lecture for 12:30. After a few grumbles, Shen Nanyin and her roommates hurried to the lecture hall to sign in. University lectures were mostly about gathering attendance, and after signing in, Liangwan immediately slumped into her seat to play a game. Some students simply reclined and closed their eyes, succumbing to sleep. Thinking of Gu Zhiyan's poor habit of not eating on time, Shen Nanyin took out her phone to type a message. "Have you eaten?" A photo of lunch quickly appeared in response. After a while, another message followed. Gu Zhiyan replied, "I can't eat well without you here." Reading those words, Shen Nanyin felt an inexplicable warmth radiating from her phone, tingling at her fingertips. Biting her lip, she typed back, "Make sure to eat properly." The reply came swiftly, "Okay, I will listen to Mrs. Liu." Through the screen, one could almost perceive his languid and mocking tone. Shen Nanyin swiftly extinguished her phone. "Why is your face so red?" Fang Yunran, having just finished evaluating Xie, looked at her curiously. Shen Nanyin rubbed her face in an attempt to cool down. Her gaze flickering, it was too hot. With Gu Zhiyan not returning home for dinner, she was just in time to join her roommates for a meal. They found a highly rated barbecue restaurant, and, as usual, Liangwan was in charge of ordering. Her culinary prowess made her the designated planner for their gatherings in room 603. After placing the order, she hurried to the condiment station to prepare her special sauces for everyone. Meanwhile, Shen Nanyin was responsible for grilling. With precise timing, she cooked the pork belly to perfection, sizzling with juice and exuding an aromatic human fragrance. Fang Yunran dipped a piece in the sauce, wrapped it in lettuce, and savored it with her eyes closed in bliss. "Wan Zi, Yin Zi, Zhan Zi, I cannot do without you," Liangwan replied. "No need for such flattery." Shen Nanyin bit her lip, unable to suppress her laughter, as she took a sip of the restaurant's signature soju. The ice cubes in the glass clinked melodiously, the drink a delightful blend of sweet and sour fruit flavors. As they chatted and drank the soju, a pleasant intoxication enveloped them, initially subtle. The effects of the drink caught Shen Nanyin off guard, and she ended up quite tipsy. Clutching a small bottle of liquor, she swayed slightly as she followed her roommates out of the barbecue joint. Fang Yunran supported her, asking, "Should I call your husband to come pick you up?" "No need," Shen Nanyin replied breezily, waving her hand with a giggle. "I'm perfectly fine." Fang Yunran questioned, "Are you really okay?" At the listening Orchid Hotel, amidst the fragrance of fine attire and the clinking of glasses, business elites and social luminaries held their drinks, engaging in lively conversation. "Mr. Liu, as Huazhong technology is still finding its footing, I respectfully offer you this drink as an apology for any missteps," Gu Zhiyan said with a lowered gaze. Fang Yang similarly raised his glass in deference. "Mr. Liu, I too wish to toast you." The man in the tailored suit at the head table wore a weary expression, seemingly indifferent to their gestures, casually dismissing the cigarette offered by a nearby attendant, exuding an air of superiority. Su Yakin bit her lip, her red dress accentuating her allure, as she attempted to sit beside Gu Zhiyan with a drink in hand. Such encounters were commonplace in the realm of fame and fortune. She feigned humility for Gu Zhiyan's sake, but her true intent was to climb the ranks by associating with this towering figure. However, before she could approach Liu, the assistant swiftly intervened. "Miss Su, please conduct yourself with dignity." Stopped by a mere assistant, Her countenance shifted between shades of pale and flushed. "Who do you think you are?" But upon meeting the man's icy gaze, a sudden wave of fear silenced her words. "Suyekin," Gu Zhiyan quickly admonished her in hushed tones. He poured himself another drink and downed it in one gulp. "Might you enlighten me on where I have offended Mr. Liu?" His eyes were stoic, fists clenched. In response, Liu Jingyan chuckled lightly, his disdain unmistakable in his casual tone. "Do I require a reason for my actions?" Gu Zhiyan's face paled immediately. It was evident to all present that the words spoken were a blatant declaration. "I can do as I please, without the need for justification." One could only wonder what misstep the Gu family had taken against the Liu family. Those with discernment, fearing collateral damage, hastily distanced themselves from the representatives of Huazhong technology. As the evening banquet drew to a close, the clock approached 11. Within the confines of the vehicle, Liu Jingyan's demeanor was icy, his gaze devoid of warmth. He had long regarded Gu Zhiyan as a thorn in his side, and while he had managed to forget the grievances for a time, it seemed he was determined to confront the source of his irritation head-on. "The South City project has been obstructed," the man stated flatly. "Understood, Mr. Liu," Assistant Liu replied. As he lifted his gaze, a familiar figure caught his attention at the intersection. The young woman was clad in a delicate, strapless gown, complemented by a lightweight knitted jacket. Her fair arms were draped over her roommate's shoulder, swaying slightly as she walked. "Is she intoxicated?" Liu Jingyan retrieved his phone, only to find an empty message thread. Clearly, there was no intention for him to come pick her up. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pressed the button to exit the vehicle. Chapter 37. Unraveled on the roadside, Fong Yunran supported a drunken man with one hand and crouched beside a mushroom-like figure. After unlocking Shen Nanyin's phone and accessing her contacts, she chattered away. "Are you some lightweight? A few bottles of liquor and you're out? Your husband won't chop us up, will he?" In her merriment, she forgot that Shen Nanyin needed to return home, realizing too late that she should have kept a watchful eye. Unlike previous gatherings, where everyone would return to the dormitory together, drunkenness was no longer a concern. With her head resting on Fong Yunran's shoulder, Shen Nanyin gazed dazedly ahead and suddenly murmured, "Hey, is there a handsome guy?" Continuing with her playful banter, she asked, "What is your handsome friend's number? I've been searching for ages and can't find it." "Hey," before Fong Yunran could intervene, she watched helplessly as Shen Nanyin broke free from her grasp and lunged toward the tall man ahead. "Oh my!" Fong Yunran exclaimed, rushing to intercept. Sorry, my roommate," but upon seeing the man's face, she quickly fell silent. His features were striking, with an air of indifference. Dark strands of hair falling over his forehead, exuding an undeniable nobility. His well-defined hands rested on her roommate's waist, the veins beneath his elegant watch bulging slightly, as if containing a wild beast. Yet his demeanor was courteous. "Thank you for looking after her. I shall take her home now." His tone remained polite, but there was a subtle assertion of ownership in his words. Fong Yunran chuckled nervously, preparing to utter some trivial pleasantries, when the equally inebriated Liang Wan suddenly opened her eyes wide. It's you," she exclaimed, raising her voice. "Treat our Nanyin well. Otherwise, we from room 603 will not let you off easily." Fong Yunran was stunned, quickly covering Liang Wan's mouth. "Is she out of her mind?" While trying to silence Liang Wan, the crouching mushroom-like figure suddenly shouted, "Yes, exactly." Fong Yunran was bewildered. Enough. What did she do wrong? Despite Fong Yunran's efforts to redeem Shen Nanyin's image, her fear of Liu Jingyan lingered. "Apologies, they are intoxicated and meant no offense," she stammered. "Not a problem," the man replied, his expression unfazed, his voice deep and melodious. "We will take our leave now. Perhaps we can dine together sometime." "Certainly, please take care," Fong Yunran said hastily, restraining the two drunken girls. Then she witnessed Liu Jingyan effortlessly lift Shen Nanyin, cradling her in his arms. Fong Yunran's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The strength he possessed was astonishing. On the dimly lit street, Shen Nanyin instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's neck. "Hey," she spoke slowly with a hint of weariness. "You can't hold me." Liu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, retracting his arms. "Why not?" "Because..." She hesitated momentarily. "Because I am married." Her tone suggested she had announced a monumental revelation as she waved her ring-adorned hand before him. Look, feigning confusion, the man replied, is it forbidden to embrace once married? Of course. She furrowed her brows, adhering to her principles of morality. Is that so? Lu Jingyan replied with a playful lilt, languidly prolonging his tone. Our Yinyin is so well-behaved. Shen Nanyin nodded slowly, affirming yes. She had always been obedient, both at school and within the Shen household, though it seemed to bear little significance. What is your husband's name? With her delicate brows knitted, Shen Nanyin pondered for a moment before responding at a leisurely pace. Lu Jingyan. Lu Jingyan was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. Did that require so much thought? Approaching the car, he gently shielded her head as he assisted her into the back seat. In the process, her thin cardigan slipped from her shoulders, revealing the expanse of her alabaster skin, which glistened with a soft, rosy hue under the effects of alcohol. A tingling sensation coursed through her collarbone, causing Shen Nanyin to lower her gaze. His long, pale fingers deftly adjusted her clothing, meticulously fastening her buttons. She blinked and spoke softly. Your hand. Lu Jingyan met her gaze. What about it? It looks just as good as my husband's, she concluded earnestly. Shen Nanyin, when intoxicated, refrained from acting foolishly, yet unexpectedly became candid, revealing her fondness for her own hands. Lu Jingyan understood her sentiment. He presented his hand before her, teasingly inviting her to touch it. Just as she was about to reach out, she hesitated. Wait a moment. She buried her head into her phone, dialing a number. In the next instant, Lu Jingyan's phone rang. He raised an eyebrow in amusement and answered, only to hear the girl earnestly inquire, hello? May I touch someone else's hand? Referring to her husband so casually in front of others. Yet failing to use the term when calling him was rather amusing to Lu Jingyan. He feigned seriousness, replying, no, Yinyin. In an instant, he observed her expression fall, her demeanor becoming despondent. I'm sorry, but my husband won't allow it. Lu Jingyan stifled a chuckle, adopting a tone of mock regret. Is that so? Then there is nothing we can do. Noticing her lingering gaze upon his hand, he smirked slightly and, with utmost sincerity, coaxed into the phone. Yinyin can come home and touch mine, all right? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Nanyin nodded, all right then. Not far away, Su Yakin watched the departing car, deep in thought. Just after leaving the hotel, she had spotted Lu Jingyan embracing a woman. Though she hadn't seen the woman's face, she caught sight of long, dark hair cascading down to the waist and a delicate, fair chin. Numerous aspiring actresses had previously clung to him without success. Even Ling Yu's own artists who had attempted to garner attention through paparazzi had swiftly faded into obscurity. Perhaps this could be a breakthrough? She promptly sent a message to Gu Zhiyan, instructing him to investigate. Carrying her into the living room, the housekeeper discreetly retreated upon seeing them. Warm water dampened the towel as Lu Jingyan lifted her face, tenderly wiping it clean. The girl, with her eyes half closed, appeared remarkably docile and serene. After cleansing her face, he washed the towel and hung it up, returning to kneel beside her to assist with her shoes. His slender fingers gently grasped her delicate ankle, unfastening the slender strap that encircled her heel. In the bathroom, Shen Nanyin, clad in slippers, leaned against his chest, her forehead feeling lightheaded. Can you wash by yourself? He inquired softly. Shen Nanyin nodded, rubbing against his suit, affirming her capability. However, after a considerable wait, she remained seated against him, not making an effort to stand. Lu Jingyan, in a decisive manner, lifted her and fetched a small stool, placing her securely upon it to ensure she would not stumble. He then adjusted the shower head to a comfortable temperature and handed it to her. Although he was more than willing to assist her in washing, he feared that if he did so, she might choose to ignore him come morning. Wait, Shen Nanyin suddenly spoke, causing Lu Jingyan, who had taken a step away, to retreat. What is it? He asked. With her head bowed, she struggled to unfasten the buttons of her outer garment, her tone tinged with distress. I can't undo it. Chapter 38. Touching hands, the pristine porcelain-tiled walls and floor radiated a gentle glow under the illumination, while the mirror clearly reflected the figures of the two. Lu Jingyan resignedly approached her. He slowly unfastened the button he had previously secured. Shen Nanyin wore a light green spaghetti-strap dress today, accentuating her fair complexion, resembling a delicate matcha cake. Inside the car, the dim light had obscured details, but now the bathroom was brilliantly illuminated. The neckline of her dress dipped slightly, allowing him a glimpse of her smooth, lustrous curves, akin to the creamy frosting atop a cake. The air was filled with the sweet scent of fruit wine, reminiscent of juicy peaches, intensifying with each breath. Gu Zhiyan discreetly lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his darkened eyes. His fingertips seemed to linger with the delicate sensation of her collarbone, and he unconsciously pinched them lightly. Just as he was about to leave, Shen Nanyin suddenly tugged at the hem of his shirt. She murmured, "Didn't we say touching hands? So, does that mean I automatically become your wife when we get home?" Gu Zhiyan chuckled as he ruffled her hair. "Understood. We'll discuss it after your bath. Don't catch a chill." Concerned she might stumble, he added, "Be cautious. I'll be waiting outside. Call for me if you need anything." As the bathroom door swung open, a wave of warm, humid air rushed out. Her dark, damp hair clung to the side of her face. Mingling the tart fragrance of green branches with the crisp scent of fur, droplets of water clinging to her long lashes and sliding down with each flutter. He couldn't help but smile at her sleepwear, which hung askew. He reached out to adjust her clothing, but noticed her leaning into him again, raising his finger to press against her forehead. Having just returned from outside, he still bore the scent of smoke and perfume from the evening gala, and he didn't wish to transfer it to her. In the kitchen, he washed and diced apples and oranges, boiling them in cold water with a touch of rock sugar. After letting it cool, he added some honey. The girl obediently drank the hangover remedy, making no fuss. Gu Zhiyan squeezed toothpaste onto the electric toothbrush and handed it to her. "Do you still remember how to brush your teeth, silly?" Shen Nanyin received it with a frown, shoving it into her mouth as a buzzing sound ensued. The man leaned lazily against the wall, his gaze fixed on the girl, mechanically brushing her teeth in the mirror, unable to suppress a smile. After she rinsed her mouth, Gu Zhiyan twisted the towel again to dry her face. Shen Nanyin continued to blink her beautiful eyes at him. The proximity allowed him to catch the refreshing minty fragrance. He wondered if kissing her would also reveal a cool sensation. When Gu Zhiyan emerged from the bathroom, he found Shen Nanyin still sitting at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. He chuckled softly as he pinched her earlobe. "Are you drinking wine or coffee? You seem so spirited." Once she lay down on the bed, the girl instinctively nestled into his embrace. Lu Xiao was caught off guard by her sudden affection. I didn't expect the 21-day habit formation rule to be so effective. Enveloped in her warmth, he lowered his gaze to her for a moment before bending down to kiss her nose. Shen Nanyin, wide-eyed, imitated him, leaning in to plant a kiss on his nose as well. Gu Zhiyan, the soft touch of her lips was akin to the gentle fall of feathers, fleeting and swiftly carried away by the wind, evoking a sense of regret. Keeping a supply of wine at home was not an unwise notion, he mused, dismissing his racing heartbeat with nonchalance. Before long, Shen Nanyin suddenly blinked and spoke. Hand. Her memory, dulled by inebriation, appeared surprisingly sharp. Gu Zhiyan chuckled lightly, extending his hand towards her, casually inviting, "Feel free to explore." His fingers, long and elegantly proportioned, unfurled with distinct knuckles, each curve a testament to beauty and finesse. The fluid transition from palm to wrist seamless. The girl's soft fingertips traced along his slender digits, inching upward from the tips to the palm. A tingling sensation blossomed from the surface of his skin to the marrow, akin to being gently scratched by tender claws. She ventured to the back of his hand, pressing against the slightly raised veins. Shen Nanyin delightedly played with his hand, exploring here and there. Throughout, Gu Zhiyan kept his gaze fixed on her. Suddenly, she lowered her head, her soft lips brushing against his fingertips. A jolt coursed through Gu Zhiyan, disrupting the rhythm of his heartbeat. His throat bobbed slightly, his voice husky, tinged with restrained emotion. "Shen Nanyin, what are you doing?" She struggled to discern his tone, hesitantly reaching out. "Do you want it too?" As dawn approached, a faint light broke over the horizon, filtering through the wind-blown gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the wooden floor. Shen Nanyin awoke. Cradling her slightly dizzy head, her mind momentarily blank. The memories lingered only until their exit from the barbecue restaurant. How had she returned home? The crisp air enveloping her nostrils brought her back to reality. Resting his chin atop her fluffy hair, the man's voice, still thick with morning slumber, inquired, awake? She blinked in confusion, hesitantly asking, "Did you come to fetch me yesterday?" Lu Jingyan affirmed with a soft then chuckled lightly, offering a suggestion. "Try not to drink too much in the future." Shen Nanyin sat up in a flurry, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Had she done something outrageous? That seemed unlikely. She prided herself on her tolerance. "Did I act foolishly?" "Not quite," Lu Jingyan teased, pinching her cheek lightly. "You were just easily swayed by a lollipop." Shen Nanyin, preparing for an interview at the office, was puzzled. Had she truly been that foolish after drinking? The open workspace buzzed with the sounds of typing and hushed discussions. Shen Nanyin's resume is impressive. A current student at Jing University, top of her class, with numerous accolades, an HR employee noted as they reviewed the submissions. "Yes, I've already informed her to come for an interview. We'll see how it goes shortly." Su Yingyan, coffee in hand, approached after hearing Shen Nanyin's name. "Whose resume are you discussing?" "It's Xiao Su's," an HR staff member promptly replied. Su Yingyan's eyes glinted with intrigue. "Let me see that resume." The employee quickly handed over the document. Su Yingyan scanned it with a grin, pulling out his phone to take a picture and sending it to Lu Jingyan with a teasing remark. "Lu Gu, how did my sister-in-law submit our resume? Could it be that some people Haven Tea received a resume?" Lu Jingyan remained composed in the office as he saved a screenshot of Shen Nanyin's identification photo from the resume to his album. His long fingers danced across the keyboard, stating, "Ling Yu's acquisition of the Su Corporation yields a similar effect." In an instant, Su Yingyan's enthusiasm waned. "That's impossible, brother. How could sister-in-law not submit to Ling Yu? It's utterly inconceivable." Lu Jingyan was well aware that with Shen Nanyin as capabilities, it was inconceivable for her not to submit to Ling Yu. Her wide-ranging applications merely served as an additional layer of assurance. Chapter 39. The first interview proceeded relatively smoothly. Shen Nanyin, clad in professional attire, answered the interviewer's questions with clarity and precision. Her voice, like a crystal-clear spring, resonated with purity, bringing joy to those who listened. Her hair was elegantly styled in a low bun, with a few wisps artfully cascading by her ears, infusing her demeanor with a touch of vivacity. "Are you really a fool? You even had to watch the interview video." Su Yingyan muttered to himself, a twinge of guilt prompting him to put down his phone and retreat to the side, sending the video to Lu Jingyan. Lu Jingyan replied, "Delete what's on your phone." Cursing under his breath, Su Yingyan turned to find Lu Daiqing wearing an expression of dismay. "Su Yingyan, I never imagined you to be this sort of person." Panicking, he stammered, "No, you have to listen to me." "Perverted creep." Lu Daiqing's eyes widened in shock. "I must tell my brother." Su Yingyan shouted in disbelief. "What does this have to do with me? It's clearly your brother. Who's the creep?" After being compelled to clarify the situation, Lu Daiqing felt even more at a loss for words. "My brother truly is a creep." Su Yingyan nodded in agreement, indeed. Unaware of being privately chastised, Lu Jingyan saved the video and replayed it several times. He watched intently, reminiscing about Shen Nanyin delivering a speech under the national flag during high school. Her voice back then was imbued with a youthful, crisp quality as she earnestly read her script. He had stood idly behind her, waiting to recite his own self-reflection. Lu Jingyan realized that he could be quite shameless at times. While the young lady earnestly encouraged her peers to study diligently, he found himself fixated on the delicate flush of her earlobes in the sunlight, lewdly wondering what it would feel like to nibble on them. President Lu, Assistant Lu entered, interrupting his reverie. "Mrs. Lingwe's interview is at 10 o'clock in the Capital Markets Department." The search for internships and jobs often involved a relentless series of interviews. Shen Nanyin emerged from one company only to head straight to another. Ling Yu's stature in Jingbei was well known, but having delivered meals to the office a few times, she hoped that her identity would not bring Lu Jingyan any unnecessary public scrutiny. The Capital Markets Department was quite distant, and after much contemplation, she donned her cumbersome black-framed glasses, thickening her eyebrows slightly, altering her appearance just enough. Upon entering Lingwei, the receptionist directed her with an air of genuine unrecognition. The corridor on the 17th floor was nearly filled with individuals awaiting their interviews, forming an extensive queue. Given Lingwei's reputation, the competition was significantly fiercer than at other companies. As time passed, the expressions of those exiting the interviews grew increasingly grim. That question was so difficult. I feel like I'm doomed. I feel the same. I couldn't answer anything. Lingwei is indeed not easy to enter. The despondency in their voices began to seep into Shen Nanyin, igniting her own anxiety. As the line dwindled, some candidates, disheartened by the challenges, opted to leave outright. Next, Miss Shen Nanyin, finally summoned. Shen Nanyin nervously patted her face and took a deep breath. Gathering her composure and bolstering her spirits, she stepped inside, only to be met with a pair of smiling eyes. Shen Nanyin nearly lost her balance. How could he be here? She had intended to inform Gu Zhiyan of her success in the interview afterward, but now? Was the presence of the president truly warranted for a mere internship position? Goodness. She wasn't alone in her thoughts. The interviewers beside Gu Zhiyan were equally bewildered. His unexpected arrival had caught them off guard, as they initially believed there was a significant project emerging from the capital markets department. Yet after several rounds of interviews, he merely sat nearby, occasionally perusing the resumes on the table, which only heightened the pressure in the room. Shen Nanyin composed herself and took a seat. The man remained silent, his gaze roaming over her figure. It glided from her elegantly arched brows to her delicate nose, and finally to her soft, crimson lips. Today, she had applied a glossy lip tint, which sparkled enticingly. Her eyebrows were bold, and she wore black-framed glasses, lending her previously cool demeanor a touch of youthfulness and charm. This involuntarily reminded Gu Zhiyan of Shen Nanyin from her school days, and he struggled to suppress a smile. One of the interviewers, with a kind demeanor, suggested, "Please introduce yourself." The previous candidates had not met their expectations, leaving them quite disheartened. However, upon reviewing the resume of the girl before them, their spirits were swiftly revived. Shen Nanyin nodded and began her introduction with poise. Following that, she answered the subsequent questions with fluency and insight. The three interviewers could not help but admire her, frequently smiling and nodding in approval. Yet, throughout the interview, she could sense another intensely burning gaze upon her, which she attempted to ignore by clenching her fists tightly. After several rounds of questions, the interviewers were clearly pleased and were about to speak when one of them hesitated and glanced at Gu Zhiyan. Mr. Lu, do you have any questions?" Gu Zhiyan twirled the pen in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "No." With his lack of questions, the interviewer nodded at Shen Nanyin. "All right, Miss Shen, that concludes today's interview. You may await our news." "Thank you," she replied. However, after she left, Gu Zhiyan also stood up and followed her out. The three interviewers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why he was leaving when there were still several candidates to interview. As Shen Nanyin walked down the corridor, contemplating how to confess to him, she heard slow footsteps approaching from behind. Not paying attention, she pressed the elevator button and stood waiting. Before long, the elevator doors chimed open. Just as she was about to step inside, she felt a sudden grip on her wrist. At the same time, a force at her waist caused her to gasp, and she found herself propelled into Gu Zhiyan's embrace, being ushered into the adjacent private elevator. In instinctive panic, she grasped his arm tightly, her neatly manicured nails slightly sinking into the fabric of his suit. Shen Nanyin looked up in distress, finding his striking features alarmingly close, their warm breaths mingling in the confined space. The refreshing scent of fur intensified in the enclosed atmosphere, enveloping her entirely. With a playful tone, he inquired, "Madame Lu, care to explain?" Chapter 40. Initiative. She immediately felt a pang of guilt and confessed. "I intended to tell you after I passed the interview. Little did she know she would be caught off guard. I fear I might not succeed." The girl awkwardly averted her gaze. "If I tell you I'm interviewing at your company and then fail, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing?" Gu Zhiyan slightly released his hold on her, tapping the edge of her clumsy black-rimmed glasses with his fingertips, his voice laced with playful mockery. Our esteemed scholar from Shen University is lacking in confidence? If he can't pass, who could? Shen Nanyin pushed her glasses up and whispered, I'm merely being pragmatic. Her clear, bright eyes behind the lenses sparkled, her voice soft and gentle. Lu Jingyan gazed at her for a while, then suddenly sighed. Shen Nanyin's heart fluttered at the sound, and she nervously inquired, What? What's wrong? Shen Nanyin, why are you so adorable? The girl was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening slightly as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson at an alarming rate. She had received compliments before, being told she was beautiful throughout her life. Yet, hearing it in such a slightly exasperated tone was a first, as if he might just cradle her face with fervor at any moment. The lenses began to fog with the rising warmth. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she averted her gaze, attempting to escape the atmosphere. However, the tall man in the elevator kept his intense gaze fixed on her, his palm resting firmly on her lower back, preventing her retreat. He inquired with seemingly polite curiosity, You're so adorable. May I kiss your face? Shen Nanyin stood frozen, his directness leaving her stammering, unable to articulate a response. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but was interrupted. It's perfectly fine, Yinin, we are married after all. A kiss on the face is hardly excessive. Lu Jingyan leaned closer, his voice low and coaxing, dripping with allure. His sharp, handsome features were striking, with an air of condescension when he regarded others. Yet, at this moment, he seemed to harbor a hidden temptation, urging her to respond. At the ball, you kissed me. Shouldn't I return the favor? Lu Jingyan pressed further. It's just a face, Yinin. His languid tone bore a hint of playful teasing. Shen Nanyin, mesmerized by his charm, ultimately nodded. He gently tilted her chin upwards, his fingertip caressing her skin, sending a shiver of delicate warmth through her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. He focused intently on her, claiming to be kissing her face. Yet his gaze was undeniably fixed on her lips. The warmth of his breath enveloped her, and just being near him made her feel lightheaded. As Lu Jingyan lowered his head to kiss her, Shen Nanyin instinctively pressed her lips together in nervousness. The soft chuckle that brushed against her ear sent tremors through her, and her delicate fingers clutched at his collar, as if seeking additional strength and reassurance. Time appeared to stretch infinitely, with only the sound of their racing heartbeats echoing in the air. Finally, his cool lips gently brushed against her cheek. So obedient, he murmured, his voice husky with admiration. Shen Nanyin covered her flushed face, dazed, and was subsequently led into the office, under the pretense of familiarizing herself with the business. She sipped on the milk tea that Lu had procured for her, contemplating silently that this man seemed somewhat clingy, a stark contrast to the arrogant and fierce individual from her high school days. Throughout one afternoon, she came to realize that being a CEO was no easy feat, requiring her to navigate through an unending series of meetings and a bewildering array of documents. Yet, Lu Jingyan would often rise unexpectedly from his work to approach her on the sofa, cupping her face for a gentle kiss, as if he were a human charger, recharging her with his affection. However, upon noticing the subtle weariness etched across his brow, she obediently tilted her face up to him, receiving yet another kiss. This time, fragments of memory began to flicker in her mind. Wait a moment. Her pupils constricted as the hazy images gradually sharpened, akin to upgrading a standard definition to high definition. Oh dear, what had she done the day before? As one memory surfaced, a cascade of others followed suit. Each scene, each moment, intertwined and overwhelming. It was one thing to hold his hand, but to have kissed him. Shen Nanyin was taken aback by her own audacity. It felt rather perverse. She felt guilty. Having long finished her milk tea, she sheepishly bit down on the straw, her cheeks ablaze with heat. After signing a document, Lu Jingyan turned his gaze towards the girl, who was lost in thought with her head bowed, strands of hair revealing her slightly flushed ears. The urge to react was intense, and he felt his longing resurface. Perhaps he should move the sofa closer next time, he mused. He raised her chin gently, his warm palm resting against her cheek, locking eyes with her crystalline gaze, which shimmered with a hint of moisture and a delicate pink hue at the corners. Had he kissed her too many times? Could a mere kiss on the cheek bring one to tears? What if he kissed elsewhere? A shadow crossed his eyes as his finger gently pressed against her reddened eyelids, his tone remaining serious. "May I kiss you again?" She pursed her lips, feeling guilty, and leaned her face closer. Lu Jingyan lowered his brows, nearly losing control of his strength. He resisted the impulse to bite into her soft cheek and instead placed a delicate, fleeting kiss upon it. 3 days later, Shen Nanyin received an internship offer, with several companies expressing interest in her. The following day was a team-building event for the finance department. Although her dorm mates were reluctant to attend, their counselor had issued a stern order, prompting a chorus of lamentations in their group chat. As Lu Jingyan helped her pack, she reached for his arm, insisting, "I can manage this myself. Aren't you going on a business trip to Lingshire?" He neatly folded her dress and placed it in the suitcase, speaking leisurely. "Madame Lu could assist in packing for me." It suddenly made sense to her, and she dragged Lu Jingyan's black suitcase inside. "What clothes do you need to bring?" Lu Jingyan replied, "Whatever you bring, I shall wear." At that moment, she felt a sense of responsibility wash over her and hurried to the wardrobe to select his outfits. While choosing a tie, a phrase popped into her mind. "The beauty of the husband is the glory of the wife." She nearly burst into laughter. After much deliberation, Shen Nanyin triumphantly clapped her hands, declaring, "All done." The man cast a glance at his suitcase, seemingly lost in thought. "It appears you have forgotten something." Shen Nanyin replied, somewhat puzzled. "What is it?" "Razor, mouthwash, clothing, and a tie. Even your watch is accounted for. Is there anything else amiss?" Lu Jingyan's lips curled into a languid smile as he displayed a fabric in his hand, a pale blue bow tie. Shen Nanyin's face turned crimson in an instant as she snatched it away. It was only then that she recalled her oversight, her voice lacking confidence as she stammered, You take it yourself." "Why?" Lu Jingyan teased, pulling out a pouch of her undergarments from her suitcase and deliberately shaking it. "I have assisted you. Are you not inclined to reciprocate?" Chapter 41. Opportunities abound in the big city. Lu Jingyan merely teased her, rising to grasp her slender wrist. Ignoring her protests, he effortlessly pried open her fingers and retrieved her clothes, folding them meticulously before placing them into a storage box. After this careful arrangement, Lu Jingyan lifted his gaze and caught sight of her flushed cheeks, a playful smile curling upon his lips. "Madame Lu, there is no need for such shyness between a married couple." With that, he bent down to sort her other belongings into categories. Skincare and cosmetics were neatly stowed away in a makeup bag, while her clothing was organized into sets within separate bags, alongside some already portioned toiletries. To be frank, he exhibited remarkable attentiveness. The soft, warm light above cascaded like a delicate veil over the man's profile, as if enveloping him in a gentle radiance. Although he was merely packing luggage, his focused demeanor imbued the task with an air of utmost importance, creating an illusion in her mind that she was cherished. Shen Nanyin quietly pressed her hand to her heart. He often referenced their marital status, as if they were a typical couple in love. Yet, she was merely a sacrificial pawn dispatched by the Shen family. Such feelings must not be allowed to stir. He was Lu Jingyan, a paragon of excellence, a figure surrounded by admirers in high school. She was merely a fellow student, an unfamiliar face to him. Reflecting upon their interactions over the past few days, Shen Nanyin felt a sense of disquiet. Had she not prepared herself to be a gilded canary? Why then did Lu Jingyan seem to take on the role of caretaker? When had she become so naive? Suddenly, a pair of long, clean hands waved before her. "Little Shen, what are you pondering?" Shen Nanyin snapped back to reality and hurriedly rushed to the wardrobe. Her ears burned crimson, her voice barely audible. "Is this where it goes? Let me help you pack." As she opened the drawer and her fingers brushed against the deep black fabric, Lu Jingyan swiftly intervened. "You." His tone was exasperated. "I was merely jesting. If someone truly were to touch it, I fear." Shen Nanyin shook her head, her tone resolute. "This is what I ought to do." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Jingyan lightly tapped her forehead. "What you ought to do is to use your hands for typing and managing, not for chores." Seeing her remain silent, he pinched her cheek. "Otherwise, it would be a waste, do you understand?" Shen Nanyin covered her forehead, still being pinched, and mumbled indistinctly, "Understood." She had not anticipated Lu Jingyan would say such things. Shen Dinghua held a different view. He compelled her to learn dancing, play the piano, and master the etiquette of a lady, all in pursuit of crafting her into the perfect match for an advantageous union. Had she not covertly altered her aspirations back then, she would have missed a chance to delve into finance. She mused that he was truly wonderful, and his family was equally admirable. At 7 o'clock, the alarm clock rang punctually. Shen Nanyin stood before the mirror, brushing her teeth, her eyes heavy with sleep. A hand reached over to grasp a gray couple's mug. In the mirror, the man appeared languid, his hair tousled with a rebellious tuft sticking up. The half-closed eyelids softened the sharp intensity that usually enveloped him, revealing a gentler demeanor. Shen Nanyin dampened a towel with cold water and wiped her face, only to have her neck seized by a man, leaving her no choice but to obediently wring it out with warm water instead. Though she had been squinting from fatigue, she found it curious that she could still notice such details. After washing her face, just as she was about to step outside, she felt a firm grip on her wrist. Her waist was gently lifted, and strands of hair fell across her forehead, the cool, minty breath lingering at her nose. A soft pop echoed as he pressed a kiss to her cheek. Gu Zhiyan escorted her to school, and after sitting on the bus for 2 hours, they finally arrived at Insher Mountain Villa. Nestled in the outskirts of Lin City, far from the bustling center, the air was refreshingly pleasant, surrounded by lush greenery that painted a vibrant scene. Amidst the green mountains and flowing waters, mist swirled gently. The rising sun gradually dispelled the fog enveloping the distant peaks. The class funds had secured accommodations at the Insher Hotel. After checking in, everyone returned to their rooms to drop off their luggage and freshen up. Shen Nanyin shared a room with Fang Yunran, while Wu Zhan and Liang Wan shared another. As they entered the elevator, they overheard students from the neighboring class discussing something rather boisterously. No wonder they made such a grand entrance. I just heard someone mention that President Liu from Lingwei Group is here for an inspection and has already checked into the hotel. I thought so. I was beginning to think our counselor had such clout that they arranged a welcome ceremony for us at Insher Mountain Villa, but I guess I was overthinking it. Their roommates' gazes swiftly turned to Shen Nanyin, who indicated with her eyes that she was equally uninformed. Indeed, opportunities abound in big cities. If only she could discover the room number and seize a chance, guarantee that provide her with a 30 million escape from her son as grasp. 30 million seems a bit excessive. Let us not disrupt the market. Whether it was about money or not was irrelevant. She was primarily curious about the culinary delights that topped the must-try list in Jingbei. The elevator was empty aside from them, and the neighboring class continued their unabashed chatter. Fang Yunran and Liang Wan nearly choked on their laughter. This group was truly something. Meanwhile, Shen Nanyin found herself momentarily dazed. Surely, she wasn't so naive as to not understand the implication of the must-try list. Thus, she realized she had previously questioned Gu Zhiyan about his prowess in that regard while in his presence. Fragments of memory converged. What had he said back then? You will know after you try it. The teasing laughter echoed in her ears, and suddenly, Shen Nanyin felt an overwhelming urge to flee from this planet. Curiosity indeed killed the cat. The saying held merit. The four of them were on different floors. After bidding farewell upon exiting the elevator, Fang Yunran linked arms with her. Is your gentleman really here as well? She shook her head. I don't know. Gu Zhiyan had only mentioned being on a business trip to Lin City, without specifying his destination as Insher Mountain Villa. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Fang Yunran assumed it was due to the conversation in the elevator. She patted Shen Nanyin's shoulder, offering a somewhat feeble consolation. Though he may be unclean, at least his skills are undoubtedly superb. Shen Nanyin. The cold water splashed against her face, dispersing some of the fatigue from the journey. Could she possibly lie down and rest during this team-building trip? After rolling around in bed for a while, Fang Yunran sighed when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Who is it? She got up, secured the door chain, and opened it a crack. Outside stood a woman in her 30s, clad in a work uniform, with a badge identifying her as the hotel manager. Good afternoon, madam. Room 1103 has been upgraded to a presidential suite. Would you like me to assist in transporting your luggage? Fang Yunran paused momentarily, quickly comprehending the situation. Thank you, but we can take it ourselves. Very well. I wish you a pleasant stay. After the hotel manager departed, Fang Yunran approached the sink and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Now I truly believe that your significant other has arrived. Shen Nanyin, who had been washing her face, was oblivious to the unfolding events, droplets clinging to her long lashes, and she looked bewildered as she held the towel. A presidential suite. The hotel manager just informed me that our room has been upgraded. Who else could it possibly be but your husband? Fang Yunran exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Sisters, let us not forget each other in times of prosperity. Come, let us indulge ourselves. Shen Nanyin, still in a daze, was eagerly pulled away by her friend. Chapter 42. A gentle touch in the corridor adorned with a thick carpet, the sound of rolling suitcases was entirely absorbed. Soft lighting cast gentle arcs of illumination upon the murals depicting rolling hills. Fang Yunran lowered her voice slightly, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, this truly is the presidential suite. Even the corridor exudes such opulence. I must share this with Zanzi and Dabao." With that, she joyfully dashed into the room. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor offered a breathtaking 270-degree view of the picturesque landscape, with mountains layered in the distance, shrouded in mist. A waterfall cascaded from a great height, creating a refreshing spray of cool mist. The room was lavishly decorated, featuring a grand crystal chandelier that scattered light in a dazzling display, along with an array of entertainment facilities including a gym, KTV room, and an outdoor heated swimming pool on the balcony. Oh dear, what should I do? I am even less inclined to attend the team-building event now. What's the point of an outdoor barbecue? We would have to cook ourselves. I would rather lie here and sleep the entire day. Fang Yunran lamented. Shen Nanyin nodded in agreement, slipping into her slippers. After a 2-hour bus ride, her legs felt swollen. At that moment, her phone chimed. It was Lu Jingyan. "Are you there?" She sat on the edge of the bed and replied, "Yes. Is this room upgraded for you?" Lu Jingyan responded, "Indeed. I'm in the next room. Would you like to come over?" Upon reading this, Shen Nanyin furrowed her brows, hesitating as she glanced at Fang Yunran. She felt it inappropriate to leave Fang Yunran alone, and was about to decline when there came a couple of knocks at the door. Fang Yunran, puzzled, set down her phone, which she had been using to boast in the group chat. Who could that be knocking? Could it be another upgrade to the presidential suite? Shen Nanyin, closer to the door, shuffled in her slippers to open it. As she swung the door open, she was met with the familiar, audacious gaze of Lu Jingyan. Shen Nanyin widened her eyes slightly. She hadn't even replied yet, and he had arrived quite promptly. Fang Yunran, who had been engrossed in taking photos, turned at the sound and immediately adopted a more decorous demeanor. The proud young master Lu was smiling politely. "Hello? I borrow Yinin for a moment?" Fang Yunran snapped back to reality. "Of course, that would be absolutely fine. Feel free to take her. I can manage alone without any issue." She quickly added. Lu Jingyan nodded. "You may invite the other two to join us as well. This suite has 3 rooms. Okay. Fang Yunran eagerly nodded, completely agreeable. She then called out to Shen Nanyin, "You should go. Don't mind me." Shen Nanyin was taken aback. Her opinion was not sought at all, as she was gently pulled into Lu Jingyan's room. The space was not much different from the previous one. "Why didn't you mention you were on a business trip here?" Shen Nanyin inquired, curiosity evident as she settled onto the sofa. "Is it wrong to wish to surprise Mrs. Lu?" He replied, leaning in to kiss her, though his gaze inadvertently drifted to her calves. Frowning slightly, Lu Jingyan knelt down and gently pressed on her leg. "What happened?" "It's just from sitting on the bus for too long. It tends to get a bit swollen," she explained. She had not anticipated that he would notice such details. It was only when her legs began to feel slightly sore that she discovered the swelling, which was, in truth, rather inconspicuous. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan bent down, gently grasping her slender ankle, resting her calf upon himself. Shen Nanyin felt a pang of panic, instinctively attempting to withdraw, but found herself gently restrained. A light pressure would facilitate the reduction of swelling. He gazed downward, the contrast between the delicate, pale flesh of her leg and the deep creases of his dark suit trousers strikingly apparent. The warmth of his rough fingertips pressed against her skin, kneading with a balanced touch that elicited a tingling sensation. Shen Nanyin instinctively clenched the sofa, striving to disregard the peculiar feelings that arose. Accidentally pressing a sensitive spot, she bit her lower lip, unable to suppress a soft whimper. Noticing the sudden stillness in his movements, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to disappear into the ground. Yet Lu Jingyan maintained his composure, as if nothing had transpired. "Did I hurt you?" he inquired, shifting positions. "I shall be gentler." Realizing she could not halt the massage, Shen Nanyin resigned herself, resting her hands on the back of the sofa, burying her face into it. The massage did indeed alleviate the swelling in her legs, but it also left her feeling utterly mortified. Previously, she had found it exaggerated when witnessing others involuntarily vocalize during a massage, yet here she was experiencing it firsthand. Why, for such a simple leg massage, did she emit such sounds? All right. The promise of conclusion brought a sense of relief, prompting Shen Nanyin to hastily retract her legs, inadvertently brushing against a sensitive area. Simultaneously, a muffled groan escaped his lips. Alarmed, she scrambled closer, her hand pressing against his forearm as she anxiously inquired, "I'm so sorry. Did I kick you?" Just as she was about to push his arm away, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. A large, warm palm covered her eyes. "It's nothing," he spoke softly, his voice gravelly like stones grinding together. This did not sound like nothing to her, and an overwhelming concern surged within her, compelling her to pull his hand away. However, Lu Jingyan wrapped his arm around her back, drawing her entirely into his embrace. "Really, it's nothing," he reassured her lazily, his voice carrying a hint of huskiness as he half-joked, "A hug will suffice." "A hug will suffice?" Shen Nanyin was perplexed yet compliant. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly wrapped her arms around his waist. Consequently, Lu Jingyan tightened his hold, the warmth of his breath igniting a burning sensation on her exposed skin. Time seemed to stretch, and, after what felt like an eternity, he finally released her. As Shen Nanyin raised her gaze to meet his, she found herself momentarily frozen. His skin, already pale, revealed every subtle hue with clarity. At that moment, the corners of his eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson, and his elongated, shimmering gaze held an inexplicable depth that was utterly captivating. Under such scrutiny, she felt an unsettling flutter in her heart and softly questioned, "Are you truly all right?" After a brief silence, he chuckled gently. "If something were amiss, would you come to my aid, Nanyin?" His tone carried a suggestive undertone. "Of course." Shen Nanyin quickly straightened, clutching his sleeve. "I would certainly help you." Her light-colored pupils sparkled with an untainted clarity, reflecting his more dubious intentions. The fleeting pangs of guilt washed over him, even though he recognized that her offer of assistance was not of the nature he had envisioned. Yet, he could not suppress the emergence of certain unspeakable images. It was undeniably lawful, so why had he allowed himself to descend into such a state? Countless times he had subjected himself to cold showers, and in the confines of the bathroom, Lu Jingyan stared in frustration at his own uncooperative desires. As soon as he closed his eyes, the visage of Shen Nanyin filled his mind. Chapter 43. The hair tie within the supermarket. Shen Nanyin and Fang Yunran were engaged in procuring ingredients. Although it was labeled as a team-building exercise, in reality, everyone was merely in the company of those they were familiar with. She meticulously checked the items on her list: beef skewers, pork belly, crispy sausages. As she turned a corner, she unexpectedly encountered the last person she wished to see. Gu Zhiyan was pushing a cart, with Su Yakin standing beside him. Upon noticing them, the girl intertwined her arm with Gu Zhiyan's, her demeanor cheerful as she exclaimed, "What a coincidence, Shen classmate." Gu Zhiyan's gaze, shrouded in ambiguity, fell upon Shen Nanyin. She had no intention of engaging with them and began to push her cart away. Just as she attempted to pass, a slender hand pressed against the edge of her cart, halting her departure. "Oh!" Su Yakin feigned surprise, lifting a packet from inside. "This is the brand of scallops I intended to buy, but they were out of stock." Her tone conveyed a sense of regret, and then she turned to Shen Nanyin, smiling as she waved the bag in her hand. "Shen classmate, how about I pay you for it?" Su Yakin's smile was as bright as her eyes, as if her only intention was to purchase something. Fang Yunran rolled her eyes in disbelief, thinking to herself how naive they were. As if everything others did was delightful. To fight over a mere packet of this item was truly absurd. With a single remark, she effortlessly insulted both of them. Noticing Gu Zhiyan's displeasure, Shen Nanyin restrained her smile and politely inquired, "Oh, how much do you intend to offer?" Su Yakin was momentarily taken aback. Her original intention was to humiliate Shen Nanyin, yet now she found herself being questioned about her offer. Before she could respond, Gu Zhiyan took her hand, his tone indulgent. "If you want it, just buy it." He then turned to Shen Nanyin. "Name your price. Feel free to speak." 1 billion, Shen Nanyin stated nonchalantly, her audacity evident. "Oh, 1 billion it is. Don't just think of a packet of meat. I could even help you raise the scallops from young to mature." Fang Yunran chimed in, amused. "You," Su Yakin exclaimed in exasperation. "Shen Nanyin, you are, after all, a young lady of the Shun family. How can you be so?" Suddenly realizing something, she raised her eyebrows and smiled slyly. "Oh, you probably don't know, do you? Your family has been going through tough times lately." At this, Gu Zhiyan's brows furrowed slightly as he instinctively glanced at Shen Nanyin. However, her expression remained remarkably calm, as if Su Yakin's words had no bearing on her. Perhaps she was simply emotionally detached. What did it matter if the Shun family was struggling? Even if they were to collapse, she would feel nothing. "Please don't waste everyone's time if you aren't tea buying. Enjoy your shopping," she stated coolly before departing, indifferent to the man's cold demeanor behind her. Upon returning with a large bag of items, Liang Wan and Wu Zhan had already set up the frame and started the fire, lying comfortably in the dormitory. "And here we are, forced into the wilderness for survival," Liang Wan grumbled as she poured drinks. "Fortunately, you all went to the supermarket early. The other classes later simply raided it, leaving no ingredients, and we had to go catch fish ourselves." "Catch fish?" Shen Nanyin followed her gaze, spotting several individuals rolling up their pant legs to scoop fish from the river nearby. The comical sight elicited a laugh. Yuzhan shook his head in dismay. "Truly a tragic situation. Mr. Liu, here is the financial report for the villa. This year, Inshur Villa has altered its business strategy, opting for an open-door policy and a more approachable route, welcoming various universities to conduct team-building activities here." The villa manager was nervously reporting to his superior, who had unexpectedly arrived. The activity areas include camping zones, live-action CS, outdoor frisbee, and more. The manager's eyes brightened as he pointed out, "Look, over there are the students from Peking University here for their team-building event." The counselor, who was taking group photos at the barbecue area, immediately approached upon noticing the arrival. Mr. Liu, the man before them, the head of Lingwei Group, had generously donated several buildings to Peking University and covered all scholarships for the finance department, as well as some competition prizes. He also facilitated many large economic forums that involved the finance department. The counselor respectfully offered, "Would you like to join us for some outdoor barbecuing?" "Sure," he replied. "All right, please take your time." The counselor was momentarily taken aback, having expected a refusal. Faced with a full venue, he quickly concocted a high emotional intelligence strategy and called out to the students, "You from Finance Class 1, Shen Nanyin S Group, why don't you combine with Class 3, Gu Zhiyan S Group?" Far away, Fang Yunran stared in astonishment at the counselor, thinking he was the most oblivious person she had ever seen, even more so than herself. A cool voice interjected, "Are you suggesting I cook alone?" Sensing the displeasure in the man's tone, the counselor hastily amended, "Well, could you join the students?" He replied nonchalantly, "The group you just mentioned, Shen Nanyin's, right?" Without waiting for anyone's reaction, he strode over. The charcoal in the barbecue sizzled and crackled. "Hello," he said, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he pretended to inquire, "Would you mind if I participated?" Shen Nanyin cleared her throat slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. "Please, go ahead." Lu Jingyan approached the grill, effortlessly taking the skewers from her hands and placing them on the grill. What am I witnessing? The Crown Prince personally grilling beef skewers? The world seemed surreal. The last news she had seen about him was regarding his car crashing off the track. Unable to withstand the fervent gazes surrounding her, Shen Nanyin grabbed a nearby bamboo basket. "I'll go wash the vegetables." Hey. Fang Yunran immediately stopped her. "Let me do it. I love washing vegetables. Don't compete with me." "You." Shen Nanyin watched in bewilderment as Fang Yunran snatched the basket and pulled Liang Wan along with her. Yuzhan was engaged in her tarot card readings with another group. leaving Shen Nanyin and Lu Jingyan alone at the grill. Meanwhile, at the washing area, Fang Yunran and Liang Wan gossiped while washing. "Look at Gu Zhiyan's expression over there. It's killing me." Liang Wan chimed in. "Seeing that scumbag get embarrassed is the highlight of this team building." The beef skewers rolled on the grill, smoke billowing and stinging their eyes. Upon hearing the man clear his throat several times, Shen Nanyin hurriedly retrieved a small fan from her bag, striving to disperse the smoke. Witnessing this scene, Gu Zhiyan's expression grew increasingly grim. Although he was acutely aware that the two could not possibly know each other, the palpable atmosphere, which seemed to exclude any outsider, became unbearable for him. His countenance darkened, and his knuckles turned somewhat pale. Meanwhile, a few classmates nearby were engaged in discussion. "Doesn't anyone think that he and the department beauty make a perfect pair? The handsome man and beautiful woman are simply captivating." "I think so too, but I noticed that President Liu has a hair tie on his wrist. It must belong to his girlfriend, right?" "Indeed, I saw that too. I'm astonished that someone so dashing and wealthy would wear his girlfriend's hair tie, while my boyfriend thinks it's childish. Truly, comparing people can be utterly disheartening." "A hair tie?" Su Yakin's doubtful gaze fell upon the man's wrist, where it appeared somewhat familiar. Chapter 44. A delicate coral. Lu Jingyan had no intention of lingering for too long. After roasting the food to perfection, he departed, leaving the four of them to indulge heartily. The scenery at Yingshan Villa was enchanting, the air fresh, and the crystal-clear river flowed nearby. It was indeed a splendid place to unwind and rejuvenate. TSK, you came all this way just to grill the meat for me. Don't let it go to your head," Fang Yunran exclaimed, feigning disapproval while tilting her head back to sip on her soda. Shen Nanyin paused momentarily, her hand holding the skewer. Prior to this, it had been difficult for her to envision Lu Jingyan appearing somewhat disheveled from the smoke. More often, she saw him as the merciless power broker in the business world or the dashing young Master Lu from countless headlines. Upon returning to her hotel room that evening, Shen Nanyin used the room card Lu Jingyan had given her to unlock the door. The sky had darkened, and the room was enveloped in tranquility. Presumably, he was still occupied with work and had yet to return. Shen Nanyin tidied her luggage with a few swift motions. She sat quietly on the balcony's rocking chair, her body gently swaying with its rhythmic movements. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a tapestry of stars twinkled, a sight obscured by the severe light pollution of the city. The infinite starry sky and serene night enveloped her. Suddenly, a soft click echoed as the door swung open behind her. Startled, Shen Nanyin turned to find Lu Jingyan emerging from the bathroom. He had evidently just finished showering. Steam radiated from his bare torso, droplets of water gliding down his pale skin. His dark hair, damp and tousled, hung over his forehead, partially obscuring his striking features. With lowered eyes, one hand tapped away at his phone, while the other casually held a towel, absently drying his hair. The smooth lines of his muscular arms subtly revealed themselves with each movement. Ding! The notification sound of his phone pierced the stillness. The man halted his motion, slightly tilting his head to meet her gaze, which was filled with surprise and admiration. This was the first time Shen Nanyin truly observed the tattoos adorning his body. Black thorns entwined tightly around a rose, resembling a cage, yet also a vine inextricably linked to the flower, trailing down to his waist. It was a dangerous yet exquisite sight. His gray lounge pants hung lazily at his waist, the tightened belt resting loosely, revealing the sculpted contours of his abdomen, exuding both wildness and strength, with prominent veins visible. The droplets of water that had yet to dry glided down the petals of the tattoo, cascading over the thorns and finally disappearing into the depths of his V-line. She stood there utterly mesmerized. The scene before her began to blur and meld with memories of a high school basketball game. Under the blazing sun, a youth stood bathed in a golden aura, dazzling and radiant. Strands of hair fell forward, held back by a black headband as he gripped the basketball with hands defined by prominent knuckles and taut veins. After executing a flawless three-point shot, he cast a haughty, disdainful glance at his opponent, casually lifting the hem of his jersey to wipe away sweat. His lean waist and well-defined abs were a testament to athletic prowess. Sweat, much like today, traced the contours of his physique, imbuing the moment with a subtle allure. While echoes of bold comment from classmates lingered in her ears. The physique of that dog, the chiseled abs, is truly remarkable. I can't help but want to climb atop. It seems you haven't finished your sentence. Did you perhaps omit a word? Realizing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, she felt a sudden rush of embarrassment and hurriedly averted her gaze, stammering an apology. I'm sorry. I didn't know you. Gu Zhiyan observed her with a leisurely gaze for an extended moment before bending down to retrieve the sleepwear from the bed, donning it with a nonchalant air and remarking, "It's quite all right. Mrs. Liu can look for as long as she wishes." Feigning ignorance, she swiftly gathered her change of clothes, striving to maintain a calm tone, though her words tumbled out in a hurried cadence. "I've been enveloped in the scent of cooking oil all day. I shall take a shower first." As her words faded, she hurried towards the bathroom. Just then, a light, almost imperceptible laugh floated from behind her. Shen Nanyin felt her ears burn with embarrassment. How mortifying! How could she have stared for so long? The spacious and bright bathroom was filled with warm steam, the air subtly infused with the scent of fur. Gripping the shower head tightly, she found herself wishing to leave even before she had properly entered. After her shower, Shen Nanyin meticulously wrapped her damp hair in a dry towel, only to suddenly realize a significant problem. She had forgotten to bring a bath towel. It was truly a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune. After a moment of hesitation, she had no choice but to tentatively call out, Gu Zhiyan." Though her voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated clearly beyond the door. Soon a low, languid male voice responded, What is it? I forgot to bring a bath towel," she said, feeling so embarrassed she wished she could curl up into a ball. "Could you possibly fetch one for me?" Upon hearing her, Gu Zhiyan glanced to the side. Indeed, a solitary bath towel lay abandoned on the bed. He slightly bent down to pick it up and then strode toward the bathroom door. He lightly tapped on the door. In the next moment, the door opened a crack, steam and warmth rushing out like a tidal wave. The girl cautiously extended her hand. The mist swirled in the air, and under the soft light, her porcelain-like arm appeared enveloped in a warm glow. A delicate blush colored her joints, and glistening droplets of water adorned her slender fingers, evoking a desire to lean down and taste them. Gu Zhiyan paused momentarily, then restrained himself as he extended the bath towel towards her. "Thank you." Her delicate fingers grasped the towel, and the water droplets quickly absorbed into its fabric. He intended to leave, but, unexpectedly, Shen Nanyin hastily pulled the towel inside, causing the door to swing open wider than anticipated. A racing driver's eyesight is always keen. The unexpected scene froze Gu Zhiyan momentarily, prompting him to instantly lower his gaze and turn away. By the time Shen Nanyin emerged from the bathroom, she only caught the sound of the door closing behind her. After a moment of processing, she tentatively called out towards the source of the earlier voice, "Gu Zhiyan?" From the adjacent bedroom, a low, husky voice responded, "I still have some work to attend to. You may rest for now." Shen Nanyin stood still for a moment, then spoke softly and with concern, "Make sure to rest early after you finish." "All right." The night enveloped the surroundings, heavy and oppressive, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. His throat tightened, and the tattoos that adorned his body stretched from his chest down to the depths of his abdomen, the fire within him burning fiercely. He lay on the bed, his arms stretched across his line of sight in a futile attempt to shield himself from something, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Certain images lingered, refusing to fade away. Atop the Jade Mountain, coral dangled delicately. He felt himself on the brink of madness. Chapter 45. Clinginess after a series of events. The relationships among the three classes in the finance department did not improve. Rather, they deteriorated further. The cause lay in the fact that Class 1 had triumphed in both the treasure hunt and a live-action CS game. The former relied on Shen Nanyin's intellect for clues, while the latter depended on Wu Zan's inexplicable sixth sense to scrape into the finals, along with Fang Yuran's boundless vigor and Liang Wan's skillful mockery. Class 1 returned home laden with prizes, their spirits high, even renaming their group chat to Stepping on Class 2, Punching Class 3. The instructor sternly reprimanded them in the chat, leading the class leader to reluctantly revert the name. Yet, this did not deter the students from swiftly engaging in anonymous chat. Shen Nanyin and Gu Zhiyan's relationship was no secret. As classmates, everyone harbored a disdain for Gu Zhiyan and Su Yakin. The group chat buzzed with banter. Our grades may not compare, nor can we match in gaming. These two are hardly even as impressive as the class flower. Tag my family. The class flower stands alone in beauty. Others shared screenshots of their friend lists boasting 500 friends, all muscular men over 185 centimeters, saying, "If the class flower desires one, contact me. I can provide them all. I beg you, share one with me. Don't make me kneel and plead. Why can you share one with me? Just because I already have a boyfriend?" Shen Nanyin gazed at her phone screen, feeling a mix of gratitude and amusement. She had always been quiet in class, seemingly an outsider, with her interactions limited to her roommates. She despised this trait in herself. Yet she was taken aback by her classmates' kindness. With her eyes lowered, she thought how fortunate she truly was. As a new week commenced, Shen Nanyin prepared for her internship. Lu Jingyan advised her not to relinquish opportunities due to unfounded worries. Even if everyone knew she was Mrs. Lu, her abilities would speak for themselves. His tone was consistently casual, yet it unmistakably conveyed trust, calming her anxious thoughts and guiding her to choose Lingyue, a leader in the industry. On her first day at work, Shen Nanyin collected her welcome gift box, which came in a mini suitcase. Inside were an oversized custom mousepad, a seed cup made from a soda can, a personalized cashmere blanket, a water bottle, a signature pen, and a renowned brand thermos. The first day was relatively uneventful, merely familiarizing herself with the tasks and processes. She placed the seed cup on her desk and watered it. Her colleague, Tong Yin, seated beside her, was delighted to have a lunch companion and shared her snacks. During the lunch break, a notification arrived in the work group to welcome the new interns. Several key departments from headquarters would host a dinner. To emphasize their commitment to nurturing talent from prestigious universities, company executives would also attend. The entire afternoon was spent diligently studying recent strategies related to equity and debt financing. Time slipped away unnoticed as the sky outside her desk dimmed. "Let us go eat," Tong Yin said, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. After work, Shen Nanyin and Tong Yin coincidentally chose a corner seat in the private room. During their conversation while waiting for the dishes to arrive, Shen Nanyin was astonished to hear Tong Yin mention that she graduated from Sioux City No. 1 High School. "Really? What year did you graduate?" Tong Yin's eyes sparkled with surprise. "I graduated in 2022. I graduated in 2021, 1 year ahead of you. No wonder I don't remember you." She was quite pleased, unable to hide her excitement at unexpectedly encountering a fellow alumnus from Sui. As alumni, they naturally delved into nostalgic discussions about their high school days, reminiscing about the principal's children and the love affair between the cafeteria lady and the security guard, among other tales. Of course, they could not avoid mentioning the illustrious figure from their school. "By the way, you must know our General Lu, right?" When she suddenly brought up Lu Jingyan, Shen Nanyin paused for a moment before nodding. Tong Yin's expression was one of delight, as if to say, "I knew it. He is indeed remarkable." Gossiping about superiors is an instinctive behavior among employees, especially when that superior is a prominent figure from their school days. Being closer to the senior class meant they had even more juicy tidbits to share. From receiving 108 love letters daily to being cornered for weeks by the school's beauty from the neighboring institution, necessitating a daring climb over the school wall to escape. Shen Nanyin glimpsed a different, fascinating youth through Tong Yin's animated storytelling. Amidst the clutter of exam papers, the girl's budding emotions and fearless spirit stirred a sense of envy within her. Meanwhile, a few seats away, the newly hired interns were filled with anticipation and curiosity. Would General Lu attend the gathering? Regardless of the sensationalism surrounding Lu Jingyan's private life, his youth and the rapid ascension of his company, Lingyue Group, to the pinnacle of success had garnered much admiration. Just then, the door of the private room swung open. A tall man entered, clad in a black shirt with the collar slightly unbuttoned, revealing his pale, exquisitely sculpted collarbone, with a suit jacket casually draped over his arm. "Don't mind me. Just continue as you are," he drawled lazily, making his way to a table occupied by several company executives, positioning himself directly across from Shen Nanyin. Tong Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, as if to question what extraordinary event had unfolded today. Shen Nanyin felt a bit dazed, lowering her gaze to her bubbling carbonated drink. As dishes were served one after another, her phone screen lit up. Lu Jingyan, how was your internship today? You should try this cherry foie gras. It should suit your palate. The man across from her kept his gaze lowered, his long fingers tapping on the phone screen. What prompted General Lu to join the gathering today? Someone beside him asked with a smile while pouring him a drink. Just a bit of leisure, he replied, putting his phone down and lifting his eyes to meet Shen Nanyin's gaze. His dark eyes glimmered with amusement, and the corners of his lips curled ever so slightly. Shen Nanyin inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt as she quickly averted her gaze, wondering about the uncanny sensation of an office romance. Throughout the gathering, Shen Nanyin spent her time either dining or responding to messages from Lu Jingyan. You should enjoy this dessert. Drink less, Inin. It has a strong after effect. Beside her, childhood memories stirred as she observed the frequent tapping of keys, unable to restrain a wistful remark. Are you chatting with your boyfriend? He must be rather clingy. Shen Nanyin took a delicate sip of her drink and replied softly, well, it's not too bad. The other person continued, however, it seems that President Lu has been glued to his phone all evening. At this comment, Shen Nanyin nearly choked, coughing a few times. It was quite unusual for someone so busy at work to attend a company dinner. She grasped her glass, feeling a twinge of guilt. Just then, the department head addressed her, Xiaoyin, please inform the waiter to bring out some more desserts and drinks. Seizing the opportunity to escape the tense atmosphere, Shen Nanyin promptly agreed and rose to make her way outside. Chapter 46. The other party has enabled friend verification. As she traversed the corridor, she approached the front desk. The attendant tapped on the keyboard, inquiring if it was the Yuan E private room. Indeed, she affirmed. Very well. Your reservation has been arranged. Just as she was about to return to the private room, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice echoed from a distance. Shen Nanyin? The tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Instinctively, she raised her gaze toward the source of the voice. A man was approaching her, his smile warm and inviting. It truly is you. I thought I might have been mistaken. It has been quite a while. He scrutinized the girl before him. Despite the passage of years, she had not changed drastically. However, compared to her former slender and aloof demeanor, she now radiated vitality. Her once pale skin now glowed with a healthy blush, and her pointed chin had acquired a touch of softness. Surprised, she greeted him with a gentle voice. Long time no see. It was Chun-hee, her classmate from high school, a person she held in deep gratitude. I never expected to encounter two alumni in one day. How have you been these past years? Chun-hee inquired with a friendly smile. Noticing that the attendant had already brought the newly ordered dishes into the private room, she felt no haste to depart. Quite well. And you? She replied. Mediocre at best. He joked. Studying medicine is quite the ordeal. I'm nearly losing all my hair. Studying medicine? She mused, finding it quite fitting and a true reflection of Chun-hee's character. She recalled the time when she had fallen into the school's artificial lake, and it was Chun-hee who had rescued her. With this thought, Shen Nanyin sincerely congratulated him, smiling as she said, I must thank you once more for saving me back in high school. Now, you can save even more lives. His eyes flickered for a moment, yet he said little more, offering only a faint, resigned smile. You've expressed your gratitude numerous times. Such trivial matters between classmates need not weigh heavily on your heart. After saying this, as if suddenly reminded of something, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Shall we exchange contact information? Given that we haven't seen each other in so many years? He suggested with a smile. At that moment, a deep and slightly chilly voice interjected. Nanyin. A tall man approached steadily, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He leaned closer to the girl, affectionately inquiring in a low voice. Why have you been out for so long? Just a moment ago. Inside the private room, Lu Jingyan, noticing her prolonged absence, had risen to search for her. To his dismay, he stumbled upon a scene he least wished to witness. Chun-hee, Shen Nanyin's classmate, the first person she had ever developed feelings for. He vividly recalled that rainy day in the dim, spacious classroom. Upon learning that Chun-hee had started dating Song Siyu, He had witnessed her weeping sorrowfully over her desk, her slender back trembling beneath the school uniform. The scent of decaying trees and soil filled the air, suffocating him. The heavy, dark clouds pressed down, making it hard to breathe. The gloomy sky mirrored the damp rain that seeped into his heart. Lu Jingyan gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The distance between them was somewhat substantial, rendering him oblivious to the conversation unfolding. He merely observed the gentle and natural smile gracing Shen Nanyin's face, which caused a slight discomfort in his chest. Despite his strenuous efforts to suppress his emotions and maintain composure, attempting to dismiss his jealousy as mere politeness towards others, it proved futile. Upon noticing the arrival of a newcomer, Chun-He exhibited a look of surprise, his gaze swiftly shifting to Shen Nanyin. "Nanyin, I didn't realize you had become a part of Lu Xiuzhang's team," he remarked. "Employee?" Lu Jingyan lifted his eyelids with a weary disdain, silently scoffing. Did he truly believe Lu couldn't discern the underlying implications of his words? With a single phrase, he had relegated their relationship to that of ordinary superior and subordinate. Had he not heard him call her Nanyin? What employer would address their employee in such a manner? He longed to openly hold Shen Nanyin's hand and declare their relationship. Yet he hesitated, concerned she might not wish for Chun-He to know of their marriage. Chun-He was not a superfluous figure like Gu Zhiyan or Yinghuai. He was the cherished light of Shen Nanyin's high school years. The mere thought of it churned a wave of frustration within him. Sensing the low pressure radiating from the man beside her, Shen Nanyin found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she softly replied, "I am indeed currently working at Linghua." Very well, he thought, realizing she evidently wished to keep their marriage a secret from Chun-He. Lu Jingyan's dark eyes deepened with intensity. Chun-He once more suggested exchanging contact information. Recalling Lu Jingyan's earlier words, she instinctively glanced at him and gently inquired, "Shall we add him?" The man who had just appeared indifferent took a moment to respond, his expression quickly shifting from gloom to brightness. Observing this change, Chun-He suppressed his discontent and jested, "Does an employee need their boss's permission to add a classmate's contact information?" Lu Jingyan relaxed, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he cast a scornful glance in Chun-He's direction. While speaking, he took Shen Nanyin's hand, their fingers entwined, and leisurely continued, "I must apologize. Not only am I her boss, but I'm also her." Here, he paused momentarily, discreetly glancing at Shen Nanyin, seemingly gauging her reaction. Fearing to witness any reluctance in her eyes, he opted for a compromise, boyfriend. Boyfriend? Chun-He looked at Shen Nanyin in astonishment. Is that true? Mere seconds felt like an eternity. Though Lu Jingyan appeared calm, he felt a slight perspiration forming in his palms, until Shen Nanyin finally nodded with a smile. He instinctively tightened his grip around her hand. Chun-He's smile bore a hint of bitterness as he remarked, "I never would have imagined you two together." The comment struck a peculiar note. Shen Nanyin sensed an undercurrent of hostility in his tone, prompting her to gently furrow her brows. "I meant no offense." Chun-He hastily clarified, "It's just that you two hardly spoke in high school, which comes as a surprise." Indeed, she and Lu Jingyan had been like two non-intersecting parallel lines during their high school years, existing in entirely different worlds. Since President Lu is so protective of Nanyin, "I shall not impose," he said, his tone laden with meaning as he smiled at Shen Nanyin. "I shall take my leave now. May our paths cross again." Shen Nanyin, possessing an impressive emotional detachment, nodded lightly and bid farewell. Lu Daiqing, who had come for a meal, inadvertently stumbled into a scene fraught with tension, and as she listened from the sidelines, her face ached from the laughter. Lu Daiqing remarked, "Aren't you usually quite arrogant? Now that your rival is practically stepping on your face, why have you fallen silent? If someone of such mediocre stature and appearance cannot be dealt with, then Lu Jingyan, please do not mention that you're my brother." The other party had activated friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Please send a friend request first. And once verified, you may engage in conversation. Ah, how urgent! Chapter 47. Dreams. Perhaps it was the sight of Chun-He that left Shen Nanyin in an uneasy slumber. In her dream, the rain fell incessantly, droplets seeping from the ceiling like fine threads, pattering down upon her fevered head. With a sudden shift, The rain transformed into sweat, trickling down her forehead and splattering onto her examination paper. The stark white pages were marred by black ink that seemed to float chaotically before her eyes. Struggling to hold her pen, she endeavored to read the questions. Time slipped away, second by second. 1-1, be good, maintain your top position. You cannot fall to second place. Otherwise, I shall not answer your calls. A wave of darkness washed over her grip on the pen trembling slightly. Yet she gritted her teeth and persisted in writing, stroke by stroke. The relentless downpour filled the air with humidity, dampening the crimson honor roll affixed to the wall, leaving trails of deep red reminiscent of blood. Sharp voices intertwined in her ears, akin to knives piercing her eardrums. What? This time, the top scorer, Shen Nanyin? Is that for real? How laughable, just look at this. Serve her right. Chun-Hee saved her, generously brought her breakfast, and she still treated him with indifference, pretending to be all about her studies. Who is she trying to impress? You don't understand. This is a classic case of feigned indifference. Yet she merely lost the game. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Hypocritical pretense. Show off. Nanyin, are you all right? Chun-Hee stood before her, his concern evident. Snapped back to reality, Shen Nanyin replied in a monotonous tone, I'm fine. A single setback did not define her worth. The boy gently offered her chocolate, saying softly, have something sweet. It will lift your spirits. How disgusting. He already has a girlfriend, yet he plays the sympathy card. At his words, she instinctively looked up, only to be met with the malicious glares of those around her. Chun-Hee is simply too kind. That's why he is always deceived by scheming girls. Her complexion paled slightly. No need, Shen Nanyin murmured after a brief pause. I genuinely appreciate your help with the artificial lake incident, but could you please refrain from this? Chun-Hee chuckled helplessly. We're classmates, merely looking out for one another. Why concern yourself with the opinions of others? He was always like this. He could disregard the judgment of others. But what about her? Shen Nanyin felt a wave of irritation and suffocation welling within her, the oppressive emotions threatening to consume her. Gradually eroding her gratitude towards Chun-Hee, she struggled to rein in her feelings, admonishing herself not to speak harshly to her savior. Nanyin. The scene shifted to the office, where the homeroom teacher unleashed a torrent of reprimands. What happened in this exam? This is not your standard. Shen Nanyin. The most important thing for a student is to study, not to dwell on trivial matters. Chun-Hee is a boy. He hasn't taken his studies seriously. And look, once you relaxed, he surpassed you. How can you even dare to harbor feelings for him? Hearing this, Shen Nanyin clenched her fists. I do not. You still deny it. The teacher thundered, as if I don't know. Bringing you breakfast and snacks every day. What kind of behavior is that? If she truly does not desire it. Why? Simply because he saved her, must everything she does be deemed wrong? I must inform you that your parents have received your report card. His words struck her like a thunderclap in her ears. The rain fell more heavily, and outside, the sky darkened as if heralding the end of the world. After school, the classroom was deserted, the other students having departed. She lay her head on the desk, tears cascading uncontrollably like a flood breaking through a dam. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before a faint sound, barely perceptible, broke the silence on the desk. After a moment, Shen Nanyin slowly lifted her head. An umbrella and a cup of milk tea had mysteriously appeared. A sticky note adorned the milk tea. Tomorrow the cafeteria will serve steamed meat. Through her tear-filled eyes, she stared blankly at the note, unexpectedly recalling that the school's steamed meat was quite delectable. After a brief pause, her mind suddenly registered that it was Chun-Hee again. Her emotions shattered in an instant, and she felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and violently hurl everything in her hands at him. She sprang to her feet, only to be engulfed by a sudden darkness, as if the entire world had collapsed in a moment. Her body lost its support, and she fell backward like a marionette with severed strings. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped her. The next moment, a suffocating tide surged relentlessly inward. She sank slowly to the icy, dark depths, glimpsing panicked faces through the surface of the lake. I just wanted to teach her a lesson. I did not. The frantic voices echoed in her ears, growing fainter, as though emanating from another world. Stop talking and save her. The dreamscape was chaotic, and Shen Nanyin's mind emptied. Why was she back to the day she fell into the artificial lake? Struggling to lift her heavy eyelids, she saw a shadowy figure approaching her. No, do not save her. Thoughts of her feverish exams, the disdain of her classmates, Chun-Hee's relentless pursuit, and her teacher's contempt flooded her mind. She recalled her family's reproaches. Shen Nanyin, what is wrong with you? How could I have such a shameful daughter? At just 16, you're thinking about chasing boys and dating. Have you no shame? I tell you, your mother has given birth to a son, and if you continue down this path, we shall no longer want you as our daughter. No wonder. Shen Nanyin relinquished herself to the depths. A hand seized her wrist, and she struggled with all her might. Let go. She did not wish to relive that harrowing moment again, fighting desperately to escape the grip that held her. The water gradually submerged her mouth and nose, flooding her nostrils, as her right to breathe was slowly stripped away, yet her consciousness remained acutely aware of the pain. Tears mingled with the lake's waters. Inin! She jolted awake, her heart racing, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air, still shaken. Before her appeared the familiar brow and eyes. In her hazel eyes lingered a hint of bewilderment as she murmured to herself, Gu Zhiyan. His voice, deep and husky, gently inquired, What is the matter? Did you have a nightmare? Before he could finish his sentence, the girl suddenly lunged forward, embracing him tightly, akin to a drowning soul clutching onto a piece of driftwood. Gu Zhiyan quickly raised his hand, cautiously supporting her back. Sensing her trembling form, he lifted her, cradling her against him. One arm wrapped around her, while the other softly patted her back, continuously whispering reassurances, It's all right, it's all right. The close warmth enveloped Shen Nanyin, restoring a semblance of safety. She clutched the man's shirt tightly, tears cascading down, soaking the fabric. In the final moments of her dream, she beheld Gu Zhiyan's face. His usually sharp, weary brows were now filled with urgency and concern. Shen Nanyin absurdly thought to herself that it would be wonderful if it were indeed Gu Zhiyan who had saved her. The White Knight syndrome manifests as a profound attachment and sympathy towards those perceived as fragile, damaged, or helpless. Much like Chun-He, who was utterly absorbed in his own savior complex, unable to refuse the role he had taken on. Yet Gu Zhiyan was different. A man of his stature would likely regard saving her as merely rescuing an inconsequential kitten or puppy, allowing her to remain invisible in class. Yesterday, upon encountering Chun-He, her calm demeanor led her to believe she had relinquished her resentment and could face the past with equanimity. The man continued to gently pat her back, waiting for her emotions to settle. If only it were you who saved me, she whispered into the fabric, her words muffled and unclear. Exhausted from her tears, Shen Nanyin nestled into his chest and fell into a deep slumber. Gu Zhiyan brushed aside her tear-soaked hair, silently observing her for a while before tenderly wiping away the remnants of her tears. Just as he was about to release her, she clung even tighter to his shirt. Resigned, he carefully shifted to lie down with her. The girl's brow remained furrowed in disquiet, her eyes swollen and red from crying, with long lashes still adorned with teardrops. He restrained himself, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead, then another to the corners of her eyes. Chapter 48. Eyes compressed the following morning. Shen Nanyin awoke to find her eyes swollen to the size of 2 large walnuts, rendering her unable to gaze upon herself in the mirror. She stared into her reflection, lost in silence. Now fully awake, she recalled the memory of crying uncontrollably, gasping for breath, only to be cradled by Gu Zhiyan, who gently patted her back as she sat on his lap. The image struck her as rather embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, Shen Nanyin endeavored to calm the tumult within her heart. She picked up her toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste onto it, and forced herself to clear her mind as she began to brush her teeth. After completing her morning routine, she sat at the table, casting her gaze downward at her breakfast, mechanically chewing bite after bite as if following a program sequence. At that moment, a subtle sound emerged from the refrigerator door being opened. She pressed her lips together, refusing to look up. The aunt standing nearby, observing the scene, couldn't help but wonder if the couple had quarreled. Surely, that could not be the case. In truth, Shen Nanyin misinterpreted as being embroiled in a disagreement. simply found herself at a loss when it came to facing Lu Jingyan. For her, the expression of emotions had always been a deeply personal affair. Likewise, she seldom cried. On the rare occasions she did, it was alone in the vast quiet of an empty classroom after school or stealthily hidden away in a storage room. Yet last night, she had lost all composure and wept profusely before Lu Jingyan. The incident left her feeling profoundly embarrassed and disoriented. Before long, the chair beside her was pulled back, and Lu Jingyan seated himself next to her. At that moment, Shen Nanyin had just finished her breakfast and instinctively felt the urge to flee. With a sudden motion, the chair she occupied was turned to face him directly. Before she could register what was happening, she felt a force pulling her closer. "What do you think you're running off to?" His deep voice resonated, and his dark eyes revealed no discernible emotion, lingering on her swollen eyes. "Are you planning to leave like this?" Shen Nanyin stared at him, momentarily dazed, as he raised his hand. Her gaze instinctively followed his movement to the porcelain bowl on the table, which held 2 metallic spoons, emitting wisps of steam, evidently just retrieved from the refrigerator. In her stupor, a warm hand cupped her cheek, jolting her back to reality. She looked up in astonishment to meet Lu Jingyan's striking features. With closed eyes, he gently pressed the cool pad of his finger against her lower eyelid, seemingly urging her to cooperate. He added, "It might feel a bit cold." The convex side of the spoon was softly placed against her eye, and a rush of coolness enveloped her, causing Shen Nanyin to instinctively flinch. Lu Jingyan tenderly cradled her face, adjusting the spoon's position every few seconds to ensure an even application of the ice compress to her eyes. As moments ticked by, she gradually felt a significant sense of relief wash over her eyes. "All done," Lu Jingyan finally announced, placing the spoon back into the bowl with a crisp sound. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of awkwardness. After a brief moment of silence, she mustered her courage and asked somewhat awkwardly, "May I go to the company by myself today?" Yesterday, in the parking lot, she had cautiously glanced around, ensuring that no one was nearby before stealthily slipping into the elevator. Coupled with the events of the previous night, she now felt a certain awkwardness in his presence and yearned for a moment of solitude. Lu Jingyan gazed at her quietly for a while before slowly responding, "All right." He stood up and walked towards the door. "Come with me. I have something to give you." Shen Nanyin followed Lu Jingyan to the underground garage. Before them, in a parking space, stood a stunning ice-berry pink Panamera, gleaming alluringly. "If you wish to go to the company alone in the future, you may drive this car." Lu Jingyan took her hand and placed the car keys into her palm. Shen Nanyin was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. "This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." "It is already quite reasonable," Lu Jingyan replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Considering her aversion to excessive attention, he had deliberately chosen a more understated vehicle suitable for a woman. "Is this the world of the affluent?" Shen Nanyin pondered silently. "You need not save money for me," he said, looking down at her with a gentle gaze. "I earn money to spend on my wife." She was rendered speechless. Shen Nanyin gripped the steering wheel as the car glided smoothly along the road. The interior, once black with Bordeaux red accents, had been transformed into a uniform rose pink, adorned with rose gold trim. The driver's seat was arranged similarly to the passenger seat in Lu Jingyan's car, and a few charming trinkets were placed in front. The scent of the lime-scented air freshener was subtle and light, imbued with a hint of tartness, though it was a choice born of her desire to evade. As she drove alone to the company, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her, rendering the once picturesque scenery bland. Upon arriving at the Lingua parking lot and preparing to exit the vehicle, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the thermos cup Lu Jingyan had given her that morning. She picked it up, gently unscrewing the lid, and a wave of sweet fragrance wafted forth. To her surprise, it contained milk tea. After taking a sip, her eyes brightened, followed by a wave of astonishment. "How could this be? It tastes exactly like the one from that tea shop outside my high school." Just as her curiosity piqued, she felt a paper-like texture against her palm. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she turned the cup over. Only then did she notice a sticky note affixed to it, with familiar, elegant handwriting. "There are sweet and sour ribs in the company cafeteria at noon." Upon reading this message, Shen Nanyin stood frozen in place. Chapter 49. May I ask you a question? Thoughts tumbled like a ball of yarn rolling on the ground, threads entangling with one another. That day, she did not muster the courage to rush out like in her dreams. Instead, she left without even touching those things. Perhaps Lu Jingyan's conjecture had caused her to feel unsettled throughout the day. But how could that be? Reflecting earnestly on her high school days, Shen Nanyin was convinced that they had no real connection. Would a senior high school student really go to the first-year building to offer warmth to a girl they had never met? It seemed utterly absurd. She let out a soft sigh. In the company cafeteria, there indeed were sweet and sour ribs at noon. Enveloped in a thick sauce, they gleamed with a lustrous sheen, sprinkled generously with sesame seeds. With one bite, the meat and bone quickly separated, both tender and crispy. As she enjoyed her meal, her cheeks puffed slightly, yet her mind couldn't help but wonder, what if it truly was Lu Jingyan? Perhaps it was human nature to hold double standards. When this possibility arose, a glimmer of light pierced through the ever-dreary memories. Upon returning to her workstation, Shen Nanyin found herself deleting and revising messages on her phone. Yet she never summoned the courage to voice her thoughts. "What's wrong? You seem distracted all day," her childhood friend remarked, donning a small blanket during their afternoon break, with an eye mask resting on her forehead. Assuming she was anxious about work, she offered comfort. "Don't worry, although the supervisor is strict. They tend to be quite lenient with interns." Shen Nanyin smiled faintly and turned off her phone. After work, she received a message from Lu Jingyan. "I have social engagements tonight, so I won't be home for dinner." She pressed her lips together and replied with a simple acknowledgement. After returning to Nanyuan for dinner, she sat in the courtyard, feeling the breeze. The pond sparkled as she held the fish food given to her by the aunt, watching the koi leap from the water to snatch the morsels, sending droplets flying. Time slipped away second by second, and her mind remained elsewhere. Meanwhile, in a private room at the club, Su Ingyan sat nearby, hesitant to speak. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "The most important thing between a couple is communication." The man, with an indifferent expression, partially closed his eyelids and silently took a sip of his drink. How could one communicate? If Shen Nanyin were to find out she still loved Chun he after their conversation and decided to divorce, who would he turn to for counsel? Just thinking about how she had cried into her pillow the night before, calling out that man's name, he felt as though his heart were tethered to a stone, plummeting downward. The alcohol slid down his throat, leaving his eyes darkened. "You can't just hide here drinking, can you? Are you really going to leave your sister-in-law all alone at home?" Su Ingyan said weakly. Hearing this, Lu Jingyan paused momentarily. What time was it? Seeing that he was being heated, Su Ingyan breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at his watch and exclaimed, "Oh, it's only 7 o'clock. You can still drink for a while longer." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the man had already risen, grabbed his suit jacket, and headed for the exit. Su Ingyan was bewildered. Hey, you're leaving so early?" The sun gradually sank, half of it concealed within a thin veil of mist. The twilight spread out, casting scattered hues upon the pond's surface, shimmering like gold, as dusk envelopes the world in a gentle oil painting. Shen Nanyin is enraptured by the scene before her. She opens her camera, capturing the moment within the viewfinder. As the car glides past the cake shop, Lu Jingyan suddenly speaks up. "Stop for a moment," he says, preparing to exit the vehicle, but the effects of alcohol weigh heavily upon him, causing a throbbing headache. "What would you like? I shall go buy it," Lu Zhu hastily offers. A strawberry mousse, please." His phone lights up, and he picks it up. The dusk in Nanyuan is so beautiful, accompanied by a picture. Upon seeing this, Lu Jingyan's previously indifferent expression softens unexpectedly. "Yes, I will be home shortly." A sound at the doorway interrupts. Shen Nanyin quickly rises and approaches, her hand resting on the entrance cabinet as she nervously fidgets. The faint scent of alcohol lingers in the air as the man steps inside, carrying a box of strawberry mousse. He pauses momentarily upon seeing her blocking the entrance. "I had a bit to drink. I hope I haven't overwhelmed you with the smell." His voice, tinged with the remnants of intoxication, carries a slight rasp and depth. He handed the mousse, stating, "I will take a shower first." Shen Nanyin instinctively accepts it, her gaze meeting his. His eyes, clouded with inebriation, shimmer with a hint of mist, and the coolness of his pale skin reveals a slight flush at the corners of his eyes, rendering him beautifully captivating yet disquieting. Shen Nanyin's fingers unconsciously curl around the cake box. Su Yingyan's message had informed her of his slight inebriation, and she had initially felt a spark of excitement, considering this an opportune moment to probe. However, it now appears he is merely tipsy. His expression remains composed, his steps steady, until she notices Gu Zhiyan's slight frown as he struggles with his tie, which ordinarily would be easily removed with a tug. Shen Nanyin hurriedly places the strawberry mousse in the refrigerator and approaches Gu Zhiyan. "Allow me to assist you." Gu Zhiyan gazes down at her for a moment, gradually releasing his grip on the tie. Due to the height difference between them, Shen Nanyin must rise on her toes, tilting her head slightly upward. This proves somewhat laborious as she gently tugs at the end of the tie, her voice soft. Would you mind lowering your head a little?" Upon her words, he obediently bends down. Strands of hair cascade down, partially obscuring his vision, lending him an air of languid nonchalance. Their breaths grow closer, his dark, elongated eyes, akin to pools of ink, appear unfathomable, concealing intricate emotions. Her heart flutters under his gaze, and, as she instinctively attempts to retreat, he seems to falter, resting his forehead heavily against her shoulder. The warmth of his breath grazes her neck, each exhale imbued with a searing heat that instantly flushes her skin. Shen Nanyin fights the urge to shrink away, cautiously working to untie the knot of his tie. In the process, her hand inadvertently brushes against the pronounced Adam's apple of his throat. His breathing suddenly intensifies. The escalating warmth envelopes Shen Nanyin, causing a fine sheen of sweat to form at the tip of her nose. An act as simple as untying a tie leaves her feeling breathless. Finally, as she removes it, she exhales in relief. The man remained nestled in her neck. Shen Nanyin tentatively spoke. "Gu Zhiyan?" After a moment, he sluggishly replied in a deep voice. Recalling the day's pressing matter, Shen Nanyin suppressed her chaotic thoughts and anxiously clenched her palms. "May I ask you a question?" Go ahead." His voice was hoarse, and as he spoke, his lips brushed against her collarbone, creating a delicate, tingling sensation. Fighting the instinct to retreat, Shen Nanyin summoned her courage. "In high school, did you ever give girls milk tea or umbrellas?" Upon uttering the question, her palms began to sweat. However, the man furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. "Why would I give those to others?" Shen Nanyin, Chapter 50. Only for you the living room was enveloped in a profound silence, with only the sound of their breaths filling the air. Shen Nanyin found it difficult to articulate her emotions. A hint of disappointment lingered, yet it felt somewhat expected. This must be the rational conclusion, she mused. After regaining her composure, she gently patted his shoulder, inquiring softly, "Are you all right? Would you like to sit down and rest for a moment?" Noticing his tacit agreement, she cautiously assisted him to the sofa. The man furrowed his brow, reclining against the chair's back. When he sensed Shen Nanyin rise, he instinctively grasped her hand, asking, "Where are you going?" She explained, "You seem quite unwell. I'm going to prepare a hangover soup." "No need," he replied, applying a slight force to pull her back. "Let the maid handle it later." As she opened her mouth to respond, her body suddenly froze. His arm encircled her waist, his head nestled against her abdomen. His voice a low, hoarse murmur. "I have a headache. Stay with me for a while." The coolness of his ear pressed through her clothing against her skin, contrasting sharply with the warmth of his breath. She lowered her gaze, perceiving him as a large dog. This illusion softened Shen Nanyin's heart, prompting her to tentatively raise her hand and gently massage his temples. The cool, soft sensation eased his drunken discomfort. However, he soon grasped her hand, bringing it to his lips for a tender kiss before resting it on the back of his head. Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback, whispering, "Are you uncomfortable?" "No. Your hand will tire," he replied, a response she had not anticipated, causing her heart to race. She suddenly recalled the time she had dried his hair. He had reacted similarly. On the television, a melodramatic series unfolded, featuring a beautiful yet stoic heroine confronting the male lead, only to break down in tears upon turning away. A barrage of comments scrolled across the screen. "Pride often drags people along, complicating love." This phrase encapsulated the essence of the 50th episode plot perfectly. Struck by an inexplicable emotion, she hesitated for a long moment before gathering her courage once more. "So, did you really never send anyone off in high school?" After a pause, the arm encircling her waist loosened slightly. Shen Nanyin felt a fleeting emptiness, thinking to herself, "Forget I asked." Just as she was about to retreat, a large palm pressed against her lower back, urging her forward. Caught off guard, she found herself gazing into his intoxicated, luminous black eyes. In the midst of her astonishment, the man lowered his head. In a posture of sincerity, a gentle kiss landed on her, albeit through their clothing. Shen Nanyin froze, her mind utterly blank, losing all sense of calm. The only sound was the frantic pounding of her heart. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her voice. Lu Zhiyan." Immediately, his low, husky voice resonated. "Only for you." As the maid emerged to prepare the hangover soup, she found her mistress sitting on the sofa, flushed and dazed. It appeared they had reconciled once more, and with a cheerful demeanor, she poured honey into a bowl. After preparing the soup, she placed the white porcelain bowl on the table and discreetly retreated. Emerging from the bathroom, Lu Zhiyan's eyes held a newfound clarity. Images of the girl's indulgence flashed through his mind, causing his throat to constrict slightly and igniting a surge of reckless thoughts within him. Shen Nanyin was still striving to regain her composure. The sofa beside her sank slightly. In a flurry, she turned her head, colliding with a pair of elongated, dark eyes. They were as tranquil as a lake undisturbed by the wind, yet beneath the surface there seemed to lurk an undercurrent. Her heart raced heavily, prompting her to hurriedly grasp the white porcelain bowl on the table. "You should drink the hangover soup," she urged. Lu Zhiyan reached out, his long fingers steadily cradling the bowl's base. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to his elegantly defined hand and the pale, cool Adam's apple that subtly moved with his breath. If this were a scene from a video, liquid would cascade down his neck, leaving damp traces that would moisten the collar of his shirt, unfastening a few buttons. After finishing the soup, Lu Zhiyan gently set the bowl back on the table, producing a soft sound. She suddenly came to her senses, instantly feeling guilty and averting her gaze. Although she considered herself a person of virtue, it was only natural to be captivated by male beauty. Shen Nanyin rationalized to herself. An awkward silence lingered before the man's lips curled slightly, a light chuckle escaping him as he remarked, "It seems Auntie's cooking and tea as delightful as mine." Shen Nanyin raised her gaze, instinctively following his lead. "Is that so? Would you like to try?" He tilted his head towards her, inviting her judgment. Her eyes fell upon the now empty bowl, her brow furrowing in confusion. "How could I possibly try? It appears he is quite inebriated. Should I summon Auntie to prepare another bowl?" His voice, low and laden with significance, suggested, "You'll understand if you come a little closer." His languorous tone still bore the remnants of intoxication. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanyin obediently shifted closer to him. "How?" Before she could finish her thought, a long, powerful hand gently lifted her chin. The crisp scent of fur enveloped her, and before she could react, his cool, soft lips brushed against the corner of her mouth. Shen Nanyin's eyes widened in disbelief, her beautiful, clear orbs filled with incredulity. Sensing her rigidity, he paused momentarily, creating a slight distance yet maintaining an intimate posture. His lips lightly caressed hers, whispering softly, "Close your eyes, Nanyin." As his words lingered, the delicate kisses that had merely grazed her lips transformed into a fervent entanglement. The hand that held her chin tightened gradually, drawing away her breath in delicate threads. Her long lashes trembled as she struggled to push against his shoulder, but instead, she found herself drawn even deeper into his embrace. Her lips and tongue tingled, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes as she was compelled to tilt her head back in surrender. The sweetness of honey and rock candy lingered on her taste buds, mingled with the fragrance of apples, flooding her mouth. Time seemed to dissolve until she was finally released. The girl appeared thoroughly kissed, her previously soft pink lips now stained with a vivid crimson hue, her fair skin flushed with a radiant blush. She gasped for breath, her light, glassy pupils brimming with tears that seemed ready to spill at the slightest touch, clinging to her thick, long lashes. Observing her state, Lu Jingyan's gaze deepened, shadowed by a hint of darkness. Meeting his gaze, a profound sense of impending danger surged within Shen Nanyin. She swiftly raised her hand to cover her mouth, striving to maintain a semblance of composure in her voice. Lu Jingyan, you are intoxicated. The man, insatiable, offered a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed as he lowered his head once more to kiss the back of her hand. You, Shen Nanyin, in disbelief, withdrew her hand, only to fall right into his trap. Thus, her hand returned to his grasp, her lips once again pried open. She had nowhere to retreat. Nearly pinned against the corner of the sofa, her hand that had clutched at his collar in a futile attempt to resist now languidly slid down, resting helplessly on his arm. The air was filled with intermittent sobs intertwined with ambiguous sounds of water. In their final parting, he playfully bit her lower lip, his voice husky yet tinged with lazy amusement. Have you tasted the outcome now? Chapter 51. Girlfriend power. The first thought that crossed Shen Nanyin's mind upon waking was that she absolutely could not allow Lu Jingyan to become intoxicated again. With her lips still slightly swollen, she stood before the mirror, desperately searching for a nude lipstick to mask the vivid crimson hue. Recalling the phrase, "only for you," she furrowed her brow in frustration. Had it been given or not? It was more perplexing than her thesis. Stepping out of the bathroom, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Jingyan. Feeling the weight of his contemplative gaze resting on her lips, she found herself at a loss for where to place her hands and feet. Surely, he must have lost his memory of the previous night. What happened to your mouth? He inquired. Excellent. It must indeed be amnesia. A mere kiss after drinking was quite normal for adults. Shen Nanyin feigned calmness, perhaps attributing it to the spicy snacks a colleague had offered her the day before. Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Oh, I see. As they made their way out, he leisurely trailed behind her, accompanying her to the car. Puzzled, she heard him ask, "Could I trouble Mrs. Lu to drive me to work?" Shen Nanyin paused, then replied, "Ah, sure." He had driven her so many times. It was only fair that she return the favor. Once inside the vehicle, as she prepared to start the engine, she noticed that he had yet to fasten his seatbelt. Assuming he had forgotten, she instinctively reached over to secure it for him. Her silky hair brushed lightly against him, leaving a faint fragrance of shampoo in its wake. The sudden closeness made Lu Jingyan's heart skip a beat. When he suddenly fixed his gaze on her with a smile, Shen Nanyin was momentarily bewildered. "What's wrong?" Lu Jingyan remarked with a teasing tone, so very girlfriend-like. After a moment of realization, she understood he was referring to fastening the seatbelt. Unable to suppress a smile, she thought, that must be girlfriend power. He nodded earnestly, affirming her sentiment. Upon arriving at the office, she noticed he remained seated, prompting her to ask, "Aren't you getting out?" He fiddled with the seatbelt for a moment before sighing in exasperation. "I've never been in this car. It seems I can't figure it out." Shen Nanyin leaned closer and swiftly unlatched the seatbelt with a decisive click. As she began to pull back, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist. Startled, she raised her gaze to meet his eyes, which sparkled with playful mischief. His large hand moved from her waist to the back of her head, gently urging her forward. Memories of the previous day flooded her mind, causing her to instinctively recoil. "You!" But in the next instant, a warm sensation brushed against the edge of her lips, softly grazing them. He chuckled lightly. "Your lipstick is smudged. Xiaoyin, a new project has just landed in your inbox." Their supervisor's voice broke through, his gaze curiously assessing her. "Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" Shen Nanyin instinctively touched her face with the back of her hand, her eyes darting away as she replied, "No, the elevator malfunctioned, and I had to climb an extra floor." The supervisor didn't press further, instructing, based on the project details, "Please draft a financing proposal. We will meet with the partners next week." "Understood, supervisor." She opened her email to find information relevant to the pharmaceutical industry, analyzing the sector's conditions and market prospects. She adjusted her financing objectives according to project developments and competitive dynamics. In the break room, she brewed a cup of coffee and glanced at her phone, noticing a message from Xiang Huali, which caused her to furrow her brow. "Shall we practice the three-step layup this weekend?" Due to the internship commitments in her junior year, physical education classes had transformed into self-directed practice with a collective examination at the semester's end. However, she replied politely, "I appreciate it, but I'll manage on my own." Xiang Huali responded promptly, "Not at all. The finals are approaching, and if you don't pass, the PE teacher will come looking for me." After a brief moment of silence, Shen Nanyin opened the chat with Wu Zhan to inquire about her recent practice. "Not bad. I'm learning from my brother every day. Once I master it, I'll teach you," she replied with a grateful emoji. Inspired by Wu Zhan, Shen Nanyin found a definitive excuse. "Thank you, but really, it's unnecessary. My boyfriend is teaching me." As anticipated, the other party simply sent an acknowledgement and ceased further messages. Shen Nanyin exhaled in relief just as she stepped out of the break room. "Xiaoyin, someone is looking for you downstairs," a colleague called from the entrance. Puzzled, she took the elevator down and was surprised to see Shen Dinghua. In the CAF, Shen Dinghua was playing the emotional card. "Inin, could you speak to President Liu and request his assistance for our family?" The man rarely appeared so disheveled, his shirt collar wrinkled, and his face bearing the weight of his years, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Yet, this did not evoke any sympathy from Shen Nanyin. Since her birth, the Shen family, with its preference for sons, had cast her into the care of her grandparents, neglecting any paternal duties. This was already unfortunate, but when her grandmother fell gravely ill and was hospitalized, she found herself alone in the hospital, crying and calling the Shen family, only to be met with silence. Had it not been for a nurse who informed her that someone had settled the medical bills on her behalf, she would have been utterly lost. Later, upon gaining admission to Beijing University, she strived for scholarships and worked part-time, determined to repay that kind benefactor. Noticing her prolonged silence, the man who had previously feigned distress suddenly erupted in anger. "Were you pretending to be mute for? Just like your mother, both of you are heartless wretches. That wretched Chen Huifan ran off with someone else, and you're just going to stand by and watch the Shen family crumble, aren't you?" People around them cast curious glances. Shen Nanyin tightened her grip on the cup, striving to contain her burgeoning emotions. Not wishing to incite a scene in public, she maintained a calm demeanor and replied dismissively, "That's not my intention. I will discuss this matter with him." Immediately thereafter, she witnessed Shen Dinghui's theatrical transformation. "Indeed, my precious daughter is the most considerate." He beamed, his face creasing into a smile. "See, I was right to insist you study diligently. Look at you now, having ascended the ranks after coming to Beijing University." The more he spoke with self-satisfaction, the more nauseated Shen Nanyin felt. "I still have to return to work, so I'll take my leave," she interrupted him. "All right, go ahead and busy yourself," he replied, pleased to see her compliance. Shen Dinghua resumed his authoritative demeanor, reminding her to plead with President Liu and to lower her stance a bit. Shen Nanyin claimed she would bring up the matter, but in truth, she had no intention of assisting him. Several days passed, during which those she had placed on her WeChat blacklist inquired about her. She merely offered vague reassurances, taking no action whatsoever. That evening, after dinner, Shen Nanyin strolled through the garden to aid her digestion. The waning sunlight danced among the lush shadows of the trees, illuminating the well-tended pale pink roses that climbed the walls, blooming exuberantly. Lu Jingyan walked beside her and, after a moment of silence, suddenly spoke. "Is there nothing you wish to discuss with me?" This question momentarily took Shen Nanyin by surprise, leaving her momentarily perplexed. However, as a thought crossed her mind, she realized there was indeed something. She turned her head towards Lu Jingyan. "There is, but it might trouble you a bit. Could you teach me how to play basketball? Just the simplest layup, the three-step one." Lu Jingyan's dark eyes dimmed slightly, yet he said nothing, simply responding, "All right." Chapter 52. Rely on me. A little more before the sun dipped below the horizon. A slender crescent moon hung in the sky. The hour was still early, and the basketball court was sparsely populated with a few young people shooting hoops. However, Shen Nanyin felt as though she had made a regrettable decision. Standing at the extended line of the 3-second zone, she clutched the basketball, feeling inexplicably self-conscious under Lu Jingyan's gaze. It was akin to the anxiety high school girls felt when running the 800 meters, fearing their secret crush would witness their sweat-drenched, disheveled appearance. The embarrassment that followed a teacher's reprimand, leaving them flushed and unable to meet the eyes of their beloved, was a hallmark of youthful pride. At that time, Shen Nanyin had been free from such worries. Yet, in this moment, she suddenly realized her current state of mind mirrored that sentiment. Though she was in an unfamiliar realm, why did she begin to fret that her clumsy movements might be scrutinized by him? Right side layup. Begin with the right foot. She recalled the mantra, stepping awkwardly forward, only to make a grievous error. With a resounding thud, the basketball veered wildly off course. Shen Nanyin felt her cheeks burning. But before she could succumb to the urge to flee, Gu Zhiyan's exuberant voice rang out. As expected of our academic prodigy, still remembering the fundamentals after all this time. I can hardly recall them myself. Well, that is an interesting perspective. He retrieved the rolling basketball and positioned himself beside Shen Nanyin. Everything looks good, except for the last step. Perform it slowly once more, and I shall assist you with corrections. Upon hearing his words, Shen Nanyin regained a modicum of confidence and accepted the ball from his hands. She demonstrated step by step, and as she counted to 2, she felt the warmth of his hand gently resting against her thigh. Do not lower your right foot before releasing the ball. His languid, melodic voice resonated. To facilitate her practice, Shen Nanyin had donned a pair of short athletic shorts, allowing her to acutely sense the outline of his hand pressing against her skin. She instinctively lifted her leg slightly, her grip on the basketball tightening with a hint of unease. I understand, she murmured. Gu Zhiyan withdrew his hand gently. All right, give another try. Taking a deep breath, Shen Nanyin stepped forward and attempted the exercise anew. Yet perhaps due to the inertia of human nature, she found herself unable to resist placing her right foot down at the moment of takeoff. Help me, she thought. It seemed her body had betrayed her. Catching the girl's awkward and flustered gaze, Gu Zhiyan stifled a laugh and cleared his throat. It's perfectly normal. Just practice a few more times. Time slipped by, moment by moment. As the session progressed, Shen Nanyin finally executed the move correctly and, astonishingly, the ball swished through the net. When the basketball clattered against the rim and then fell into the hoop, she turned to Gu Zhiyan, her eyes sparkling with delight. Gu Zhiyan, I made it. For ease of movement, the girl had styled her hair in a charming bun, her fair complexion flushed with the glow of exertion. Her light-colored irises shimmered with brilliance, and the corners of her lips lifted into a radiant smile. Through the veil of nostalgia, it was as if she glimpsed a girl whose eyes sparkled with joy after solving a challenging math problem, her features alight with triumph. After exercising, it is difficult to resist the temptation of indulging in a carb-laden feast to replenish energy. Gu Zhiyan, donned in an apron, busied himself in the kitchen preparing the turkey noodles that Shen Nanyin craved. The blue flames flickered on the stove, accompanied by a gentle crackling sound, while the pot bubbled with frothy white foam. Once the water reached a boil, he poured out a portion, picked up the seasonings, and inquired, "Is it permissible to use half the sauce? Let's avoid it being too spicy." Shen Nanyin nodded eagerly, her voice rising with enthusiasm. Yes, yes. After stirring it on low heat until it thickened, he transferred the mixture into a bowl, garnishing it with a soft-boiled egg and diced ham, finishing with a sprinkle of shredded seaweed. A ping sounded as the air fryer signaled that the marinated chicken legs were ready. Shen Nanyin, seated on the sofa with her laptop, was engrossed in drafting a proposal. Gu Zhiyan messaged, "Sister-in-law, woe is me crying emoji." Upon seeing this message, Shen Nanyin straightened up, a flicker of anxiety crossing her face. What happened? Could trouble be brewing? Gu Zhiyan, my brother has been so unreasonable. He actually deleted me from his friends list and blocked me heartbroken. What? Shen Nanyin pondered her response. Why? What transpired? Gu Zhiyan, I merely made a joke, and he is being so petty feeling wronged. Could you please tell my brother I need to speak with him? Rolling around in distress, Gu Zhiyan frequently used an adorable meme featuring a beautiful, regal ragdoll cat, which bore a striking resemblance to her. When she played the damsel, it was hard to refuse her. However, Gu Zhiyan was known for his good temperament. It seemed implausible that he would block his sister over a mere jest. If Gu Zhiyan were privy to her thoughts, she would undoubtedly find them utterly absurd. How could he merit such a perception? The fizzy beverage bubbled enticingly, while the aromatic roasted chicken legs and turkey noodles were set before her. Shen Nanyin's eyes sparkled with delight. She had harbored concerns that Lu Jingyan might disdain such fare. Tentatively, she had inquired about ordering takeout, only to be pleasantly surprised by a healthier, homemade alternative. Although he had cautioned her not to overindulge, her heart brimmed with joy. The ability to relish her desired food felt like sheer luxury. At that moment, the spicy, fragrant turkey noodles enveloped in golden egg yolk brought her immense satisfaction with each mouthful. She mused silently. It is not an exaggeration to say that exquisite food can evoke tears of happiness. Midway through her meal, she suddenly recalled Lu Daiqing's request and swiftly turned to lean against the back of the sofa, hesitating for a moment before tentatively asking, "Did you block Daiqing on WeChat?" In the kitchen, Lu Jingyan paused while slicing fruit, his expression momentarily perplexed. After a moment's reflection, he tugged at the corners of his lips. Clearly, Lu Daiqing had too much time on her hands. Wait, why did she refer to her as merely Daiqing? Meanwhile, Shen Nanyin promptly clarified. She mentioned she has something to discuss with you and asked me to relay the message. She indeed knows how to summon reinforcements. He responded affirmatively, placing the fruit platter on the table and retrieving his phone to lift the block. Lu Daiqing. Lu Jingyan dismissed her with a nonchalant swipe of his phone. Once the girl had finished her meal in peace, he finally spoke. Do you truly have nothing else to discuss with me? Upon hearing this, Shen Nanyin's eyes flickered with confusion, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. That is not the case. The Shen family could easily navigate through the crisis, as Ling Yu could provide financial support. Lu Jingyan let out a seemingly helpless sigh. Madam Lu, when will you be able to rely on me a bit more? His tone remained as nonchalant and teasing as ever. The gentle light above cast a glow upon his face. Yet Shen Nanyin inexplicably discerned a hint of despondency in his brows and eyes. Chapter 53. The terrible inertia of thought. The living room was enveloped in an unusual tranquility, with only a gentle breeze caressing the curtains, casting flickering shadows upon the wooden floor. After a prolonged silence, Shen Nanyin finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. In truth, I have no desire to assist Shindinghua. With her eyelashes lowered, her fingers clenched subtly, she dared not meet Lu Jingyan's gaze. Yet she mustered the courage to voice her innermost thoughts. I hope he simply fades away, no longer seeking her out, nor disturbing her relatively serene existence. Having gathered her resolve to utter these words, Shen Nanyin hesitated momentarily, her voice turning somewhat hoarse as she continued. Do you think I am malevolent? The word she had heard most frequently from her mother echoed in her mind, urging her to endure. No matter what, he is still your father. Do you intend to disown your own family? If I have wronged you in any way, should you pretend I am not your mother? You are truly a cold-blooded creature. How could I have a daughter like you? Her nails dug slightly into her palm, and Shen Nanyin loathed herself, convinced that he surely regarded her as heartless as well. The chilling wind rustled through the disordered tree branches, producing a soft whisper, while within the serene atmosphere. Her heart gradually sank. I will return to my room now. Just as she resolved to escape this disorienting environment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Inin, you are not cruel in the slightest. A low, gentle voice reached her ears. Lu Jingyan felt a pang of regret. It was his fault for not understanding her better. He knew well what kind of man her father was. How could he have thought she would wish to aid Shindinghua due to their blood ties? How could she possibly forgive him? Pulling her closer, Lu Jingyan tenderly ruffled her hair, softly reassuring her, I made a mistake. If Mrs. Lu does not wish to help, then so be it. Should I arrange for Shun's downfall instead? How about an early morning surprise? Shen Nanyin's lingering self-loathing was abruptly dispelled by his words, and she couldn't help but curve her lips into a faint smile. She joked, Really? I thought you would say, after all, he is your father. You are an adult. Lu Jingyan gently patted her back. You are capable of making independent and sound decisions. Not everyone is deserving of the title of parent, Inin. Blood relations should not bind you in chains of obedience. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanyin felt a sting in her eyes. She wrestled with her identity and familial ties, questioning whether she had indeed been mistaken, whether she should resist Shunding's authority simply because he was her biological father. There are those who stand beside her, affirming that blood does not supersede all. Noticing the subtle tremor in the girl, Lu Jingyan gently shifted the topic. Shall we watch a movie? I'll turn off the lights. Shen Nanyin, already on the verge of tears, responded with a muffled, With a crisp click, the living room was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Tears fell silently onto the soft sofa, leaving a faint, darkened mark. The film projected on the screen received favorable reviews. And as the narrative reached the poignant moment of separation between the male and female protagonists, Shen Nanyin unabashedly shed tears. Lu Jingyan remained silent, quietly accompanying her while placing a tissue box on the cushion she clutched. Even after the film concluded, Shen Nanyin couldn't help but sniffle, adding, "This plot is truly moving." "Indeed, it is," Lu Jingyan remarked, gently wiping the remnants of tears from her face and jesting. "If it can evoke such emotion from our esteemed class beauty, this film deserves an Oscar." The term class beauty uttered by Lu Jingyan made her cheeks flush. She averted her gaze, stating, "I need to focus on my work." Shen Nanyin, possessing a remarkable ability to heal, felt considerably better after expressing her emotions and quickly resumed her work on the computer. Lu Jingyan rose to turn on the light, retrieved a towel from the bathroom, dampened it with cold water, and sat beside her, advising, "Apply this. Otherwise, you'll wake up looking like a swollen princess." "Huh?" "Oh," she responded, instinctively tilting her face upward. As the cool, soft towel rested on her eyes, a wave of mild embarrassment washed over her. She realized she had been waiting for Lu Jingyan to provide her with a cold compress. What a dreadful habitual mindset, she thought. When bedtime arrived, Shen Nanyin shut her laptop, picked up her phone, and returned to her room, only to discover a message from an unfamiliar number. "Inin, I can find a way to help the Shen family." She chose not to respond and promptly blocked the number. The following morning, Gu Zhiyan clenched his phone tightly, his expression devoid of emotion. This was not the first number he had been blocked by. Shen Nanyin had yet to reply to him. Did she not feel the slightest urgency about the Shen family's predicament? It was clear that a simple softening on her part could prompt him to assist the Shen family. At that moment, Su Yakin stormed into his office, slamming a stack of photographs onto his desk. "Take a good look. Do you really think the current state of the Gu family is due to anyone else? It's all thanks to your ex-girlfriend." From a moment she noticed the hair tie around Lu Jingyan's wrist, a strange sense of familiarity washed over her. It suddenly struck her that she had seen it in Shen Nanyin's hair. Her intuition urged her that this was no coincidence, prompting her to hire a private investigator to follow up, and to her astonishment, some compelling evidence materialized. How could someone from Shen Nanyin's background possibly entangle herself with Lu Jingyan? Frowning, Gu Zhiyan was perplexed by Su Yakin's outburst until he picked up the photographs. In an instant, his mind felt as if it had been struck, a buzzing filling his ears. The consecutive license plates. A luxury vehicle that existed nowhere else in the world, and that exceedingly familiar figure stepping out of the car, a hint of a smile on their face, painfully conspicuous. Observing the sudden change in his demeanor, Su Yakin couldn't help but scoff, her face etched with unabashed mockery. "Just a whisper in someone else's ear can bring the Gu family to its knees, and you're still fantasizing about rescuing a damsel in distress, Gu Zhiyan. Don't you find yourself utterly ridiculous?" Her tone grew sharper. "Still waiting for her to have a change of heart? Do you truly believe that is possible? Get out." Gu Zhiyan clutched the photograph tightly in his hand, the veins on the back of his hand prominently bulging, his voice chilling to the core. Su Yaqin was momentarily taken aback, but then, in a fit of anger, raised her voice. "What do you mean? You get out." The man's gaze was laden with malice, his eyes as cold as ice, his visage fearsome. Su Yaqin was startled by his expression, instinctively retreating 2 steps, biting her lip in defiance as she turned away, unwilling to concede. The room was enveloped in a profound silence. Gu Zhiyan leaned helplessly against the back of the chair, his chest heaving violently. It was impossible. This must be a fabrication. Someone like Lu Jingyan could never be interested in Shen Nanyin. To put it charitably, she was aloof. To put it harshly, she was an utterly uninteresting log. Lu Jingyan would not be drawn to her. It had to be that Su Yaqin had deliberately misled him with a doctored image. Yes, it must be so. He gripped his phone tightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he slammed it down onto the floor with a resounding thud. Chapter 54. She could not escape the norms after organizing the documents. Shen Nanyin followed Jiang Man to meet with their partners. Upon seeing Chun-He, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Nanyin, Chun-He greeted with a smile, extending his hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Man scrutinized the two of them with a smile and inquired, "Do you both know each other?" Chun-He replied gently, "Nanyin and I were classmates in high school." "What a coincidence!" Jiang Man remarked with a few courteous words, recognizing that their prior acquaintance would facilitate their negotiations. With Ling Yue's capabilities and the thoroughness of their proposal, both parties swiftly reached a consensus. Once the meeting concluded, Jiang Man praised Shen Nanyin's proposal and allowed her to leave work early. After Jiang Man departed, Chun-He approached her. "Would you care to join me for a meal?" Shen Nanyin politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, I have other matters to attend to." She lowered her gaze and opened her ride-hailing app. Just then, Chun-He spoke softly, "I'm sorry back then. Although my family has been in the medical field for generations, we couldn't save your grandmother." At this, a wave of emotions surged within Shen Nanyin, and she turned to him, incredulity etched on her face. "Were you the one responsible for the medical expenses back then?" Chun-He nodded. "The hospital director is my father." In an instant, Shen Nanyin's mind spiraled into confusion. She had been unaware of Chun-He's distinguished lineage and his father's position as the hospital director during their high school years. Suddenly, a realization struck her. For all these years, she had sought to contact the benevolent individual who had aided her, yet that person had consistently remained elusive, unwilling to reveal their identity. How could it possibly be this man, who seemed to intentionally bring up the past? Pondering this, Shen Nanyin tentatively asked, "Chun-He, was it you who left the umbrella and chocolate on my desk the day the monthly exam results were announced?" The man smiled slightly, "Yes. I was concerned you might not want the items I offered, so I left them on your desk and departed. But that day, it was clearly a cup of milk tea." Shen Nanyin furrowed her brow and continued, "Could it be that you also provided me with the coat at the hospital?" Though puzzled by her shift in tone, Chun-He maintained his gentle demeanor. "You were dressed lightly. I was worried you might catch a cold." At his words, the girl suddenly laughed, her previously cold demeanor melting away, revealing a bright and vivid beauty that momentarily took him aback. Yet, he soon heard her cool voice again. "Chun-He, that day during the monthly exam. It was not chocolate, it was a cup of milk tea." The man paused briefly, then replied with a composed demeanor, "Given how much time has passed, I must have remembered incorrectly." Indeed, after 5 years, it was entirely plausible to misremember such trivial details, but there was one thing that could never be mistaken. Shen Nanyin sighed softly, fixing her gaze upon him. "You know, when my grandmother passed away, it was summer, and no one draped a coat over me." As her ride arrived, Shen Nanyin chose not to look back at the man who suddenly seemed frozen in place, and she turned to leave. Upon returning to the southern garden, Shen Nanyin reclined on the sofa, lost in thought after her meal. The recent events triggered a sudden recollection. When she had awoken after falling into the water, she found herself lying on a bed in the infirmary, with Chun-He, drenched, seated beside her. Thus, she instinctively assumed that he was the one who had rescued her. In retrospect, the uniform that had been soaked was blue and white, yet in her hazy memory, she seemed to have glimpsed a dark figure. Moreover, as a model student, Chun-He would not have been one to forego his uniform at school. With this realization, Shen Nanyin came to understand that he had indeed spun a web of deceit. It was disheartening to think that she had been so gullibly deceived for such an extended period, all under the illusion of a possibly non-existent act of heroism. The thought of having endured so long for such a false sense of gratitude left her feeling both frustrated and disgusted. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a drowsy warmth over her. As she lay on the sofa, reminiscing, she gradually drifted into slumber and found herself in a dream. It was a university debate competition, where the winners would receive a substantial reward, prompting her to register immediately. In the month leading up to the event, she diligently gathered materials in the mornings and practiced simulated debates in the afternoons, thoroughly preparing for both sides of the arguments. On the day of the competition, the adversary's attacks fell well within her anticipated scope, and she countered them one by one. As she concluded her presentation and took her seat, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the judging panel below. The man seated in the center was strikingly handsome, his sharp brows and eyes commanding attention. Time had lent him a touch of gravitas, yet his piercing aura remained undeniable. The familiar metallic glint from his ear piercings caught her eye. No name tag was necessary. She recognized him instantly. Gu Zhiyan. Her previously steadfast confidence began to waver, and she started to second-guess the quality of her performance, wondering if it had been sufficient, if it had been flawless. When the results were announced, the man, as the sponsor, stepped onto the stage to present her with the award. He handed her a bouquet of roses along with the trophy, his warm fingertips brushing against her hand before retreating. "Congratulations," he drawled lazily, his voice as familiar as ever. The vibrant and delicate pink petals were layered gracefully, wrapped in pure white paper and tied with a ribbon. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on the cool trophy, her voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you." Shen Nanyin awoke to find dusk had settled outside. Standing at the island counter, she poured herself a glass of water. Initially, she believed she was free from such burdens. Yet, the reality was that during her first and final years of high school, there had been no overlapping activities. Thus, she had never encountered Gu Zhiyan during the grueling 800-meter run, nor during moments of reprimand from teachers or any of the other awkward circumstances. As a young woman in her adolescent years, she found herself inevitably drawn to the allure of those who exuded confidence and assertiveness. 5 years later, she discovered that she was not immune to such inclinations. Upon entering the room, Gu Zhiyan noticed the girl suddenly lift her gaze, her eyes flitting away in a moment of panic. He could not help but raise an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. What mischief was she up to? Sensing his scrutiny, she nonchalantly lifted her cup and took a sip of water, then feigned calmness as she replied, "Not at all." Lu Zhu entered, holding a fresh and lively mandarin fish. After greeting Shen Nanyin, he placed the fish down and departed. Intrigued, Shen Nanyin peered inside, wondering if they would be having fish today. "Yes," the man replied as he tied on an apron. "How about squirrel fish?" "Squirrel fish?" She gazed at him in astonishment. "You can prepare so many dishes. I am amazed that you can even make such a complicated Sioux cuisine dish." As Gu Zhiyan passed by her, he leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek, a fundamental skill for marrying Mrs. Liu. Chapter 55. Who could possibly be Shen Nanyin? Shen Nanyin nestled into the sofa, gently rubbing her flushed cheeks. She had come to the realization that she harbored feelings for Gu Zhiyan. But what about Gu Zhiyan? Though they were married and had engaged in gestures that could be deemed intimate, she understood that, for individuals of their social standing, such actions held little significance. Affection was not a prerequisite for embracing or kissing. These acts were commonplace. Moreover, she had heard the rumors about him changing girlfriends weekly. That night when he was intoxicated, he had also displayed a certain familiarity. Shen Nanyin pressed her hand against her gradually calming heart and sighed softly. Yet, Gu Zhiyan's recent demeanor towards her compelled her to ponder. Might he have a slight affection for her as well? After a bout of tangled thoughts, she picked up her phone and opened a certain QA community. Her fingers danced across the screen until she finally resolved to post a question. "I would like to inquire, how should one pursue someone they have feelings for, especially if that person possesses significant romantic experience?" Due to her account's frequent inquiries and responses related to finance, she had garnered a modest following, and thus her post quickly attracted replies. Comment 1. High emotional intelligence. Rich in romantic experience. Low emotional intelligence. Ex-girlfriend plays football. Comment 2. The finance queen actually has a crush. My heart shatters. Comment 3. Queen, you should go date a few more people to gain experience before pursuing. Comment 4. Family of the commenter above, like this. Comment 5. Just confess directly. Go for it. Reading this, Shen Nanyin furrowed her brow. Confess directly? Soon after, new comments emerged. Comment 6. Completely wrong. A confession is a declaration of victory, not a charge into battle. Queen, heed my advice. Create some subtle flirtation and allure. Shen Nanyin pondered this, sensing a semblance of truth. She commented back. How specifically should I go about this? Comment 6 replied. It involves crafting moments of unintentional physical contact, such as pretending to accidentally touch hands when borrowing something or brushing shoulders while walking. Tailor it to the situation. Good luck. More comments flooded in, offering her an array of strategies that open her eyes to new possibilities. Besides that, there were spirited onlookers playfully tagging in, "Bro, your wife is gone," and has diligently responded to every one of the Queen's inquiries over the years, only to find all those years of love and time have ultimately been misallocated. "In, my heart aches for you." In was a frequent respondent to her queries, always quick to provide assistance whenever she encountered difficulties with professional matters. Consequently, Shen Nanyin had been teased numerous times. She had previously attempted to clarify the situation, but In's consistent silence only served to incite the crowd's amusement further. "All right, come over for dinner." Intent on clarifying once more, Shen Nanyin hastily shut off her phone. She approached the dining table and took her seat. Alongside the usual home-cooked dishes, a beautifully presented squirrel fish had also been served. The fish was intricately carved, coated in starch and fried to a crisp, then drizzled with a steaming, vibrant orange sauce, tantalizing to the eye. However, despite its status as a renowned dish in Sioux cuisine, most visitors from outside Sioux City were not particularly fond of the sweet flavor of the fish. The last crab roe bun was quite enjoyable, not overly sweet. However, this fish. Thus, although Shen Nanyin relished her meal, she felt a twinge of curiosity upon observing Gu Zhiyan also indulging in considerable portions. "You don't find it unpalatable, do you?" The man, unfazed, continued to serve himself a piece, leisurely responding, "Not at all. Sioux cuisine suits my palate perfectly." "Is that so?" Shen Nanyin mused, biting her chopsticks, lost in contemplation. She inexplicably recalled a particular noon during her first year of high school. The summer sun blazed fiercely, scorching enough to melt the asphalt. The air thickened, almost solidifying, with the occasional breeze delivering oppressive waves of heat, while the cicada's incessant chirping grated on the nerves. Having just exited the stifling cafeteria, Shen Nanyin passed by the school's convenience store. Outside, a tall youth was opening the fridge door to retrieve a can of cola. Clad in a black t-shirt and the school's standard blue trousers, his impressive stature rendered the loose-fitting pants merely an accessory to his elongated frame. The cold condensation dampened his fingertips as he grasped the can, his slender fingers deftly pulling the tab, revealing the audible hiss of carbonation escaping. As she watched the mist rise in the sweltering air, she felt a fleeting relief from the heat. "Gu, planning to sneak out again?" a boy beside him quipped, also clutching a bottle of cola. The tone was indifferent. Of course, the cafeteria only serves Sioux cuisine, which is sickeningly sweet. Who could eat that? The boy chuckled. "If a Sioux City local hears you, they might just kill you." He nonchalantly walked away. The sweet and sour sauce enveloping the fish burst on her taste buds, prompting Shen Nanyin to ponder. Can one's taste shift so easily? After her meal had settled, she proceeded to the basketball court to practice her three-step layup. Her movements flowed much more smoothly than before, and she occasionally managed to score. Dinner was served earlier today, and, as she practiced, students began to emerge from the nearby high school, just as the bell rang. Dressed casually, Gu Zhiyan stood lazily, his tousled hair falling over his forehead, appearing no different from any other high school student. Soon, a beautiful girl in a school uniform approached him, striking up a conversation. "Senior, would you like to add me on WeChat?" Nearby, fellow basketball players egged him on. Shen Nanyin had just made a basket when she turned to witness this scene. The girl, with her voluminous waves, fair skin, and rosy lips adorned with delicate earrings, radiated beauty and vitality, perfectly matching Gu Zhiyan's allure. Together, they seemed like a pair from an entirely different world, and anyone would deem them a perfect match. Shen Nanyin suddenly recalled the campus walls of Sioux City No. 1 high school, where speculation had arisen regarding Gu Zhiyan's next girlfriend, wondering which stunning beauty would catch his eye. She distinctly remembered the top comment stating, "It absolutely cannot be Shen Nanyin." That comment had garnered an overwhelming number of likes, with replies echoing agreement. These two are entirely on opposite ends of the spectrum. It would be fortunate if they were merely not adversaries. Firstly, it is inconceivable that Shen Nanyin would pursue young Master Lu. Secondly, if young Master Lu were to seek after Shen Nanyin, it would seem likely that she would report him to the Academic Affairs Office. Chapter 56. The mother of the child returning to the present. Shen Nanyin felt that their words held some truth, yet she remained undeterred. Acknowledging her affections, she believed it imperative to make an earnest attempt. "I'm sorry, but I'm already married," she declared, on the basketball court. Lu Jingyan's demeanor was cool and composed as he politely declined. The girl, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Is it possible? Aren't you a senior student?" Turning his gaze towards Shen Nanyin, he found her standing still, cradling the basketball while blinking innocently at him. "Dear, come here, it's time to go home," he called out in a tone both languid and audible enough for those nearby to hear. Startled by his call, Shen Nanyin nearly lost her grip on the ball, her ears flushing with warmth as she stepped closer to Lu Jingyan. The girl who had approached them shot a bewildered glance between the two, quickly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I thought you didn't know each other." Initially, she had perceived them as polar opposites, one the archetype of a rogue and the other a frigid academic devoid of romantic involvement. She never imagined they were actually married. As she pondered this, her tongue slipped. "I see a significant disparity between you two. It's hard to believe you're a couple." Lu Jingyan's expression darkened at her words. Realizing her blunder, the girl hastily retreated, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry for interrupting. I'll take my leave now." Shen Nanyin watched the girl flee, finding her rather endearing. On their way home, Lu Jingyan's countenance was less than pleasant, though Shen Nanyin remained oblivious. This was primarily due to the enticing aromas wafting from the street vendors near the school, captivating her senses and halting her steps. Skewers, roasted potatoes, and stir-fried squid. Her gaze lingered on a pot of spicy Odin. Noticing her pause, Lu Jingyan turned to her and followed her line of sight, his attention drawn to the steaming pot. Understanding her unspoken desire, he gently squeezed her hand, murmuring, "It's not hygienic." Upon hearing this, Shen Nanyin bit her lip and tentatively suggested, "Just once should be fine, right?" She gazed up at him with an expression of earnest longing, pleading for a taste. Unable to resist her pitiful look, Lu Jingyan relented, taking her hand as they approached the stall. Shen Nanyin's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly placed her order. "Ani, I would like quail eggs, fish tofu, fukabukuro, kelp knots, and this beef tendon, each one, please. Could you add extra broth?" "Thank you." "Certainly, dear," the proprietress replied with a warm smile. "That will be 15 yuan. Lu Jingyan pulled out his phone and promptly completed the payment. Soon, the proprietress prepared the skewers, drenching them in broth before handing the bowl to her, along with several napkins. With a skewer of quail, eggs poised on a stick, Shen Nanyin beamed and offered it to him. "Would you like to try? It's truly delicious." The man regarded her for a moment before leaning in slightly. As Shen Nanyin was about to feed him, she suddenly remembered something and quickly interjected, "Wait, be careful, it might be hot." She gently blew on the food before offering it again. Lu Jingyan lowered his gaze and bit into it. Concerns about hygiene were far from his mind. All he desired was for Shen Nanyin to feed him a few more bites. The evening breeze wafted pleasantly, dissipating the lingering warmth. As they strolled home, the atmosphere became significantly quieter after leaving the school grounds. Shen Nanyin tossed her trash into a nearby bin when she suddenly heard a faint meowing. She looked down in surprise and noticed a cardboard box beside the bin, lined with several layers of cloth, containing a curled-up orange kitten. Upon seeing someone approach, the kitten mewed timidly, its little paws trembling as it reached out. How adorable! Shen Nanyin's heart was instantly captured. She had previously rescued a stray cat, but was met with severe reprimands and rage from Shen Dinghua, who nearly threw the poor creature to its death. She had cried desperately, fighting to save the kitten's life. Ultimately, she managed to find someone willing to adopt it, but since then, Shen Nanyin had not entertained the idea of keeping a cat again. Turning to Lu Jingyan, she proposed, "How about we take it to a veterinary clinic for a checkup and then find someone to adopt it?" Lu Jingyan noticed the bright affection in her eyes. If she liked it so much, why would she want someone else to adopt it? "Don't you want to keep it?" he inquired, his gaze steady. At his words, Shen Nanyin pursed her lips. If she lived alone, she would have brought the kitten home without hesitation. However, this was Lu Jingyan's home, and she felt it inappropriate to make such a decision unilaterally. Lu Jingyan scrutinized her for a moment, his expression inscrutable. After a brief pause, he knelt before the kitten, lazily poking its fluffy head with his long finger, his tone light and teasing. Poor little one, what will you do? Your future mommy doesn't seem keen on bringing you home. Perhaps you should charm your future daddy instead? Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. The kitten, affectionate and obedient, nudged against Lu Jingyan's hand, as if it understood. Satisfied with the response, he smirked slightly, securely lifting the cardboard box containing the kitten with one hand while taking Shen Nanyin's hand with the other, his tone casual. Let us go, Mrs. Liu. We can't let our child suffer outside any longer. Before her mind could fully grasp the significance of his actions, her feet instinctively followed him away. Did this mean he was willing to keep the kitten? Shen Nanyin blinked slowly, her heart racing in disbelief. Was she truly about to have her very own cat? At the veterinary clinic, the doctor was conducting a thorough examination of the kitten. It appeared relatively clean and healthy, likely having been abandoned shortly after being kept. Just as the doctor prepared to administer a vaccine, Lu Jingyan, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Be good. Otherwise, be careful, your mom might not want you. The kitten immediately whimpered pathetically. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanyin felt a surge of urgency and, unable to restrain herself, gave his arm a light slap. Lu Jingyan, do not speak carelessly. The man, instead of being offended, let out a deep chuckle, his voice languidly elongated. We haven't even entered the house yet. And how is it that someone is so quickly biased? As her ears gradually turned crimson, Shen Nanyin averted her gaze and pretended not to hear him. The doctor administering the injection, however, chuckled and teased. Ah, the young couple's affection is quite evident. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan's previously indifferent mood, stirred by the presence of that girl, instantly brightened. He raised the corners of his lips, his voice low and melodious. Yes, we have just tied the knot. The doctor was taken aback for a moment, then offered heartfelt congratulations, genuinely stating, you two are truly well-matched. Lu Jingyan felt immensely satisfied. He had always known that the earlier individual lacked discernment, even contributing to the pet hospital's performance by purchasing an abundance of cat supplies. After the injection, the doctor provided them with some precautions, and Shen Nanyin diligently noted them down in her phone's memo. Once all procedures were concluded, the driver awaited them at the hospital entrance. Upon getting into the car, Lu Jingyan held a box in his arms. Noticing Shen Nanyin gazing at the kitten with uncontainable joy, nearly pressing herself against him to peer into the box, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Aren't you going to name it? What do you mean by that? Shen Nanyin, ignoring her flushed cheeks, brushed off his comment. She gently tapped the kitten's head. How about we call you Little Orange? Little Orange nuzzled contentedly against her palm, and Shen Nanyin felt her heart melt at its adorableness, her voice gradually becoming more high-pitched. After all, it was quite difficult for a bipedal creature to resist the charm of a kitten. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyan, seated beside her, felt his ears growing warmer with every word she spoke, as her clear voice turned sweet and sticky, resembling a gentle coquetry. Chapter 57. The lion's generosity in order to help the kitten acclimate to its new surroundings upon returning to the southern garden. Lu Jingyan placed both the box and the cat into a cage. Shen Nanyin, meanwhile, crouched nearby as if she were a mushroom sprouting from the ground. Hadn't she just said she would take care of someone else's pet? Lu Jingyan teased her intentionally. Hearing the kitten mewl again, Shen Nanyin, feeling somewhat guilty, replied awkwardly, I didn't tea. You must have misheard. Ensuring the kitten was comforted took precedence. She could set aside the previous conversation. With an arched eyebrow, the man refrained from arguing, noting that it was getting late. As she devoted herself to the little orange cat, he went to fetch her a change of clothes. When he descended the stairs again, he found the girl had not shifted her position. Well, the cat won't run away if we leave it here. Lu Jingyan chuckled. Go take a shower and get some rest. Shen Nanyin, reluctant to part, stood up, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by a tingling sensation in her legs, as if they had been gnawed by ants. Ouch! She frowned in discomfort. Help! What's wrong? Seeing her distressed expression, Lu Jingyan quickly inquired in a low voice. Afraid that even a slight movement would cause her legs to ache, she remained frozen, stammering with some embarrassment. My legs are numb. Lu Jingyan sighed. Silly girl, who told you to crouch for so long? He crouched down beside her, one hand supporting her waist while the other gently kneaded her calf to restore circulation. As he spoke, he glanced at the little orange cat. Look what you've done. You made your mother's legs numb. What does this have to do with the kitten? The kitten is innocent, Shen Nanyin exclaimed, her eyes widening slightly as she defended the little orange cat. I just wanted to watch it for a bit longer. Gu Zhiyan looked up at her, an inscrutable expression on his face. Amidst her exclamations, he swept her up in his arms like a child and proceeded upstairs. He was so tall that the sudden sensation of being lifted left Shen Nanyin startled, prompting her to cling tightly to his neck to steady herself. The force of her grip caused her nose to sink into the softness of his waist. Gu Zhiyan chuckled softly, the warmth of his breath brushing against her skin through the thin fabric of her clothing, sending a shiver down her spine. Are you trying to suffocate me? Her face flushed crimson as she loosened her grip slightly, yet still held onto his shoulders, fearful of falling. I can walk myself. No sooner had she spoken than the little orange cat called out from behind them. Unable to resist, Shen Nanyin peeked back, but as she moved, she felt a gentle yet firm pat against her waist. Don't squirm around. Just go take a shower and sleep. Gu Zhiyan set her down in the bathroom, opening the door and nudging her inside. Shen Nanyin grasped the doorframe. Wait, I haven't got my pajamas. I've already fetched them for you. The man indicated towards the rack beside the bathtub. She looked up in surprise. When did you get them? While you were engrossed with the little orange cat. He teased, pinching her cheek lightly. Madame Lu, do you still remember your lawful husband? Feeling somewhat guilty, Shen Nanyin realized she had indeed been oblivious to Gu Zhiyan's actions. The little orange cat was simply too adorable. Clearing her throat, she closed the door. I'm going to take a shower now. Once she entered, Gu Zhiyan returned downstairs. Approaching the little orange cat, he idly waved the cat toy he had bought from the hospital. To his surprise, the little orange cat lay lazily, providing him with no acknowledgement, exuding an air of aloofness. Gu Zhiyan chuckled, thinking he had picked up a little tea cat. After putting on an act for 5 minutes, he was ready to bask in glory for a lifetime. He took out his phone to capture the moment as evidence. I'll show it to your mother later, he said, instantly earning a fierce meow from the small, orange feline. After her bath, Shen Nanyin picked up the nightgown from the rack, which contained her intimate garments. She made a concerted effort to ignore it and maintain her composure. It was fine. After all, it wasn't the first time he had taken them. Lying on the bed, she immediately opened her phone to browse a certain orange app. The array of cat climbing frames dazzled her senses. Before long, Gu Zhiyan emerged from the bathroom and approached her. Upon glancing at the screen, he inwardly scoffed. Noticing his arrival, the girl eagerly handed her phone to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What do you think of this one? The reviews are quite favorable. Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow and settled onto the bed. Casually, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist and took the phone from her. Seems acceptable. Let us explore other options. His long fingers glided across the screen while his chin rested comfortably on her shoulder. At that moment, Shen Nanyin was enveloped in his embrace, with scarcely any space between them. This one, his deep voice, low and resonant, whispered in her ear, sounding almost richer, accompanied by toys. It felt as if he were speaking directly into her ear, a cool sensation lightly brushing against her skin, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. Shen Nanyin's eyelashes fluttered involuntarily, and she instinctively clutched the sheets beneath her, striving to remain calm as she softly replied with a gentle noticing her flushed ears. Gu Zhiyan's gaze darkened slightly, suppressing the urge to nibble on them. As the evening deepened, they perused various cat climbing frames, each possessing its own merits and flaws. We could have someone customize one, Gu Zhiyan suggested. Hesitant, Shen Nanyin pondered. Wouldn't that be too expensive? A light chuckle, warm and teasing, caressed her neck, igniting a tingling sensation. Your husband has plenty of money. No need to fret. His heated breath left her cheeks flushed, prompting her to change the subject as she rose to turn off the lights and prepare for sleep. As the room plunged into darkness, they lay quietly in bed. After a considerable pause, Shen Nanyin suddenly broke the silence, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you for today. Understanding her implication, Gu Zhiyan lazily replied, How does Mrs. Lu plan to express her gratitude? His deep voice carried a hint of meaning. Taken aback for a moment, Shen Nanyin hesitated slightly. Then, mustering the courage granted by the enveloping darkness, she bit her lip, leaned closer, and swiftly pressed a kiss against Lu Jingyan's chin. The air fell into a tranquil silence. The eyes, still unaccustomed to the darkness, could not discern the man's expression. However, the exposed skin was already acutely aware of the searing gaze upon it. A tightness gripped her heart, and her body instinctively sought to retreat, only to be gently restrained by a hand at the nape of her neck. One kiss is not enough. His voice, once deep and melodious, now bore a hint of rasp. Once more, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and a flush crept from her cheeks to her ears. Slowly, Shen Nanyin approached, eyes tightly shut, and pecked quickly. Yet this time, she encountered a cool, soft sensation. Her eyes flew open, her hand covering her mouth as she met his gaze, which sparkled with delight. Stammering, she uttered, "You." "I." Even in the dim light, the panic in her glistening eyes was unmistakable. Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. "What is the matter?" The girl's voice was muffled in his palm. "What did I just kiss?" On the chin, he replied, his expression unfaltering. Shen Nanyin's eyes clouded with confusion. "That doesn't feel like the chin, does it? Or perhaps, do you wish to kiss somewhere else?" Lu Jingyan spoke teasingly, his tone laden with implication. "I do not," Shen Nanyin immediately retorted, covering her mouth and turning away. The low, muffled laughter behind her made her wish to shrink into herself. The man encircled her waist, effortlessly drawing her back into his embrace. "Mrs. Lu, I never claimed that once would suffice. Shen Nanyin, you are quite demanding. Then shall we negotiate a different form of gratitude?" He replied with an air of amiability. Chapter 58. Immaturity. The quilt enveloped him in the fragrant warmth of the girl beside him, and he restrained himself from inhaling deeply like a pervert in her neck's nook. Every day, he yearned to hold his wife while sleeping. Was this request too much to ask? The man's tone carried a hint of playful nonchalance, his voice low and entwining, making Shen Nanyin's ears tingle and blush. Unable to help herself, she shrank slightly and softly retorted, "We do embrace, already don't I wrap around you like an octopus every morning?" Although she truly puzzled over why she acted this way. Wait, Shen Nanyin thought to herself. She wouldn't have been craving his body since high school. Would she? Help, she was in such a state. Is it the same? Lu Jingyan mused, fondling her fingertips with affection. Only in the mornings do you embrace me. At night, the boundaries are as clear as the Chu and Han rivers. The quilt had grown cold. His usually carefree tone now bore a hint of grievance. Was he being coy? The thought of the once fierce and domineering Lu Xiao, who had always worn a cold expression since high school, now acting in such a manner made Shen Nanyin unable to suppress a laugh. She curled her fingertips slightly, cautiously pressing closer to the man, her voice softening, "I understand." Lu Jingyan froze for a moment, his arm around her slender waist, nearly losing control of its strength. "Why are you so obedient today?" Long lashes concealed the darkness beneath his gaze as he restrained himself and planted a kiss on her shoulder, his fingers intertwining with hers. The soft sensation on her shoulder made Shen Nanyin's heart race, fearing Lu Jingyan might hear it. She tightly shut her eyes, her lashes fluttering incessantly, her mind racing as she recalled the methods taught to her by online friends. It should be fine, right? As the moon set and the sun gradually rose, Shen Nanyin, after a night of sweet dreams, drowsily opened her eyes. Lu Jingyan's hand, significantly larger than hers, still clasped her palm, his fingers long and beautifully formed. As her mind gradually cleared, her bodily sensations sharpened. The warmth radiating from her lower back rendered her completely still. Shen Nanyin was no naive child. On the contrary, her roommates had filled her with plenty of risque knowledge. In a moment of panic, she swiftly calmed herself with rational thoughts. It was perfectly normal, boys often would behave like this in the morning. Yes, indeed. With delicate movements, Shen Nanyin withdrew her fingers and shifted the arm draped across her waist. Just as she was about to rise, she was pulled back once more. Stifling a gasp, Shen Nanyin was forced to press even closer. A faint, breathy sound from behind her instantly flushed her ears crimson. Lu Jingyan remained asleep, merely acting on instinct. She tightly shut her eyes, pretending to be an emotionless human-shaped pillow, until the alarm clock rang. Gu Zhiyan slowly released her, slightly furrowing his brows as he reached out to silence the alarm. He held her for a while longer, squeezing her hand and playfully pinching the soft flesh at her waist. With a reluctant sigh, he finally got out of bed. Shen Nanyin, feeling the pinch on her waist, nearly trembled with restraint. Once he left, she cautiously opened her eyes, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. The sound of water running from the bathroom filled the air, and Shen Nanyin sat on the bed, her face flushed, lost in thought. She now seems to understand why Gu Zhiyan always bathes in the morning. Xiao Ju waved goodbye. As she left in the morning, Shen Nanyin waved at Xiao Ju, who scampered over to the cage, mewing adorably. The man lazily cast a glance at Xiao Ju, a slight smile playing on his lips. Xiao Ju, say goodbye to Mommy and Daddy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ju turned away, ignoring him. Shen Nanyin couldn't help but chuckle. What did you do? It seems she doesn't want to acknowledge you. This is her true nature. Gu Zhiyan retorted with a scoff. She should be called Xiao Cha. Immediately, Xiao Ju's tail drooped, mewing pitifully. Shen Nanyin's heart ached at the sight, and she hurriedly reassured. Xiao Ju is the most obedient and adorable. Let's ignore him. Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly as he wrapped his arm around her waist and planted a kiss on her cheek. Xiao Ju, in a fit of rage, clawed at the cage, baring her teeth and letting out an earth-shattering meow. Gu Zhiyan, on the other side, kissed her again. Shen Nanyin covered her flushed face, stifling a laugh as she tried to suppress the smile, threatening to break free. How childish of you. The man showed no restraint, teasingly pecking her forehead and nose, replying, So what if I am childish? After kissing her, he tucked her loose strands of hair behind her ear, and they departed for work hand in hand. Upon arriving at the office, Shen Nanyin overheard discussions about the Shen family news, which sounded rather grim. Yet, she felt no stir within her. After completing her morning tasks, she intended to return to school, but unexpectedly ran into Gu Zhiyan. The weather was growing increasingly hot, the midday sun becoming increasingly fierce. A familiar car was parked by the roadside, and, sensing something amiss, she was about to bypass it when the man got out, his face cold and stormy, striding towards her with anger. What is going on between you and Gu Zhiyan? Shen Nanyin frowned at his harsh tone, but answered calmly, We are married. Married? Gu Zhiyan scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest joke, his face contorted with mockery. Shen Nanyin, do you consider a broken ring to be a marriage? Are you foolish? Can Gu Zhiyan truly settle down and marry? Shen Nanyin gazed at him quietly, aware that someone like Gu Zhiyan would dismiss even a marriage certificate placed before him as counterfeit. Gradually, irritation welled up within her, and suddenly, a formula taught by Feng Yunran flashed through her mind. Taking a deep breath, she replied coolly, If you choose to think that way, there's nothing I can do. Having said this, she wished to avoid further entanglement with the man before her, and attempted to walk past him. Gu Zhiyan felt a sudden surge of frustration, his temples throbbing, and instinctively reached out to grab her wrist. In an instant, a group of burly bodyguards clad in black suits appeared before them, blocking Gu Zhiyan's path. Step aside. Gu Zhiyan's dark eyes blazed with fury, his teeth clenched. However, the bodyguards paid no heed to his furious outburst. One of them turned to Shen Nanyin with a polite smile, explaining courteously, Madam, please do not worry. We have been specifically dispatched by Mr. Liu to ensure your safety. Upon hearing these words, Gu Zhiyan experienced a moment of mental blankness, his expression darkening to an extreme, as if he could draw water from his brooding demeanor. He absolutely refused to believe this matter. The sheer intensity of his rage paradoxically ushered in a calmness, his voice turning frigid. With the Shen family in such dire straits, how could one still entertain relations with such individuals? You claim that you are married, yet how could he stand idly by and witness the downfall of the Shen family? Chapter 59. The emotional expert noticing Shen Nanyin's silence. Gu Zhiyan assumed he had inadvertently touched upon her sorrowful matters. He pressed his lips together, his tone unconsciously softening. Inin, I can assist you. It was wrong of me to bet on this matter, but I later realized I cannot bear to be without you. Inin, I simply wish for you to relent. Can we return to how we once were? As long as you are willing to come back to my side, I can endeavor to save Shen. Stop. Shen Nanyin interrupted him with a furrowed brow before he could finish a sentence. Gu Zhiyan's mouth opened in surprise as he gazed at the girl before him, her expression cold and indifferent. Her voice bore no tremor. What I desire is to witness the downfall of the Shen Corporation. What? Gu Zhiyan momentarily faltered, his expression shifting to one of disbelief, anger surging within him. Inin, I know Uncle Shen has treated you poorly, but they're still your kin. Is it truly necessary to take your frustrations out on me over this matter? Why must you cling to this trivial issue? Yes, I should not have wagered with you, but how is Lu Jingyan any better than I? With an air of calmness, Shen Nanyin replied, You misunderstand. I am not holding a grudge against you. I simply harbor a profound hatred for Shen Dinghua and wish for him to face retribution. She felt no shame under Gu Zhiyan's astonished gaze. In fact, she hoped he would perceive her as malicious, compelling him to cease his pursuit. During their past relationship, he was not oblivious to Shen Dinghua's treatment of her. He merely suggested she endure it, promising that he would marry her soon. Yet, when Shen Dinghua chastised her publicly, Gu Zhiyan stood by, indifferent, never uttering a word in her defense. Madam, do you not have matters to attend to? Allow me to escort you. A nearby bodyguard interjected at the opportune moment. Shen Nanyin nodded slightly before turning to walk towards the teaching building, leaving the man standing motionless. Gu Zhiyan was taken aback, realizing the extent of Shen Nanyin's hatred for her father. Raised under the strict discipline of Gu Lifeng, where beatings and scoldings were commonplace, he had always regarded Shen Nanyin's plight as mere petulance. Historically, the father's authority was paramount. Even the most unreasonable decisions made by Gu Lifeng were ones he never considered defying, for to do so would be deemed rebellious and unfilial. Thus, he could not comprehend why Shen Nanyin felt burdened and tormented merely for participating in a few arranged marriages. To him, such unions would not inflict significant loss or harm upon her. Yet he had never contemplated that while Gu Lifeng's harshness subjected him to physical pain, it led him on an upward trajectory, ultimately placing him in control of the Gu enterprise. In contrast, Shen Nanyin was being pushed downwards, bartering her own well-being for the interests of Shen Dinghua and his son, only to find herself ultimately reduced to a mere plaything. At the pinnacle of Lingyue Group, in his office, Lu Jingyan examined the proposal previously crafted by Shen Nanyin, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. It was succinct, clear, and methodically structured, striking directly at the core of the matter. As he gazed upon the flowing words, memories of her during her first year of high school flooded his mind. Her argumentative essays had consistently been circulated among the senior class. First year class 1, Shen Nanyin, the homeroom teacher, stood at the podium, reciting the conclusion he had heard countless times before. Outside the corridor, a gentle breeze carried the sound of soft footsteps. Lu Jingyan occupied the last seat near the door, idly twirling a pen between his fingers. It felt as though tender green leaves had been snapped, their youthful fragrance wafting in with the breeze. Instinctively, he turned his head to look. The girl's slender figure was clad in a somewhat ill-fitting uniform, a delicate layer of light casting a soft glow upon her fair skin, creating an ethereal halo. Her high ponytail swayed gently with her movements. The teacher reached the end once more. First year class 1, Shen Nanyin. The office was enveloped in silence. The 3 syllables seemed to linger, meticulously savored upon his tongue. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting off the white sheets of paper with blinding intensity. He flipped to the next page, his gaze suddenly halting at a particular line. Project Liaison, Chun-Hee. His grip on the document unconsciously tightened, crumpling the paper in his hand. That person truly was a persistent shadow. With a furrowed brow, he opened the conversation thread with Shen Nanyin on his phone, yet his fingers hovered in the air, hesitating to press any buttons. It was merely work. She had not even added him as a contact. Do not be so stingy, he chided himself. Yet his fingers restlessly scrolled up and down. Unintentionally, he revealed the message bar and noticed a notification from a question-and-answer community at the bottom. Upon clicking, the screen displayed the query. I would like to ask everyone, how should one pursue someone who seems to have more romantic experience? As he recognized the poster's name, his expression darkened, and the hand holding the phone turned pale from the force of his grip. A heavy weight settled in his heart as Lu Jingyan emotionlessly scrolled through the comments, witnessing her earnest responses about methods of courtship, each breath tinged with bitterness. She had always been by his side. How could she suddenly develop feelings for someone else? What made Chun-Hee superior to him? The dimming of his gaze mirrored the dissipating smoke rising from his fingertips. Just then, Lu Daiqing, beaming with joy, entered the office, intending to showcase her recent project's success. But she was met with her brother's cold demeanor. Her foot stepped forward, then quickly retreated, cautiously testing the waters. This atmosphere, although she and Lu Jingyan often exchanged petty grievances, this was different. The unusual tension made her heart skip a beat, prompting her to inquire tentatively, "Brother, what is wrong?" Surely it wasn't a romantic setback. They wouldn't revert to the reckless days of street racing, would they? The room remained eerily silent, so quiet that the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Jingyan finally cast her a glance. His tone flat as he asked, "Is there something?" The acrid scent of smoke made her want to cough, yet she refrained. Lu Daiqing touched her nose, hesitating for a moment, upholding her courage that if she did not venture into hell, who would? She spoke softly. Did you have a quarrel with your sister-in-law?" Before he could cast a cold glance her way, she instinctively retreated a few steps, her survival instinct kicking in, proclaiming loudly, I can assist you. Trust me, brother, you know I am an expert in matters of the heart." Chapter 60. Love After Marriage. Lu Daiqing clutched her phone. Her breath caught in her throat as she comprehended the post's content, nearly succumbing to the urge to flee her office. Striving to regain her composure, she cast a hurried glance at Lu Jingyan, whose increasingly hostile gaze unnerved her. She hastily offered words of comfort. "Your sister-in-law has already registered the marriage. She certainly isn't the type to engage in infidelity. Could it possibly be a misunderstanding?" Outside the window, the clouds enveloped the scene. An ordinary sight transformed into one that evoked a sense of weightlessness, as if she might plunge into an abyss at any moment. Lu Jingyan's expression was inscrutable, his tone flat as he remarked, "What if she's planning to divorce me?" He had just noted the date of the post, which coincided precisely with the day Shen Nanyin had approached Chun-Hee to discuss a collaboration. Lu Jingyan's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. Did they dine together after their meeting? What did they discuss? Hearing Chun-Hee's name, Lu Daiqing inquired softly, "Who is that?" The man languidly reclined in his chair, a half-burnt cigarette swirling thin wisps of blue smoke. "She was my high school crush," he replied. "Ah, who isn't aware of the devastating allure of a first love?" Lu Daiqing's eyelids twitched as she forced herself to speak. "Let us think positively. The people outside are mere guests at a hotel, while you are home. Help! What is she saying?" Just as she was about to rectify her words, Lu Jingyan lowered his lashes and murmured after a pause, "Is it still home if we divorce?" Lu Daiqing's eyes widened, nearly bursting with suppressed screams. Goodness, is this really her brother? It felt as though love's complications were about to ensue. After a moment of catching her breath, she earnestly suggested, "Well, is it possible that it could also be you they are referring to?" Though hesitant, she believed that their constant companionship and the way he looked at his sister-in-law indicated deeper feelings. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lu Daiqing's mind, her eyes sparkling with realization. Of course, this is the quintessential tale of love blossoming after marriage, just like in novels, where the second male lead rises to prominence and the female protagonist discovers her affection for her spouse. "This is you, is it?" The corners of the man's lips twitched slightly. "Am I experienced in love?" Lu Daiqing was at a loss for words. The young lady felt as if her hair might be yanked out in frustration. It seemed the likelihood of his sister-in-law harboring feelings for him surpassed that of her brother's feelings. Oh dear, what to do now? Her mind raced until suddenly she slapped the table, exclaiming, "I've got it. Brother, you display no interest in the world, let alone entertainment news. You must be unaware of your own illustrious reputation." With that, she pulled out her phone to search for Lu Jingyan's name, presenting it to him. "Here." His gaze casually swept over the screen, and nearly every headline proclaimed, "Breaking. Young Master Lu's night out with a young model, shock. The new Rising Star's backer is CEO Lu of Lingwei Group. Lu Jingyan's brows furrowed, his dark eyes brewing an icy storm. Despite the public relations team's efforts to clarify the rumors, the skepticism of the onlookers proved insurmountable. Lu Daiqing, with her well-founded confidence, proudly lifted her chin. Thus, it is entirely plausible that in her sister-in-law's eyes, you possess considerable romantic experience. The sky darkened slightly, and the air grew increasingly humid, heralding the approach of rain. After Lu Daiqing departed, Lu Jingyan silently continued to peruse the comments, seeking further insights about the person she cherished. Meanwhile, Shen Nanyin unexpectedly received several novels sent by Lu Daiqing. Upon opening them, she discovered they all centered around the theme of love blossoming after marriage. Shen Nanyin paused momentarily, pondering if Lu Daiqing was attempting to assist her in understanding the dynamics of post-marriage relationships. Confused, she wondered if her affection for Lu Jingyan had been discerned so swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, she composed a thoughtful reply. "Thank you. I will study them diligently." Lu Daiqing, upon reading her response, found herself momentarily puzzled. Her intention was merely to let Shen Nanyin experience the sweetness of love that follows marriage. What was there to study? The weather during this season was capricious. After rainfall, the previously warming temperatures swiftly plummeted. The interns finished work earlier than usual, and although Shen Nanyin initially intended to head home directly, she was pulled aside by Tong Yin, who insisted on her company to help select a birthday gift for a friend. Given that she had also been contemplating a gift for Lu Jingyan, she agreed after a brief moment of reflection and accompanied Tong Yin to the nearby Jimao Center. Inside the store, the sales staff enthusiastically introduced the latest seasonal products. When a pair of cufflinks was displayed, Shen Nanyin was instantly captivated. Set against a backdrop of red velvet, the medieval-themed golden rose cufflinks shimmered beautifully under the lights. Remembering Lu Jingyan's rose tattoo on his chest, she inquired about the price, which fell within her budget. After making the purchase, the sales associate smiled and handed her the elegantly packaged box, wishing her a pleasant day and inviting her to visit again. Tong Yin also selected a gift, a necklace. As they stepped out of the shopping mall, Shen Nanyin noticed Tong Yin swiftly conceal her gift in her bag, her expression betraying a hint of fluster. Curiosity piqued. She inquired, "What's wrong?" Tong Yin lowered her voice deliberately. "It's my friend." With that, she waved towards the front, calling Jiang Xian. Approaching them was a cool girl, Jiang Xian. Tong Yin introduced the two, saying, "This is Shen Nanyin." Before Tong Yin could finish her introduction, Jiang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Tong Yin was taken aback by Jiang Xian's sudden reaction and asked, "You know each other?" Shen Nanyin appeared equally bewildered. "Do we?" At that moment, Jiang Xian realized her earlier reaction had been somewhat ungracious. Embarrassed, she touched her neck and clarified, No, you must be from Sioux City, no? One high school. Our homeroom teacher often reads your essays." Understanding dawned on Shen Nanyin, and she smiled at Jiang Xian, exchanging a few casual remarks before politely declining an invitation to dine together, her eyes crinkling with a hint of shyness. "My boyfriend is still waiting for me at home." Upon returning to the southern garden, Shen Nanyin recalled the expression on Jiang Xian's face after she had uttered those words. She seemed to hesitate, as if longing to inquire about something, which felt rather peculiar. The twilight had not yet fully descended. The living room was illuminated only by the soft glow of the lights in the kitchen and above the island, casting a gentle and warm radiance upon the floor. The man, clad in an apron, glanced at her briefly, emanating an almost palpable low pressure, and directed a sardonic remark at the cat. "Little Orange, your mother actually deigned to return? I thought she had abandoned this household." His voice carried a chill, tinged with a hint of grievance. Although Shen Nanyin struggled to comprehend the situation, she understood that her immediate task was to placate him. Thus, she ambled slowly to Lu Jingyan's side, blinked her eyes, and gently spoke, I have a gift I wish to present to you." However, upon hearing her words, Lu Jingyan's movements faltered slightly, and a sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon him. Surely, she was not about to utter something akin to a divorce, offering him freedom in such a manner. Chapter 61. Silence, the gentle glow illuminated his features, casting faint shadows that rendered him even more forlorn. Shen Nanyin tentatively grasped his wrist, giving it a gentle tug. Her fingertips inadvertently pressed against his pulse, as if connecting to the rhythm of his heart. Lu Jingyan lowered his gaze towards her. There she was, tilting her face upwards, delicate light dancing in her light-colored eyes, her brows slightly raised, adorned with a hint of a smile. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself unconsciously drawn to the sofa by her gentle pull. The soft sensation slid from his wrist to his fingertips as the girl clasped his fingers, slowly unfolding his palm, her fingertips brushing lightly against his. Continuing her audacious behavior, Shen Nanyin appeared nonchalant, yet internally, her heart raced with anxiety. Was this level of intimacy excessive? Meanwhile, Lu Jingyan was lost in thought, preoccupied with how to find an excuse to refuse the divorce. A myriad of reasons swirling in his mind. Little Juzi was too young to be without a mother. Mrs. Lu would never agree. A fortune teller had warned against divorce in recent years. Consequently, he was entirely oblivious to her subtle movements until he felt a cool, hard sensation in his palm, prompting his gaze to drop, revealing an exquisite box. Realizing it was indeed a gift, Lu Jingyan's voice momentarily faltered. "What is this?" Shen Nanyin's lips curled into a soft smile. "Open it and see." With his long fingers, he grasped the silk ribbon at one end of the box and gently pulled it away as the bow slowly unfurled, revealing a beautifully crafted lambskin box. He pressed the button, and the lid popped open slightly. Inside lay a pair of stunning rose cufflinks, quietly resting. The intricate metal filigree swirled into petals, radiating a lovely sheen. "I was out shopping with a colleague and thought these would suit you, so I wanted to buy them for you," Shen Nanyin said softly, closely observing the changes in Lu Jingyan's expression. "Do you like them?" Her voice was gentle and melodious, clear and pure. "How could I not?" His fingertips brushed against the cool metal surface, while his thoughts drifted to the delicate, pale waist, marked with faint pink traces. Lu Jingyan's gaze darkened slightly. A thought surfaced. Regardless of whom Shen Nanyin truly admired, his chances were greatest now, weren't they? "And you have a rose tattoo, too. This rose is quite beautiful." Seeing him seemingly captivated by the cufflinks, her mood lightened. The garden was awash with vibrant pink and white blossoms. Perhaps he had a particular fondness for roses. At her words, a smile slowly blossomed in Lu Jingyan's eyes. "Inin, did you peek at me?" A breeze wafted through the window, carrying the cheerful chirping of birds, disrupting her thoughts. A blush spread rapidly across Shen Nanyin's face as she stammered. I didn't tea. You came out of the shower without clothes first." Lu Jingyan's lips curved into a knowing smile, nodding meaningfully, but you saw me completely." At this, she panicked, instinctively retorting, "I only saw your upper body." As the words left her lips, she suddenly realized their weight, her expression freezing in a moment of shock. The atmosphere was laden with silence. After a brief pause, a stifled chuckle emerged from beside her. She bit her lip and glanced at him, her gaze filled with silent reproach. The man's eyes sparkled mischievously, glimmering like clear water, imbued with a hint of playful arrogance. He chuckled softly, his voice low and melodious. "If it were you, I would mind a glimpse of your lower half." In an instant, Shen Nanyin fled, retreating in utter disarray. The sun began its descent, casting a gentle chill through the garden. Yet the heat on her face remained unrelenting. She unlocked her phone and scrolled through her social media, even indulging in a few rounds of casual game. But the mortifying scene lingered in her mind. Why did she have to speak so impulsively in such a moment? With a blank expression, she stared at the fish in the pond and the grass by the roadside, attempting to clear her mind. From his vantage point on the second floor, Lu Jingyan placed the treasured box into a drawer and spotted Shen Nanyin pacing back and forth on the stone path of the lawn. The awkwardness was palpable, even from floor above. A grin tugged at his lips as he typed a message on his phone. "Thank you, Mrs. Lu. I truly appreciate the gift." He continued, "And rest assured, I will dress appropriately at home. There is no need for you to stand outside as punishment." He delighted in watching Shen Nanyin unlock her screen to check the messages, only for her to quickly extinguish the screen with a facade of composure. She appeared both adorable and flustered. After dinner, Shen Nanyin played joyfully with the little orange cat. Noticing that it was gradually acclimatizing to its new surroundings, she decided it was time for a bath. She retrieved the cat's designated tub, and as Lu Jingyan opened the cage to lift the little feline, he was unexpectedly met with resistance. The tiny creature, resembling a stubborn orange, nimbly evaded his grasp, refusing to cooperate, and instead turned toward Shen Nanyin, mewing in a sweet, endearing manner. Upon hearing this, her heart softened, and she instinctively reached out, only to be halted by the man's intervention. "You're so dirty, and yet you have the audacity to ask your mother to hold you?" His cold words stung the cat's pride, causing it to wilt, resigning itself to being gently carried by Lu Jingyan towards the bathroom. Shen Nanyin, caught between laughter and exasperation, followed with the bath supplies in hand. In the bathroom, the little orange cat was gradually submerged into the warm water of the tub, bubbles accumulating on the surface alongside a few cheerful yellow ducks. As the foam threatened to touch her sleeves, Shen Nanyin quickly crouched beside him, meticulously rolling up his sleeves. Her delicate fingers inadvertently brushed against his arm, sending a tingling sensation through the air. Her hair, tied up, revealed her dainty ears. After a moment as contemplation, Lu Jingyan broke the silence. "Shall we wash together?" Without a second thought, Shen Nanyin nodded eagerly, oblivious to the potential implications of her response. Hearing her reply, the man suppressed a laugh. "All right, I will wash with you." "Nanyin." It took a considerable while for Shen Nanyin to grasp the ambiguous nature of his statement. Yet, given the vagueness, any defense she might offer would only serve to highlight her own misplaced thoughts. She feigned ignorance, continuing to scratch the little orange cat's chin. The cat, utterly content, closed its eyes in bliss, lifting its fluffy face high in delight. The pristine white foam enveloped its body, transforming the orange into a soft, fluffy cotton candy. However, when the water began to flow, the cat, despite its nature, still feared the water, resulting in a flurry of splashes. After considerable effort to restrain it, Lu Jingyan's shirt was left heavily dampened, and droplets clung to his eyelashes. Confronted with the unfriendly gaze of its master, the little orange cat timidly recoiled. Observing this, Shen Nanyin swiftly extended her hand to gently stroke its small head, offering soothing words. "It's all right. It's all right. We'll finish the wash soon." The foam was swept away by the rushing water, bubbling as it gathered at the drain. After wrapping the little orange in a towel, Shen Nanyin volunteered to fetch the hairdryer from the room, declaring, "I shall dry it off." Chapter 62. Dislike for him the moment Lu Jingyan cast his gaze upon her. His eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of evasion as he swiftly and awkwardly turned his head to the side. The bright lights illuminated his face, rendering every detail exposed. She distinctly noticed the unmistakable flush creeping across Lu Jingyan's ears, visibly reddening at an alarming rate. The hue contrasted sharply against the metallic earring adorning his ear, standing out conspicuously against his pale complexion. Shen Nanyin momentarily lost her train of thought, only to be startled by the man's gentle cough. "You should change into a clean outfit to avoid catching a chill." Confused, she lowered her gaze, only to discover that her chest had inexplicably become damp. Instantly, a wave of heat surged to her cheeks, her skin flushing unexpectedly. Without a moment to ponder further, Shen Nanyin hastily retreated to her room. Entering the bathroom with a change of clothes, she caught a glimpse of her flushed reflection in the mirror, pressing her hand against her face to cool down. How could Little Orange launch an indiscriminate attack like that? The thought of Lu Jingyan witnessing her previous state made Shen Nanyin wish to bury herself in embarrassment. After changing, she descended the stairs to find the man meticulously drying Little Orange. "Let me handle it," she approached, striving to disregard the earlier incident. "Your clothes are also wet. You should take a shower." The man glanced at her, his gaze subtly tracing the line beneath her collarbone. "All right." The lingering scent and warmth remained in the bathroom as his eyes inadvertently fell upon the lace lingerie in the laundry basket. The image from earlier flashed through his mind. Beneath the damp, sheer fabric lay a beautifully concealed curve. It would have been inconsequential had he not seen it in its entirety. He swallowed hard and adjusted the water temperature to a cooler setting. The girl sat on the sofa clad in long-sleeve pajamas, one hand immersed in a professional book while the other gently caressed Little Orange's fluffy head. The cat lazily sprawled across her lap, blissfully wagging its tail, swaying contentedly. The warm light cascaded down, enveloping the scene with a diaphanous woolen blanket, rendering the moment warm and tender, a manifestation of happiness. Moreover, Shen Nanyin had gifted him something today, prompting Gu Zhiyan to feel a sense of entitlement. He approached the pair and lifted Little Orange aside. Little Orange questioned, "I reviewed your proposal from last time." Gu Zhiyan settled beside Shen Nanyin. Upon hearing this, her eyes brightened. "Is there something that needs improvement?" "Not all. You did splendidly." Gu Zhiyan discreetly obstructed Little Orange's attempt to nuzzle closer and took Shen Nanyin's hand, placing it within his palm. "I heard your collaborator is Chun-Hee." Shen Nanyin appeared momentarily stunned. She suddenly recalled their previous conversation, slowly realizing that they seemed to share an acquaintance. "Is indeed him. Do you know each other?" It was understandable for Chun-Hee to know Gu Zhiyan, but Gu Zhiyan. Although Chun-Hee was quite popular, she never considered him capable of capturing Gu Zhiyan's attention. The man replied nonchalantly, "We've met a few times." He initially intended to insidiously inform the senior that Chun-Hee frequently sought her out on the third floor, cautioning her that Chun-Hee bore little sincerity towards her. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that such recollections might cause her distress. After a moment of silence, Gu Zhiyan inquired, "What do you think of him? How do you perceive him?" Shen Nanyin pondered, her gaze downward. "His professional skills are commendable, his learning capacity is impressive, and he is well-liked." The man's expression darkened with each word, nearly overwhelmed by a surge of jealousy that threatened to interrupt her. "However, I personally believe his character is rather ordinary," she concluded. Gu Zhiyan was taken aback. Upon comprehending her words, the tension in his demeanor dissipated instantly. "You think his character is lacking?" Shen Nanyin nodded earnestly, offering a rational analysis. "If you and Chun-Hee were to collaborate professionally, it might be worth considering, but one must exercise caution in personal dealings." Her eyes reflected deep concern for his welfare. Gu Zhiyan's heart raced momentarily, his breath faltering as he suppressed the urge to ask, "Why do you say that?" Momentarily at a loss for words, Shen Nanyin struggled to articulate her reasoning. On the day of the company team-building event, Chun-Hee had already acknowledged her as a fellow student from Sioux City No. 1 High School. Gu Zhiyan, who had previously harbored no memories of his unremarkable high school days, now wished to shield him from those aspects of her past that she herself despised. Contemplating this, Shen Nanyin bit her lip, tentatively grasping his long fingers and giving them a gentle shake, her voice soft and hesitant as she playfully confessed, I simply do not like him." Her tone was gentle, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Was she being playful? Gu Zhiyan found himself momentarily speechless, his throat tightening as he was rendered mute by her adorableness. A smile danced across his features as he enclosed her hand within his palm, his voice soothing. "All right, if you do not like him, we shall disregard him." This effectively ruled out the possibility of Chun-Hee being the subject of the post, lifting Gu Zhiyan's spirits. He even began to suspect that Shen Nanyin's account might have been compromised. The following morning, Gu Zhiyan extended his hand toward her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Mrs. Lu, could you assist me with this?" His voice was deep and melodious, laced with a hint of morning drowsiness. Beneath his black shirt, his long, slender fingers appeared almost artistic in their elegance. Shen Nanyin blinked, taking the cufflinks and carefully twisting them before threading them through the buttonhole of his shirt and securing them in place. A strand of hair slipped from her shoulder, lightly brushing against Gu Zhiyan's arm. He felt the delicate touch, his gaze softening further. "All done," Shen Nanyin said gently. Her eyes inadvertently fell upon the hair tie on her wrist, sparking a moment of curiosity, though she refrained from asking further questions. She recalled having brought it during the barbecue, perhaps for a special occasion. Shortly thereafter, at the venue for the financial magazine interview, Gu Zhiyan reclined on a single sofa, his tailored trousers elegantly draped over his long legs, his fingers absently caressing the cufflinks. The light-colored hair, tie, contrasted strikingly against his black shirt. An observant staff member keenly detected this detail, excitedly tugging at the sleeve of a nearby colleague, exclaiming, "Look, look!" The individual was engrossed in meticulously reviewing the interview manuscript when he was abruptly jolted, expressing his displeasure with an exasperated remark. "What is going on?" Such a startling interruption. "It's about the social media post. We need to post it." His tone was fervent and urgent. With so many sensational stories about young Master Lu, no one has ever dared to stake a claim. We must add another question. The resulting data will undoubtedly be explosive. Upon hearing the term explosive data, the individual immediately lifted his gaze. After all, in this era of virality, even a professional financial interview can greatly benefit from substantial viewership. As he observed, his eyes lit up with realization. It was not merely about the post. A man knows another man well, from his experience. Those rose cufflinks were undoubtedly a gift from a paramour, not a purchase he made himself. With his heart racing and hands trembling in excitement, the opportunity for a raise had finally arrived. Chapter 63. The envelope. Mr. Lu, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule today. Lastly, we would like to ask you a few personal questions, if you don't mind. The host inquired, holding the script. The man raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling to continue. It is well known that cufflinks are a symbol of a gentleman's status. May I ask, Mr. Lu, what significance does this pair of cufflinks hold for you? "Oh, this," he said, deliberately showcasing the hand adorned with a ring, a hair tie, and cufflinks. "They were a gift from my wife." His languid voice carried a distinct hint of amusement. "Wife? What wife?" A moment of silence ensued, leaving everyone in the room astonished. The host, momentarily dumbfounded, had not anticipated such explosive news. It was only when he heard the frantic reminder through his earpiece that he snapped back to reality. "Are you married?" Despite years of interviewing experience, the shock in his tone was unmistakable. The man sat casually, yet exuded an air of authority. He arched an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" Who would dare suggest there was? No, it's just a bit surprising." The host quickly sought an excuse, jokingly adding, "After all, you're still quite young. You could be considered an early groom." He hastily moved on to the next question. "Mr. Lu, you're not only the helm of Lingwei Group, but your remarkable performance on the racetrack is also widely acknowledged. However, it seems we haven't seen you participate in races lately. Is it due to some significant decisions at the company?" This question was of particular interest to other companies, as Lingwei's major moves typically had considerable repercussions for them. Yet, Lu Jingyan replied nonchalantly, "There's no particular reason. My wife simply doesn't like it." The other companies, who had prepared meticulously for this moment, found themselves taken aback by the revelation that it was merely a matter of his wife's preference. Although they suspected it might be an excuse to protect business secrets, it still left them feeling frustrated. Meanwhile, Lingwei Group issued a statement, firmly clarifying all previously leaked photographs and announcing intentions to sue the marketing accounts that spread rumors. A flood of comments soon followed. "Help! Did you all see the interview? I'm utterly captivated. Young Master Lu is actually a romantic at heart. Who could have guessed? On the surface, a rebellious and charming rogue. Behind the scenes, look at what my wife gifted me. On behalf of our CM babies, thank you to the boss. Those nasty black marketing accounts have finally been dealt with, protecting the beautiful love between the boss and his wife." So this is how Lingwei Entertainment operates, letting their artists grow wild while the boss charges forward to dispel rumors. I wonder what Mrs. Lu looks like. I'm guessing she's a stunning little vixen. Seems like she could keep him in check. Have you all heard the tale? It is said that Mr. Lu had a white moonlight in high school, and ever since their breakup, he changed drastically and fell into a downward spiral. Could it be that his white moonlight has returned? Wow, even more astonishing, the white moonlight has returned, and the buff is stacking up. In the office, Tong Yin hesitated several times, wanting to speak to Shen Nanyin, but holding back. She was bewildered by Jiang Xian's insistence on her inquiring about Shen Nanyin's boyfriend's surname. Wasn't that utterly nonsensical? "Hey, Nanyin." Shen Nanyin, momentarily lost in thought over the characters by Yue Guang, put down her phone and asked, "What is up?" Tong Yin took a deep breath, striving to render her expression as nonchalant as possible. "I'm playing a game, but I've run out of stamina." Could you please click on the link I just sent you? Sure. Without hesitation, Shen Nanyin opened the chat with Tong Yin and gently tapped the link on her screen. The link redirected to a page that read, "Please enter your and your partner's surnames to test your compatibility index." Shen Nanyin raised an eyebrow. Is this it? Yes. Just fill it out, and it will count as a boost. Tong Yin felt quite clever, meeting Shen Nanyin's earnest gaze. She thought nothing of it as Shen Nanyin filled in her and Lu Jingyan's surnames. Upon learning that Shen Nanyin's boyfriend's surname was Lu and not Shen, Jiang Xian inexplicably sighed in relief. Although they were classmates, she was not well acquainted with Lu Jingyan. It was merely a chance encounter that unveiled his secret. During the intense study period of their senior year, she arrived at school early each day. It was still late winter, and the morning light was dim. Yet she distinctly witnessed the boy, who typically exuded a carefree and nonchalant demeanor, standing silently in front of the bulletin board for an extended period. Shortly after, he took out his phone and snapped a photo. Within the frame was a girl with a serene expression, her light-colored pupils glimmering behind her lenses. In the next moment, their eyes met, his dark, narrow gaze carrying an air of haughty superiority, now tinged with an unsettling warning. Jiang Xian, sensing the atmosphere, quickly declared, "Don't worry. I promise I won't tell anyone." Only then did the boy, expressionless, withdraw his gaze and turn to leave, his retreating figure cloaked in darkness. Jiang Xian had witnessed others secretly collecting photos from the bulletin board before. Some would meticulously cut the photographs with scissors, while most would recklessly tear them down, leaving behind unsightly remnants. However, it was her first time seeing someone come so early to stealthily capture a photo and then print it out. Jiang Xian found it hard to comprehend. With the status and background, would pursuing a girl be a straightforward endeavor? It wasn't until later that she observed Lu Jingyan attending classes with increasing seriousness, staying late in the classroom, and rising in academic rankings that she realized unrequited love could engender feelings of inferiority, transforming one into a timid soul. As the days passed, Jiang Xian surreptitiously witnessed Lu Jingyan's hidden journey of infatuation, marked by anxiety and pressure during their senior year. Thus, when she learned that Lu Jingyan was to study abroad, a wave of deep disappointment washed over her. Why? Was he truly prepared to give up just like that? There were even moments when she felt an impulsive urge to seek out the girl from their first year. Yet she understood that high school was a pivotal moment for education, and she had no right to interfere in another's life. However, on the day of Lu Jingyan's departure, she could not resist the urge to sneak to the first-year teaching building. The instant she laid eyes on him, Jiang Xian felt a spark of hope. Would she finally find the courage to speak? Time slipped away, each second precious, as the setting sun gradually ascended the steps. Yet Lu Jingyan merely stood there, a still figure. A sense of unease washed over her. Following his gaze, she noticed the trash bin before her. It was the final class of Friday, and the students were engaged in a thorough cleaning, mopping up the dirt that had accumulated. The corridor was filled with the mingled scents of laundry detergent and disinfectant. "Shen Nanyin, come on, take out the trash," a male voice called out. At that moment, Lu Jingyan lowered his eyes and turned to leave. Jiang Xian, perplexed, contemplated pursuing him, but as she passed the trash bin, her peripheral vision caught sight of an envelope tainted by dirty water. She had seen it on Lu Jingyan's desk. Chapter 64. Wedding candies. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Lingwei group was abuzz with excitement, employees engaged in fervent discussions, and the work group chat pinging incessantly, each person resembling a curious bird in a field. Wherever Shen Nanyin went, she could overhear the speculations of her colleagues. So the one who delivered the meal earlier is indeed President Lu's wife? I wonder what she looks like. I'm curious too. I heard they all rushed to interrogate the receptionist, but she was tight-lipped. Upon returning to her desk after filling her cup in the pantry, Shen Nanyin felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance. "Quickly, back to your stations. President Lu is here." Someone rushed to spread the word. Before long, a man of distinguished demeanor strolled into the office. As everyone nervously buried their heads, fearing a wage deduction for gossiping during work hours, they were met with the sight of Assistant Lu following closely behind, carrying a large cardboard box. This is a gift of wedding candies from President Liu. Please all partake and share in the joy." As his words echoed, astonishment transformed into jubilant cheers on every face. Shen Nanyin cast a surprised glance at Gu Zhiyan. The man, with an air of nonchalance, accepted the box filled with wedding candies from Assistant Liu and began distributing them leisurely. At that moment, a bold voice called out, "Will President Liu let us meet the First Lady?" With one person daring to speak up, others quickly chimed in. Amidst the raucous laughter, the man's gaze fixated on Shen Nanyin, an amused glint dancing in his eyes, as if he were relishing her flustered expression. He then chuckled lightly. "My wife is rather shy." Amidst the louder teasing, he presented the red velvet boxes containing the candies in front of Shen Nanyin, one by one. Her ears flushed crimson, and she was at a loss for where to direct her gaze, ultimately lowering her eyes to accept the candies with an air of feigned composure. "Thank you, President Liu. No need for thanks." The last three words floated softly in her ears. "Madame Liu." Shen Nanyin could hardly comprehend that one day she would be indulging in her own wedding candies. Savoring the sweetness in her mouth, her thoughts wandered aimlessly. After just having issued a statement, President Liu was now distributing wedding candies to the staff. Truly, one could not find fault with Gu Zhiyan in his role as a superior. Since the announcement was made, netizens had noticed that a certain account followed by the Lingyue official Weibo had begun to let loose. Cooking for Madame Liu, happy, accompanied by a grid of beautifully plated dishes, featuring fruits and tea. This world is bizarre. I never expected young Master Liu to be the cooking type. Who am I and where am I? Gu Zhiyan. Cufflinks from Madame Liu, happy, shared 18 photos of cufflinks from various angles, exuding a sense of pride. Aren't you the bro? What on earth is happening here? Do netizens' lives not matter? Gu Zhiyan. T-cat down. This time it was a video showcasing a ginger cat lounging on a girl's lap, purring affectionately. All right, even the cat is feeling jealous, huh? As time passed, a flurry of trending topics emerged. Lingyue group Mr. Liu's romantic folly, 18 grid cufflinks competing with cats for affection. Is it like Lu Daiqing found it unbearable to watch? Mom, I can no longer tolerate your son. Mrs. Liu, munching on sunflower seeds, was engrossed in a game of mahjong on her phone. Oh, I have long since reached my limit. Meanwhile, Shen Nanyin scrolled through his Weibo, nearly bursting into laughter. She could distinctly sense that Gu Zhiyan seemed to be in high spirits recently, radiating an aura of joy. She couldn't help but wonder if it was due to the gift she had given him. Perhaps she should consider bestowing him with more gifts in the future. Just as she was about to open an app for travel tips, a message from Lu Daiqing popped up in their family group chat. It mentioned that tomorrow was the weekend and inquired whether they would like to view the sunrise atop a mountain in the suburbs of Beijing, followed by a visit to the region's most renowned hot springs. Mrs. Liu replied, "I still have mahjong to play. You young folks can go." Lu Daiqing then tagged both her and Gu Zhiyan. While she hesitated, she happened to meet Gu Zhiyan's gaze. "Never mind, if you do not wish to go. I can decline on your behalf." Lu Daiqing relished such spontaneous adventures. He was concerned that Shen Nanyin might not be prepared and felt hesitant to outright refuse. Shen Nanyin pondered for a moment and perceived it as a splendid opportunity for interaction. With a playful blink, she asked, "Do you have time?" Hearing her inquiry, the man's brows lifted slightly, a smile illuminating his features. "Of course I do." Since they were to witness the sunrise, they decided to set off on Saturday afternoon. The two slept until 9 o'clock. Gu Zhiyan awoke first, rising to freshen up, then retrieve the luggage he had organized the previous day. Ensuring the automatic feeder for their cat, Little Orange, was filled with food. Upon returning to the room, he found Shen Nanyin just waking up, yawning and rubbing her eyes. Seizing the moment while she was still drowsy, he approached the bed, lifted her gently, and set her down in her slippers, planting a soft kiss on her cheek. Shen Nanyin instantly covered her face, her mind becoming clearer. "I haven't even washed my face yet." "So what? I do not mind," he replied with a playful smirk, his tone teasing. Shen Nanyin shot him a look of mild reproach. "I was wrong. Next time, I'll wait until you're washed up before I kiss you." The man graciously accepted her apology. Shen Nanyin remained silent. Before stepping out, Gu Zhiyan playfully pinched Little Orange's ear, casually stating, "Be good and guard the house. I am off to date your mother. Little Orange, irked, swatted his hand away. As they sped along the highway, Shen Nanyin retrieved some meticulously cut fruits prepared by the aunt from her bag. She peeled back the plastic wrap and, using a toothpick, offered a small piece to Lu Jingyan's lips. He leaned down slightly, opening his mouth to take a bite. The crisp flesh of the apple burst with sweetness, seeming particularly delightful that day. After finishing, he smiled and said, "Thank you, my dear wife." His deep, melodious voice made Shen Nanyin momentarily pause, causing her hand, still holding the toothpick, to falter, a slight tingling sensation spreading through her ears. She quickly jabbed another piece into her own mouth, striving to redirect her focus to the flavors on her palate. When he called her Madame Lu, it felt just fine, and the term in written form was perfectly acceptable as well. Once the words escaped his lips, there was an air of excessive intimacy. "Why have you stopped feeding me?" Just as she felt the warmth between them intensifying, Lu Jingyan effortlessly inquired. Consequently, throughout their journey, a box of fruit was devoured, piece by piece. Gazing at the empty, transparent container in her hands, Shen Nanyin snapped back to reality, overwhelmed by an impulse to cover her face. Goodness, it truly felt as if they were a newlywed couple on a weekend outing. Chapter 65. Dangerous posture. The Cloudside Villa is perched atop a towering mountain, enveloped in serene surroundings and swirling mists. The entire mountain has been developed into a luxurious resort, featuring excavated lakes, racing tracks carved into steep cliffs, and vast, sprawling equestrian fields. Each guest room boasts a private hot spring, one side facing a lush sea of verdant bamboo, while the other gazes upon the endless range of mountains. Upon their arrival, Lu Daiqing brought her newly acquainted boyfriend over to greet them. He wore a timid smile, his voice tinged with nervousness as he said, "Hello, brother." "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Fu Siming." The mountain air was cool, and the young man was clad in a simple black hoodie, his hair neatly falling in place. Lu Jingyan cast a casual glance at Lu Daiqing, who was sneakily positioned behind her boyfriend, her hands clasped together in a gesture of supplication. This was not the first time she had introduced someone to him, charmingly presenting the young man as if it were a matter of great significance. Having witnessed such scenarios numerous times, Lu Jingyan merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, the name Fu Siming seemed to carry an air of complexity that belied the innocent facade of the person before him. A subtle smirk graced Lu Jingyan's lips, sensing that Lu Daiqing might be venturing into precarious territory. Shen Nanyin also greeted them with a friendly smile. "Hello." Subsequently, Lu Jingyan and Fu Siming retreated to their respective rooms to unpack, while Lu Daiqing eagerly pulled Shen Nanyin toward the hot spring changing room to don their swimwear. Lu Daiqing emerged in a French wine-red swimsuit, her striking features exuding a captivating allure. As she opened the door, she nearly collided with Shen Nanyin, who had just emerged from the opposite changing room, draped in a towel that barely concealed her long, slender legs. The faint outline of her icy blue swimsuit accentuated her fair, delicate skin. Lu Daiqing nearly exclaimed wife. In her excitement, it seemed as though Lu Jingyan had saved the galaxy in a past life. The swimsuit was purchased by Shen Nanyin for a planned beach outing with her roommates, which ultimately did not materialize, leaving it unworn. She felt somewhat discontented, sensing she had gained a bit of weight, making the swimsuit fit slightly tighter than before. Shen Nanyin awkwardly adjusted her towel, contemplating whether it appeared odd. How could it? Lu Daiqing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she linked arms with her. "You look absolutely stunning." The petite frame of Shen Nanyin, perfectly proportioned, embodied an ideal physique. "How is it possible that someone as beautiful as you is together with my brother?" Lu Daiqing mused, reveling in the joy of being close to a beauty, though a hint of regret lingered. Shen Nanyin hesitated for a moment, speaking earnestly, "But your brother is also quite handsome." Moreover, Lu Jingyan's allure was sharp and striking. His mere presence commanded the attention of all. "Oh!" Lu Daiqing's lips curled mischievously, her tone laden with implication. "You two seem to share a wonderful rapport." At her words, Shen Nanyin felt an unexplainable wave of shyness. Just last night, Lu Jingyan had cautioned her, stating that Lu Daiqing had experienced more relationships than he had consumed salt, urging her to appear more affectionate in front of Lu Daiqing. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she nodded yes. It is quite nice. The hot steam wafted from a milky white hot spring, where geothermal heat bubbled up like frothy milk. Wrapped in a towel, Shen Nanyin slowly immersed herself in the soothing waters, the smooth stones of the pool radiating a comforting warmth. She took out her phone to message Lu Jingyan, saying, "We are at the milk hot spring." Lu Jingyan replied, "All right, I will bring some food over." The hot springs at the cloudside courtyard were interconnected, and besides the private pools in the rooms, friends preferred to gather in the communal areas for leisurely chats. Opposite them lay a continuous range of mountains, shrouded in varying densities of mist that entwined like silk, creating a picturesque landscape reminiscent of traditional Chinese ink wash paintings. Before long, the sound of splashing water reached her ears. A hand, marked by elegant joints, set a woven basket before her. Following the arm upwards, she noticed the well-defined muscles leading to the shoulder, then the collarbone, and further down. Her gaze was momentarily scorched, prompting her to quickly divert her eyes, fixating intently on the food instead. Inside the basket were 2 tiers of trays filled with delectable treats and beverages. The first tier included pumpkin yam cheese osmanthus cake, sweet rice dumplings, and chilled tofu desserts. The second tier featured a plate of crispy roasted duck slices, all in small portions. Beside the trays were milk tea, juice, and carbonated drinks. No wonder he had taken so long. She intended to invite Lu Daiqing to join her, but the girl had vanished without a trace. Just then, Lu Jingyan handed her a cup of milk tea. She recalled that Lu Daiqing had just taken Fu Siming back to their room. Shen Nanyin felt perplexed. Had they something to attend to? However, Lu Jingyan paused before mentioning that there were private hot springs in their room as well. After a brief moment of realization, Shen Nanyin suddenly grasped the implications, warmth creeping from her ears down to her neck. Fortunately, the steam from the hot spring had already blushed her cheeks, preserving some semblance of dignity. Lu Jingyan glanced at her reddening ears, suppressing a smile, and chose to remain silent. The sun, resembling a salted egg yolk, sank slowly into the rolling sea of clouds, casting a dazzling golden hue over the deep forested mountains. The breathtaking scenery captivated her until the last glimmer of sunlight faded into oblivion. Lu Jingyan took a sip of his drink and turned to her, suggesting they should return early to rest, as they would be watching the sunrise the next day. Shen Nanyin nodded, realizing that staying in the water any longer would likely leave her pruned. A server approached to collect the basket filled with food, and Lu Jingyan rose from the spring, extending his hand toward her. His long, pale fingers still glistened with droplets of water, the joints tinged with a delicate pink. Shen Nanyin's gaze lingered shyly on his hand, daring not to glance elsewhere. Lowering her eyelashes, she gently placed her hand in his to rise. Unexpectedly, however, the towel, saturated with water, felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds upon her exit from spring. Shen Nanyin lost her balance, and in a moment of panic, she grasped Lu Jingyan, both of them tumbling backward into the water with a splash. The world spun around her. Lu Jingyan braced himself against the pool wall, his other arm encircling her waist. In a perilous posture, Shen Nanyin straddled him with her legs apart. Damp strands of hair clung to her neck, while the towel had slipped away, sinking to the depths. Her startled gaze was both enchanting and captivating. The delicate, shimmering satin in a soft hue accentuated the girl's luminous complexion, with pearls cascading down her collarbone, further enhancing the radiance and delicacy of her skin. She resembled a mermaid leaping from the glistening surface of the sea. Her body, adorned with warm, exquisite skin, exuded a soft yet sinful allure. Beneath her palm lay the butterfly knot tied at her waist, which could be undone with the slightest tug. Chapter 66. The tension in the air, the atmosphere felt as though it had become stagnant. In the face of the current predicament, Shen Nanyin's mind was a blank slate. Her hand instinctively pressed against Lu Jingyan's shoulder. His skin was burning hot, nearly scorching her palm. Her gaze involuntarily drifted downward, landing on an expanse of pale, flawless skin. The rose tattoo on his chest appeared even more vivid and striking as the temperature rose. His firm chest rose and fell gently with each breath, as if the skin along his waist, marked by a birthmark, was also radiating heat. She stared vacantly at the man beneath her. Lu Jingyan's once sharp and handsome features were now slightly furrowed. Droplets of water had dampened the strands of hair on his forehead, and his long lashes drooped, obscuring the emotions hidden in his eyes, which were filled with an indescribable restraint. She had never seen him like this before. It was as if his polished exterior had been effortlessly shattered, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Her gaze lingered for too long until a low, husky voice broke through the silence. Nanyin? Flustered, she lifted her eyes, only to meet Lu Jingyan's deep, shadowy gaze, which seemed to engulf her entirely. Her heart raced, the intimidating intensity jolting Shen Nanyin back to reality, reminding her of the precariousness of their situation. Thankfully, there was no one around. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Shen Nanyin stammered as she hurriedly attempted to rise from him, her mind racing with concern. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? It dawned on her that the walls of the hot spring pool were constructed of hard rock, and in falling onto him like a human cushion, she might have caused significant harm. Fearing that any further movement might exacerbate the situation, she was at a loss for where to place her hands. I'm fine. Lowering his gaze, Lu Jingyan swallowed hard. His voice was hoarse and strained, the water in the pool rippling slightly. In the brief exchange, his body instinctively reacted against his will. The softness of her skin pressed against him without any barrier, and even the slightest friction was acutely perceptible amidst the gentle waves. The bath towel had slipped, revealing a large expanse of creamy skin, glistening with droplets of water. Each glance was laden with an almost sinful temptation, conjuring images of a certain, steamy scene. His skin flushed with heat, beads of sweat glistening. It was as if he had transformed her into this state. A wave of warmth surged from his limbs, pooling in a certain area of his body. Lu Jingyan's jaw tightened, and he turned his face slightly away. Observing his reaction, Shen Nanyin's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she awkwardly steadied herself on his shoulder, cautiously attempting to disengage from him. In the process, their closeness was unavoidable. Lu Jingyan's breath quickened, his hand resting on her waist, tensing with barely restrained energy. He exerted a gentle force, lifting her slightly. Once the immediate crisis had passed, he regarded Shen Nanyin, who appeared as though she might ignite at any moment, with a calm and steady tone. Could you please fetch me a clean towel? Shen Nanyin, flustered, quickly responded affirmatively, rushing to find servant. After retrieving 2 towels, she hurried back, her slippers making a soft patter against the floor, and handed one to him. The man stared at her delicate fingertips for a while before taking the towel. He then turned his back to her, lowering his head to wrap the towel around his lower body. Immediately after, he spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Let's go. It was only in the silent walk down the corridor that Shen Nanyin began to realize the implications. Why did he need a towel? The temperature that had just cooled suddenly felt searing again. She tightened her fingers, striving to restrain her wandering gaze. At that moment, Lu Daiqing happened to emerge from her room. Confronted by the strangely charged atmosphere between the two, her eyes darted back and forth. The girl, wrapped tightly in her clothes, lowered her gaze, her face flushed with an odd hue. Meanwhile, her brother maintained a cold demeanor, though his eyes betrayed a hint of lingering dissatisfaction and fatigue. They stood at a distance, neither too close nor too far. Something was amiss. What secret transgression had they committed? Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Daiqing blurted out, "Brother, what did you do to my sister-in-law?" "Ha," he retorted, "I might wish to do something." He cast a casual glance her way. "What does it concern you?" Beside him, Shen Nanyin was too embarrassed to speak, her head bowed low. It wasn't about what Lu Jingyan had done to her, but rather what she had done to him. Lu Daiqing, unwilling to relent, attempted to speak again, but was leisurely interrupted by Lu Jingyan. "You wouldn't want your little boyfriend to find out. He is merely a fish in your pond. Well, I shall go fetch some snacks, goodbye." Lu Daiqing hastily departed, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Outside the window, the night deepened, shadows growing ever more profound. After washing up, Shen Nanyin lay in bed, though it was only 9:30 in the evening. Despite the need to rise early to witness the sunrise, she found it difficult to drift into slumber, primarily due to the mortifying images lingering in her mind. She could almost feel the taut, searing warmth against the inner thigh, prompting her to burrow deeper into the covers. Attempting to clear her thoughts by counting sheep in hopes of quickly falling asleep. Moments later, the bed sank slightly. Gu Zhiyan had joined her. In an instant, Shen Nanyin's body stiffened, her entire being inexplicably alert, her fingers gripping the covers more tightly. Unbidden, memories of his deep, ink-like gaze flooded her mind. A tumultuous undercurrent lurking beneath the surface, igniting a sense of impending crisis within her. As she bit her lip, preparing to shift away, an arm suddenly draped across her waist. Shen Nanyin couldn't help but shudder slightly. Noticing her disquiet, Gu Zhiyan paused, softly asking, "What's wrong?" "Huh?" Shen Nanyin struggled to appear composed, tightening her fingers. "I. She herself was unsure why she felt so flustered, but the anxiety overwhelmed her. Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow, drawing her closer as usual, yet he easily sensed the tension in her body. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to grasp the source of her discomfort, letting out a low, teasing laugh, his voice husky and intimate. "Inin, what are you so nervous about?" Shen Nanyin's eyelashes fluttered, but she would never confess, softly retorting, "I'm not nervous." "Really?" The corners of his lips curled deeper, his tone laden with meaning. Gu Zhiyan leaned down slightly, almost brushing his lips against Shen Nanyin's ear. A warm breath gently caressed her earlobe as he languidly spoke. "Surely you are not concerned that I might do you any harm?" As he spoke, his fingertips grazed her slender waist, deliberately and inadvertently brushing against her through the delicate fabric. Her eyes widened slightly, her body tingling in response, instinctively pulling away. Gu Zhiyan chuckled softly, seizing her wrist and drawing her back into his embrace, the warm light illuminating her gradually reddening face. "Do not worry, Inin," he reassured, playfully squeezing her fingers as he whispered, "I shall not do anything to you." He then added with a smirk, "At least not until you give your consent." Chapter 67. No debts between us. As Shen Nanyin pondered her relationship with Gu Zhiyan, she recalled a time when their interactions were devoid of intimacy. Even when she attempted to draw closer, he would subtly evade her approach. Initially, she mistook his behavior as a sign of respect and affection, only to realize later, after overhearing his words in a bar, that he simply did not harbor any feelings for her, leading to his innate sense of rejection. Reflecting on this, Shen Nanyin could not help but acknowledge her own pragmatic tendencies. Her singular focus had been to escape the Shun family, striving to be the devoted girlfriend in hopes of securing a promise of marriage post-graduation. Yet, upon reflection, if one were to scrutinize the sincerity of her motives, she would find it difficult to ascertain the truth behind them. Thus, both she and Gu Zhiyan lacked purity in their intentions. His pursuit of her was merely a gamble, while she viewed him as a means to extricate herself from her predicament. Perhaps, in this regard, they were indeed even. Wrapped in a cocoon of warmth, enveloped by the refreshing scent of fur, she found herself in a comforting and familiar environment conducive to sleep. As her thoughts drifted, she gradually succumbed to slumber. At 4:50 a.m., silence enveloped the surroundings. On the balcony's rocking chair, Shen Nanyin, roused by the man's voice, still felt drowsy, nodding off intermittently. The cool mountain air of the night weighed heavily upon her, and she struggled to keep her heavy eyelids open while gazing at the vast expanse of the sky. Only a handful of stars dotted the darkness, marking the deepest hour before dawn. Footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food. Gu Zhiyan entered, carrying the breakfast delivered to the front desk and placing it on the small table before them. He then settled beside her, his long, clean fingers intertwining with hers. As he gently caressed her fingers, he noticed her fatigue and softly shook their joined hands, asking if she would like to lean for a while. Shen Nanyin felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, a flicker of desire mingling with hesitation. What if she fell asleep? She endeavored to maintain her alertness, her speech slow and sluggish. "It's fine," he reassured her, leaning in to kiss her cheek. "I will wake you." This thought eased her mind. Shen Nanyin nodded sleepily and leaned against his shoulder. As dawn approached, the inky sky gradually lightened, the stars dimming like jewels losing their luster, shrouded in a silvery haze. Upon noticing the first glimmers of light, Shen Nanyin lifted her head, her previously weary eyes now fixated on the roiling clouds below. Gu Zhiyan pressed his lips together, a twinge of regret surfacing within him. He tightened his grip on her hand. The beauty of a sunrise differs from that of a sunset, yet both evoke a profound awe. In an instant, golden rays pierced through the horizon, illuminating the mountains. Shen Nanyin was rendered speechless by the breathtaking scene before her, hastily grabbing her phone to capture the moment. In that instant, Gu Zhiyan found his palm empty. He patiently awaited her to finish taking pictures, then lifted her effortlessly onto the bed, embracing her closely. They indulged in a brief slumber, and upon waking again, it was already 9 o'clock. After tidying up, as they made their way to the racetrack, Shen Nanyin inquired curiously, "Aren't we inviting them to join us?" After all, they had agreed to spend time together. Yet it seemed they had barely crossed paths. "No need," Gu Zhiyan replied with a glance at the firmly shut door along the corridor. "We'll enjoy our time, regardless of them." The racetrack stretched out before them, vast and boundless, with emerald grass seamlessly merging into the undulating hills, evoking a sense of infinity. Embracing the spirit of having come this far, Shen Nanyin, though slightly apprehensive, resolved to give it a try. After changing into her equestrian attire, she emerged, frowning as she struggled to fasten her helmet. The angle was quite inconvenient, and she had been at it for some time. Just then, a warm hand covered hers. The man's long, clean fingers enveloped her hand, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. With a snap, the clasp secured effortlessly. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze, her eyes tracing the line of his jaw down to his Adam's apple. Gu Zhiyan lightly tapped her helmet. "Sit for a moment. I'll go change." Shen Nanyin blinked and nodded. She made her way to a bench at the edge of the lawn, where she began flipping through the photos on her phone. A new verification message appeared in her contacts, accompanied by a somewhat familiar nickname and profile picture. The small text beneath revealed it was from Su Yakin of the business school group chat. What could Su Yakin want? Surely, was he about to discuss Gu Zhiyan again? Shen Nanyin had no desire to listen and dismissed the notification, exiting the interface entirely. "Hey, look over there." On the opposite side of the racetrack, someone nudged the man beside them with his elbow and gestured discreetly in a certain direction, lowering his voice. "That beauty looks a bit familiar." Chen Yuani followed the direction indicated, casting a casual glance. Not far off, in the resting area, a girl sat quietly on a white chair, wearing an equestrian helmet, her long hair casually tied back in a low ponytail. From the side, her features appeared exquisitely beautiful. A delicate, straight nose framed by a pair of thin-rimmed glasses added an air of elegance and serenity to her demeanor. Chen Yuani instantly recognized her, a smirk of disdain appearing on his face. "So it's her." The young man beside him clicked his tongue, his tone teasing. "She is indeed quite lovely, far surpassing the gaudy makeup of the crowd around us." Chen Yuani scoffed derisively. "No matter how pretty she is, she ought to be mindful of her station." Lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag, he exhaled the smoke thoughtfully. But then again, isn't the Shun family on the verge of bankruptcy? What is she doing in a place like this? One must remember that Yunding's private club operates on a membership basis. Ordinary folks cannot simply step foot here. His voice dripped with sarcasm. She is probably here to chase Gu Zhiyan again, having been discarded by the Shun family. With her only remaining connections now in jeopardy, she surely wouldn't dare to stir trouble. Initially, she feigned indifference, dismissing the notion of being the legitimate girlfriend, only to later recognize the advantageous opportunity to align with the Su family. Listening to Chen Yuani's disparagement, Fan Yang's expression grew complex as he hesitated, his lips parting in an unvoiced thought. After all, from what he had gathered, Shen Nanyin seemed not to have reconciled with Gu Zhiyan. She spent her days fixated on her phone, her demeanor so frigid it could rival ice, hardly indicative of a reconciliation. Moreover, he had come to discuss a partnership with Boss Xiao, and prior to leaving the company, Gu Zhiyan was engaged in a shareholders' meeting. How could he possibly bring someone here? "Let us go," Chen Yuni said languidly, interrupting his reverie, "and wait for our young Master Gu." Chapter 68. Familiarity, perhaps the dew had yet to dissipate. As a gentle breeze swept across the vast expanse of the lawn, carrying the earthy scent of fresh grass mingled with damp soil. In the resting area, Shen Nanyin lightly pressed her phone screen, reaching for the bottle of mineral water on the table, twisting off the cap for a sip. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced her thoughts. "Oh, is that not Miss Shen?" Shen Nanyin's movements faltered momentarily. She lifted her gaze to behold a familiar yet detestable face, causing her to involuntarily furrow her brow. Chen Yuani, the youngest son of the Chen family, wielded his privileged background with brazen arrogance, leading a personal life more chaotic than a refuse heap. Each time she encountered him alongside Gu Zhiyan, he would often regard her with disdainful and scornful glances, his eyes brimming with malice. In her naivety, she had once mentioned this to Gu Zhiyan, who had reassured her that they were merely business partners and had no close ties outside of that. After securing the cap on the bottle, she placed it down, her voice light and measured. "Is there something you need?" "Nothing much," he replied with a smirk, his tone venomous. "I just find it amusing how someone like you can be so adaptable." Unable to decipher his cryptic remarks, Shen Nanyin stood, intending to leave, only to be obstructed by the man. "What, are you off to seek Gu Zhiyan's protection again?" Chen Yuani mocked. "Miss Shen, where have you been all this time? You don't actually believe others will coddle you as they once did, do you?" Shen Nanyin found their absurdity quite astonishing. Coddle her? What had Gu Zhiyan ever done to pamper her? Not wishing to create trouble for Lu Jingyan, she suppressed her irritation and expressed herself as calmly as possible. "I'm already married, and Gu Zhiyan is aware of it." At her declaration, the atmosphere abruptly fell into an eerie silence. "What?" Fan Yang was the first to react, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. "Sister-in-law, you're married? Is that true?" He recalled that evening when he spotted her getting into another man's car. Surely it couldn't be that person, even knowing her decisiveness in ending previous relationships. The swiftness of her marriage was genuinely astonishing. "Are you joking?" Chen Yuani, regaining his composure, found the notion utterly ludicrous. "Married? The girl who runs after Gu Zhiyan every day and was desperate to break up over a mere bet is now what is someone else? To maintain appearances?" One could indeed make wild claims. He wondered what her expression would be once her deception was unveiled. Chen Yuani let out a short, derisive laugh. "Very well. Then tell me, who did you marry?" He countered with an air of calm, as if he had already seen through Shen Nanyin's fib. At this remark, Fan Yang's gaze shifted toward Shen Nanyin, filled with curiosity and surprise. He had always held a favorable impression of her. After all, she was truly exceptional. He had once advised Gu Zhiyan against such antics, but to no avail. Now that he learned she had liberated herself from Gu Zhiyan's influence, he felt a sense of congratulations for her. Noticing the girl's silence, Chen Yuani grew even more convinced that she was merely fabricating a story, taunting her further. "Can't find the words, can you, Chen Xiao?" At that moment, a voice rang out. Chen Yuani turned to see the newcomer, his eyes lighting up as he hurried forward, greeting respectfully Boss Xiao. The casually dressed man waved his hand nonchalantly, wondering how he had the time to come by today. Chen Yuani chuckled lightly, suggesting he was merely here to relax and check on Boss Xiao's business. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, his gaze drifting over to the girl in equestrian attire beside him, dismissing her as just another acquaintance of Chen Yuani without further thought. "Wait a moment." His gaze returned. Why did she seem familiar?" He furrowed his brow, unable to grasp the connection. At that moment, noticing Xiao Chen's prolonged silence, Chen Yuani soon grew impatient. "Boss Xiao, regarding the recent resort project." Hey. Before he could finish, Xiao Chen waved his hand repeatedly, cutting him off. "Let's stop right there. To be honest, consulting me won't be of any help." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Fan Yang. "Hua Zhong has offended someone. I can't assist there." Upon hearing this, Fan Yang's expression revealed a hint of helplessness. He had indeed brought up the possibility of apologizing to Gu Zhiyan, but unusually, upon hearing his suggestion, Gu Zhiyan's demeanor had turned icy, even issuing a stern warning to refrain from addressing Ling Yu's grievances. Nevertheless, he could not allow Hua Zhong to continue struggling, which was why he had accompanied Chen Yuani to seek out Boss Xiao today. After all, everyone in their circle knew the relationship between Boss Xiao and Ling Yu. Xiao Chun's stance essentially mirrored Ling Yu's. While they each pondered their own thoughts, Qiao Chen's gaze was once again drawn to the girl seated nearby. Perplexed in his mind, subconsciously, he felt she must be significant. But who was she? Quite attractive, yet where had he seen her before? Presently, Chen Yuanyi was increasingly agitated. His close collaboration with Gu Zhiyan had become fraught due to Hua Zhong's crisis, affecting everyone involved. Suppressing his frustration, Chen Yuanyi forced a smile. So, here I am seeking Boss Qiao's assistance. I kindly ask you to point us in the right direction. We need to understand what happened to provoke General Liu, so we can address it properly and offer our apologies in person. Shen Nanyin, not far off, vaguely caught snippets of their conversation. General Liu? Were they referring to Lu Jingyan? As she absently scrolled through her phone, she couldn't help but wonder why Lu Jingyan hadn't returned yet. Upon hearing Chen Yunyi's words, Qiao Chun merely shrugged lazily, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Sorry, but I'm not in the loop either. Chen Yuanyi was about to speak again when he was interrupted by Qiao Chen's sigh. Friends, I'm just a humble businessman. Do you really think young Master Liu would share everything with me? Once these words were spoken, the others found themselves at a loss for rebuttal. Chen Yuanyi's brow furrowed in anxiety. Ever since Hua Zhong had come under fire, his own projects had also suffered significant losses, with his father berating him relentlessly. If this continued, the inheritance would inevitably fall into his sister's hands. In frustration, he muttered a curse under his breath. On the other side, upon hearing the name of the young Master Liu, Shen Nanyin could not resist turning her head for a glance. To her surprise, she locked eyes with the man referred to as Boss Qiao, whose gaze was filled with curiosity. Flustered, she quickly averted her eyes, thus missing the astonished expression that followed on his face. Qiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as the impact of the girl's visage struck him, rekindling memories in an instant. In his mind, the official photo from his social circle began to merge with the face before him. Good heavens, no wonder it seemed familiar, could be? His shocked exclamation reverberated through the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, before they collectively followed his gaze to the figure of Shen Nanyin seated not far away. Chapter 69. Maternal Solo. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Chen Yuanyi furrowed his brow as he glanced at Shen Nanyin, then shifted his gaze to Qiao Chun. His tone was filled with confusion. What do you mean by sister-in-law? Boss Qiao, do you know that woman? At that moment, however, Qiao Chen's eyes were ablaze with intensity, completely absorbed in his thoughts and indifferent to those around him. Ever since Lu Jingyan's marriage, he had seemingly vanished, like a dragon unseen. The idea of inviting him out for a gathering felt utterly absurd. He was perpetually hiding his wife away, treating her like a precious treasure, fearful of her being taken away. Now, it was outrageous enough that she had come to his territory without a word. Was this how one conducted affairs? If it weren't for his fortuitous encounter, who knew when he would see the real deal again? Truly, it was infuriating. Meanwhile, Shen Nanyin, seated at a distance, was startled and nearly dropped her phone. She looked up in a daze, only to see the man referred to as Boss Qiao striding toward her. He was strikingly handsome, his slightly upturned, peach blossom eyes failing to conceal his excitement. His tone was remarkably enthusiastic, speaking in rapid succession. Sister-in-law, why are you here alone? Where's President Liu? Are you thirsty or hungry? Do you need something to eat? Shen Nanyin was taken aback by his sudden exuberance, instinctively leaning back to maintain a certain distance. Hesitantly, she inquired, Hello, may I ask who you are? Oh, I apologize. Qiao Chen quickly realized his overzealousness and hurriedly introduced himself. My name is Qiao Chen, a friend of President Liu. Noticing her lingering wariness, he nervously added, Don't worry, I'm not a strange person. Ironically, that sounded even more peculiar. Shen Nanyin blinked, confirming. You mean Lu Jingyan? Yes, that's the one. President Liu. Upon hearing him claim to be a friend of Lu Jingyan, Shen Nanyin smiled warmly. Hello, my name is Shen Nanyin. I know, Qiao Chun exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, his tone rising. I've seen your photos in his social circle. Meanwhile, the group of wealthy young men nearby exchanged glances, their expressions stiff and incredulous. After a prolonged silence, one finally regained his voice, stuttering, What does this mean? Upon hearing Qiao Chan refer to Shen Nanyin as sister-in-law, They were initially perplexed, which swiftly morphed into panic. Almost simultaneously, they all connected the dots to Lu Jingyan. However, they were unwilling to accept any relationship between the two. Clinging to a sliver of hope, they speculated that perhaps Shen Nanyin and Xiao Chun were merely acquaintances, with no ties to that man. Yet, once Lu Jingyan's name was uttered, self-deception became impossible. The atmosphere grew tense, and one of them, anxious, stammered, "Shen Nanyin just said she is married." He swallowed hard, his voice faltering. "It can't be with." "No way." Shen Yunyi clenched his teeth and interjected with unwavering certainty. "How is this possible?" His words, resolute and forceful, were an attempt to soothe his own tumultuous mind, yet internally, chaos reigned supreme. Who was unaware that Lu Jingyan had recently made a grand declaration of his marital status and was fervently showcasing his affection online. Consequently, they had initially contemplated that if Boss Xiao's approach proved futile, they would exhaust every means to uncover the identity of Mrs. Lu, hoping to curry favor and perhaps coax Lu Jingyan into revealing something. But if it truly was Shen Nanyin, Shen Yunyi instinctively tightened his fists. That would spell disaster. Meanwhile, Fang Yang stood aghast, rendered speechless, his mind completely overwhelmed and unable to process the information. Married? Lu Jingyan? Shen Nanyin and Lu Jingyan are married? Individually, these words seemed innocuous, yet together they conjured an absurdity akin to a fantastical film. Even the most imaginative minds could scarcely connect them. Fang Yang's thoughts spiraled into confusion and disbelief. After all, Lu Jingyan was the head of Lingwei Group, the scion of the Lu family. How could he possibly be associated with Shen Nanyin? Wait, so that day, the car Shen Nanyin got into was actually Lu Jingyan's. Had this been in motion for quite some time? The realization struck Fang Yang with alarm. On another front, Xiao Chen continued to pry into the tale of Shen Nanyin and Lu Jingyan. "Sister-in-law, how did you two meet? Did Lu chase you, or did you pursue him?" Before Shen Nanyin could respond, he excitedly slapped the table. "It must be you who pursued him, right? Lu doesn't seem like the type to chase after anyone. Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. You know, those who try to pursue Lu before couldn't even brush against his hem." Xiao Chen's words flowed so rapidly that Shen Nanyin found no opportunity to interject, leaving her to silently absorb his fervor. As he continued, he suddenly realized his remarks might be inappropriate. Why was he discussing this? What if she misinterpreted his words? Wouldn't Lu Jingyan be furious? Realizing this, he hastily clarified. Of course, those suitors were completely ignored by Lu. I assure you, based on my future business, Lu possesses impeccable character. Fearing she might doubt him, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Sister-in-law, come closer. I have a secret to share." Shen Nanyin, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. "Go on." Xiao Chun cleared his throat, shielding his mouth with one hand before quickly divulging. Do not be misled by Lu's seemingly carefree demeanor. In reality, he has never been in a relationship. Not once. A lifelong singleton. The stable was quiet, and the man's hushed tones were crystal clear in the stillness. What? Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback, genuinely astonished. Lu Jingyan had never been in a relationship? How could that be? Shen Nanyin found it hard to believe, recalling how during high school, her thoughts abruptly halted. Reflecting on the past, she recalled that her understanding of Lu Jingyan had always stemmed from the rumors relayed by others. I have heard that he has changed his girlfriend again, that he has skipped classes to engage in fights, and much more. However, all these rumors are merely hearsay, as I have not witnessed any of it firsthand. Believe me, Lu Gu employs a strategy of high offense and low defense. Xiao Chun is still enthusiastically mocking Lu Jingyan when suddenly a soft voice emerges from behind, inquiring, "What are you chatting about so joyfully?" Chapter 70. Indeed, ugly, the sound of conversation abruptly ceased. The two individuals turned their heads simultaneously, locking eyes with a pair of dark, chilling orbs. The man was clad in equestrian attire, a metallic buckled belt cinching his waist and deep brown riding boots adorning his feet, each element perfectly accentuating his tall, statuesque figure, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. However, the strikingly superior features of his face, devoid of expression, conveyed an air of aloofness. The unmistakably unfriendly tone caused a jolt in Xiao Chen's heart, prompting him to spring up and swiftly maintain a respectful distance from Shen Nanyin. Cough, cough. Lu Gu, look at you, bringing your wife out for fun without even giving your bro a heads up, he remarked, scratching his nose while offering a dry chuckle. Lu Jingyan cast him a dispassionate glance, then disregarded him entirely, striding directly towards the girl. He extended his hand, saying, "Come, let's choose a horse." In an instant, his previously indifferent brows softened, and his voice transformed into a gentle melody, a stark contrast to his demeanor with others. Qiao Chan thought to himself, "What the? Lu Jingyan, you dog." Seeing him act as if Qiao Chan were invisible, whisking the girl away without so much as an introduction, Xiao Chen's irritation escalated. His furious gaze unintentionally fell upon Chen Yuanyi and his entourage, and a sudden thought struck him. He hastily called out, "Wait, Lu Gu, someone is looking for you." At that moment, Chen Yuanyi's expression was beyond mere discomfort. It was a kaleidoscope of emotions. Nevertheless, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. Perhaps Shen Nanyin was merely a fleeting infatuation of Lu Jingyan, with the legitimate wife being someone entirely different. Just then, a voice laced with impatience broke through the tension. "Is there something you need?" Chen Yuanyi's lips moved, and a sheen of perspiration formed on his forehead. He was unaware of the ruthless reputation of the man before him. The head of Lingyue Group, known for his merciless nature, an utterly fearless madman. Chen Yuanyi's gaze flickered over the entwined hands of the couple, and he clenched his teeth, mustering his courage to speak, laced with a hint of probing. "Mr. Lu, I heard that you and your wife have recently tied the knot. Not long ago, I happened to acquire a set of jewelry, a sapphire necklace from Sotheby's." His eyes shifted towards Shen Nanyin, uncertain if she would appreciate it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing an intrigued expression. "Let me see." At his lack of denial regarding the title, Chen Yuanyi's heart sank. An assistant stepped forward, carefully and respectfully opening a box before the group. The diamond-studded sapphires glimmered under the sunlight, their clarity reflecting a radiant sheen, comprising a crown, necklace, and earrings. 88 in total. Lu Jingyan merely cast a casual glance, then gently squeezed her hand, quietly inquiring, "What do you think, Mrs. Lu? Do you like it?" The moment the term "Mrs. Lu" escaped his lips, the faces of those present turned pale, fear gripping their hearts. Especially Chen Yuanyi, whose once arrogant demeanor evaporated, replaced by a look of panic. Shen Nanyin observed the myriad of expressions on his face, and despite having long been acquainted with the fickleness of human nature, she felt a complex swirl of emotions. Momentarily at a loss for words. In the silence, Lu Jingyan's deep, melodious voice resonated in her ears. "Take it if you like, Yinin. There's no need to overthink." She slightly pursed her lips and, raising her gaze, met Chen Yuanyi's eager, sycophantic eyes. Subsequently, under Chen Yuanyi's anxious scrutiny, she leisurely uttered a single word, "Ugly." As her voice faded, Lu Jingyan was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Indeed, it was ugly, utterly unworthy of Our Lady Lu. The occasional display of sharpness from Shen Nanyin intrigued and delighted him. His languid voice carried an unmistakable pleasure as he spoke, not bothering to glance at anyone else. "Shall we go choose a horse now?" His indulgent demeanor was evident. Shen Nanyin nodded, "MHM." After the two walked away, Qiao Chun hurriedly followed suit, leaving the rest of the crowd frozen in place. Fang Yang was left utterly speechless, and at that moment, he finally grasped everything. No wonder Hua Zhong was targeted so fiercely. Clearly, he was merely seeking to defend his wife, and how could he possibly relent? They were foolishly seeking an apology from Lu Jingyan. Damn, they might as well resign and flee. Fang Yang shuddered at the thought of what Gu Zhiyan's reaction would be if he learned of this incident. Frustrated, he tugged at his hair, cursing inwardly. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, Chen Yuanyi and his group were pale and sweating profusely. What had they just done? Had they brazenly provoked the young mistress of the Lu family? Inside the stable adjacent to the racetrack, a long corridor was flanked by wooden railings that divided numerous small stalls, each labeled with the breed and name of the horse. As the staff guided them forward, they explained, "Warm bloods are suitable for beginners. They have stable gaits, endurance, and are quite affectionate and easy to handle." They paused before one wooden door the sign reading Hanoverian. Billy. Shen Nanyin curiously observed the brown Hanoverian horse before her. Its coat hung sleekly, well-groomed and glossy. Its long, dense eyelashes framed eyes resembling black grapes. "Would you like to pet it?" Lu Jingyan inquired, his gaze fixed on her. Shen Nanyin felt a flutter of excitement, but hesitated. Sensing her uncertainty, Lu Jingyan softly encouraged. "It's all right, don't be afraid. Just trust me." He took her hand, guiding it slowly toward Billy's nose. Greeting a horse requires allowing it to become familiar with one's scent to build mutual trust. The tall Hanoverian leaned in, sniffing. Shen Nanyin instinctively wanted to retreat, but found herself colliding into the man's embrace. In the next moment, warmth enveloped her waist, accompanied by his warm breath near her ear. "Don't be nervous," he said with a smile. "He won't teabite you." Shen Nanyin bit her lip, striving to relax her tense body. Holding her breath, she allowed him to grasp her wrist and gently touch the tip of Billy's nose. Billy showed no signs of resistance. Instead, he leaned in for a rub. This small gesture gradually dissipated Shen Nanyin's fear, replaced by an indescribable joy. Having successfully taken the first step, her mood gradually relaxed, and her courage swelled slightly. After tentatively touching Billy, she picked up a carrot that the staff had placed beside her and cautiously offered it to his mouth. The crisp sound of chewing ensued. Lu Jingyan observed Shen Nanyin as she carefully fed the carrot, unable to suppress his desire to tease her. With a slight upward curve of his lips and a serious tone, he warned, "Be careful, lest it mistakens your fingers for a carrot." At his words, Shen Nanyin was startled and immediately released her grip. The carrot she held fell to the ground with a soft thud. Billy, deprived of the morsel he had just reached for, looked down at the carrot beyond the gate and then up at Shen Nanyin, his dark, grape-like eyes reflecting a hint of unspoken grievance. Noticing this, Shen Nanyin cast a reproachful glance at Lu Jingyan. The man, with his fair and slender hand resting against his lips, could not conceal the mirth that flickered in his eyes. The striking beauty of his visage momentarily disoriented Shen Nanyin, causing her to awkwardly avert her gaze. She bent down to retrieve the carrot and softly muttered, "What are you laughing at?" Chapter 71. Easily abraded, leading Billy to the lawn, Shen Nanyin positioned herself at his left side as instructed, grasping the reins with her left hand. She lifted her leg and confidently stepped into the stirrup, exerting a firm push to gracefully mount the horse's back. However, once atop, she realized that Billy was indeed rather tall. It was akin to the carefree leaps down the stairs in her childhood. Now, having grown taller and distanced from the ground, she suddenly felt a pang of insecurity, not to mention that she was now perched at an impressive height of 2 meters. Shen Nanyin clutched the reins tightly, her lips pressed into a straight line. Lu Jingyan, holding the lead rope, inadvertently caught a glimpse of her tensed legs, a stark contrast to her earlier elegance in mounting the horse. A subtle smile flickered in his eyes as he looked up at the girl, who sat upright on the horse with a serious demeanor. "Are you frightened?" Having just been teased, Shen Nanyin maintained a facade of calm, asserting, "Not at all. I'm not afraid." Yet, her soft voice betrayed an unmistakable quiver. "Really?" Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, his skepticism glaringly apparent. In response, the girl stubbornly affirmed with a curt nod, her resolve unwavering. After observing her for a moment, Lu Jingyan gently patted her leg, his tone laced with a lazy amusement. "Oh, then why are you gripping so tightly?" Shen Nanyin was momentarily at a loss for words, her ears flushing a vivid red under the sunlight, her posture rigid as she deliberately averted her gaze forward. Noticing her discomfort, Lu Jingyan ceased to tease her, instead smiling as he pulled the reins, leading the horse for a leisurely stroll across the lawn. After a while, observing her gradual relaxation, he halted and inquired, "Shall we try going a bit faster?" Shen Nanyin hesitated, her light-colored eyes revealing a hint of uncertainty. On my own, riding a horse was considerably more challenging than riding a bicycle. She hadn't even mastered walking yet, let alone running. As she pondered this, the man effortlessly swung himself onto the horse, his warm chest pressed against her back, his arms encircling her waist, his palm resting atop her hand that held the reins. Instinctively, she turned her head, but in that fleeting moment, Her lips brushed against a cool sensation. The air fell silent for a moment as Lu Jingyan's lips curled into a smirk. Why are you taking advantage of me? What do you mean by taking advantage? Startled, Shen Nanyin lifted her gaze, defending herself. It was an accident. Besides, it was just my chin. Ah, en accident. He nodded solemnly, his low voice leisurely. So did you kiss or not? Her eyes widened in disbelief. You've kissed too, so we're even. Not the same, he replied lazily, his gaze lowered. How could kissing my wife be considered taking advantage? This man had no sense of reason. Raising her voice, she retorted, Then what if I kiss you? Her words were abruptly cut off as she realized, meeting the man's playful, narrow black eyes. Why did you stop? He inquired, his smile wide as he leaned closer. Of course, you may kiss for as long as you wish, Mrs. Liu. Shen Nanyin felt ensnared in a trap. Her gaze, however, involuntarily drifted to the man's elegantly curved lips. Suddenly, she recalled Xiao Chun's word about high offense and low defense, and she slowly blinked. The competitive little demon within her stirred, urging her to act. Okishishiistakish. Taking a deep breath, Shen Nanyin summoned her courage and swiftly pecked the corner of Lu Jingyan's lips before retreating hastily. Her demeanor appeared composed, yet her heart raced like a drum. The arm encircling her waist tightened instantly. Meeting the man's dark, glimmering eyes, Shen Nanyin felt a mix of guilt and a hint of audacity. You were the one who encouraged the kiss. Her clear voice rang with conviction. Lu Jingyan chuckled softly, a knowing glint in his eyes. If I say you can kiss, then you kiss? So obedient? Shen Nanyin promptly turned away from him, her back to him, her posture exuding an air of indifference. Yet evasion proved futile. He grasped her chin, leisurely redirecting her gaze. His cool, thin lips pressed against hers, mimicking her fleeting touch, yet lingering closer. The man gently brushed against her nose, his voice low and teasing. Tit for tat. In the next moment, the sound of galloping hooves intensified, dust swirling around them. Instinctively, she gasped and leaned back, falling once more into Lu Jingyan's embrace. Lean in a bit more, he murmured, his voice laced with allure. This way, you want to fall. Even without his urging, Shen Nanyin instinctively nestled closer to him. The wind howled past her face. She shut her eyes tightly, her lashes fluttering, her rapid heartbeat almost synchronized with the rhythm of the hooves. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline was intoxicating. As the initial fear gradually faded, a sense of ease and exhilaration remained. After several rounds of galloping, Lu Jingyan gently reined in the horse, Billy's pace slowing to a leisurely stroll. Noticing the girl's puzzled expression, his light-colored eyes sparkled with mischief, as though he had not yet had his fill of adventure. He raised his hand to smooth her wind-tousled hair. We can't ride anymore today. Shen Nanyin nodded, but curiously inquired. Why? Is there a limit to how many times we can ride? The man chuckled, gazing down at her for a moment. In the innocence of her gaze, he loosened his grip on the reins, his fingers gliding gently over her knee. Shen Nanyin was taken aback by his unexpected gesture, her body stiffening in shock. Frozen in his embrace, his defined fingers began to trace upwards along her thigh. A tremor coursed through her, and she instinctively grasped his wrist tightly. You. But her strength paled in comparison to Lu Jingyan's, and she could only watch helplessly as his long, pale fingers ascended, finally resting on the inner thigh. The man's earnest voice broke through her thoughts, low and tender. The skin here is delicate, Nanyin. Riding for too long, it can cause abrasions. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze slightly, his index finger lightly tapping. Noticing her slight tremor, a subtle smile curled at the corners of his lips, and he spoke leisurely. So, it's not that I don't want you to ride. A tingling sensation coursed through her skin, causing Shen Nanyin's face to flush a deep crimson. She endured the heat radiating from her ears, her voice wavering. You should remove your hand. The peculiar nature of his words became increasingly unsettling to her. I'm only concerned for your well-being, Inin, he replied, his tone gradually laced with a hint of grievance. You want to hold it against me, will you? The warmth of his fingertips, though separated by fabric, reached her sensitive skin, prompting her to instinctively clutch at his sleeve. Despite her awareness that this situation felt inappropriate, she found herself bewildered by his unruffled demeanor. She turned her head, surrendering to embarrassment as she buried her flushed cheeks. I understand now. I won't ride anymore if that is what you want. At that moment, a casual chuckle reached her ears. If you like it, we can always return next time. The girl hurriedly nodded, her soft hair brushing against her chest. He then withdrew his hand with utmost nonchalance. Chapter 72, and what about you? Tightening the reins to a halt, Gu Zhiyan was the first to dismount. He opened his arms towards Shen Nanyin, a slight smile curving his lips, inviting her for an embrace. His features were striking, with elongated dark eyes slightly raised, the sunlight cascading over his pale skin, accentuating the crimson hue of his lips. The warmth lingered at the roots of his legs, while Shen Nanyin felt her body stiffen, her gaze evasive, reluctant to meet his. She softly replied, "No need." Leaning slightly forward, her right leg rose from the stirrup. Yet, in the next instant, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist. A strong arm effortlessly lifted her down, placing her gently on the ground. Before Shen Nanyin could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself safely on solid ground. "Let us go," he said, his languid voice inexplicably cheerful, his fingers intertwining with hers as they headed to change clothes. Shen Nanyin was taken aback. Upon emerging from the changing room, Xiao Chun insisted on treating them to a meal. The private dining room was adorned in a classical Chinese style, with tranquil ink wash paintings and a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. At the dining table, Xiao Chun eagerly began to gossip. "Sister-in-law, how on earth did you win over Brother Liu?" This question left Shen Nanyin at a loss for words, as the inception of their marriage was anything but conventional. Just as she hesitated, Gu Zhiyan spoke nonchalantly. "I pursued her." At this revelation, Xiao Chen stared at him in disbelief. "What? You pursued her? How could this man, who seemed utterly disinterested in anything beyond boxing and racing, have ever actively sought someone?" Faced with Xiao Chen's incredulous gaze, Gu Zhiyan remained remarkably composed. As he skillfully peeled shrimp, he continued unhurriedly, "I had a crush on her since high school, but she was too fond of poor-performing bad students. Hence, I worked hard to improve my grades and studied abroad." He piled the shrimp meat onto a small plate and placed it in front of Shen Nanyin. "When I returned home to find her, I discovered she already had a boyfriend," Gu Zhiyan said slowly. "So I just poached her." Xiao Chen sat there, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, while this story does sound somewhat romantic, how can someone so casually admit to poaching? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Meanwhile, Shen Nanyin had paused, her chopsticks hovering midair, processing the revelation with a mixture of incredulity and subtle discomfort. Gu Zhiyan had harbored feelings for her? How absurd! Yet, even knowing he was spinning an exaggerated tale, she felt compelled to respond earnestly when he belittled her. Poor grades don't necessarily mean one is a bad student. That afternoon, as they drove home, Gu Zhiyan remained restless, his fingers drumming absent-mindedly on the steering wheel. He glanced at Shen Nanyin several times, his expression hinting at unspoken thoughts. Shen Nanyin, who had been chatting with Lu Daiqing to inform her that they were heading back, sensed the weight of his lingering gaze beside her, cast a puzzled glance at him. What is the matter? Is it something serious? As the thought crossed her mind, she straightened her posture, her expression becoming notably focused. Meanwhile, Gu Zhiyan pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment before tentatively speaking. "Did you dislike me in high school?" Upon uttering those words, a wave of nervousness surged within him. Huh? She never anticipated that Gu Zhiyan would pose such a question. With her eyes widening slightly, she responded with a hint of confusion. "Why would I dislike you?" Not only had they been strangers during high school, but considering his popularity at the first high school, she found it perplexing that he would entertain such thoughts. "I thought." Gu Zhiyan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, yet tried to jest casually. "I thought you detested someone like me, who is quite unremarkable." Was taken aback. The term unremarkable seemed a bit excessive. After all, it wasn't as if he was entirely lacking in merit. Moreover, she recalled that his academic performance had indeed improved significantly, transforming from school bully into a top student and heartthrob. Contemplating this, she tilted her head in curiosity, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You do realize many people liked you in high school, right?" Her soft voice carried a teasing undertone. Lu Jingyan, you were quite popular. At her words, he paused momentarily. What about you? At that moment, what he truly wished to inquire was whether she harbored feelings for him, yet he lacked the courage to voice it. Thus, he merely sought confirmation. So, you didn't dislike me back then? Of course not, replied, her eyes brightening with a smile. Just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she suddenly realized what she was about to do. She almost confessed her feelings. In a swift motion, she retracted her statement. What? Noting the abrupt halt in her voice, Lu Jingyan's gaze fixed on her. I meant to say, I think you play basketball exceptionally well. She hastily added, attempting to cover up. Given that his presence in the basketball team had garnered numerous trophies for the school in intercollegiate competitions, the phrase unremarkable hardly suited him. Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, his tone laced with anticipation. You've seen me play basketball? He had assumed she never participated in such activities, showing interest only in her studies. Yes, you're quite impressive. There were many spectators. The girl spoke gently, her cool gaze shimmering with soft laughter. So, don't undervalue yourself. Lu Jingyan was momentarily stunned, feeling as if his heart rate might soar beyond 120. He averted his gaze in a fluster, finally managing to respond with a subdued A subtle flush crept to his ears. Upon returning home, S' first action was to embrace her little orange cat. The cat, delighted to see its owner, meowed joyfully, rolling onto its back to display its soft belly. Her phone buzzed with persistent friend requests from Su Yakin, who insisted there was something important to discuss. Not receiving a reply, she grew increasingly exasperated, bombarding her with a flurry of messages. It is merely a matter of keeping her at a distance from Gu Zhiyan, ensuring that they do not remain entangled even after a breakup. Gu Zhiyan's kindness towards you is solely because you bear resemblance to Su Yun. Now that Su Yun has returned, do you truly believe you still have a chance? A question mark surfaced in Shen Nanyin's mind. Betting on literature was one thing, but now there was even a notion of being a substitute. So why, in reality, does everyone perceive Gu Zhiyan's affection for her? You do not believe me, do you? I can send you the photographs. It turned out that the incessant addition of friends was merely an attempt to share images. Shen Nanyin paid no heed, continuing to indulge in her feline companions. Chapter 73. Understated, yet ostentatious in the misty embrace of the bathroom, as the warm water cascaded over her. Shen Nanyin furrowed her brow, feeling a slight prickling sensation. Surely not. After hastily drying herself off, she inspected her skin. Fortunately, it was merely a bit red, and the warmth of the water had intensified the discomfort. However, Lu Jingyan's assessment was rather accurate. She mused that if she ran another lap, it might very well break the skin. After her shower, Shen Nanyin relocated her laptop to the study. As the semester drew to a close, certain major courses required no examinations, yet demanded the submission of essays. The blue light reflected off her clear lenses as she scrolled through materials with her mouse. Before long, Lu Jingyan emerged from the bathroom and took a seat across from her. He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes lazily observing her. The girl, clad in a white silk nightgown, had her hair haphazardly secured with a sharp clip, her soft pink lips pressed together in concentration. She was utterly engrossed in her studies, completely oblivious to his presence. It had been quite some time since they had shared a kiss earlier that day. What a fickle heart. Lu Jingyan lowered his gaze, scrolling through the ongoing messages on the QA forum tag with his name. Suddenly struck by an idea, he leisurely typed out a question. How can one make their wife in a contractual marriage fall in love with them? Before long, a flurry of comments flooded in. Wow, my CP is married. Inga has actually tied the knot. Hold on, don't make a fuss, I'm barbecuing. No doubt about it. Inga has won. The financial sister next door is still chasing someone while Inga has already brought his wife home. That choice of the word stole is quite clever. Is it possible to get married and still get divorced? This user has been blocked. Lu Jingyan scoffed internally. Divorce? Impossible. Haha, that hit hard. How dare you poke at the sore spot? Pointing. Listen to me, just like next door, the art of seduction remains unchanged. I have over 100 GB of borderline male videos. I can send you some for free. I want some too? Send me a copy. After scrolling for a considerable time, without finding any substantial advice, Lu Jingyan, feeling rather bored, turned off the screen and redirected his gaze to Shen Nanyin. The girl was typing away furiously, occasionally adjusting her glasses with earnestness. Her delicate, fair hands, with their subtly rosy knuckles and neatly trimmed nails, were utterly charming. Observing her from head to toe, Lu Jingyan felt a lift in his spirits at the thought that she had never truly disliked him during high school. A smile crept onto his lips as he lazily elongated his tone. Mrs. Liu. Shen Nanyin paused her typing, pulling her head from the computer to meet his gaze. The man's features softened, the weariness of his high-standing position melting away into an inviting smile. "Come here and give me a kiss." In the quiet room, his voice was low, magnetic, and delightfully straightforward in its request. Shen Nanyin blinked in surprise, her amber-like eyes momentarily clouded. "Moments latte." Lu Jingyan watched as the girl calmly stood from the sofa and walked directly to him. A tender hand cradled his face, gently lifting it. They were so close that he could almost discern the fine down on her skin and the subtle lines on her lips. His heart raced uncontrollably. At that moment, a soft sensation brushed against his cheek. Shen Nanyin quickly lowered her head and planted a light kiss on his face. There, it was done. Her tone was as casual as if she were discussing a meal. Then she returned to her computer, diligently resuming her thesis. This left the young master Lu sitting there alone, one hand instinctively covering the spot where she had just kissed him, his gaze flickering. A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts surged within him. What was happening? It seemed that his wife had become increasingly proactive lately. Could it be that she had developed a fondness for him? Once this notion emerged, it proliferated like mushrooms after rain, impossible to quell. He took a deep breath, opened his phone, and posted on Weibo, "My wife just kissed me. Should I return the favor?" It appeared understated, yet in reality, it was a display of pride. On the sofa, Shen Nanyin was engrossed in a dizzying array of academic materials. Suddenly, a warm presence pressed against her side. The tall man settled closely beside her, resting his head against her neck. His warm breath grazed her skin like a feather, sending a shiver down her spine. Her ears flushed slightly, yet she maintained a facade of composure as she moved the mouse. Lu Jingyan presented his phone screen before her. This was the result of their poll. His voice was calm and innocent. Shen Nanyin cast a fleeting glance at the screen. So, I'm going to kiss you now." As the words fell, a warm, lingering kiss landed on her collarbone, gradually ascending. Wait, weren't they only supposed to kiss on the face before? A flicker of panic crossed Shen Nanyin's gaze. She instinctively reached out to push him away, but inadvertently tugged at Lu Jingyan's hair. The dark strands slipped through her fingers as she grasped them slightly. A faint hiss reached her ears, and she quickly realized her mistake, releasing her grip. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Her tone was laden with concern and a hint of remorse. The man chuckled softly, his warm breath igniting a cascade of goosebumps. "No witties. Feel free to pull." His languid voice held a slight huskiness, tinged with mischief. With that, he grasped her hand and leisurely kissed her earlobe. The overly sensitive touch made Shen Nanyin's eyes glisten with a hint of crimson, her beautiful gaze brimming with vulnerability. She found herself trapped between him and the sofa, clutching his shoulder for support, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. That's enough. The poll was for one kiss. Her voice was clear yet tremulous. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jingyan buried his face in her neck, stifling a laugh. "Take another look." After retrieving her phone and staring at the screen for a while, Shen Nanyin fell into a contemplative silence. One option was for a kiss, and the other was for two kisses. The following comment is evidently misled by him, adhering to the belief that even if the voting is conducted in a rogue manner, they would not allow Lu Jingyan to succeed excessively. Thus all opted for the pro-one-bite option. It is quite absurd. As her gaze inadvertently fell upon one of the comments, Shen Nanyin could not help but chuckle. "Why do they all call you Cuffling Brother?" "Ah," Lu Jingyan lazily replied. "They are merely envious that I have a wife who bestows gifts upon me." His languid tone was tinged with a hint of pride. It is merely a pair of cufflinks. During this period, Shen Nanyin has developed an entirely new perspective on Lu Jingyan. From her initial impression of him as a haughty and fierce dog, he is transformed into a clingy, easily satisfied giant dog. She slightly pursed her lips, yet he appeared rather endearing. Chapter 74. Can we still kiss? In the time that followed, Shen Nanyin diligently worked on her thesis, while Lu Jingyan quietly sat beside her, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Occasionally, he would unconsciously draw nearer, stealing soft kisses here and there. Except for that one drunken night when he crossed boundaries, his affections remained restrained. However, today he had taken a step further, and she did not resist. The corners of his lips were almost unable to contain his amusement, as his gaze roamed from her beautiful eyes to her delicate nose, her lips, and finally to her ears, which were subtly flushed. Every feature was exquisite. He seemed utterly captivated, never finding it tiresome or dull. His eyes perpetually danced around her figure. As time slipped by, the night deepened. He took her hand and gently shook it, signaling it was time for bed. Shen Nanyin glanced at the clock and noted it was already 11 o'clock. Indeed, it was time to rest. After stretching her stiff body from sitting too long, she saved her document and shut down her computer. Just as she was about to lower her crossed legs to slip on her slippers, he suddenly leaned in slightly. He grasped her wrist gently and draped it over his neck, pulling her closer. Before she could react, in the next moment, Lu Jingyan lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Wait! Shen Nanyin momentarily panicked, the sudden sensation of weightlessness causing her to instinctively clutch his waist tightly, her chin resting on his shoulder. She felt a bit dazed, uncertain of how to respond. I can walk by myself. Sensing the warmth of their bodies pressed together, Lu Jingyan's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, but I wish to hold you. Shen Nanyin inhaled softly, reluctantly wrapping her arms around his neck, watching as the surroundings grew more distant. Wait, my slippers. Upon hearing her words, he turned his head, his nose brushing against her soft cheek. I will fetch them for you in the morning. With one hand, he closed the door gently and then laid her down on the bed. He gazed at her intently, his long lashes framing eyes that shimmered with a deep allure. Can we still kiss? His nonchalant demeanor exuded a languorous sensuality, his eyelids slightly lifted, more enchanting than a siren. Shen Nanyin lowered her gaze and turned her head away, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. The low laughter that danced near her ear sent warmth rushing to her ears. Fiery kisses trailed down her collarbone and shoulder, lingering along her skin as if reluctant to leave any exposed flesh untouched. Shen Nanyin squirmed under his tender ministrations, yet felt a more profound restraint than before. The heat of their breaths mingled, creating an illusion that her skin might ignite. Lu Jingyan, that's enough. She tugged at his hair in an attempt to pull him away, only to find him intensifying his kisses, her soft skin completely enveloped by his fervent lips. An unbearable itch spread from her neck, and a vibrant flush crept in her eyes, the scent of cedar enveloping her, making it difficult to breathe. She could only endure the tremors, parting her lips in a desperate attempt to draw in fresh air. Time felt suspended until Lu Jingyan finally pulled back slightly. His gaze settled on her flushed face, her glasses misted by the warmth, like spring water embraced by a gentle fog. Her cool, delicate brows furrowed slightly, tinged with a faint hue. It overlapped with the enchanting scenes from her dreams. In her dreams, she too was like this, obediently allowing him to indulge in his whims, leading him to crave more uncontrollably. Lu Jingyan's Adam's apple gently rolled, his dark eyes shrouded in obscurity. Yet he restrained himself, refraining from lifting a hand to remove her glasses. The following day, in the bright morning light, Shen Nanyin caught sight of the faint red marks trailing from her collarbone to behind her ears in the mirror, her fingertips curling in distress. How had she been so easily enchanted? How would she face the world outside? Just then, Lu Jingyan entered with concealer in hand. He glanced at his handiwork with sincerity in his tone. I'm sorry, Yanyin, I was too forceful. Shen Nanyin choked slightly. Lu Jingyan meticulously covered the red marks with concealer, a smile tugging at his lips as he surveyed his work. All done. As the end of the semester approached, the courses requiring exams began to highlight key points. Liang Wan stared in disbelief at the pages filled with fluorescent yellow. He called this a highlight? What was the difference between this and studying the entire book? Her attendance in class felt redundant. The teacher at the podium continued to dictate from which line to which line, prompting Fang Yunran to abandon listening altogether. She leaned over to disturb Shen Nanyin. "How was your progress?" Shen Nanyin paused with her highlighter, hesitating. "It's all right, I suppose." She had previously consulted Fang Yunran on WeChat. After all, Fang Yunran, aside from her obsession with idol culture, had a passion for video games and could be considered a half-strategist in their class, which was otherwise devoid of experience. "What do you mean by all right?" Fang Yunran asked in a low voice. "Have you kissed?" Shen Nanyin pondered for a moment. "Half-kissed?" Fang Yunran. Upon learning it was merely a kiss on the corner of her mouth, Fang Yunran was astounded. "You're both adults, yet still engaged in such innocent romance?" "My nephew in his senior year plays around more than you two." "What do you mean by playing around?" "Why don't you come up and demonstrate?" Just then, the teacher at the podium spoke with a smile. The two immediately ducked their heads like quail, obediently taking notes. After class, Shen Nanyin was unexpectedly stopped in the stairwell by a girl. She had fair skin and was strikingly beautiful. Her gaze fell upon the subtly arched brows and eyes, a wave of familiarity washing over her. "Can we talk?" At an off-campus CAF, Shen Nanyin observed her deliberately. Upon closer inspection, she realized the girl bore a remarkable resemblance to her. With brows and eyes that mirrored her own, Shen Nanyin's heart filled with doubt. Could she be the Suyin mentioned by Su Yakin? Shen Nanyin averted her gaze. So, Gu Zhiyan's actions were merely a reflection of his adherence to male propriety. No wonder. "Hello, Miss Shun," the girl smiled gently, her voice soft. "I am Su Yun." Indeed, it was her. Shen Nanyin nodded. "Hello. May I ask what you need from me?" Su Yun paused, her hand stirring the spoon hesitantly. After a moment, she slowly began to speak. "Miss Shun, I have been unwell and was recuperating abroad. I have only just returned." Shen Nanyin regarded the girl as slightly pale complexion and slender figure. She remained silent, patiently awaiting the other party to continue speaking. Su Yun's voice was gentle as she expressed her gratitude for accompanying Gu Zhiyan during these days. Beneath her soft tone, Shen Nanyin detected a hint of defiance, which rendered her momentarily speechless. A surge of disdain for Gu Zhiyan welled up within her. If he truly cherished the girl before him, why did he not visit her more often during her illness? To him, the cost of a few plane tickets was insignificant. It was utterly reprehensible that he sought solace in someone else while the one he cared for was unwell. However, she understood that she had no right to interfere in another's relationship, nor would she presume to offer unsolicited advice. Thus, Shen Nanyin softly clarified, "Rest assured, nothing has transpired between him and me." With that, she retrieved her phone, opened her marriage certificate, and placed it before Su Yun. Chapter 75. Quite sweet, the rich aroma of coffee intertwined with the saccharine scent of cake. Upon seeing the marriage photograph bearing an official seal, Su Yun's eyes flickered with astonishment, her complexion paling further. Her gaze gradually shifted, ultimately resting upon the gentle-eyed man, her fingers instinctively clenching. It was he, the Eastern visage she encountered by the Thames. This memory harked back to several years ago in London, when the overcast sky bore no color and incessant rain draped the city. The tall man, clad in a black coat, possessed striking features, yet his piercing gaze rendered him colder than the biting winds of London. Through the misty rain, he approached from across the street. Upon spotting her, his elongated, jet-black eyes momentarily lingered, an intense wave of emotion surging within her, leading her to almost believe he recognized her. Yet that moment was fleeting. In the next heartbeat, he resumed his distant, indifferent demeanor and brushed past her. Noticing Su Yun lost in thought over the photograph, Shen Nanyin maintained a composed expression. After all, Lu Jingyan had publicly acknowledged their relationship in front of those people, leaving her with nothing to conceal. After a considerable time, Su Yun finally lifted her head, managing a faint smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." She pondered the futility of clinging to things that others found utterly insignificant. What was she truly doing? Furthermore, the act of seeking a substitute, even if not Shen Nanyin, would inevitably involve someone else. The origin of it all lay with Gu Zhiyan. This realization suddenly washed over Su Yun, leaving her with an indescribable sense of shame. However, the girl across from her merely smiled gently. "It's all right, just a misunderstanding." Her voice soft, devoid of any hostility. The phone resting on the table lit up, presumably from a message from that man, causing her eyes to sparkle with a hint of joy. She then politely bid farewell, ordering a cup of iced Americano before gracefully departing. Suyin watched her for a long while. Despite their similar appearances, the girl resembled a clematis blooming defiantly on a precipice, exuding a cold yet resilient demeanor. She also bore the allure of a blossoming rose, captivatingly beautiful. But what of herself? Suyin turned her gaze, landing upon the reflection of her own gaunt visage in the glass. She stared for an extended period until a faint sound broke her reverie. Retracting her gaze, she found a plate of desserts placed before her. The slice of baked Basque cheesecake, velvety and soft, was drizzled with a layer of maple syrup and generously sprinkled with crushed pecans. Suyin blinked in surprise, looking up at the server. "I didn't order this. It must be a mistake." The server smiled. "This was just ordered for you by that young lady." For a moment, Suyin was taken aback. Shen Nanyin had ordered this for her. Gazing at the dessert for a while, she slowly picked up a spoon. The warm aroma of butter enveloped her senses as the sweet maple syrup melted in her mouth. Suyin lowered her gaze as an understanding began to dawn upon her. It seemed that anyone who spent time with Shen Nanyin found it difficult not to be enamored by her. In the car, Gu Zhiyan glanced at the latte in Shen Nanyin's hand, then at his own iced Americano. "Why is there a disparity between us? Must we both indulge in the same coffee?" Shen Nanyin blinked, contemplating that the sale seemed more suited to an iced Americano. Lu, the assistant seated in the front row, could not suppress a chuckle upon hearing her remark. Yet as he caught the piercing gaze of his superior, he quickly raised the partition, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Gu Zhiyan's attention shifted back to the cup of sea salt cheese latte in Shen Nanyin's hands. "I wish to sample yours," he declared. Shen Nanyin, a person of generous spirit, readily offered her latte to him. The upper layer was adorned with a thick frothy cream, from which she had taken a small sip. Gu Zhiyan scrutinized it for a moment, then leisurely rotated the cup. With a slight parting of his lips, he delicately embraced the spot where she had sipped. Shen Nanyin's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to intervene as she witnessed the movement of his Adam's apple. He then arched an eyebrow and commented with feigned seriousness, "It is rather sweet." Shen Nanyin's ears flushed crimson. "That is where I had sipped." Upon hearing her words, Gu Zhiyan's exquisitely defined features immediately drooped. "Do you find me distasteful?" His tone was laced with a profound sense of grievance. "No, I do not," she hastily replied. "Moreover, have we not already kissed?" Gu Zhiyan continued, his deep, melodious voice tinged with an indescribable melancholy. Yet this time, Shen Nanyin was not swayed easily. She maintained her composure and merely pecked his cheek. "Very well." Gu Zhiyan's brows lifted slightly, a smirk dancing upon his lips. He seemed to genuinely believe he had lost his wits in intoxication. "I understand," he drawled languidly. "Nanyin wishes to kiss." He paused dramatically, raising a hand to gently caress the corner of her lips, his voice slow and deliberately accentuating the final syllable. "Here?" Gu Zhiyan's reputation was well-deserved, his weary yet soft gaze disarming. No one could resist such allure. She found herself momentarily entranced, her gaze instinctively drawn to his exquisite lips. Memories surged forth, the scent of apples and the assertive kiss flooding her mind. The almost imperceptible brush against her lips jolted her back to reality, her ears flushing with warmth. Her speech faltered slightly. "I did not." Gu Zhiyan, of course, did not overlook the direction of her gaze, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile flickering in his eyes. "Do not be so formal," he purred, his relaxed demeanor exuding charm, the corners of his eyes curving into an enticing arc. "I am entirely yours." His intentionally husky voice entangled with seduction. "Nanyin, you may indulge freely." Chapter 76. The Perils of Male Allure. Shen Nanyin felt her face flush, as if it could boil an egg. One odd choice of words. Enjoying? What was there to enjoy? Her thoughts were in disarray, uncontrollably conjuring images of his sculpted abs glistening with droplets of water, adorned with tattoos that radiated a wild charm, their contours accentuated by prominent veins leading down to the alluring mermaid line. "Stop it, Shen Nanyin," she admonished herself. unable to allow her mind to gallop freely like an unbridled horse. Meanwhile, Gu Zhiyan observed her flustered and panicked expression, her cheeks blooming like a strawberry cake. It seemed that the art of seduction was indeed worthwhile. Unable to resist, he lifted his index finger and playfully poked her cheek, leaving a soft indentation like a sponge cake, eliciting a muffled sound from her. He could not help but squeeze and tease. After a moment, she noticed Gu Zhiyan snapping photos of their coffee with his phone. Confused, she asked, "Why are you taking so many pictures?" With a flick of his long fingers across the screen, he raised an eyebrow and replied, "To post on Weibo." That evening, gentle light cascaded upon the cashmere carpet as Shen Nanyin sat on her bed, diligently working on her final paper, preferring to write while seated on her bed. Gu Zhiyan had provided her with a movable, adjustable bedside table, allowing her to alter its height and position at will. Hearing footsteps approach, she instinctively lifted her gaze, only to be startled by the sight of the man's bare torso, freshly emerged from the bathroom and still radiating warmth. Her pupils dilated, filled with astonishment, while Gu Zhiyan maintained an unperturbed demeanor, as if this were the most ordinary occurrence. He casually approached her side and inquired softly, "Have you seen my black pajamas? I seem to have misplaced them." Snapping back to reality, Shen Nanyin quickly redirected her focus to the computer screen, her mind racing with the mantra of "do not look." Calmly, she replied, "No, perhaps they are in the closet." He acknowledged her response and began to feign a search for his pajamas. The sight of his smoothly contoured physique swaying in her peripheral vision made it impossible to feign ignorance. The allure of male beauty was indeed perilous. She felt her attention drifting away from the words on the screen. Truth be told, Gu Zhiyan's physique was exceptionally impressive. After all, he was someone who religiously hit the gym every evening post-dinner. Shen Nanyin swallowed hard, attempting to suppress her errant thoughts, and tentatively suggested, "Why don't you wear something else?" She deemed it imperative for him to don a shirt. However, the man sighed in resignation. "Isn't their dryer at home? It's broken," he explained, seemingly aware of her thoughts, maintaining his composure. Shen Nanyin had not acquired the qualifications for household chores, and therefore was blissfully unaware of such matters. Consequently, she readily believed Gu Zhiyan. What should she do? She pondered whether she had a slightly larger t-shirt to lend him. At that moment, she heard Gu Zhiyan earnestly inquire, "Do you mind if I sleep like this?" Upon hearing this, Shen Nanyin's mind momentarily blanked. What? How does one sleep? Bora chested. Never mind, it doesn't matter. He spoke in a tone tinged with an indescribable melancholy. "If you mind, I can go sleep in the guest room. I am accustomed to being alone." As he spoke, he turned to leave the room. Just as he reached the door, he paused. "Wait." A somewhat anxious and tense voice emerged from behind. Gu Zhiyan slightly curled his lips, but when he turned back, his gaze was filled with a haunting sorrow. "What's wrong?" "You can go ahead and sleep." Shen Nanyin took a shallow breath, striving to maintain her composure. "I don't mind." On the other side of the city, in an upscale convalescent room, a girl sat quietly on the hospital bed, her gaze fixated on the night enveloping the window, speckled with faint stars. "Did you go find Shen Nanyin today?" The man's tone was unmistakably accusatory. Su-Yun felt a slight sting in her heart, a sour sensation rising to her nose. She turned her gaze towards him. "Is this the first thing you wish to say to me upon my return?" The air was thick with suffocating silence. Gu Zhiyan's hands, hanging by his sides, tightened ever so slightly. "I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" she asked softly. "Sorry for finding a substitute?" Gu Zhiyan furrowed his brow. "Nanyin is not your substitute." He acknowledged that he had initially held feelings for Su-Yun. She was delicate and beautiful, effortlessly evoking a man's protective instincts, which made him eager to care for her. After she went abroad, he encountered Shen Nanyin. Their similar features indeed attracted him, compounded by the initial wager they made regarding who could court the esteemed girl from the finance department. However, he no longer viewed Shen Nanyin as a mere stand-in for Su-Yun. They were fundamentally different. One was as frail as a daughter, while the other was cool and tenacious. Observing Gu Zhiyan lost in reminiscence, Su-Yun felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Once doted upon, He had swiftly turned his affections towards someone more exceptional. He appeared deeply affectionate, yet was engaged to a woman of equal standing. A wealthy scion who plays with emotions will inevitably face retribution. Suddenly reminded of that wedding photo, Su Yun felt a flicker of satisfaction. Did he truly believe Shen Nanyin would ever reconsider? She suspected he remained oblivious to the fact that the rose, which should have been cherished, had already found someone to treasure it. Rest assured, Su Yun's tone grew icy. I will no longer appear before her. You may leave now. Watching Gu Zhiyan depart without a hint of hesitation, Su Yun felt an unusual tranquility. She thought to herself that he was, in fact, the least deserving of standing before Shen Nanyin. In the Huazhong office, Fang Yang observed Gu Zhiyan, who was wholly engrossed in his work, his lips parting as if to speak, but faltering instead, trembling slightly. Everything stemmed from Gu Zhiyan's desperate desire to gain a voice within the Gu family, believing that such influence would safeguard his freedom to choose his own path in love. However, the true horror lay not in his awakening, but in the lamentable lateness of it. Fang Yang lacked the courage to reveal to him the stark reality that Shen Nanyin had already wed Lu Jingyan. After all, he firmly believed that Lu Jingyan's affection for Shen Nanyin was merely a fleeting dalliance, and that once he resolved his own matters, he would be able to fulfill his promise of marrying her. The prospect of Gu Zhiyan discovering the truth and frantically seeking out Lu Jingyan could spell disaster for the Gu family. Fang Yang, Gu Zhiyan suddenly spoke in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing his name, Fang Yang's heart skipped a beat. What is it? He inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Lu Jingyan is married. Not only that, but their affectionate displays on social media frequently trended, a fact he could not ignore. Cold sweat broke out on Fang Yang's brow indeed. Surely, he could not be aware of this, could he? It shouldn't be possible. He had advised the few who knew to remain silent about the matter. The man seated in the office chair pressed his fingers against his temples. Could it be that Shen Nanyin was oblivious? Why then would she still choose to be with him? Fang Yang was at a loss for words. In his agony, he finally managed to voice a thought. Is it possible that Lu Jingyan's wife is Shen Nanyin? The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a surge of anxiety and held his breath. No, how could he have blurted that out so directly? Yet amidst his overwhelming panic, he heard a brief, amused chuckle. Gu Zhiyan maintained an expression of calm, dismissing the notion as a jest. Fang Yang was bewildered. Was he truly joking? Gu Zhiyan continued, seemingly unfazed, asserting that even at the lowest echelons of society, marriage was not a matter of personal choice, but rather dictated by the potential for mutual benefit, let alone the esteemed Lu family of Jingbei. Fang Yang's expression grew complex. It was understandable that Gu Zhiyan held such a belief. He too had initially thought along similar lines. No one could have predicted that the illustrious young master of Jingbei Lu would marry the seemingly incompatible Shen Nanyin. Chapter 77. The second button before she could step out the door, she was called to a halt. Long eyelashes concealed the triumphant glint in his eyes as he retraced his steps to the opposite side of the bed. With an air of nonchalance, he climbed onto the bed and lay down, his arm encircling the girl's slender waist, his face nuzzling against her side. Shen Nanyin paused in her movements, her hand frozen over the mouse, her body stiffening momentarily. Instinctively, her gaze fell, revealing the soft cascade of black hair, a graceful neck leading to broad shoulders. Warm yellow light poured in, casting enchanting shadows. The blanket draped casually across his arm accentuated the firm contours of his chest, and her eyes were burned by the sight, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. Unperturbed by her tension, Lu Jingyan occasionally pinched her delicate waist, burying his high-bridged nose into the softness, inhaling her fragrance. A subtle, tingling warmth spread through her, causing her fingertips to blush with a delicate pink hue. The computer screen, having remained still for too long, transitioned to a lock screen, reflecting her flushed face. Curling her fingers slightly, she pressed her lips together, silently contemplating that perhaps this was another form of having it all. As the lights gradually dimmed, Shen Nanyin's limit was reached in sleeping with her back to him. Yet she seemed to have forgotten her poor sleeping posture. Thus, when she opened her eyes the following morning, she promptly closed them again. However, What was destined to come could not be avoided, as a teasingly lazy voice echoed above her. So, Nanyin likes me this much. Shen Nanyin's heart quivered slightly, a strange sense of relief washing over her. Realizing that all explanations would appear futile, she resignedly nodded. Acknowledging that she did indeed like him. Calmly and objectively, she remarked, "Your abs are quite impressive." Had he not caught sight of her flushed ears, Gu Zhiyan might have been convinced of her composure. A smile flickered in his eyes as he lowly inquired, "Would you like to sit?" In the next moment, the facade of calm she had been maintaining began to crack, her gaze fixated on Gu Zhiyan, her light-colored pupils filled with astonishment. The man chuckled softly. "Where did your thoughts wander? I was asking if you wanted to sit here." "Sit? Where?" Her gaze slowly drifted downward, landing on his pronounced abdominal muscles. Was there truly a more appealing option than before? Watching the girl hastily leap off the bed and flee, Gu Zhiyan's shoulders shook with laughter, his chest rising and falling with mirth. "Slow down, don't fall." As she prepared to leave after breakfast, her phone rang. It was a call from her academic advisor. Shen Nanyin answered, the voice on the other end discussing the upcoming financial analyst competition. Each team would consist of 3 to 5 students, allowing cross-school, cross-year, and cross-major collaboration. The advisor, placing great importance on the competition, had specifically chosen teammates for her. "These 2 girls are quite capable. You should perform well as a team." "All right." Suddenly, Gu Zhiyan crouched before her, and she felt a warm touch at her ankle. Shen Nanyin's words caught in her throat as she looked down in surprise. The man, dressed impeccably in a suit and adorned with a watch worth millions, was helping her put on her shoes. The cool, rough texture of his fingers nearly made her lose her balance, and he steadied her waist with his other hand. "Nanyin? Nanyin?" the advisor inquired, puzzled. She regained her composure and promptly replied, "All right, teacher, I'm all set." "Fine, I will share my contact details with you shortly." "Thank you, teacher." After sitting at her workstation for a while, she noticed a lingering warmth in her ankles. She understood that details often stir one's emotions. But was her heart racing a tad too swiftly? After submitting the risk assessment report for the capital market, an entire morning had elapsed. While dining in the company cafeteria, Tong Yin scrolled through videos, shaking her head in admiration. Ah, youth. The background music played the Good Sister Band's No More Goodbyes, a quintessential tune for the graduation season. She leaned closer to share her thoughts. "I remember when we graduated, we seized the chance to ask our crushes for the second button of their shirts." Shen Nanyin looked puzzled. "The second button? Why? You don't know?" Tong Yin's eyes widened. "It's a well-known tradition." Seeing Shen Nanyin's expression of utter unfamiliarity, Tong Yin elaborated. "The second button is closest to the heart. It is said that if you receive the second button from the shirt of someone you cherish on graduation day, it signifies that you will receive their true love." Just then, the video depicted a boy carefully cutting off the second button and placing it in the palm of a girl's hand. The wind billowed the curtains, stirring the youthful hearts of the boys and girls. It momentarily transported Shen Nanyin back to her own graduation season. The sweltering summer heat filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees, and the crimson plastic track shimmered with warmth. The school uniforms were designated for seasonal wear, with special uniforms reserved for significant events, such as the white shirts paired with pleated skirts for graduation photos. After finishing her photo shoot that morning, Shen Nanyin neatly folded her outfit and placed it on her desk before heading to the teacher's office. After all, apart from that one incident of falling into the water, she had never slipped from the top rank, making her college entrance examination scores highly valued by the school. After being questioned for some time, her homeroom teacher finally waved her off with a satisfied expression. As she approached the classroom door, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar yet foreign face. With sharp brows, a high-nose bridge, and slightly drooping eyelids, he bore a striking appearance, with his ear piercings remaining conspicuously bold. "Gu Zhiyan." Shen Nanyin froze for a moment before quickly lowering her gaze and stepping aside to let him pass. This classroom, in which she was now a senior, had once been his. Presumably, he had returned to visit his alma mater. He glanced at her without a word and walked straight out. Just as Shen Nanyin was about to enter, she suddenly heard his low, cool voice by her ear. "Classmate." She halted in her tracks. "Could you tell me where Mr. Wang's office is?" "Mr. Wang?" Shen Nanyin looked at him for confirmation. Do you mean Teacher Wang Liqin? He nodded, his dark eyes fixed intently on her. It's on the 4th floor, room 407. He nodded, thank you. As she watched him depart, Shen Nanyin thought to herself, he is quite polite. Unlike the first impression she had of him when witnessing him being reprimanded by the head teacher. Returning to her seat, Shen Nanyin gathered her belongings in preparation to leave. The wind stirred the curtains, brushing against her arms as she reached for her shirt. Beneath the neatly arranged collar, a button is missing. Chapter 78. I like you. Nanyuan Shen Nanyin sat in a trance, cradling the little orange, her mind a blank canvas, feeling as though she were suspended in midair. Memories seemed to transform at that moment from VIP to SVP, rendered in high definition. She recalled, with startling clarity, that everyone had vacated the classroom, and before she stepped out, her shirt had remained perfectly intact. Upon her return, apart from Gu Zhiyan, no one else was present. Moreover, he appeared to be clutching something in his hand. The thought sent her heart racing. Could it be he, the one who took the second button? The clock on the wall ticked away languidly. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity. The shadows of trees outside the floor-to-ceiling windows swayed gently, counting down to 240. She was uncertain of her thoughts, perhaps not thinking of anything at all. At last, a faint sound shattered the prolonged silence. The moment Gu Zhiyan entered, he was met with his wife's unwavering gaze. He raised an eyebrow slightly, but chose not to speak. After shedding his coat, he placed a caramel pudding before her. Yet that direct stare remained ever present. Gu Zhiyan was unaware of her turmoil, but he relished such attention, thus had no intention of breaking the silence. As he retrieved vegetables from the refrigerator and rolled up his sleeves to wash them at the sink, the girl approached in her slippers. She observed him for a moment before softly asking, "Are you aware of the legend surrounding the second button?" His movements paused for an instant, and he inquired casually, "What legend?" Shen Nanyin took in his reaction, her heart racing nearly out of control. She steadied herself. It is said that whoever obtains the second button from the shirt of the person they cherish will gain their true heart. Pausing to scoop a piece of pudding, she continued, "Do you believe in it?" Time flowed slowly, the only sound being the gentle splashing of water. Just as Shen Nanyin presumed, he would remain silent. The man spoke earnestly, "I do." It was as though a stone had been cast into a lake, stirring something just beneath the surface. Memories surged forth, overwhelming her, and she endeavored to unearth a thread of connection between them. Her lashes fluttered as she lowered her gaze to the pudding. With an air of simple curiosity, she asked, "Have you ever given away your button?" "No," Gu Zhiyan chuckled softly, "but I have taken someone else's." Unable to restrain her curiosity, Shen Nanyin pressed, "Whose?" He cast a glance at her, a playful lift in his brow. "Little one, are you 1,000 wise?" She pursed her lips slightly. "I'm merely curious." Gu Zhiyan teased her, "If you're jealous, you can just say so." Shen Nanyin replied with a hint of defiance. She finished her pudding and suddenly declared, "I have given it to someone else." In an instant, the air grew still with the weight of her words. "What?" Shen Nanyin blinked slowly. "The second button from my shirt, I have given it to someone else." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiyan's long lashes fell, and a surge of jealousy clouded his reason, overlooking the nuance of the word have. Wasn't it true that she had no affection for Chanhe? Why then did she offer him a gift? Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the vegetables in his grasp, nearly crushed to a pulp. Shen Nanyin felt a chuckle rising within her, realizing just how foolish she truly was. His fondness had been glaringly apparent all along. It was she who had remained oblivious. Throughout dinner, Gu Zhiyan appeared unusually reticent, resembling a forlorn canine, his drooping ears almost visible. Shen Nanyin gently curled her lips into a smile and offered him some food. "Why aren't you eating?" she inquired. Gu Zhiyan cast his eyes downward, incessantly reminding himself not to inquire about to whom she had gifted the button. That was all in the past, inconsequential. What mattered was that he was the one with her now, and in the future, it would only be him. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly spoke. "Who did you give her button to?" Meeting her slightly astonished gaze, he quickly added, "I'm just curious." Shen Nanyin nodded in understanding, stealing a glance at Gu Zhiyan's conflicted expression, stifling a laugh in her palm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. So who did you give it to? He could not refrain from asking again. Shen Nanyin looked at him, her eyes curving into a smile. Actually, I'm a bit curious about who yours went to as well. Lu Jingyan froze, then resumed his silence, focusing on his meal. After dinner, he stared at her for quite some time, his emotions inscrutable. Shen Nanyin pretended as if nothing had transpired, waiting until he had gone to the gym before losing herself in thought while holding on to her little orange cat. Her heart had not calmed down even once. After all, Lu Jingyan might harbor feelings for her, perhaps since their high school days. This was Lu Jingyan, after all. She pressed her hand against her chest, striving to compose herself. Time slipped away until finally, Shen Nanyin set down the little orange cat. With delicate steps, she approached the gym door, cautiously peering inside, perhaps in a foul mood. He had just finished pummeling the unfortunate punching bag, his brows furrowed as he bit down on his boxing gloves in frustration. His striking physique glistened with a light sheen of sweat, hinting at a certain allure, the tattoos on his chest undulating with his breaths. Almost blinded by his beauty, she noticed him approaching the door, prompting her to hastily retreat to the second floor. Moments later, the sound of water echoed from the bathroom. Upon reaching the cloakroom, she exhaled softly. Her palms were slightly clammy, yet she remained uncertain of her next course of action. Should she confess directly? Declare that she too held feelings for him? But how could she articulate it? In the midst of her inner turmoil, her eyes fell upon a row of Lu Jingyan's shirts, and a bold thought began to surface. After Lu Jingyan emerged from his shower, having composed himself, he intended to seek out his beloved for some affection. Just then, he caught sight of her hastily entering the bathroom while clutching some clothes. He had barely taken a step forward when the bathroom door slammed shut. More than half an hour later, within the bathroom, Shen Nanyin gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a flush creeping across her cheeks. Forgive her for being at a loss for words, as she habitually expressed herself through actions. She turned on the tap, splashing cold water on her face to cool down, rallying her spirits before wrapping herself in a towel and stepping out. Taking her time, she meandered to the study and knocked on the door. Lu Jingyan. The man seated in the office chair immediately set aside the documents in his hands, lifting his gaze toward the doorway. A girl with porcelain skin and a hint of rosy flush in her cheeks entered, her eyes shimmering with a touch of uncertainty. Before he could ponder why she was wrapped in a bathrobe, she stepped forward, standing before him, a delicate figure exuding a fragrant allure. "Could you give me your button?" she inquired, her voice soft yet insistent. The words hung in the air, causing Lu Jingyan to momentarily falter in disbelief. "What?" Shen Nanyin repeated, her tone gentle. "Could you give me your button?" "What button?" Lu Jingyan's voice faded, abruptly silenced as he beheld the sight before him. The bathrobe pooling on the floor, revealing the girl clad only in an oversized white shirt, the neckline slightly unbuttoned, exposing a swath of skin as smooth and delicate as the finest jade. The hem of the shirt barely covered her thighs, her legs elegantly elongated, the knees glistening with a dewy blush. It was unmistakably his shirt. His gaze darkened with a slow, creeping realization. Then, he watched as Shen Nanyin raised her hand, her slender fingers delicately tapping the second button of his shirt. Her soft voice resonated in his ears, the second one. What was she saying? He felt as though he could scarcely comprehend her words. Instinctively, he lowered his eyes, unable to bear the sight before him, his throat tightening involuntarily. After what felt like an eternity, he seemed to grasp a semblance of reason, his voice emerging hoarse and strained. What do you mean by this? Since his return today, something about her had felt amiss, and now, her appearance only deepened his confusion, just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos. The girl's clear voice pierced the stillness of the room. "What I mean is, I like you," she confessed. "Could you give me the second button from your shirt?" Chapter 79. The sweetness of a forcibly twisted grape. Did he really like her? Lu Jingyan inhaled deeply, wondering if it was merely a figment of his imagination. She was exceptional and intelligent, capable of thriving beautifully regardless of her circumstances. In contrast, he had merely relied on a privileged family background, even indulging in reckless behavior at times. Furthermore, the inception of this marriage was rooted in his ulterior motives, seizing an opportunity for personal gain. It was merely a project. If it was given, it was given. Yet, in a moment of folly, he chose to bind her through marriage. He should have felt remorse for his despicable actions. However, the person he had long yearned for stood before him, clad in his shirt, confessing her feelings. He mused, how sweet the forcibly twisted grape was. Had he known earlier, he would have twisted it sooner. His breath grew slightly heavy, his long lashes trembling with restraint. The subtle aroma of wine lingered in the air, prompting Gu Zhiyan to press the recording button on his phone. He then took Shen Nanyin's hand, gently tugging her to sit on his lap. The shirt, already short, crept up slightly, the warmth of her body filtering through the thin fabric. He tilted his head slightly, his nose brushing against her neck. Had he been drinking? His low, husky voice was inexplicably tantalizing. Shen Nanyin nodded, extending a finger to indicate just a little. After all, such actions required a bit of liquid courage. Thus, just as they reached the study door, she veered downstairs to the wine cabinet, pouring several glasses of red wine to muster her bravery. Gu Zhiyan's Adam's apple moved subtly as he cradled her face in his palm, gently removing the glasses perched on her nose. His voice, soft and almost coaxing, asked Nanyin, "Could you repeat what you just said?" His features were striking, with tousled hair framing his sharp brow, a straight nose, and thin lips that curled into an enticing smile. Momentarily dazed, she obediently replied, "I like you." Her heartbeat quickened, though his fingertips caressed her cheek with restraint. "I like you too, very much," he murmured, his voice a tender sigh. "Baby." In the next instant, his fervent lips descended upon hers, enveloping her in a wave of refreshing cedar fragrance. Their noses touched as their lips and tongues intertwined passionately, producing soft sounds of intimacy. Caught off guard, Shen Nanyin struggled for breath, attempting to retreat, only to find her head firmly held in place. She was compelled to tilt her head back, braving the tempest of his kiss. The aroma of wine intensified with the rising warmth, leaving her dizzy and her tongue tingling. Unlike his usual gentleness, this kiss was fiercer and more intense, as if his true nature had been laid bare. Eventually, she found herself nearly limp against him, her delicate fingers clutching his shirt, creating visible creases. Gu Zhiyan wrapped his arms around her waist, patiently waiting for her breath to steady. Then, with deft fingers, he grasped her chin and leaned down to capture her lips once more, indulging in the intoxicating scent of wine. He softly inquired, "Will you remember tomorrow that you said you liked me?" Shen Nanyin, still a bit dazed, nodded eagerly, assuring him, "I will remember." The following morning, Shen Nanyin nestled beneath the covers, adopting the role of an ostrich. Indeed, making decisions late at night can magnify all irrational thoughts, leading her to the audacity of donning a shirt for such seductive endeavors. She was unsure how long the kiss had lasted yesterday, only recalling being held and carried back to the bedroom amidst tender embraces. Even as she lay on the bed, she was persistently kissed, compelled to listen to his sweet nothings whispered in her ear. He uttered a cascade of affectionate declarations, how much he adored her, gratitude for her affections, calling her baby, wife, and precious in a continuous flow. The mere thought of this caused her cheeks to flush crimson. At that moment, footsteps approached the door, making her shiver slightly as she instinctively tried to hide deeper under the covers, only to be pulled out by a large hand. Trying to evade responsibility? Came a teasing voice from above. She wasn't. She merely sought a moment of tranquility. Observing the shameful flush on the back of her head, Gu Zhiyan chuckled softly, patting her waist, urging her to rise for breakfast. The mirror above the sink reflected a series of red marks on her collarbone and neck. The tall man, with his eyes lowered in concentration, meticulously applied concealer on her skin. He then inquired with a serious demeanor, "Shall I apply some on your legs?" Instantly, a vivid image flashed in her mind, causing her ears to redden. "No need, I'll wear long pants." Once she completed her morning routine, she felt a gentle tightening around her waist. With a soft thud, she found herself unexpectedly pressed against the door, his warm palm resting against her cheek, fingers brushing her lips. His dark eyes sparkled with amusement. "Nanyin, I like you." He spoke earnestly again, despite her sobriety. Even after hearing Gu Zhiyan profess his feelings numerous times the previous evening, his deep, melodious voice still made her ears flush and her gaze falter. In the next moment, his familiar scent enveloped her completely, as another hand discreetly settled on her waist, lifting her slightly. The suddenness of his actions, combined with the sensitivity of her birthmark, startled Shen Nanyin, prompting an instinctive bite. A muffled groan escaped him. Lu Jingyan frowned, pulling back slightly, upon noticing the trickle of blood seeping from his lips. Her eyes widened, filled with guilt and remorse. I'm sorry. Despite being the one at a disadvantage, she found herself apologizing to him. He wiped the moisture from her lips with his long fingers, a lazy smile gracing his face. It's all right. He refrained from uttering the words that might have revealed his true feelings. On Weibo, a post read, "My wife said she likes me." Retweet this post to randomly select 520 people, each to receive a red envelope of 5,200,000. The post ignited a flurry of comments. What? The young master? Are you serious? The whole internet should come together to protect the love of this couple. With a sharp cry, money is insignificant. It's the blessing of true love that matters. I don't ask for much. Just give me a chance at 520. Those disrupting the market, please step aside. Simultaneously, the entertainment division of Lingyue Group also released a Weibo post. The boss is here for an inspection, accompanied by a picture of a man in a tailored suit, standing tall and impeccably presented, yet the wound on his thin lips was starkly evident. Enough. I truly do not wish to elaborate further. I have scoured Lingyue's official blog, but have yet to find any previous photos of the boss's inspection. Those who understand will comprehend. Cuffling guy. Everyone come and see. My wife bit this. She loves me so much. This comment has been liked by the original poster. Chapter 80. The weeping puppy in the bustling square of trending topics. A discordant voice suddenly emerged. A marketing account questioned whether this was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by Lingyue Group, accompanied by images of Lingyue's soaring stock prices. Leave us CP fans alone. Lingyue's PR department will take action. I don't care if it's all an act. As long as he puts an effort for me, that's sufficient. You better not let me discover that you've secretly retweeted a giveaway on your profile. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Huazhong office, a voice echoed with malice. Do you not yearn for the power of the Gu family? If you were to make these photos public, it would undoubtedly cause Lingyue's stock to plummet. The speaker was Shen Nanyin, son of Shen Dinghua, who had recently been apprehended for financial crimes. He had managed to secure his only son's safety amidst the turmoil. Shen Nanyin believed that after his father had sold Shen Nanyin to Lu Jingyan, the Shen family's decline had begun, attributing it all to Lu Jingyan's interference. Thus, he was hell-bent on revenge against Lingyue, seeking to strike a deal with Gu Zhiyan. The online discourse insinuating that Lingyue was engaging in publicity stunts was being fueled by him. At that moment, Gu Zhiyan, seated behind his desk, wore a countenance dark with fury. Suppressing his inner rage, he spoke, Shen Nanyin, she is your biological sister. Have you not considered the immense pressure she would endure from public scrutiny? I am fully aware, Shen Nanyin retorted indifferently, brazenly sinking into the sofa. Gu, my sister is simply gullible. Don't you see? This is ultimately for her own good. If you release the photos, the weight of public opinion will compel her to recognize the absurdity of her mistakes. Moreover, this would not only undermine Lingyue, but also facilitate my sister's return to the right path, a win-win situation for you. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent, his gaze shifting to the photos Su Yakin had previously provided him. Recently, Lu's portrayal of an adoring husband had captured the public's attention, propelling Lingyue's stock to new heights. If these images were disseminated, the truth would emerge. Those who professed their love for their wives were, in reality, maintaining affairs with other women. Yet, what would become of Shen Nanyin once such revelations surfaced? Shen Nanyin, observing his expression, recognized a shift in Gu's resolve and smirked. Rest assured, Gu, the uproar on the internet is but a fleeting moment. Before long, everyone will forget. By then, when you marry her, who will recall that she was once Lu Jingyan's mistress? At the mention of the word mistress, Gu Zhiyan furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing colder. Noticing his displeasure, Shen Nanyin shrugged and intensified his persuasion. What's wrong with a little unscrupulousness in business? She will never know who leaked the photos. We can easily pin the blame on Su Yakin. After all, wasn't it she who commissioned the investigation? Surely, you do not wish to see my sister willingly follow Lu Jingyan, do you? Meanwhile, at a downtown library, Shen Nanyin was taken aback upon meeting her assigned teammate, who turned out to be Jiang Xian, a friend of Tong Yin. After a brief introduction and casual conversation, she learned that Jiang Xian was a first-year graduate student at Tsinghua University, while another girl, He Wei, was from Peking University, albeit from the mathematics department next door. Jiang Xian thoughtfully brought each of them a cup of milk tea. After expressing their gratitude, the group indulged in milk tea while discussing their perspectives on the theme and dividing tasks. The theme of this competition centered on the sustainable innovation path of pension finance, with the topic focusing on a case study. As the investment manager, she was tasked with drafting strategic recommendations for a 3 billion renminbi investment plan in a retirement community. Their roles were clearly defined, and they soon immersed themselves in the materials. As dusk approached, they had nearly completed their preliminary preparations and decided to arrange a dinner. While scanning the menu with a QR code, Shen Nanyin noticed a message in their dormitory group chat. Fang Yunran, I take back your pure love comments. You all seem to be having quite a bit of fun, ladies. Wu Zhan, by the way, could you insider the lottery for family members? Thank you. Liang Wan, this is too steamy, really too steamy. Sister, how's your little frame holding up? Shen Nanyin was taken aback. She had spent the entire day crafting her proposal and hadn't checked online until now. Shen Nanyin, 5,200,000. Then multiply by 520. She felt somewhat dumbfounded. Entering the chat interface with Lu Jingyan, Shen Nanyin decided to inform him that she wouldn't be home for dinner. He promptly responded with a crying puppy emoji. Why not? Does Enin really like me? We just kissed for so long yesterday. And now you're not coming home for dinner? Reading his words made Shen Nanyin's ears flush slightly. There was no need to elaborate on the duration of their kiss. After much deliberation, she typed, how could the official account post such a photo? Lu Jingyan, oh, they took it. I'm not quite sure. Where are we dining? I'll come pick you up. Just as the dishes were served, Shen Nanyin sent him the address and set her phone down. The water kettle was with Jiang Xian, who poured a cup for Shen Nanyin and casually inquired, were you just chatting with your boyfriend? Shen Nanyin nodded shyly. In truth, she was already married. Jiang Xian nearly spilled the water in shock upon hearing this. He Wei's eyes widened as well. Married at such a young age. I can't believe a beauty was so quickly swept away. Who is this lucky person? Jiang Xian stared for a moment before murmuring, I've never seen a marriage certificate. Do you mind showing it to me? Shen Nanyin found her request somewhat odd. Who asked for a marriage certificate right off the bat? As she pondered how to decline, a striking girl suddenly approached Jiang Xian. Her voice was soft and gentle, her tone polite. Hello, could we add each other on WeChat? Shen Nanyin and He Wei exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Xian, clearly accustomed to such encounters, replied, sorry, I'm a girl. Her usual attire leaned towards a cool, androgynous style, coupled with her neat short hair, often led to misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry to disturb you. Jiang Xian waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. After this brief episode, Jiang Xian missed the chance to see the marriage certificate. As she continued eating, she found herself lost in thought, occasionally glancing in Shen Nanyin's direction. Firstly, it is known that Lu Jingyan is married. Secondly, Shen Nanyin is married. And lastly, Shen Nanyin's husband also bears the surname Lu. Is it possible? Grandmother, the couple you fancied in high school seems to truly be together. Jiang Xian witnessed the secret affection of the young couple firsthand. And being perhaps the only one in her class privy to his secret, she silently hoped for a beautiful conclusion to their story. After dining, He Wei returned to school, while Jiang Xian accompanied Shen Nanyin to wait for her ride. Not for any particular reason, but to satisfy her curiosity about who had come to pick her up. She casually fabricated an excuse, stating that she needed to take a taxi to the mall with a friend and that they could wait together. Shen Nanyin, without suspicion, nodded in agreement, saying, sure. The street bustled with a constant flow of vehicles, illuminated by streetlights casting a warm glow, which highlighted the dancing shadows of trees on the ground. A gentle evening breeze swept through, causing a few leaves to flutter down gracefully, landing perfectly within Shen Nanyin's hair. Observing this, Jiang Xian stepped closer and delicately removed the leaves entwined in her locks. Chapter 81. The extraordinary sense of dullness, the bustling street was illuminated by the warm glow of streetlights. A girl donned a white t-shirt, her denim jeans elegantly encasing her long, slender legs. Her simple attire accentuated her ethereal beauty. Beside her stood a young man, intimately plucking a leaf from her hair. It was a picturesque scene. If only she were not his wife, Lu Jingyan thought coldly. Upon seeing the fallen leaf in Jiang Xian's hand, Shen Nanyin smiled and expressed her gratitude. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Nanyin. Turning at the sound, the man had already approached her. He extended his hand, gently grasping her wrist, and slowly slid down to separate her intertwined fingers, locking them with his own. Let us go, he said casually. The little one at home is clamoring for his mother. Shen Nanyin gazed at him in confusion. What was he saying? Something felt amiss. Furthermore, at home, he always referred to Xiao Ju as Xiao Cha. When had he become so affectionate? Immediately, Lu Jingyan's gaze shifted towards Jiang Xian, as if he had just noticed her presence. He frowned slightly. Apologies, who might this be? Jiang Xian was already in a state of shock. The moment she laid eyes on the man, her eyes widened. Despite having harbored suspicions earlier, the reality before her brought an indescribable thrill, especially upon hearing the term little one. It almost made her suppress an internal scream. Who could comprehend that Lu Jingyan was truly with the white moonlight he had secretly adored during high school? And they had a child. What an exquisite romance. On the side, Shen Nanyin introduced, "This is my group member, Jiang Xian." Jiang Xian? Lu Jingyan nodded nonchalantly. Hello. The name sounded somewhat familiar, perhaps a common one. Much like the person herself, ordinary. However, Shen Nanyin's voice, filled with admiration and gratitude, broke through his thoughts. Jiang Xian is a first-year graduate student from Qing University. She excels in data analysis and has been a tremendous help to me today. Suddenly receiving such praise, Jiang Xian felt her cheeks flush, quickly waving her hands in modesty. No, Nanyin, you are outstanding as well. The warmth in Lu Jingyan's smile faded at the mention of outstanding. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian remained oblivious, continuing to exchange compliments with Shen Nanyin before bidding farewell. Throughout the ride, Lu Jingyan's mood remained subdued. In his youth, he had held a dismissive view towards academic achievers. Yet now he yearned to learn from them frame by frame. Even after a confession, he found himself ensnared in a cycle of anxiety and longing. As the euphoria began to dissipate, he reflected on how sudden Shen Nanyin's confession had been. He couldn't help but wonder if she had discovered his hidden affection, prompting her response. With this thought weighing heavily on him, Lu Jingyan felt as though he were sinking under a great stone. What he desired was not her fleeting emotions or mere accommodation. Meanwhile, Shen Nanyin remained blissfully unaware, diligently replying to Jiang Xian's message. Jiang Xian, I can't believe you have a baby at such a young age. That's incredible. When had she? Suddenly, the words spoken by Lu Jingyan floated in Shen Nanyin's mind, and she instantly comprehended the situation. No wonder she had felt something was amiss at that moment. Shen Nanyin hurriedly clarified. No, he was referring to our pet cat, Xiao Ju. As she spoke, she opened her photo gallery and sent a picture of Xiao Ju. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Jingyan caught sight of her action, his lips pursing slightly. It had only been a short time since they had met, yet she was already sharing pictures of Xiao Ju with others. After all, that was their cat. Finally, he could not help but inquire, Are you quite familiar with her? Shen Nanyin, taken aback for a moment, asked who? Following his gaze to the phone screen, her eyes widened in realization. You mean Jiang Xian? Lu Jingyan responded ambiguously with a slight She's all right, Shen Nanyin contemplated before continuing. She is a friend of my colleague. I met her once before, and today I learned that she is the one our counselor contacted for team formation. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she added cheerfully, and she also graduated from Sioux City No. 1 High School. Isn't that a coincidence? At this revelation, Lu Jingyan felt a tightening in his chest. To think they were classmates. He couldn't recall having any impression of such a person. Upon returning to Nanyuan, Lu Jingyan wore a cold expression as he washed and sliced fruit, while Shen Nanyin, with her remarkable obliviousness, continued to pet the cat. Cat owners often believe their felines to be the epitome of cuteness. Thus, when Jiang Xian exuberantly praised Xiao Zhu, Shen Nanyin eagerly snapped a few more photos to send her. Jiang Xian responded, "Oh my gosh, so adorable. I want to take a sack and go out to steal a cat." Observing the girl's eyes sparkling with delight, Lu Jingyan furrowed his brows. In a moment of distraction, the knife he was wielding inadvertently grazed his finger, instantly drawing blood and staining his fingertip crimson. Hearing the sound, Shen Nanyin turned to look, her pupils constricting in alarm. She rushed to Lu Jingyan's side, cradling his hand. The vibrant red against his pale skin was strikingly alarming. Her heart tightened, and she frowned. "Sit on the sofa for a moment. I'll fetch the first aid kit." Noticing the concern and tenderness in her gaze, Lu Jingyan couldn't help but let the corners of his lips lift. Before long, Shen Nanyin hurried back, clutching the first aid kit. She settled beside Lu Jingyan, opened the kit, and carefully dipped a cotton swab into iodine, gently wiping away the blood around the wound, her movements soft and cautious, afraid of causing him pain. The exposed cut was not shallow, and she pressed her lips together in worry. Switching to a fresh cotton swab, Shen Nanyin softly warned, "This might sting a bit." She meticulously applied the iodine to the wound. Hearing a faint gasp, she quickly withdrew her hand, asking, "Does it hurt a lot?" Lu Jingyan replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she couldn't help but admonish him. "How could you be so careless?" The girl, rarely stern, wore a frown, her tone carrying a hint of reproach, yet her concern was palpable. Within Lu Jingyan's heart, sweetness bubbled like simmering syrup. He suppressed a smile, maintaining a serious demeanor. "You are right, my dear." As she spoke, her tone was imbued with a plaintive quality. "Oh, it hurts so much, darling. Just blow on a little, and the pain will dissipate." Shen Nanyin gazed at his pained expression, momentarily rendered speechless. Reflecting on the fact that he had cut the fruit for her sake softened her demeanor. She bowed her head and gently blew on the wound. The warmth of her breath caressed his skin like a cascade of feathers, evoking a tingling sensation. Lu Jingyan's long eyelashes fluttered, and his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. At that moment, the girl's gentle voice emerged. "I haven't educated you properly." She sprinkled Yunnan Baiyao powder onto the injury and pressed it lightly with sterile cotton, before delicately wrapping it with medical gauze. Lu Jingyan felt as though his heart had been struck with an overwhelming force, rendering him achingly soft. She was so kind. It was only natural to harbor affection for her. It was the others who lacked morality, knowing full well she was married, yet still attempting to entice her. "I know," he murmured, kissing her cheek. "Darling, you are feeling for my pain." Chapter 82. Do you still wish for another chance? Shen Nanyin's ears tinged with a faint blush as she gently returned the iodine to the medical kit. Had she not heard Xiao Chen mention that he had never had a girlfriend, she would have continued to harbor her misconceptions. During their initial encounters, she had believed him to be seasoned and unreserved, capable of flirting without hesitation, regardless of whom he would eventually marry. Thus, whenever her heart fluttered, she would suppress her feelings, striving to maintain her composure. However, emotions are often beyond one's control, leading her to confront her true feelings. To her surprise, the outcome exceeded her expectations. Just as she was about to close the lid, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon a colorful band-aid beside her, reminiscent of rainbow candies. A fleeting memory washed over her, causing Shen Nanyin to pause and take a subtle breath. She managed to quell the tumult of emotions surging within her and carried the medical kit upstairs. Memories began to resurface slowly. In high school, she had a small bear keychain dangling from her backpack, a cherished birthday gift from her mother, which she carried daily as if her mother were perpetually by her side. However, one day, it was maliciously slashed by someone who fancied Chen. Upon learning of this, Chen placed a more expensive bear on her desk in front of the entire class and sincerely apologized. His words were heartfelt, and his demeanor humble and gentle, leaving no room for reproach. Yet, she still politely declined, inevitably becoming the target of more malicious gazes from those around her. The bear now bore an unsightly, twisted seam. The following morning, as she arrived at her seat, she discovered several adorable band-aids on her desk, accompanied by a note. It read, "The scars are the bear's medals, and also its armor." After placing the medical kit downstairs, she noticed Lu Jingyan educating Xiao Ju. "Are you foolish? Why do you pose so eagerly when your mother takes your picture? Do you even realize those are for other men?" He poked Xiao Ju's forehead with his long finger. "Shen Nanyin." A look of bewilderment crossed Shen Nanyin's face as she approached him from behind. "Lu Jingyan, what are you doing?" At the sound of her voice, the man momentarily stiffened, then cleared his throat. "Just playing with Xiao Ju." He glanced at Xiao Ju, who was bristling with indignation, and Shen Nanyin fell silent for a moment. "When did I send Xiao Ju's photos to?" She paused. "Other men?" To her astonishment, Lu Jingyan did not deny it, instead lowering his gaze to ruffle Xiao Ju's hair, his heart aching. Yet his tone remained nonchalant. "Just that Jiang Xian, you know." After a considerable pause, Shen Nanyin finally responded, her laughter causing her shoulders to tremble slightly. "Jiang Xian is a girl. She simply dresses in a more androgynous manner." Lu Jingyan's breath hitched for a moment. "A girl?" "Yes, Lu Jingyan, what are you imagining?" The girl chuckled incessantly, her eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brightness, her amber-hued pupils resembling ripples upon a serene lake, radiant and captivating, strikingly beautiful. Lu Jingyan gazed at her for a long moment before suddenly speaking. "You owe me a compensation." She couldn't help but laugh. "Why should I compensate you?" "Because I thought you were so happy chatting with someone else that you accidentally injured your hand." Upon hearing his words, Shen Nanyin froze, her brows furrowing in confusion. "You are foolish." But before she could finish her sentence, her words were silenced. Lu Jingyan leaned in, lifting her gently to the side, then firmly grasped her waist. Their lips intertwined, drawing away all the breath from her lungs. Shen Nanyin found herself stumbling back until she reached the edge of the sofa, losing her balance and falling onto it. Her tongue tingled, yet she still mumbled a worried reminder, "Your hand." He bent a long leg beside her, pressing her against the sofa. "It's fine." Lu Jingyan gently bit her lower lip. "Focus, my dear." The pace slowed, resembling an intimate caress, gradually enveloping them like a rising tide. As the girl became dazed from his kisses, he retrieved a tissue from the coffee table, meticulously cleaning his fingers. Then, his fingertips slipped beneath her clothing, teasingly brushing against her waist. This tantalizing touch sent a delicate shiver through her, making her want to retreat. But she was unexpectedly nibbled on the earlobe. "Is it all right?" His low, husky voice whispered in her ear. Shen Nanyin's hair became slightly disheveled, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, her soft pink lips stained with a deeper hue. Her breathing grew rapid and erratic, but what was he implying? The man chuckled softly, whispering a few words in her ear. Her fair skin flushed visibly, spreading from her cheeks down to her collarbone. Shen Nanyin instinctively wanted to push him away, yet feared inadvertently aggravating her injury. "It's fine, my dear." He kissed her nose gently, his voice soothing. Delicate kisses fell like raindrops, first tenderly caressing her sensitive ear, then gradually wandering to her slender neck, accompanied by his warm breath, both unbearable and tantalizing. Shen Nanyin found herself relaxing under his persistent advances, and in the next moment, his scorching palm effortlessly covered her delicate waist. Lu Jingyan kissed her once more. Shen Nanyin felt deceived. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, curled up in the corner of the sofa, her body trembling slightly, a tingling sensation radiating from below her collarbone. The man's coaxing voice seemed to linger in her ears. "What do you mean?" "Just a little touch." Initially, his movements were gentle, but gradually, the pressure of his hand intensified, as if he sought to mold her into something else. Relying on her concern for him, she dared not struggle, feeling utterly unrestrained. Shen Nanyin sensed that imprints might remain on her skin. Meanwhile, the culprit feigned an apology beside her. "I'm sorry, Nanyin. I'll be gentler next time." "Shen Nanyin." She pressed her hand against her chest, silently shifting away, attempting to maintain a distance from Lu Jingyan. "Do you wish for next time?" The man raised an eyebrow, slightly, seemingly perplexed. "What's wrong, my dear? Don't you enjoy this?" His slightly hoarse voice was tinged with amusement. "Not feeling well." Shen Nanyin rose abruptly. "I must take my leave. I have a paper to write." Observing her flustered retreat, a shadow flickered in his gaze. The lingering softness of her touch seemed to remain in his palm as Lu Jingyan gently caressed his fingertips, his throat tightening. After a moment, he ascended the stairs. In the room, Shen Nanyin heard the sound of water flowing from the bathroom, causing her to make several typographical errors. Chapter 83. Care to try? Shen Nanyin gazed at the band-aid she had just acquired, feeling as though her heart had sunk into a fluffy cloud of orange-flavored cotton candy. Soft, sweet, with a hint of tanginess. The kitchen duties were assumed by the housekeeper, who brought a platter of freshly cut fruits to her room. This season was ideal for savoring chilled watermelon. A transparent glass bowl held glistening shards of ice, within which lay perfectly cubed, seedless watermelon. Biting into the crisp, red flesh released a burst of juice. Her phone, which had been on silent, flickered to life. Xiao Shun, how is your paper coming along? It was a message from the young Master Lu from the adjacent study. Having already submitted her papers for the large class, she replied, I've finished it. Come over and accompany me for the meeting? Little dog is looking forward to it. After sending a quick affirmation, Shen Nanyin slipped into her slippers and made her way to the door, only to return for the fruit. Inside the study, Lu Jingyan languidly rested his chin on his hand, idly twirling a pen. A soft creak emanated from next door, followed by the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor. A smile began to form in his eyes. Moments later, the door was gently pushed open, revealing a head peeking in. Shen Nanyin blinked, silently asking, May I come in? When he nodded, she stepped inside. The solitary chair that once occupied the study had been replaced with a comfortable and spacious love seat. Shen Nanyin delicately placed the fruit she had brought onto the table and then settled beside Lu Jingyan, concerned that she might find it dull. He handed her a game console. It offered a variety of match-3 games and farming simulations. With her innate affinity for farming, she quickly became engrossed, wielding the little shovel with enthusiasm. Lu Jingyan listened to the report with casual interest, occasionally responding, yet his gaze remained fixed on her. Engaged in her game, she focused intently, her lips pressed into a straight line. He observed her with keen interest. When she unearthed a duplicate item, her brow furrowed in mild disappointment, while new finds brought a sparkle to her eyes. It was clear she had a penchant for novelty. After becoming weary of the game, she picked up a book to peruse. Her eyes fell upon the hefty tome, Capital, and Lu Jingyan noted the time, realizing she had only played for a little over half an hour. It seemed the position of CEO of Lingyue Group should be hers to assume. As time leisurely passed, the study remained tranquil, broken only by the occasional rustle of papers and sporadic conversation. As Shen Nanyin read earnestly, she suddenly felt a cool sensation glide over her wrist, momentarily dismissing it. Long, slender fingers gently traced along her wrist bone, occasionally kneading her fingertips before releasing them, then slipping between her fingers to softly graze her skin. A slight tickle ensued. Shen Nanyin looked up to find him absent-mindedly toying with her hand, his full lips parting as he issued directives towards the screen. Once the meeting concluded, she leaned in slightly and spoke softly, I wish to ask you a question. He turned his gaze towards her. What is it? Shen Nanyin produced the band-aid, waving it before him. Is this little bear band-aid yours? The air fell silent for a moment, and then Shen Nanyin suddenly noticed a faint blush rising to the man's ears, which stood out strikingly against his pale complexion. It was I. Lu Jingyan recalled the time he had given a band-aid to a doll, his gaze flickering slightly. At that moment, he had simply wished for Shen Nanyin not to feel sorrow. Reflecting now, he coughed lightly, realizing that perhaps he was young then, hence a bit naive. How could that be? Shen Nanyin straightened up, her tone earnest, not at all childish, quite endearing, in fact. Then, she smiled shyly, thank you. The man responded with a low, thoughtful hum. Shen Nanyin extended her index finger. I have one more question. Lu Jingyan looked at her. Go ahead. She took a deep breath, seeming somewhat nervous, and after a moment's hesitation, finally summoned the courage to ask, did you like me back in high school? The man stared at her intently for a while, causing her to doubt if she was being overly self-involved. When he finally sighed softly, he replied, Madam Lu, when did you find out? Hearing the answer felt as if someone had scattered a handful of pop rocks inside her heart, the rhythm of her emotions becoming chaotic. Shen Nanyin inhaled sharply. How can anyone know? Besides, we hardly communicated. We were separated by a whole classroom building, and we barely saw each other. Yes, he simply smiled, blame me. I was the coward. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly reached out, gently intertwining his fingers with hers, and softly spoke. So, was it because you discovered my secret admiration that you felt the need to reciprocate? His eyelashes cast shadows over his eyes, his hair falling over his forehead, concealing part of his expression. Watching him like this, Shen Nanyin was momentarily taken aback. She had never considered that Gu Zhiyan could possess such insecurity. Of course not. She hurriedly denied, then gently added, it is because I like you. A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within her as she bit her lip and continued to speak candidly. In fact, I noticed you since high school. Gu Zhiyan lifted his gaze to meet hers. Darling, please don't tease me. How could he still doubt her? She widened her eyes slightly. I truly mean it. She eagerly endeavored to prove her sincerity. The very first time we met, you were being scolded by the headmaster. You remember that, right? Seeing Gu Zhiyan merely staring at her intently, without uttering a word, she furrowed her brow and continued to elaborate on the details. It was right next to the school entrance, and you weren't wearing your uniform. You like to wear a black t-shirt, and you even show me your tongue piercing. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiyan suddenly laughed. Darling, you were quite observant. Suppressing her blush, she continued straightforwardly. You are handsome. It's only natural to look a little longer. The man raised an eyebrow. Then why did you run away faster than a rabbit? So easily startled? Suddenly realizing something, she blinked. I wasn't scared. Gu Zhiyan clearly didn't believe her, but he chuckled gently. Then what was it? Shen Nanyin's gaze flickered for a moment. Since he felt so insecure, she ought to be honest with him. Thus, she made an effort to appear calm. Curiosity suddenly piqued. One wonders what it might feel like to kiss someone adorned with a tongue piercing. No one truly knows. As a hint of rebellion lies concealed beneath the guise of a dutiful student. Upon hearing her words, Gu Zhiyan's gaze gradually darkened. My dear, you possess quite the audacity, he remarked, his voice slightly husky, imbued with a hint of restrained desire. When her eyes unexpectedly met his, Shen Nanyin felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively wanting to retreat. In the next moment, however, his hand secured her waist, holding her captive. Shall we give it a try? Gu Zhiyan inquired softly, his tone laced with seduction. Try. What? Shen Nanyin stammered in response. Gu Zhiyan chuckled softly. Do not feign ignorance. Pressing her lips together, she averted her gaze. But you're not even wearing it, are you? And what of it? He replied, his voice languid and teasing. To satisfy my dear's whims. Is it really so difficult to try again? What do you mean by my whims? Shen Nanyin retorted, her cheeks flushed as she firmly declined. I do not require such things. I do not possess that sort of inclination. Chapter 84. Secrets. A few days later, the wound on Gu Zhiyan's hand had healed considerably, and Shen Nanyin helped him replace the bandage with a plaster. Their team's proposal for the analyst competition had passed the preliminary review with ease. The finals were to be held offline in Jinghai, and Gu Zhiyan accompanied her to the airport. Are you really not allowing me to accompany you? She asked, her eyes curving slightly. It's just a few days. I will be back soon. The man sighed. You claim to like me, yet you are so willing to part. How fickle, she replied. Without hesitation, Shen Nanyin stepped forward and embraced his waist, raising her hand to gently stroke his head. You must listen to me, she said earnestly. Gu Zhiyan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Baby, are you training a dog? What do you mean, training a dog? Upon hearing his words, Shen Nanyin's eyes widened in surprise, and she hurriedly raised her hand to cover his mouth, only to be gently restrained by his grip on her wrist. Gu Zhiyan leaned down slowly, placing a light kiss on her earlobe, and deliberately lowered his voice. Understood. Master. On the plane, her face continued to flush, and she bashfully sipped the iced cola offered by the flight attendant. Beside her, Jiang Xian cast a puzzled glance her way, rubbing her arm. Is it really that hot? I feel like the air conditioning is quite sufficient. While Shen Nanyin was participating in the competition in Jinghai, Gu Zhiyan was immersed in his studio. The workbench was cluttered with precision instruments, polishing tables, DOP clamps, and robotic arms. From capturing the image of the pink diamond to drafting the design, creating the mold, and pouring the resin. He executed every step with meticulous care and dedication. Previously, he had worried about how to present the ring to her without causing her any stress. But now the concern had dissipated. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth at this thought. Mr. Liu, the head of L Jewelry, kindly suggested, "Perhaps you could entrust this to our skilled artisans." With Shen Nanyin absent from Jingbei, he devoted his free time to continue crafting the ring. "No need," he replied, his gaze still fixed on his hands as he worked with precision. "You may leave now." Seeing this, the manager had no choice but to exit the room silently, closing the door behind him. This ring had been meticulously crafted over several months, and their boss insisted on doing everything himself. The manager sighed, reflecting on the truth of the saying that only those from wealthy families could be so passionate. That evening, the expansive Nan garden felt particularly serene. The room still held the faint scent of the girl, and Lu Jingyan took out his phone to video call Shen Nanyin. She answered almost immediately. The girl sat on the hotel bed, her hair cascading softly, clutching a pillow with her eyes curving into a gentle smile. "Good evening." Lu Jingyan gazed at the screen for a long while before sighing softly. "I miss you, baby." The melodious tone of his voice, accompanied by the barely perceptible hum of electricity, reached Shen Nanyin's ears, causing her to blush and rub her ear tips. "It's only been a day." In the next moment, the man on the screen furrowed his brows, appearing quite aggrieved. "So you do not miss me?" Clutching the pillow tighter, Shen Nanyin could only respond in a soft voice, "I do." "Mm?" He seemed to struggle to hear clearly. "What did the baby say?" She took a shallow breath and raised her voice slightly, replying, "I miss you." Lu Jingyan, leaning lazily on his chin, chuckled softly. "Miss whom?" "This man truly." "I miss you." Satisfied with the answer he desired, he glanced at her video's empty background and inquired, "Are you alone in the hotel?" Shen Nanyin nodded, explaining that her friends had gone out for late-night snacks. "Why didn't the baby join? I wanted to video call you." Lu Jingyan was suddenly struck by this sweet declaration. He smiled softly, drawing out his words leisurely. "You love me so much." She thought with a hint of amusement. How quickly things have changed. It certainly wasn't like this before. After chatting for a while, a light rustling sound came from outside the door. Her friends had returned from their late-night outing. Shen Nanyin promptly bid farewell to Lu Jingyan and ended the call. Jiang Xian sat beside her bed, handing her the takeout barbecue. Her eyes brightened, and after expressing her gratitude, she transferred the money. Sipping her milk tea with a smirk, Jiang Xian teased, "Were you video calling that guy from home?" Seeing Shen Nanyin shyly nod, Jiang Xian felt a rush of sweetness. This close distance for shipping a couple is delightful. The competition had gone relatively smoothly, and the group had demonstrated remarkable synergy. The night before her return to Jingbei, she received a video call from Lu Jingyan. Unwavering as always, the man on the screen stared at her intently, his eyes holding an indescribable meaning, just as she began to feel inexplicably nervous under his gaze. His lazy, husky voice broke the silence. "When you return, I have a gift for you." His lips moved as if a glimmer of silver flashed by. She barely noticed. Intrigued, she asked what gift. Lu Jingyan gazed at her for a prolonged moment before slowly curling his lips into a smile reminiscent of their first meeting, revealing a silver tongue stud. Almost immediately, he noticed her cheeks visibly flush, her beautifully glass-like eyes betraying a hint of panic. She was flustered, yet her gaze remained steadfastly glued to him. He chuckled softly. "Ah, so you really do like this. I have to go," she exclaimed, disregarding his reaction, hastily ending the call and pressing her hand against her face, attempting to cool down her burning, reddened cheeks. At that moment, Jiang Xian entered with several boxes, exclaiming, "These are gifts from the organizers. Come and seize the opportunity." Hearing the word gift, Shen Nanyin nearly choked. Jiang Xian sorted the boxes and suddenly recalled something, slapping her forehead before leaning in closer to Shen Nanyin. "Sister, there is something I've wanted to tell you." She had long intended to reveal this, but fearing it might disrupt Shen Nanyin's focus before the competition, she had held back until now. Shen Nanyin turned to her, asking, "What is it?" "Well," Jiang Xian rubbed her nose, "Lu Jingyan and I are classmates." "What?" Shen Nanyin looked at her in utter disbelief. Then how come? He seemed not to know her at all, and even mistook her for a boy. Jiang Xin knew exactly what she wanted to convey. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she said, "Oh, before I delve into my own considerable transformation, just look at Lu Jingyan during high school." With that lofty demeanor, as if he held the world in his gaze, he likely had room in his mind for only you. Upon reaching this point, she eagerly pulled her companion to sit beside her on the bed. "There's another secret I must share. I feel as though I am suffocating with anticipation." As the airplane soared through the clouds, Shen Nanyin sat in her seat, her mind engulfed in reflections of Jiang Xin's words. Love letters, photographs. A pang of bitterness welled in her heart, an emotion she could not suppress. It dawned on her that he had always believed she was the one who discarded his love letters. Chapter 85. A touch of cunning. The airport bustled with activity as Shen Nanyin disembarked from her flight and made her way to the terminal exit. Her gaze immediately fell upon Lu Jingyan, who stood a short distance away. The man, clad in a black shirt with rolled-up sleeves that revealed his finely sculpted forearms, possessed striking features that stood out amidst the crowd. After steadying her emotions and bidding farewell to Jiang Xin and He Wei, Shen Nanyin hurriedly approached Lu Jingyan, her suitcase in tow. As the distance between them diminished, her pace unknowingly quickened, the wheels of her luggage rolling swiftly along the floor, echoing her eagerness. In a moment of exhilaration, she nearly leaped into the embrace of the man. The crisp, refreshing scent of fur enveloped her senses as she clung tightly to his waist, her cheek brushing against the cool fabric of his shirt, which carried a hint of air conditioning. Their embrace was so perfectly aligned that it seemed they could hear each other as heartbeats. Lu Jingyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon wrapped his arms around her back with tenderness, his other hand gently pressing against the back of her head, drawing her closer. The warmth of her body, combined with the delicate fragrance of her hair, was intoxicating. The soft fuzz of her ear brushed against his cheek, an endearing sensation that captivated him. He noticed the faint blush at the corners of her eyes when she had rushed to him. After holding her for a moment, he softly patted her back and inquired, "What is the matter, my dear?" He then added playfully, "Who dares to bully our Mrs. Lu?" At his words, tears welled up in Shen Nanyin's eyes, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She choked out, "Lu Jingyan, I didn't throw away your love letter." Upon hearing the words love letter, Lu Jingyan's lashes fluttered. "It must have been that lunatic Chan He," she said, her voice tinged with frustration and a hint of tears. "How could I?" Possibly seeing her tears fall incessantly, Lu Jingyan tightened his embrace, soothing her gently. "I understand. Dear, please don't cry." The love letter had never been a plea for a response from Shen Nanyin, but rather a youthful desire to express his feelings to someone he cherished. Discovering it in the trash had brought a dull ache to his heart, yet it also ignited a determination to become a better person to stand before her once more. Lu Jingyan caressed her back softly, reassuring her, "It's all right. It's never too late to know." As he offered his gentle comfort, Shen Nanyin sniffled, striving to regain her composure. The airport was filled with passers-by, inevitably drawing attention to them. Yet Lu Jingyan remained unfazed, relishing the notion that the world should know he had a wife. As an elderly lady walked by, she mistakenly assumed they were a young couple facing the trials of a long-distance relationship and offered her heartfelt advice. "Oh, young ones, I've been through it too. With transportation so advanced nowadays, distance is no issue. As long as you trust and support one another, true love can overcome any obstacle." Hearing the lady's words, Shen Nanyin was jolted back to reality, suddenly conscious of their surroundings. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, and a gentle wave of embarrassment washed over her. Lu Jingyan wore a smile at the corners of his lips as he explained to the aunt, "Thank you, Annie. She is my wife. She simply missed me too much during her business trip." Shen Nanyin, just as she was about to lift her head to argue a point, she felt the gentle pressure of the man's large hand holding her down. The aunt looked at the two of them, amused, such a clingy little girl. Lu Jingyan nodded earnestly. "It's better if my wife is a bit clingy." Shen Nanyin forcibly held in his embrace. What is this situation? In the car, just as Shen Nanyin was about to reason with him, she met Lu Jingyan's gaze and immediately deflated. It was merely a small ploy. What fault did he have? Shen Nanyin began to entertain herself, slowly slipping her hand into Lu Jingyan's palm. The man naturally enveloped her hand, tightening his grip, and gently lowered his head to place a kiss at the corner of her reddened eyes. The cool touch alleviated the heat radiating from her eyes, trailing softly down to her eyelids, then to her nose, cheek, and finally grazing her lips. "Darling, would you like to try your gift?" Upon hearing his words, Shen Nanyin's cheeks flushed, her eyes, still glistening with moisture, darted away. The man playfully kneaded her fingertips, his voice soft and laced with subtle temptation. "Aren't you curious?" Shen Nanyin could hardly withstand it. Her hand pressed against his shoulder as she blushed, directing her gaze toward the divider. "We can talk about it when we get back." The vehicle came to a smooth halt before Nanyuan. As the door opened, the lights inside the house flickered to life, illuminating the entire living room. "See you," hearing the commotion, rushed out to greet them. The fluffy little creature trotted over to Shen Nanyin's feet, nuzzling against her calves. Shen Nanyin bent down to scoop up Xiao Ju, indulging in the delightful sensation of petting the cat, deliberately forgetting Lu Jingyan's earlier proposition. The man, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely leaning against the car, his gaze fixed on her with a sense of calm anticipation. His direct stare lingered on her lips like fine threads, subtly tugging at her attention, making it impossible for her to feign ignorance. Shen Nanyin's fingertips instinctively curled in response to his gaze, warmth creeping into her ears. Unable to resist, she cast a fleeting glance his way only to quickly avert her gaze. "Stop looking." Lu Jingyan let out a muffled chuckle, raising an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to look at my own wife?" Shen Nanyin was momentarily speechless. Although Lu Jingyan never brought up the subject of the gift, he deliberately let his gaze roam over her, filled with layers of desire. It was teasing and alluring, clearly inviting her to take the initiative. He was always intentionally close, occasionally wrapping his arms around her waist, leaning down to brush his lips against her ear, neck, or the corners of her mouth. Yet each time she prepared herself for a kiss, he would leisurely retreat. How infuriating! At the bathroom sink, as Shen Nanyin washed her face, her thoughts simmered with indignation. The rich lather of the cleanser enveloped her skin, fragrant and soft. Yet, when she recalled her high school days, her heart softened involuntarily. Never mind. What does it matter to take the initiative? She gently pressed her lips together. Shen Nanyin rinsed the foam from her face with water and meticulously dried it with a towel. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the nightgown she wore, adorned with a cloud-like collar, stirring a flicker of curiosity within her. In the past, Lu Jingyan had always prepared long-sleeved, long-pant sleepwear for her. Why, she wondered. Had he suddenly chosen a dress today? Chapter 86. Trying another place, Shen Nanyin hesitated as she slowly descended the stairs, her gaze settling upon Lu Jingyan, who stood quietly at the island, filling a glass with water. The cool liquid cascaded into the cup, his long, fair fingers grasping the glass. The faint blue veins beneath the skin subtly pulsing as he tilted his head back to drink. Shen Nanyin ambled over to his side, silently raising her hand to encircle his waist. She relished the sensation of his soft, fragrant body pressing against her. A hint of amusement flickered in the man's eyes as he draped his arm over her shoulder. "Are you being coy?" Shen Nanyin buried her head, her fingertips fidgeting. After a moment, she spoke softly. "If only I had returned to the classroom earlier that day. It would have spared him the chance to cast aside his feelings as if they were worthless." She could hardly bear to imagine his emotions upon discovering that letter discarded in the trash. A warm sensation brushed her cheek. It was Lu Jingyan cradling her face. "It's all right, my dear," he murmured, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her eyes, which were on the verge of tears. "There's no need to dwell on such hypotheticals. Regardless of the circumstances, I will strive to ensure you see me." With a playful smile, he added, "I had even devised a plan. If you still didn't fancy me by then, I would find a way to ensnare you in a sack." Shen Nanyin stifled her tears, managing a faint smile, though her voice remained heavy with emotion. "I have long seen you," he responded with a cheerful hum, affectionately rubbing her cheeks. "It seems my face does have some utility after all." Shen Nanyin blinked, her voice barely a whisper. "So, are we not kissing?" "Of course we are," he chuckled softly. "Why wouldn't we?" The girl spoke boldly, yet her eyes flickered uncertainly, a delicate blush adorning her cheeks. The light reflected in her bright, glassy pupils, revealing her struggle to maintain composure. Unable to resist, Lu Jingyan gently grasped her chin, his fingertips brushing against her cheek. His palms settled on her lower back as their breaths gradually intertwined. After planting a kiss on her nose, he lifted his fingers to tease her glasses down. "This is what you requested." His gaze darkened slightly. "Open your mouth, my dear." Lu Jingyan's kiss was tender yet intricate. Each gentle touch was a test, as he lightly nibbled on her lower lip. This gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, allowed her initially taut nerves to relax. However, just as he pried her lips apart, the hand at the back of her head suddenly pressed down, plunging deeper. Amidst a wave of heat, the sudden chill sent shivers down her spine, raising goosebumps that coursed through her entire body. The peculiar and unfamiliar sensation left her scalp tingling, rendering her weak at the knees, as the man held her firmly in his embrace to prevent her from toppling over. He gently squeezed her chin, claiming every inch of her territory. Shen Nanyin felt her eyelids flush crimson, her body trembling involuntarily, soft whimpers escaping her lips. "It's too cold." She had never imagined that merely kissing would elicit such sounds from her. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, and the broken sounds of her sobs spilled forth as she melted against him. At that moment, the low, husky laughter of the man echoed in her ears. "Is this not permissible? You are quite the dragon-loving gentleman, my dear." Shen Nanyin clung to his arm, disregarding any notions of feigned affection. She had no desire to continue, not in the slightest. Drawing in fresh air with great effort, she struggled to flee, yet felt as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter, firmly ensnared by the hunter. The juxtaposition of hardness and softness ignited a wave of exquisite pain, awakening a more profound itch. Her pale knuckles crumpled the fabric of his coat, beads of sweat forming at the tip of her nose. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Jingyan finally released her slightly, casting his gaze upon her. The girl's alabaster complexion flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, long lashes quivering, and her clear pupils brimming with moisture, while her delicate lips bore a vivid tint. He gently wiped away the moisture from her lips with a fingertip, brushing aside her slightly damp, dark tresses. And in a light-hearted tone, he inquired, "Madame Lu, are you satisfied with this gift?" Shen Nanyin's chest rose and fell rapidly as she panted, her hands still gripping his clothing tightly. After a brief moment, she buried her face, adopting a demeanor of refusal to communicate. Lu Jingyan affectionately ruffled her hair, patting her back to soothe her, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Are you feeling unwell, darling?" The body in his embrace trembled slightly in response. He leaned down to nibble on her earlobe, leisurely trailing his lips to the hollow of her collarbone, applying a deliberate gentle pressure. The warmth of his lips against her skin ignited a shiver, and he chuckled softly as he held her closer, his voice laced with a husky allure. "Would you like to explore other areas?" Upon hearing those words, Shen Nanyin immediately tensed. No, yet her protest fell on deaf ears. She found herself pressed against the sofa. With his long legs bent beside her, Lu Jingyan lightly patted her thigh, a sly smile dancing on his lips. "Don't be afraid. I promise it will be pleasurable." The sofa cover had been replaced with a new one, as had her nightgown. In the remnants of her memory, Lu Jingyan appeared unchanged except for his slightly disheveled hair and crimson lips. He had carried her, devoid of strength, to wash her up, his attire impeccably arranged. The following morning, upon awakening, Shen Nanyin cocooned herself in the sheets, refusing to emerge. The disturbing images in her mind lingered too vividly. It was no wonder he had prepared a nightgown for her today, an attire that could be easily lifted. It was clearly a premeditated act. The thought of it made her ears flush with heat. How could he? Recalling the previous night, when she had clutched his hair and feigned resistance, yet was effortlessly pinned down by his firm grip on her thigh, sent a shiver down her spine. Just then, the man strolled in. He leaned lazily against the doorframe, smiling as he tapped lightly on the door. "Darling, are you still in bed? Do you wish for me to carry you?" Shen Nanyin quickly assessed the situation and sprang up. At the dining table, a sumptuous breakfast awaited, exuding an irresistible aroma. After freshening up, Shen Nanyin pulled out a chair to sit. The marks of red on her fair skin at the collarbone were conspicuous, and her slender legs, beautifully sculpted beneath the hem of her dress, bore their own traces creeping inward. Images of enchanting scenery flashed through his mind as Gu Zhiyan averted his gaze. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he placed a glass of warm water before her, his tone imbued with a hint of significance. Do remember to hydrate. The thought of unpleasant images made Shen Nanyin's face flush crimson. Gu Zhiyan, could you please refrain from speaking? The man, addressed directly, chuckled softly, his elongated dark eyes shimmering like boats swaying on rippling waters. Yet, he persisted with a teasing tone. By the way, darling, the tongue piercing can be changed to other styles. Which one do you prefer? We could. Silence. Though aware that Gu Zhiyan was far from a gentleman, witnessing the subtle malice lurking within him made Shen Nanyin realize her naivety. His gentle words belied a robust demeanor. Reflecting on the force with which she had tugged at his hair, she imagined it might have caused some discomfort, yet he seemed oblivious, even enjoying it more. Shen Nanyin buried her face in her breakfast, unable to shake off the warmth that lingered on her cheeks. Chapter 87. The plane ticket before stepping out, Gu Zhiyan lowered his head to kiss her, only to have her deftly evade him by turning away. With a playful pinch on her cheek, he questioned her intentions. Was she merely using him and discarding him afterward? He scoffed. Ah, Shen Nanyin, you heartless woman. The accusation felt unjust, as if she were being labeled a heartbreaker. His grip caused her lips to pout slightly, making her voice muffled and indistinct. What? Oh, what is that? Noticing her sudden silence, Gu Zhiyan gazed down at her for a while, observing the flicker in her eyes before bursting into laughter. His tone was languid and teasing, as if to say, "Are you still rejecting me?" Shen Nanyin's face flushed crimson. With the conversation reaching this point, feigning ignorance was no longer an option. Stammering, she finally spoke, Just don't do this anymore. Why not? His brows furrowed, a look of genuine confusion etched across his face, laced with a hint of grievance. Is my technique lacking? What was he talking about? Her ears burned with embarrassment as she turned to ascend the stairs, only to have her wrist grasped and pulled back. The man chuckled softly, his hand tenderly cradling the nape of her neck, gently kneading it. Answer me one question, and I shall let you go, he said, adding with a playful tone, Be honest, darling. What question? She inquired, perplexed. Gu Zhiyan tilted his head slightly, nibbling on her ear, his breath warm against her sensitive skin. As she comprehended his words, Shen Nanyin felt her mind clouding. Remember to be honest, he reminded her, his fingertip brushing against her chin. Blushing fiercely, she hastily shook her head in a refusal. Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by her response. His voice tinged with curiosity. Not satisfied? Then why change the sofa cover? Observing her lips part in a frustrated attempt to retort, Gu Zhiyan found her adorably charming and couldn't resist planting a few light kisses on her lips. Darling, there's no need to be so shy, he teased, playfully tugging at her earlobe. It's merely a bit of marital fun. But you can't. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by his large embrace. He nestled against her neck, his tone pitiful. But I just want to pamper my wife. The emphasis on pamper was laden with flirtation as he leaned in closer, seeking another kiss. Shen Nanyin's ears felt as if they were ablaze. She raised her hand to push his face away. I don't need. You have a strange obsession. He shrugged nonchalantly. Yes, it's my desire. And yes, it's peculiar. With that, he tightened his grip around her waist, invading her lips with his own. The sensation of his piercing kiss was undeniably intoxicating. The cool touch heightened her senses. As the kiss concluded, Shen Nanyin's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her long lashes trembling uncontrollably. She buried her face in his chest to steady her breath for a moment. Then, recalling something, she tugged at his tie. Isn't it odd wearing that to the office? Gu Zhiyan, however, was unfazed by such trivialities. A smirk crept onto his lips. Not all. How can I not utilize this delightful tool to seduce my wife? Days later, the eagerly anticipated results of the competition were announced, with Shen Nanyin's group undoubtedly securing the top position. However, at that very moment, a post quietly emerged on the campus forum, rapidly garnering widespread attention and soaring click rates. The title boldly proclaimed, "Shock! The beautiful academic belle of Jing University is actually supported by a wealthy patron, seriously undermining school ethics." Accompanying the post was an image of a luxury car parked nearby, with a slender, tall girl, her expression cool and distant, poised to enter the vehicle. Before long, the post spread from the school forum to Weibo, where some recognized the individual in the photograph, and a torrent of malicious comments swiftly followed. "Isn't that the belle of the finance department? Impressive. She broke up with Gu Zhiyan and immediately latched onto a wealthy man? Laughable. She always presents herself as aloof and superior. Who would have thought she harbored such tendencies? By the way, has anyone figured out who this big shot is? That car looks extraordinary. Surely it's some rotund Mediterranean type. She must be starving if she is leaving someone as handsome and rich as Gu Zhiyan. Come on. How do you know she didn't leave him? Clearly, he was the one who dumped her." With the marketing accounts fanning the flames, a fierce public outcry against Shen Nanyin spread like wildfire, culminating in a grand spectacle of condemnation. Soon enough, the identity of the luxury car's owner was revealed. Oh my goodness, you can see the license plate if you zoom in. Besides that young Master Liu from Jingbei, who else could it be? Wasn't he already married? 666, playing the devoted husband on the internet while secretly engaging in such escapades? Thinking about how I genuinely shipped that couple makes me want to vomit. The original wife must be quite unfortunate. Yet amidst the clamor of criticism, other voices emerged. Wait, has no one considered that this so-called belle could very well be Mrs. Liu? Upon seeing short sleeves, you immediately think of bare arms. Upon seeing a luxury car, you instantly presume patronage. Did any of you ever engage in divergent thinking during your language classes? Not to mention, when you all claimed the wealthy man was some portly Mediterranean type, I must ask, doesn't that make you uncomfortable? If it were me, I would choose President Liu. Okay, she is the clever one. While the online uproar raged, Shen Nanyin was in her study, organizing the follow-up materials for the competition. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow as specks of dust danced gracefully in the beams, shimmering with a soft golden hue. The door stood ajar, and just then, a small orange cat nimbly pushed through the gap, scampering in with cheerful little steps. Shen Nanyin gently petted its head, cautioning, "Be careful, little orange." Yet, no sooner had she spoken than the little creature, as if receiving a command, excitedly leaped onto the nearby bookshelf. She quickly rose, concerned it might damage some important documents, and softly coaxed little orange, "Be a good kitty and come down, would you?" The round, glistening eyes of the cat regarded her, tilting its head in contemplation before ultimately deciding to heed its mother-esque request, wobbling as it prepared to jump down from the shelf. At that moment, the hind leg suddenly exerted force, inadvertently kicking a box to the ground. The wooden box landed on the carpet with a muffled thud. Shen Nanyin deftly caught the small orange cat, helplessly poking its fluffy head before setting it aside and squatting down to retrieve the box. However, her gaze lingered for a brief moment upon encountering the contents of the box. Inside were numerous scattered items, the most striking of which were photographs. There were also countless plane tickets, each one representing a flight from London to Sioux City. Chapter 88. Heartache. Shen Nanyin meticulously examined the scattered airline tickets, scrutinizing the dates inscribed upon them, and discovered that almost one ticket was issued each month. As her thoughts delved deeper, fragments of the past began to emerge in her mind. However, most had become indistinct, making it challenging to reconstruct a coherent narrative. Only a few pivotal moments shone brightly, like the most luminous stars in the night sky. On December 24th, 2020, Christmas Eve, the tradition of gifting apples on this night had endured through the years in high school. Not only that, but students also exchanged numerous greeting cards. The school small shop had meticulously packaged plump, rosy apples in beautiful boxes, adorned with twinkling lights that heralded the joyous melodies of Christmas Day. At that time, she was already in her second year of high school, having distanced herself from Chun He after the class reshuffling, and was fortunate to harmoniously blend with her new classmates, receiving both cards and apples in return. Outside, the snow fell like feathers, blanketing the world in pristine white. Dressed in her warm winter uniform, She sat quietly at her desk, diligently penning her blessings. At that moment, a classmate entered, bearing a delicately crafted greeting card and a small gift bag containing an apple and some candies, tied with a satin bow. With a gossiping tone, she remarked how odd it was that the person had left after asking her to deliver the items without revealing their identity. Could it be your ex-boyfriend? Though masked, he seemed like a handsome fellow. Shen Nanyin set down her pen, perplexed as she accepted the items. The envelope was embossed with golden patterns, sealed with a wax stamp shaped like a rose. Gently opening it, she pulled out the letter, which was enveloped in a faint, lingering fragrance. It contained only a few simple words. Wishing you peace and joy. May all your endeavors surpass your expectations. There was no signature. In September 2021, after a prolonged and painful year of treatment, her grandmother ultimately departed this world. Shortly thereafter, her grandfather, overwhelmed by grief, followed suit. Consequently, she transitioned from commuting to residing at the school. On that day, she maintained an outwardly calm demeanor as usual. Yet, upon hearing the school bell ring and walking to the gate, she suddenly realized that she was now homeless. The departure of her loved ones brought a suffocating delay, a tempest that erupted unexpectedly amidst the tranquil monotony of daily life. Tears surged forth uncontrollably, and she sobbed, gasping for breath, her chest constricting painfully. She felt her lips and arms begin to tingle, accompanied by a prickling sensation, and gradually found it difficult to breathe. Clutching her heart, she took deep breaths, leaning against the wall as she slowly crouched down, her consciousness beginning to fade. After an indeterminate period, when she reopened her eyes, she found herself lying on a bed in the school infirmary. A nurse beside her informed her that her emotional upheaval had led to respiratory alkalosis, and had she not been promptly discovered and taken for treatment, the consequences could have been dire. She sat quietly on the bed, her body still feeling weak and feeble. As her mind gradually recalled the events that had transpired, she vaguely remembered a warm embrace and a trembling voice calling her name. On June 18, 2022, he graduated from high school. That day, he unfastened her button. Shen Nanyin clutched the tickets tightly, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string, gradually creating a mosaic of damp traces. It turned out she was no longer alone. Public opinion continued to ferment. Marketing accounts resurfaced to reveal that Shen Nanyin was heartlessly climbing social ladders, having severed ties with the Shen family since being taken under someone's wing, completely disregarding their plight. The headquarters of Lingwei Group received an urgent notification from the PR department. Lu Zhu approached the conference room with a grave expression. Without hesitation, he knocked hurriedly on the door and entered, leaning in to whisper the situation to Gu Zhiyan. In an instant, the man's demeanor darkened, growing increasingly frigid. Those in the conference room observed in silence, holding their breath. He coldly announced a pause in the meeting before hastily exiting. While dialing Shen Nanyin's number, Gu Zhiyan relayed instructions to the PR department. Within minutes, the trending topic was suppressed, replaced by an overwhelming surge of marriage certificates. Yet, the call remained unanswered. Seated in the car, Gu Zhiyan gripped his phone, his knuckles turning pale. He understood better than anyone the venomous words that could be hurled online. Before they had mutually expressed their feelings, he had refrained from suggesting they go public, concerned she might be unwilling. Recently, he had intended to find an appropriate day to announce their union with more ceremony, but unforeseen complications had arisen. Anxiety surged within him, and a sudden thought struck. He promptly called the family's housekeeper. Fortunately, the call was answered almost immediately. "Hello, Mr. Lu?" Gu Zhiyan took a deep breath. "Where's my wife? What's she doing?" Sensing the gravity in his voice, the housekeeper ascended the stairs, approaching the study. "Do you want her to answer the phone?" As he gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, Gu Zhiyan felt it was all too slow. He loosened his tie, as if that would ease the tightness in his chest. The housekeeper reached the study door, only to find it ajar. Peering inside, she was taken aback and quickly stepped aside, covering her mouth and whispering anxiously, "Mr. Lu, it seems your wife is crying." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiyan's heart felt as though it were being gripped by a colossal hand, torn and twisted, sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. He struggled to keep his voice steady. "Please hand the phone to her." The housekeeper, not daring to delay, quickly complied, cautiously approaching the door. She knocked softly and called out, "Madam." Shen Nanyin sat on the carpet, hugging her knees, and upon hearing her aunt's call, she lifted her teary eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. With a voice choked with emotion, she inquired, "What is it?" Her aunt, observing Shen Nanyin's profound sorrow, cautiously extended a mobile phone towards her, saying, "Madam, it is a call from Sir." Once Shen Nanyin accepted the device, her aunt exited the room and closed the door. Lu Jingyan, hearing her voice, laden with sorrowful sobs, Lu Jingyan felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. Through the phone, he continuously reassured her in soothing tones, "My dear, I will be home shortly. Please do not dwell on those matters." Chapter 89. Confession. Sensing the concern in Lu Jingyan's voice, Shen Nanyin felt a flicker of confusion about why she was not allowed to see, yet she obediently acquiesced. After all, she truly wished to avoid another episode of respiratory alkalosis. The car came to a halt at Nanyuan, and upon disembarking, Lu Jingyan hurried inside. In the study on the second floor, he pushed the door open with urgency, only to find the girl curled up on the floor, hugging her knees. Her chin rested on her arms, and her gaze was vacantly fixed on the ground. Perhaps alerted by the noise, she instinctively turned her head. Her fair skin still bore traces of tears, and her eyes and nose were tinged with red, making her appear utterly pitiable, as if she had suffered a grievous injustice. At that moment, Lu Jingyan remained unaware that this injustice stemmed from himself. With a stern expression, he resolved to ensure that the person responsible for the slanderous post would face dire consequences. He approached her swiftly, bending down to envelop her in a tight embrace, kissing the top of her head in a soothing manner while gently untangling her tear-soaked hair. "It's all right, my dear," he murmured tenderly. "Ling Yu has already issued a statement." Before he could finish, the person in his arms suddenly reached up and grasped the loosened tie around his neck. Lu Jingyan paused, taken aback. "Sweetheart?" he inquired, noticing her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him. "Confess honestly, what else are you hiding from me?" Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears, reminiscent of crystal-clear jade, and her lashes glistened with droplets, momentarily captivating him, compelling him to lean down for a kiss. He stared into her eyes. "Confess." "What?" At that moment, Shen Nanyin placed a familiar box before him. Following her gesture, Lu Jingyan's gaze froze for a brief moment. Inside were photographs taken from the honor roll, printed essays, and a stack of plane tickets. After a while, he slowly inquired, "My dear, did you check your phone today?" Upon hearing this question, Shen Nanyin hesitated for a moment, then gently shook her head. "Not yet." Understanding dawned upon Lu Jingyan, and he felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. He tightened his embrace and earnestly explained the events of the day to her. Shen Nanyin seldom witnessed Lu Jingyan in a state of disarray. At that moment, his hair was slightly tousled, and his once neatly tied tie hung askew. As a realization struck her, she gradually comprehended the situation. "Did you think I cried because I saw the negative comments?" Lu Jingyan remained silent for a moment before softly affirming, "I'm sorry. It's my failure to protect you." His tone was heavy with self-reproach and guilt. Unable to resist, Shen Nanyin reached up to ruffle his hair, her smile gentle. "I'm not that fragile." As they separated, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the disheveled tie in front of her. She focused intently on the fabric, and upon realizing what it was, her pupils quivered slightly. Shen Nanyin grasped the collar of his shirt and spoke with difficulty. "What is this?" "What?" Lu Jingyan took a moment to respond, then followed her gaze downward. Upon catching sight of the button delicately pinched between her fingertips, he froze, meeting the girl's misty, questioning gaze. Lu Jingyan averted his eyes with a fleeting flicker. Shen Nanyin felt tears welling up once more. "It's my button, isn't it?" As the words fell from her lips, she witnessed the man's ears gradually suffusing with a faint blush, a striking contrast against his pale skin. In an instant, her heart ached as if pierced by a multitude of needles. She had been puzzled as to why the box contained none of those buttons until her eyes landed on one that subtly differed from the others adorning his shirt. How could someone be so audacious to have taken hers and discreetly sewn it onto his own shirt? The tears she had just managed to stifle surged forth anew. The man, flustered by her tears, hurriedly attempted to wipe them away. "Don't cry, darling. This was merely my one-sided affection. You needn't feel burdened." Yet, his efforts only seemed to exacerbate her tears, which flowed profusely, as if they would never cease. Eventually, unable to withstand her sorrow any longer, Gu Zhiyan lifted his hand to cradle the nape of her neck and kissed her, swallowing her sobs within the warmth of his lips. Only when her weeping subsided did he gently release her. He cradled her face, tenderly kissing away the remnants of her tears, soothing her as one would a child. "Please don't cry, all right? Your tears are pearls, and pearls should never fall to the ground." Shen Nanyin, her emotions tumultuous, felt her ears flush at his words, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. "Are you comforting a kindergarten child?" She tugged at his tie. "Gu Zhiyan, you're only 3 years older than I." He chuckled. 3 years is still a notable difference. I assent it, and you claim you aren't a child." His gaze drifted downward, gradually settling just below her collarbone. This spot is just perfect." Shen Nanyin responded with a perplexed expression. "Stop changing the subject," she pressed, pursing her lips. "Just tell me, what other secrets do you have? Let me cry it all out at once." Upon hearing her words, Gu Zhiyan chuckled softly and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be fragile? Why the tears now?" "It's not the same," Shen Nanyin retorted softly. Just as she was about to voice another thought, Gu Zhiyan's gentle voice interrupted her. "Shall we have something to eat first? I had someone bring over strawberry mousse." Noticing her silence, he squeezed her hand gently. "How about some sweets to lighten your mood?" Captured by his gaze, Shen Nanyin relented with a nod. As she prepared to rise, he swept her up effortlessly, cradling her in his arms, his ring-adorned hand resting on her thigh. Shen Nanyin instinctively clung to his neck. The aunt downstairs, spotting the two as they descended, left with a smile, while Shen Nanyin buried her face in embarrassment. Gu Zhiyan set her down at the dining table and retrieved the strawberry mousse from the refrigerator, unboxing it and placing it before her. The mousse was rich and creamy, interspersed with bits of fresh strawberries, sweet and tangy. Shen Nanyin glanced at him, asking, "Would you like some?" Gu Zhiyan leaned down, pressing his lips against hers for a prolonged moment before pulling away. "Eat." Shen Nanyin blushed and averted her gaze, stating that she was referring to eating cake. He nodded in acknowledgement, remarking that he was aware the cake was quite sweet. As Shen Nanyin's pace of consuming the cake quickened, she finished the last bite, set down her fork, and turned to Gu Zhiyan, asking if he could now reveal to her if there was anything he had been concealing. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiyan fell silent for a moment, clarifying that it was not his intention to hide anything from her. Rather, he simply wished for her to like him, not merely to respond out of gratitude. Hearing his words tugged at Shen Nanyin's heart. "Wait a moment," she said, rising swiftly to return to her room, where she found her mobile phone flooded with missed calls from Gu Zhiyan. Suppressing her mixed emotions, she descended the stairs, opened a question-and-answer app, and presented it before Gu Zhiyan. "You see, Gu Zhiyan, even before I became aware of all that, I had already developed feelings for you." Chapter 90. What could have been at the headquarters of Huazhong, the darkened sky pressed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a weighty, oppressive atmosphere as a storm seemed imminent. Gu Zhiyan's eyes were frigid and piercing, his voice laced with an uncontrollable fury. "What have you done?" "I merely consented to the release of those photographs. I did not authorize any other actions." His inner rage blazed fiercely, for he had clearly emphasized adherence to the original plan, which was to focus public scrutiny on Gu Zhiyan. Yet, now all the animosity was directed towards Shen Nanyin. He was astounded by Shen Yan's audacity to act independently, deliberately revealing her discord with the Shen family to steer public opinion. However, in the face of Gu Zhiyan's interrogation, Shen Yan displayed no fear, instead responding with a derisive laugh. "Oh, Gu, since this has already transpired, must we differentiate the magnitude of the consequences? The outcome remains unchanged. Why linger over these trivialities? Furthermore, even without my instigation, Shen Nanyin's situation would likely be dire. Wouldn't you agree?" "Such hypocrisy," he mused bitterly. Shen Yan's words struck him like a dagger to the heart, his countenance darkening in an instant, his expression growing increasingly grim. Regardless of the circumstances, the die had been cast. All he could do now was await Shen Nanyin's change of heart, hoping she would recognize the folly of her initial choice. At that moment, a sudden, hurried knocking interrupted their standoff. Gu Zhiyan furrowed his brow and commanded, "Enter." In the next instant, his assistant rushed in, panic etched across his face. "Not good." "President Gu." The man's displeasure intensified, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the intruder. Under the weight of Gu's stare, the assistant involuntarily took a few steps back, struggling to speak. "President Gu, the Lingyue Group has issued a statement." The assistant hesitated, dreading to deliver the news, while Gu Zhiyan, unwilling to endure further delays, pulled out his phone. Yet, an intense premonition of doom surged within him, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. The internet seemed to conspire against him. The loading circle heightened his anxiety with every passing moment, as an invisible force threatened to consume him. Finally, the statement from the Lingyue Group appeared on the screen, evoking a sense of evasion and proof. Gu Zhiyan fixated on the phone's display, absorbing each word with painstaking slowness until he reached the line. Ms. Shen Nanyin, holding 36 of Lingyue Group shares, has registered her marriage with Mr. Liu Jingyan on April 15th. At this revelation, all sounds faded into silence, replaced by a deafening hum that swiftly engulfed him, plunging him into a chasm of chaos. His heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, a searing pain overwhelming him, nearly stealing his breath. Instinctively, he gripped his phone tightly, his fingertips turning white from the pressure, beads of sweat forming in his palm as his chest surged with tumultuous blood. Impossible. How could this be? Shen Nanyin and Liu Jingyan have surprisingly tied the knot. His gaze fixated on the date inscribed on the marriage certificate. His pupils trembled uncontrollably. April 15th. April 15th. They had barely parted ways not long ago. How could she so effortlessly marry another? Gu Zhiyan's trembling hand opened the photo, the vivid crimson seal nearly blinding him. The curve of her lips on the certificate seemed to morph into the sharpest blade, mercilessly twisting within his chest, leaving him breathless with agony. The understated elegance of L family's ring under Ling Yu's aegis, the secluded atmosphere of the villa, the oppressive scrutiny directed at Huazhou. Even Fang Yang had discerned the truth, something he should have anticipated long ago. This was hardly the demeanor one would adopt toward a lover. Reluctant though he was to accept it, the undeniable reality confronted him, forcing him to acknowledge the truth. It turned out everything she had said was genuine. He had been deceiving himself, stubbornly believing she was merely trying to provoke him. How foolish he had been. The source of all his anguish stemmed from what could have been. If only he had sincerely apologized and sought her forgiveness that night at the bar. He could have stood by her side. He was the one who had pushed her away. Across from him, Shen Nanyin noticed the redness in his eyes and the terrifying pallor of his face, causing his heart to tighten, prompting him to hastily check his phone. His pupils constricted in shock. How could this be? Shen Nanyin was merely a mistress bestowed upon Liu Jingyan by his father. How could she possibly become Mrs. Liu? Shen Yan's mind went blank. It was over. Everything was over. The legal department of Lingyue Group will pursue legal action against the relevant parties and hereby solemnly declare that the business arena resembles a battlefield. Lingyue Group welcomes fair competition but will absolutely not tolerate any defamation or slander against Ms. Shen Nanyin. What a shocking twist. I won't say much more. Thanks to the person who personally delivered the news, we can finally glimpse the stunning wife that President Liu has kept under wraps. Awesome slobbering. I'm not saying you should engage in business warfare, but at least send someone to investigate beforehand. This is truly cringe-worthy, Esses. I knew there would be a twist. It was worth my efforts these past few days fighting for my wife. My wife is our finance department senior, beautiful and capable. She just won a major award. I hastily came to promote her. If you want to see more about my wife, please search for the Jingda Changfeng Cup debate competition, both beautiful and handsome. I directly claim her. Oh, I fell. I need my wife's kiss to get up. To those who boasted earlier, I genuinely fear you might get blacklisted by President Liu. The video of the debate competition quickly surfaced, trending online. The girl with a low ponytail possessed striking features. Her delicate glasses perched on her nose, her calm voice resonating with undeniable strength, each word resonating profoundly. Oh my wife is amazing. At this moment, intellectual attraction reaches its pinnacle. Please give me a thumbs up. Slurp slurp. Wait, I just realized President Liu is a sponsor. You rascal. Oh. When President Liu presented the award to his wife, his eyes were glued to her, and he secretly held her hand. So scandalous, so calculated. These two seem completely mismatched when apart. Why is there such palpable sexual tension when they stand together? Help! It seems that the various types of unscrupulous men can drive a devoted wife to the brink of despair. Meanwhile, Fang Yang, who has already resigned, is left in a state of trepidation, feeling a wild tumult in his chest. Fortunately, he managed to escape in time. Otherwise, he would have truly been dragged down by that eccentric Gu Zhiyan, despite the fact that it was clearly stated that Shen Nanyin is the legitimate wife of Lu Jingyan. He remained skeptical. Now, who can he blame for this predicament? Chapter 91. His profound affection in the midst of a bustling crowd, he stealthily grasped his wife's hand. The stock of Lingyue Group unexpectedly surged, defying all odds, and the once unfavorable public opinion transformed dramatically. However, some still criticized Shen Nanyin for her perceived coldness toward her own kin. Amidst the cacophony of differing opinions, a lengthy article surfaced like a powerful bomb, capturing widespread attention. The narrative detailed a woman's harrowing journey of being psychologically manipulated by her husband. Through prolonged indoctrination, she came to accept her husband's beliefs, believing it sufficient for her daughter to marry into a good family, thus exploiting her daughter to nurture her son. Like her husband, she commodified her daughter, hoping one day to secure a bright future for her son. The harsh reality struck her like a bolt from the blue. Her cherished son was not her biological child, but rather the offspring of her husband and his former lover. Her husband had meticulously orchestrated this deception, bribing hospital staff to convince her she was expecting fraternal twins. Upon discovering the truth, she was engulfed by despair, her mental state deteriorating as she yearned to escape it all. She was mired in profound regret and guilt, acutely aware of her sins and unworthy of facing her daughter, hoping only to absolve her daughter of the cold-hearted accusations. The online reactions were explosive. This is shocking. I am at a loss for words. This man's methods are terrifying. To pave the way for his and his lover's child, he committed such acts. My feelings are complex. I can only say that those who are pitiable often have their own faults. I am furious. My wife has suffered so much, abandoned by her father and mother. Anyone who dares to speak ill of her will face my wrath. I command Mr. Liu to present the finest things in the world to my wife at once. Meanwhile, at the Liu family's ancestral home, Lu Minghui was incensed by the toxic atmosphere online, her heart aching for the young girl. Sitting beside her, Lu Daiqing could not contain her disdain for those despicable individuals. Taking a deep breath, Lu Minghui sipped her tea to calm her nerves, but ultimately slammed her cup onto the table, producing a resounding clatter. Your brother, what on earth is he doing? How could he allow such rumors to fester? She exclaimed. At this rate, we might as well consider Nanyin as our adopted daughter. Lu Daiqing, initially ready to echo her mother's sentiments about Lu Jingyan, suddenly found herself amused by the turn of events. Mom, you're absolutely right. It's brilliant. I've always wanted an older sister. If my wife becomes my sister, you really know how to provoke Lu Jingyan. Continuing on, Lu Daiqing suddenly made a rather melodramatic declaration. If Lu Jingyan cannot protect someone, then our Lu family shall. This remark instantly resonated with her mother, who had recently become enamored with a certain domineering character from a novel. Consequently, Lu Mama slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, Indeed, it seems my daughter understands my heart better than anyone. Uncle Zhang, the butler, remained silent, feeling a pang of sympathy for the young master for a fleeting moment. At that juncture, Lu Daiqing's phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from Fu Siming, who had meticulously compiled all the detailed evidence regarding the IP address of the slanderer. After forwarding this evidence to Lu Jingyan, she returned to her chat with Fu Siming. Lu Daiqing, whose little hacker is so impressive. Fu Siming, is it small? Lu Daiqing, can we still converse normally? Just as she was internally lamenting, the screen indicated that the other party was typing. Before long, a new message appeared. Are you coming to my house today? My cat could do backflips. Lu Daiqing furrowed her brows. She certainly had no intention of going. Initially, when she had first provoked him, she had thought him to be a shy and innocent little puppy. But what was the reality? What kind of little puppy would pin her to the bed and question whether any man she had been with could bring her more pleasure than he could? Lu Daiqing had never felt so humiliated. She hadn't even been able to get out of bed the following day. Lu Daiqing, sorry. I'm busy. Polite smile. The response came swiftly, but it really misses you. What a nonsensical statement. Just as she was about to scold him, a picture arrived. Clad in a t-shirt held in his mouth, he revealed a beautifully sculpted abdomen, taut and exuding strength. Her gaze fell lower, and his long, fair hands were as exquisite as a piece of art, yet they were grasping. What madness! Lu Daiqing abruptly tossed her phone aside. Lu Minghui, accustomed to her dramatic reactions, assumed she was quarreling with her new boyfriend and casually inquired, "Aren't you two broken up yet?" She quickly took a sip of water to calm her racing heart, striving to dispel the recent images from her mind while seeking reasons to part ways. Lu Minghui paused, a teasing smile creeping across her face. "Darling, when did you ever need a reason to break up? Just say you like him, and you might have the chance to bring him home." Lu Daiqing found herself at a loss for words. She silently mused. What does liking even mean? Was it not simply about his cleanliness and exceptional skills? The phone rang. Lu Daiqing needed no guesswork to know who was calling, and a wave of intense aversion surged within her. Lu Minghui shot her a glare, irritated by the noise. "It's too loud. Don't disturb me while I'm reading." Reluctantly, Lu Daiqing picked up her phone and ascended the stairs, retreating to her room before answering. Her tone was notably harsh as she questioned, "What do you want?" However, there was an unsettling silence on the other end. Lu Daiqing frowned, perplexed, fusiming. No sooner had she spoken than she was met with heavy and rapid breathing. What was this? Lu Daiqing could hardly believe her ears. What on earth was this scoundrel up to? Break up. It was imperative to end this relationship. Is she really not coming? The boy's originally clear and melodious voice turned hoarse, the final syllable rising slightly, inexplicably causing a flush of embarrassment and a racing heart. "Help! His breath is too ragged. Perhaps it would be better to postpone the breakup for a while." Such thoughts filled her mind, yet her lips maintained a righteous facade as she said, "No, goodbye," before hanging up the phone. What a joke! No matter how well life treats one, it cannot withstand such endurance. Does one still need a waist? Lu Daiqing felt an immense satisfaction in having perfectly resisted the allure of male beauty. After an indeterminate amount of time, the screen lit up and she opened it to find a post-event photograph sent by Fu Siming. Biting back an expletive, she furiously tapped on the keyboard. "Fu Siming, are you out of your mind?" Chapter 92, Little Cake. Southern Garden. Lu Zhiyan withdrew his gaze from the mobile screen before him and directed it toward Shen Nanyin. The emotions in his eyes were difficult to decipher, though his voice emerged slightly hoarse. "Come here, darling." Shen Nanyin, puzzled, approached him. The man seemed remarkably composed as he took her wrist and patted his lap. Indicating for her to seat. The light-colored nightgown spread like petals over his tailored trousers. Sitting sideways on his lap, the warmth beneath her made her ears flush. In the next moment, his large hand gently caressed the nape of her neck, applying a slight pressure. Shen Nanyin had yet to learn to regulate her breathing. As time passed, the hand resting on his shoulder tightened. Sensing her breath quickening, Lu Jingyan loosened his grip, reluctantly biting her lower lip. Rubbing his nose against her cheek, he softly coaxed, "I will tell you everything, but please don't cry, all right? And don't feel burdened." Upon hearing his words, Shen Nanyin's heart raced uncontrollably, as if some premonition was breaking free. She nodded, okay. Consequently, Lu Jingyan enveloped her in his embrace, whispering his confessions. He began with light topics, mentioning a certain account on AQA app, followed by Southern Garden. Then he recounted, "At the artificial lake in school, I was the one who saved you. The benefactor you sought at the hospital was also me. There may be other small matters, but I scarcely remember them. To love someone and wish to treat her well is instinctual. Love often leaves one feeling indebted." Noticing her breaths becoming increasingly rapid, Lu Jingyan pinched her nose. "Darling, we promise not to cry." Shen Nanyin could not contain her emotions, Despite being mentally prepared, she felt an inevitable pang of sorrow. Her heart ached slightly, and her eyes quickly brimmed with tears, cascading down in streams. Shen Nanyin sobbed, struggling to catch her breath, unsure of what to say. As everything felt so tragically misaligned, she could only inwardly curse Chun-Hee. Observing her, the man sighed in resignation, gently wiping her tears with a tissue while patiently waiting for her emotions to stabilize. In an attempt to lighten her spirits, he offered a whimsical consolation. "You really need to feel so heartbroken for me. I have benefited as well." Hearing this, the tearful Shen Nanyin sniffled and, with a quivering voice, asked what benefit. He raised an eyebrow. "You, of course. Is it not a benefit to hold my wife in my arms every night?" Shen Nanyin gazed at him in silence for a moment, then tugged at his tie and kissed him. Soft lips met his, and Gu Zhiyan was momentarily taken aback before swiftly taking the lead. It was not until she struggled to breathe that his warm breath trailed from her chin to the side of her neck, filled with the faint scent of the girl. At this moment, his innate tendencies emerged. While kissing her, he leisurely explored the hem of her gown, his fingertips brushing lightly against her thigh. Shen Nanyin, her tear-streaked lashes fluttering, pressed down on his hand. A light, breathy chuckle emanated from the nape of her neck. He always remained quiet when she was anxious. Only to tease her further once, she relaxed her guard after being affectionately kissed. This playful back and forth left her heart racing with anticipation. After yet another round of his familiar antics, Shen Nanyin playfully tugged at his hair. "Gu Zhiyan, don't be so wicked," she chided. He chuckled softly. "What's wrong, my dear? Is a kiss too much to ask?" Shen Nanyin replied with a hint of exasperation. "It's your hand." He responded, feigning confusion. "What's the matter?" "Isn't my hand, simply ensuring you sit steady." Shen Nanyin remained silent. Gu Zhiyan, in a delighted mood, leaned down to kiss her collarbone. As the warmth from his legs dissipated, Shen Nanyin sighed in relief. However, the next moment, his long fingers gently rested on the button of her nightgown. "Darling, may I kiss you?" he asked softly. "Is that all right?" Shen Nanyin clutched her nightgown tightly, her eyes glistening and cheeks flushed. The man, with a satisfied glimmer in his eyes, inhaled her faint, sweet fragrance and rasped, "Is my little darling a cake? So soft and sweet." Feeling the heat pressing against her thigh, Shen Nanyin's ears burned with embarrassment. Remembering their earlier encounter, she struggled to speak. "Maybe you should take it off." Gu Zhiyan smirked, decisively shaking his head no. He then playfully massaged her, inquiring, "What's wrong? Did I accidentally hurt my darling?" "Rascal," she retorted, attempting to slide off him only to be pulled back into his embrace. Just then, her phone rang. It was a video call from Lu's mother. She quickly pried his hands away and sat upright. As soon as Gu Zhiyan answered, he was met with a barrage of his mother's reprimands. "You rascal. What is wrong with you? You can't even protect your own wife? Letting those outsiders bully you." The once arrogant young master had vanished, replaced by a son who humbly accepted his mother's scolding, rubbing his nose in contrition. Seeing him like this nearly made Shen Nanyin smile. "Inin, don't take those online insults to heart. Let us just ignore them," she reassured warmly. Lu's mother, still concerned, warned Gu Zhiyan that such matters must never happen again. Then, turning to Shen Nanyin, her voice softened. "It's all right, Inin. If the man doesn't measure up, we'll just find another. I can always adopt you as my goddaughter." Gu Zhiyan could no longer contain himself, interrupting with a serious tone, "Mom." But Lu's mother paid him no mind, continuing to converse with Shen Nanyin. Noticing the girl smiling at her mother's words, Gu Zhiyan's expression darkened further. All right. It seems you two are having a splendid time, while I become the outsider here." Though his face remained stoic beneath the surface, he discreetly entwined his fingers with hers. Shen Nanyin attempted to withdraw, but his grip held her firmly in place. Fingers glided through her delicate fingers in an audacious manner. "I must tell you, the young man at the gym I saw yesterday was quite handsome. Inin, why is your face so flushed?" Gu Zhiyan smirked, earnestly inquiring. "Indeed, my dear wife, why is your face so red?" As he spoke, he entwined his fingers with hers, his slender fingertips brushing against the inner thigh through her nightgown. Shen Nanyin did not anticipate his boldness, and her nervousness rendered her lips into a straight line as she struggled to restrain his hand. She pinched his fingertips, signaling for mercy. Only then did Lu Jingyan lazily respond. Mother, your words are superfluous. My wife is utterly devoted to me, incapable of being swayed by some unremarkable fellow from the gym. Isn't that right, my dear? Shen Nanyin. Indeed. The expression on Lu's mother's face was one of indescribable complexity. Well, Yinin, sometimes try not to be so infatuated. Shen Nanyin found herself at a loss for words. After the video call ended, Lu Jingyan still held her hand, ready to settle scores. Madam, would you like to be my younger sister? Shen Nanyin averted her gaze, feeling guilty. I was just joking. It's not entirely out of the question, Nanyin. He spoke slowly, his tone deliberately elongated. After all, I quite like. He leaned down, gently biting her earlobe, uttering something incomprehensible. Chapter 93. Vibrant energy upon realizing his words. Shen Nanyin shot him a glare. Lu Jingyan. His lips curled into a subtle smile as he responded. Unable to resist, Shen Nanyin poked his shoulder, admonishing him not to act lewdly. Well, have I ever been lewd? He teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Sister. The way he addressed her made her want to silence him, but before she could react, he pulled her into his embrace. The man wrapped his arms around her, leaning down to plant soft kisses near her ear, his warm breath cascading over her sensitive neck, causing her to tremble. After an indeterminate time spent in his closeness, Shen Nanyin could no longer bear it and pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed as she picked up her phone to respond to her friend's concerns. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyan received a message from his mother, which was a forwarded lengthy Weibo post. Yinin might not yet be aware of this matter, but it won't remain hidden for long. Please take good care of her and comfort her. Don't let her be too saddened by it. His brow furrowed slightly as he clicked on the message, reading the text slowly. Each line seemed to tighten around him like threads, as if he were trapped in a damp and sticky atmosphere, with a gloomy drizzle weighing heavily upon him, making it hard to breathe. Lu Jingyan's heart ached profoundly. He thought to himself that if only he had met her sooner, if only she were truly the adopted daughter of the Lu family, he would have cherished her, nurturing her with care, ensuring she never tasted hardship. Lu Jingyan struggled to find the right words to say to Shen Nanyin, his voice barely above a whisper. Baby. After sending her messages in the dormitory group, Shen Nanyin slightly turned her head. When her gaze met Lu Jingyan's, she was momentarily captivated by the redness in his eyes, and after several seconds of stunned silence, she finally regained her composure and asked in bewilderment, What is wrong with you? Even though Lu Jingyan quickly buried his face in her neck, she had seen the hint of tears in his eyes. Shen Nanyin's mind went blank, her ability to think momentarily lost. Yet her hand instinctively reached to caress the back of his head tenderly. In a daze, she stammered, Lu Jingyan, are you okay? Was he about to cry? What had happened to cause such a sudden shift? Shen Nanyin felt both confused and incredulous until she laid eyes on the lengthy Weibo post. After reading it, she felt an inexplicable absurdity, yet also seemed entirely reasonable. Perhaps the shocking sight of Lu Jingyan's reddened eyes provided her with a buffer, as she found herself devoid of any particularly special thoughts, instead experiencing a sense of relief. In the past, she had been trapped in a whirlpool of reflection, unable to comprehend why her biological parents would treat her in such a manner. Now, she finally grasped the truth. None of this had ever been about her inadequacies. Baby. Lu Jingyan held her hand tightly, calming his breath. I will be your family. The Lu family will always be your home. Shen Nanyin felt her heart soften unexpectedly. She cupped his face gently and whispered, I know. As her words fell, she placed a tender kiss at the corner of his slightly reddened eyes. Thank you. Perhaps it is in the quiet of the night that one becomes more psychologically vulnerable. As darkness enveloped the world, Shen Nanyin's dependence on Lu Jingyan surged. In the shadows, the man felt the soft warmth against his body and teased with a light chuckle. What is wrong, baby? After an indeterminate amount of time, Shen Nanyin finally spoke. Her voice muffled, Lu Jingyan, how can you be so wonderful? Despite having assisted her countless times, he remained fearful of burdening her and chose to conceal his feelings. He thought she had discarded his love letters, yet upon their reunion, he still endeavored to draw closer to her, even as she remained unresponsive. He found his eyes misting over. Suddenly, the man grasped her face, admonishing her not to cry. Shen Nanyin protested, "I'm not." He gently pinched her chin and locked his gaze onto her luminous eyes within the darkness, stating helplessly, "It's not as good as you think, baby. I'm quite bad." She wrapped her arms around his waist, shaking her head in disagreement, her eyes expressing disapproval. "There are plenty of selfish desires," he added. This time, Shen Nanyin not only disagreed, but appeared to listen attentively. He smiled. "Do you truly wish to hear?" She nodded vigorously, with his arms encircling her waist. Anchoring her in a position from which she could not retreat, Gu Zhiyan began to speak leisurely. "Baby, you have no idea how vigorous the energy of a high school boy can be." Shen Nanyin blinked in confusion. For the next hour, she was treated to a confessional laced with crude humor. For instance, during a break in the first year of high school, she accidentally collided into him while descending the stairs, and he remarked that he had no idea how soft and fragrant she was. Or when she spoke on stage, her thoughts were consumed with what it would feel like to nibble on her earlobes. And then there was the matter of her waist adorned with a rose, which kept him awake for several nights and distracted in class. By the end, Shen Nanyin felt the urge to flee but could not. So she merely covered her ears to block out the relentless confession, accusing him, "You really are quite bad." Gu Zhiyan chuckled softly and kissed her. "What can I say, baby? There's worse to come." With his teasing, Shen Nanyin found all her melancholic emotions dissipating, and she pressed against his chest, attempting to push him away. The warmth beneath her hands made her mind pause, and suddenly, she realized something. Shen Nanyin reached out to lift his shirt, only to be restrained. "What are you doing?" he teased. "Who's being indecent now?" Shen Nanyin pursed her lips, arguing, "Why is it permissible for you to lift my shirt?" Goodness, what was she saying? Her ears flushed. Yet she persisted, "If you want to show me, do you intend to show someone else?" For the first time, Gu Zhiyan was left speechless by her remarkable debating skills. All right, I'll show you." He swiftly removed his shirt and kindly turned on the bedside lamp. "Look." The warm yellow light cast shadows over his smooth, sculpted muscles, inadvertently draping them in a veil of allure. Shen Nanyin fought her discomfort as her gaze fell upon the tattoo on his chest. The blooming rose seemed to sway with his breath, the thorns trailing down, following the alluring curve of his physique. Why would one tattoo a rose upon their chest? She couldn't help but clench her fingertips. The girl's gaze was so intensely focused that it darkened Gu Zhiyan's eyes by several shades. The warmth gradually coalesced beneath her scrutiny, prompting him to speak in a hushed tone. "My dear, are you trying to torment me?" Still lost in her thoughts, she momentarily faltered. "What?" The man, with a hint of resignation, replied, "If you keep looking, it will rise." Realizing the implication, her face flushed crimson as she quickly averted her gaze. "I meant to ask." She hesitated, summoning her courage. "The tattoo, does it have anything to do with me?" At this juncture, there was truly nothing left to conceal. "Yes." Shen Nanyin's heart quivered, her eyes once again settling on his chest as she softly inquired, "When did you get it?" He paused for a moment before candidly responding, "Before I prepare to go abroad." His tone was nonchalant. "I hadn't seen you in a long time, so I wanted to leave myself a memento." Upon hearing this, Shen Nanyin gazed at him intently for a while, fighting back the urge to weep. She pressed her lips into a gentle smile. "Gu Zhiyan, you love me so deeply." The room lingered in silence for a moment before he chuckled softly. "Yes, I truly love you immensely." Chapter 94. The leading technician. The warm, amber light tenderly enveloped his gaze, which sparkled with a gentle smile solely directed at her. Her heartbeat transformed into a chaotic melody, reminiscent of a piano's erratic play, piecing together the notes of a love letter. The more flustered she became, the more Shen Nanyin sought to divert the conversation. Her eyes wandered, suggesting that he might want to put his clothes back on. With a playful lift of his brow, the man allowed a smile to grace his lips. He chuckled softly as he caressed her fingertips, teasingly asking, "Shall we not touch first?" Without granting her the option to refuse, Gu Zhiyan entwined his fingers with hers, guiding her hand down from the rose tattoo on his chest, trailing leisurely along the thorns. Did you not complain about not being able to see? How about letting baby touch? Below her palm, warmth surged, radiating a heat that seemed to set her cheeks ablaze. Attempting to withdraw, she found her hand firmly held, gliding along the contours of his muscles. His voice, tinged with a husky quality, bore a hint of grievance. Why? Does baby not like me? Her lashes fluttered in surprise. I don't. It was said that genuine affection encompassed both physiological and psychological attraction. If you don't wish to touch me, does that mean you don't truly care for me? What absurd reasoning. Yet, Lu Jingyan's tone grew increasingly despondent. So, it seems you accepted me out of pity. His downcast eyes and forlorn expression resembled that of an abandoned puppy. Shen Nanyin bit her lip. I will touch, with a smile that sparkled with mischief. Lu Jingyan released her wrist, clearly inviting her to take the lead. Her fingertips trembled as they reconnected with his skin, warm, firm, and powerful. The heat intensified. The atmosphere thickened inexplicably, and even as she feigned ignorance, Shen Nanyin felt the weight of his intense gaze burning into her exposed skin, as if it sought to scorch her. The heavy breaths emanating from him became more pronounced, causing her cheeks to flush with a vibrant hue. Before her lay a chiseled abdomen, radiating strength, which involuntarily tightened beneath her fingers. The veins extending from his lower abdomen hinted at a suppressed impulse. Shen Nanyin dared not look further down. She hurriedly grazed a few more times before retracting her hands, murmuring, "All right," just as she prepared to step back. A cascade of fervent kisses descended upon her, intense, urgent, and uncontrollable. The heat of his lips against hers ignited a blush that spread to her very edges, leaving her helplessly clinging to his shoulders. Her fingertips unconsciously traced red marks along his arm, met with deeper, more fervent entanglement. Shen Nanyin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she felt his warm lips brush against her nose, cheeks, and chin. Then, a sultry, enticing whisper caressed her ear. Now that baby is touched, it's my turn. Shen Nanyin blinked in bewilderment, her eyes wide with confusion. Before she could react, she found herself firmly encircled in his embrace. My dear, he purred with a lazy smile, tinged with a hint of mischief. The leading technician is about to provide you with an exclusive service. At this very moment, Shen Nanyin, feeling as though she had been kneaded like dough, found her body weak and limp, her ears flushed a deep crimson, and her breath coming in soft, tremulous gasps. The service had been impeccable, and she resolved not to require it again. Yet, Lu Jingyan, with an air of unyielding conviction, asserted that his vigorous ministrations were merely expressions of his affection for her, implying that her lighter touch betrayed a lesser love. Nevertheless, he tenderly nuzzled her cheek with his nose, declaring that he ought to shower more love upon his darling. Shen Nanyin, choosing silence, simply closed her eyes, declaring, I have fallen asleep. The man chuckled softly, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he held her close. The clock in the room ticked softly, while Shen Nanyin endeavored to drift into slumber. However, the undeniable warmth pressing against her waist rendered sleep elusive. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly spoke up. Lu Jingyan. He replied. With a stutter, she inquired, Aren't you going to handle that? His arm tightened around her waist as he responded with a murmur. But I can't manage a baby. Please help me. Will you? Why can't you manage it? She protested, her ears reddening. Handle it just as you did before. He lowered his voice, asking softly, Are you truly willing to let me take a cold shower? I beg you. The man gently turned her face towards him, kissing her soft lips with a fervor that was almost overwhelming. Their lips entwined in a sultry dance, his voice a low murmur, laced with a beguiling, husky allure. Baby though it was ostensibly time for rest, the two found themselves standing before the bathroom sink. The man wrapped his arms around her from behind, meticulously washing her hands. Observing the girl in the mirror, her eyes glistening with a rosy hue, her bare skin flushed, he felt a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. Mrs. Liu, are you satisfied with the inspection? Shen Nanyin pressed her lips together, now a deeper shade of red. You're not allowed to speak. This man was insatiable. Not only did he hold on her hand, but he also insisted on kissing her with such intensity. The delicate suds danced upon her hands, only to be washed away by clear water. After drying her hands with a soft towel, Lu Jingyan dispensed a dollop of hand cream, applying it tenderly to her skin. Now slightly reddened from his attentions. "Baby, why is your skin so tender?" he asked, concern etched upon his features. Her annoyance flared. "It's because you took too long." A low chuckle reverberated in his chest, the sound wrapping around her ears like a warm embrace. Shen Nanyin found herself wishing to ignore him. His long fingers glided downwards, teasingly circling her abdomen. "Shall we reciprocate the affection?" At his words, she resembled a startled rabbit, instantly crouching and escaping his embrace. Her slippers pattering as she hurried back to the bedroom, diving beneath the covers with impressive speed, burying herself tightly in the blankets. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Jingyan chuckled, deciding not to tease her further. He followed her into the room, closing the door behind him, and approached the bed, gently patting the quilt. "Would you like to visit Sioux City during the holiday?" At this, Shen Nanyin paused, momentarily taken aback. In truth, Sioux City does not evoke pleasant memories for her. It is a place that encapsulates her sorrow from being isolated by classmates and the anguish of losing loved ones. Yet now, the mere thought of it concealing all the secret care that Lu Jingyan has shown her fills her with an inexplicable eagerness to traverse it once more alongside him. Regarding Sioux City, it has now been enveloped by a warm filter intimately connected to Lu Jingyan. She nodded, affirming her willingness. Chapter 95. The young master upon returning to the residence she had acquired near the school. Lu Daiqing's phone incessantly buzzed with incoming video notifications. Unable to endure the disturbance, she sent a message. "Please cease your harassing behavior immediately." Fu Siming responded, "I am downstairs at your residence." With a frustrated huff, she descended in the elevator. In the dim light of the night, the street lamps illuminated half of his face. His features were strikingly handsome, with a high nose and a distinctive mole at its center. When his gaze met hers, a smile graced his lips, exuding an indescribable charm. However, having grown up alongside his brother's visage, Lu Daiqing had developed an immunity to handsome faces. She raised her chin slightly, her tone haughty. "What do you want?" Fu Siming lifted the bag in his hand. "Shall we indulge in some crayfish?" How infuriating! The evening breeze wafted the enticing aroma towards her, and her mouth watered at the thought. "And there's barbecued food and cheesy turkey noodles," he added. Quite insufferable. After a moment of inner conflict, Lu Daiqing, maintaining her regal composure, finally said, "Come on up." The apartment was a single unit per floor. After scanning her card, the elevator's display flickered with numbers. In the confined space, silence enveloped them. Yet an inexplicable tension hung in the air. Lu Daiqing's heart raced inexplicably, prompting her to distance herself a bit. She regretted allowing him upstairs so easily. After all, what was the big deal about crayfish? She chided herself. "Lu Daiqing, can't you cook a little?" After some contemplation, she cleared her throat. It's getting late. Why don't you just give me the food, and you can head back?" Her tone was assertive. Fu Siming glanced at her without a word. Yet he showed no inclination to leave. Lu Daiqing gritted her teeth in frustration. Finally, the elevator dinged and the doors opened. As she approached her apartment, she turned back. "Still hopeful? Shall I call a cab for you?" Fu Siming merely regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes. "Open the door, sister." Lu Daiqing. The foyer light flickered on, and Fu Siming casually changed his shoes as if he were returning to his own home. He then placed the late-night snacks on the dining table. Lu Daiqing thought, "To hell with it, let us eat first." She fetched her tablet from the room, opened a food variety show, and donned gloves to enjoy her meal while watching. Meanwhile, Fu Siming settled beside her, casually crossing his legs and engrossed in a mobile game. Not long into the game, a teammate suddenly activated their microphone, emitting a high-pitched voice altered by a voice changer. "Hey, Wild King, carry me please." In games, genuine female players seldom spoke like that. It was evident this was a male voice impersonating a female. Lu Daiqing couldn't help but laugh, you know. That voice changer actually sounds quite pleasant. Fu Siming, with his gaze fixed ahead, replied nonchalantly, "Not as melodious as when my sister calls out in bed." Fu Siming. A throw pillow was hurled at him, which he effortlessly caught and set aside. After indulging in their feast, She savored a sip of her drink, then frowned as she turned her attention to him. "Why are you still here?" Fu Siming, tapping his fingers on the screen, replied, "The dormitory doors are locked." Lu Daiqing, "So does that mean?" "My sister is offering you shelter for the night?" Lu Daiqing, of course, was unwilling. She had ample wealth and immediately declared, "I will book you a hotel." Once again, the sound of victory resonated, as if her sister was genuinely afraid of her. Fu Siming cast a glance at her, incredulous. What nonsense! Afraid of him? She wasn't even afraid of Lu Jingyan. The elegant and regal ragdoll cat cast a cold glance in his direction, silently questioning his confidence. This was indeed a successful provocation. He nodded and set down his phone, stating, "I'm going to take a shower." Lu Daiqing retorted, "Who permitted that? Who allowed it?" She stormed in front of Fu Siming, indignation coursing through her. "This is my bathroom. Why should you shower first?" Fu Siming replied, "Shall we do it together?" Lu Daiqing was so incensed she almost laughed, shameless. Fu Siming understood that her reaction indicated she had never engaged in such bath play with anyone else. Just as the door was about to close, he reached out to halt it, forcefully pushing it open and sidling in. "Get out, sister. Save some energy for later." In the blink of an eye, summer vacation arrived at school, and Shen Nanyin along with Lu Jingyan prepared to return to Sioux City. Due to the absence of an airport in Sioux City, they arranged for the Lu family's private jet. Inside the private jet, from the rooms to the kitchen, bathroom, and gym, every daily necessity was available, essentially equating to a spacious apartment. Shen Nanyin, wrapped in a cashmere blanket, reclined on the smart sofa, surveying her surroundings before quietly changing Lu Jingyan's contact name to Young Master. Lu Jingyan mixed her a non-alcoholic drink at the bar. A refreshing jasmine iced tea topped with a layer of translucent green grapes and some crunchy bubbles. As he placed the cup on the table, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her phone screen, raising an eyebrow slightly. He leisurely sat down beside Shen Nanyin, his long fingers tapping lightly as he teasingly inquired, "What does this mean?" To her surprise, her initial covert actions had been uncovered. Shen Nanyin felt guilty, yet feigned nonchalance. "Pet name." "Pet name?" He chuckled softly. "Let me hear it." Shen Nanyin blinked, complying, "Young Master." Lu Jingyan felt a light tickle in his heart. Surprisingly, he found it rather pleasing to hear. Yet, after uttering it, Shen Nanyin felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After a moment contemplation, she sincerely remarked, "Actually, you have more of a husband vibe." Lu Jingyan nodded. "No need for a vibe. I'm indeed a husband now." Taken aback for a moment, Shen Nanyin couldn't help but laugh, her lips curving into a gentle arc. The drink on the table looked exquisite, with condensation glistening on the glass. She raised the cup to her lips, and the fragrant jasmine immediately enveloped her senses. Sweet yet not cloying, with a refreshing burst of grape flesh. "Delicious," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lu Jingyan, her tone brightening. "How are you so talented? You could do everything. No one dislikes being praised. Is it truly that delightful?" Lu Jingyan pressed his lips together, feigning seriousness. "Let me taste." Forgetful, Shen Nanyin just handed over the cup, and in the next moment, he grasped her chin and kissed her. After a long while, Lu Jingyan released the person, licked his lips, and smiled brightly, quite pleasing. Shen Nanyin couldn't help but give him a light kick. The lights dimmed slightly, turning soft and gentle. The projector flickered to life, and Shen Nanyin grasped the controller, scrolling down. "Cooking chaos?" She read the words on the screen, glancing at Lu Jingyan. "Shall we play this?" The man fell into a rare moment of contemplative silence. "How about we choose another?" Shen Nanyin was somewhat puzzled. "Is this not enjoyable?" "Not exactly," Lu Jingyan replied, pursing his lips slightly. "It seems rather inauspicious." She was momentarily confused until a realization struck her. Shen Nanyin recalled the playful moniker the game had garnered online, Breakup Kitchen. It was said that couples who played this game were prone to parting ways. Hence the name. She couldn't help but chuckle. "Why do you lack faith in us?" To demonstrate his confidence, Lu Jingyan began the game with her. He calmly sliced meat, cooked and delivered dishes, taking on nearly all responsibilities, the buttons clicking rhythmically, leaving no room for conflict. Stealing a glance at him during the dishwashing intervals, Shen Nanyin observed his serious and tense demeanor, as if he were presiding over a significant meeting. After several rounds of achieving 3-star ratings, Gu Zhiyan expressed his satisfaction. He turned to kiss her softly, saying, "See, we truly are a match made in heaven." Shen Nanyin smiled, biting her lip, and nodded in agreement. "You are indeed right." Chapter 96. Letting go of a desire to help upon arriving in Sioux City. The two settled their luggage at the hotel and took a moment to rest before heading to the cemetery. The gravestones of their grandparents leaned against each other, their warm and gentle smiles captured in photographs, reminiscent of days gone by. Gu Zhiyan placed flowers at the site and then tenderly took Shen Nanyin's hand, gripping it firmly as if to convey boundless strength and comfort through this simple gesture. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Shen Nanyin smiled softly, whispering, "Grandpa, Grandma, please don't worry about me. I now have my own home." At this moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, akin to a tender caress or a fleeting embrace. Gu Zhiyan's brow furrowed, his tone earnest and protective as he vowed, "Grandpa, Grandma, I will take good care of Nanyin and ensure she never suffers again." Under the sun, the shadows of the trees danced and rustled, as if affirming his vow. Meanwhile, in Jingbei, Gu Zhiyan sought out Fang Yang, compelling him to contact Shen Nanyin. He appeared utterly haggard, as if deprived of sleep for days, his eyes bloodshot. Fang Yang had never seen Gu Zhiyan in such a disheveled state, and a wave of sympathy surged within him, yet he felt mostly helpless. He kindly advised, "Let go. Call her." The man's voice was cold and unyielding, laced with profound fatigue and hoarseness. "You." Fang Yang, exasperated, tugged at his hair. "Contacting me 1T help. Shen Nanyin has long since blocked me too." He truly could not comprehend. Had he known this would be the outcome, why bother from the start? The tides of fortune turn, and those who easily toy with others' emotions will inevitably face the consequences themselves. Gu Zhiyan's gaze fell, devoid of light, his tightly clenched hands hanging limply by his sides. He had not anticipated Shen Nanyin could be so resolute, completely severing ties with anyone connected to him, as if to eradicate him entirely from her world. Unsteadily, Gu Zhiyan stumbled away, only to collapse in the next moment. By heavens! Fang Yang was nearly paralyzed with shock, rushing to lift him and hastily transporting him to the hospital. What on earth is happening? In the hospital room, the man, having awakened after receiving an 4, repeatedly dialed Shen Nanyin's number, only to find each call blocked. Fang Yang felt a throbbing headache. He could hardly bear to witness this. She was already married. Initially, he had merely intended to toy with her, deeming her unworthy, seeking a more suitable match. What was he doing now? Gu Zhiyan's hand trembled. He too was at a loss. He simply yearned to see Shen Nanyin. Just then, his assistant hurried in, announcing, "I found it. Miss Shen has a reservation at the Radiance Hotel in Sioux City." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiyan immediately yanked the needle from his arm and rushed out. Good heavens! Fang Yang lamented internally. Does he think her husband is dead? Perhaps it was time to relinquish the urge to intervene and allow others to navigate their own destinies. Outside Sioux City No. 1 High School, a street vendor continued to serve grilled meat rice, while the duck blood vermicelli restaurant thrived with customers. The summer vacation for middle school students arrives rather late, and classes are still in session. Gu Zhiyan briefly communicates with the principal over the phone before being allowed entry by the gatekeeper. The gray-blue walls remain unchanged, adorned with green bricks and white tiles, shaded by lush trees, while a gentle breeze caresses the air. The honor roll now displays a new photograph of a handsome young man. Shen Nanyin steals a few glances before Gu Zhiyan swiftly pulls her away. Amused yet bewildered, she inquires, "What are you doing?" The man, with a hint of displeasure, retorts, "So you have a penchant for high achievers, do you?" "Not at all," she replies, suppressing her laughter at his jealousy. "I don't know about others, but I certainly favor the school bully, particularly those who disdain wearing uniforms and get reprimanded by the director for sporting your piercings." Gu Zhiyan chuckles softly, leaning down to kiss her lips. As they wander towards the cafeteria, Shen Nanyin recalls something and playfully shakes his hand. "It was right here when I heard you say." She scrunches her nose, mimicking Gu Zhiyan's disdainful tone. The cafeteria serves nothing but Sioux cuisine, which is excessively sweet. Who could possibly eat that? Lu Jingyan pauses momentarily, then quickly retrieves that memory. Clearing his throat, his gaze flickers. When I was younger and less discerning, I thought Su cuisine was delightful. She bursts into laughter, nearly toppling over, prompting the man to pull her into his embrace and pinch her cheek. You were nearby back then? Indeed, what a coincidence. He nods. Quite a coincidence, really. I only spoke ill of it once, and you happened to overhear. Shen Nanyin, with utmost seriousness, declares. Then I shall penalize you by making you buy me an ice cream. It must be the tricolor kind. Lu Jingyan chuckles. Understood, my dear wife. The supermarket is located within the cafeteria. As he steps inside, Shen Nanyin intends to take her phone out to capture the scene at campus, but is suddenly bumped into by a girl rushing out, head down. Oh, I'm so sorry. The girl stammers, stepping back to apologize, and before Shen Nanyin can utter a word, she clutches her backpack tightly and hurriedly departs. Watching the girl's retreating figure, a strange feeling wells up within Shen Nanyin. Furrowing her brow, she lingers for a moment. Then, after taking a photo and feeling a sudden urgency, she sends a message to Lu Jingyan and follows in the direction the girl had fled. Come on, jump down from here, and I'll give you 100. Hurry up and jump. The crisp sound of a slap echoes as the girl's face is turned aside. Trembling, she stammers, I can't swim. What are you afraid of? Your buddy Chin will jump down to save you. Comes a mocking voice, eliciting a chorus of laughter. The boy referred to as Chun curses. Get lost. Who would bother saving this ugly creature? The jeers continue. Oh, Chun, how could you be so unkind? He spits disdainfully, glancing contemptuously at the girl kneeling on the ground in a pitiful state, impatiently urging, are you going to jump or not? At the pace you're moving, can you afford to repay 5,000 for class fees? To act high and mighty without funds is utterly shameless. You might as well drop out. No, please, don't. I can't drop out. She came from a humble background, and the class fund she had guarded so diligently had mysteriously vanished. She could not afford to repay it, nor could she bear to let her parents know. A barrage of insults and threats rained down upon her, each word striking like a hammer, causing her frail figure to tremble as she teetered on the brink of despair. When Shen Nanyin arrived, she was met with a harrowing scene. A splash echoed across the lake. Surrounding students either mocked or recorded the incident on their phones, their malice sending chills through the soul. Faced with such an urgent crisis, Shen Nanyin had no time to hesitate. She swiftly removed her bag, slipped off her shoes, and leaped into the water without a second thought. Who is this meddlesome person? Surely it can't be a teacher. Damn it, let's get out of here. Chapter 97. Self-rescue. Lu Jingyan emerged from the room, a bag of snacks in hand, his brow furrowed as he attempted to call Shen Nanyin, only to find the line perpetually busy. Where could she possibly be? Hadn't they agreed to meet here? At that moment, a group of visibly anxious students hurried toward him. The girl among them was unfamiliar. He didn't recognize her from school, and she certainly didn't appear to be a teacher. How'd she gained entry? What a nuisance, he thought. Yet what did it matter? There was no evidence to implicate them. As they continued their heated murmurs, a deep, chilling voice interrupted. What are you discussing? The group jumped, startled. Those of affluent backgrounds were often particularly sensitive to the aura of authority, and a mere glance at the man before them revealed his extraordinary presence. They stammered in response. In nothing, really. I will ask again. What are you discussing? His eyes were devoid of warmth, his tone eerily calm. It only heightened their sense of dread. Swallowing hard, one of them blurted out, "There's a student who jumped into the lake. A girl went in to save her." Shen Nanyin was drenched, her clothes clinging to her form, hair dripping with water as she desperately administered first aid to the unconscious girl on the ground. When Lu Jingyan arrived, he was met with a scene that sent a chill through his heart. He calmly retrieved his phone and dialed for help, yet his fingers trembled uncontrollably. As moments ticked by, he chose not to disturb her, patiently waiting in silence. Finally, the girl who had been submerged coughed up a mouthful of water. Shen Nanyin's taut nerves instantly relaxed, and she slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. In the next heartbeat, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. It was as though her mind had finally clicked into gear, slowly piecing itself together. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the man, her lips moving softly as she murmured, Lu Jingyan, I saved her. Lu Jingyan struggled to maintain his composure, replying, I know. He understood that she had rescued not only that student, but also the version of himself that had once been cast into the lake. At the university's swimming facility, he had witnessed her overcome her fears, drenched in cold sweat, from being too afraid to approach the water to slowly testing the depths, ultimately practicing until she swam with ease. In the realm of her life that she could control, she would always strive for excellence. It was through self-rescue that true redemption was found. In the serene confines of their hotel room, Shen Nanyin cautiously stole a glance at Lu Jingyan's expression. Noting his impassive demeanor, she pursed her lips slightly. Go take a shower, he said softly. I'll fetch you some clothes. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and replied gently, I sent you a message, but the network was poor and it didn't go through. Lu Jingyan furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Just then, a pair of arms wrapped around his waist. The girl's face pressed against his back. Lu Jingyan, don't ignore me. At her words, his resolve melted away. I'm not ignoring you, my dear. He responded in a low voice, gently grasping her hand. Yet he felt the grip around his waist tighten immediately. Shen Nanyin believed he intended to push her away, holding on like glutinous rice cake, unwilling to let go. The man sighed in resignation, urging her to take a shower lest she catch a chill. Upon hearing his words, Shen Nanyin relaxed slightly, though her concern lingered. She subtly tugged at his clothing, her voice muffled. Are you still angry with me? Lu Jingyan paused. How could he bear to remain angry with her? He understood she was not at fault. Had she not arrived in time, that student would undoubtedly have faced grave danger. Yet, the incessant tide of fear overwhelmed him, leaving him to ponder the consequences of any misfortune. What if something were to happen to her? He could not bear such an outcome. Thus, he was merely gripped by fear, unable to suppress its growth. No, Lu Jingyan gently squeezed her hand. Be good. Wearing damp clothes for too long can lead to a cold. Shen Nanyin was skeptical. After clinging to him for a moment, she softly suggested, Oh, then you can help me wash. The air fell silent for a moment. What did you say? She tightened her grip. Is that not permissible? Lu Jingyan lightly patted her hand. You should let go first. No. She recalled from her readings that when couples have disputes, a good night's sleep works wonders. Seeing Shen Nanyin act so mischievously for the first time, Lu Jingyan couldn't help but find it amusing. How can I wash you like this? Her ears tinged with crimson. Shen Nanyin reluctantly released her hold, yet instinctively clung tightly to his arm, determined not to give him the opportunity to abandon her. He chuckled, leading the little rice cake toward the bathroom. Inside, observing the girl's eager gaze, Lu Jingyan paused momentarily. Do you truly want me to wash you? He mused. My self-control is not as formidable as you might think. No, self-control isn't necessary. Shen Nanyin's voice was faint as a whisper. We are married, after all. Her face flushed a deep red, yet she continued to cling to his arm. Lu Jingyan's breath became slightly heavier. Nevertheless, he could not allow himself to act recklessly at that moment. He gently pried her fingers away. Be good, darling. You need to rest. His gaze met hers, sparkling with unshed tears. Shen Nanyin was not entirely feigning her demeanor. She had never seen Lu Jingyan wear such an expression. It was she who had caused him sorrow. I'm sorry, she murmured, lowering her hand beside her and curling her fingertips slightly. Seeing her like this, Lu Jingyan felt a sudden pang of pain in his heart. Do not apologize, my dear. He pulled her tightly into his embrace. You have done nothing wrong. What was he doing? She had liberated herself from the shadows of the past. He should feel joy for her, not allow negativity to take root. Courage was the most precious thing in this world, and he needed to contemplate how to protect her more thoroughly in the future. Lu Jingyan softly kissed her cheek and earnestly declared, You are the bravest and kindest darling in the world. She embodied her courage, while he would be her armor. Shen Nanyin's long lashes trembled slightly. She slightly tilted her face upward, leaning closer to his Adam's apple. Sensing Lu Jingyan's breath deepen, Shen Nanyin softly murmured, I'm not tired. The man's shadowy gaze rested upon her. It was merely a bath. He had yet to do anything. Yet upon emerging from the bathroom, Shen Nanyin's face was already flushed. After drying her hair, Lu Jingyan retrieved a body lotion from the box and handed it to her. Shen Nanyin sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her eyes blinking eagerly. Could you apply it for me? Lu Jingyan's eyes darkened, an inscrutable look directed at the audacious girl. He patted his thigh and said, "All right, come lie down." The man's low, melodious voice carried a hint of huskiness. Chapter 98. It craves you in the afternoon. The room was suffused with ample light. The man lounged lazily on the sofa, his long legs casually splayed, his demeanor seemingly unchanged. Yet, there was an underlying sense of aggression lurking within his dark eyes. This inexplicable pressure made Shen Nanyin feel a twinge of retreat. Coupled with the bright daylight, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. Was it appropriate in broad daylight? Glancing at his expression, Shen Nanyin cautiously edged closer, contemplating whether to apply the lotion herself. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyan nonchalantly toyed with the body lotion in his hands, his long, pale fingers sliding unconsciously over the bottle-less surface. The faintly visible veins on the back of his hand subtly pulsed, exuding an inexplicable warmth, as if he were caressing something other than the bottle itself. Upon hearing her words, he displayed no unusual reaction, lazily offering the lotion to her. However, just as Shen Nanyin prepared to take the lotion, her wrist was suddenly grasped tightly. At the same time, a force gripped her waist, and before she could gasp, she found herself effortlessly pulled onto the man's lap. Shen Nanyin instinctively struggled, but he merely patted her lightly. "Don't move, sweetheart." He actually, in an instant, a wave of intense embarrassment surged within her, reddening her entire face. "Let me go. Let you go," he replied softly, gently kneading the nape of her neck. "Darling, how can one abandon the seduction halfway?" Beneath his tender, husky voice lay hidden fangs. Shen Nanyin buried her face deep into the cushion, too mortified to utter a word. Observing the girl hiding like a quail, a glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes. The cap was removed with a soft click, releasing a faint fragrance into the air. Shen Nanyin clutched her clothing tightly, her heart racing as she attempted to negotiate. "It's too bright. How about at night?" He seemed puzzled, producing a questioning sound. "You could see better during the day, sweetheart." He dispensed some lotion into his palm, warming it with the heat of his hands before sliding it beneath her clothing, applying it to her skin, starting from her waist. The girl tightened her grip on the cushion, her body trembling. The pink birthmark became more vibrant under his touch, appearing striking against her fair skin. He lowered his gaze, maintaining a composed expression as he meticulously and gently attended to every inch of her. After finishing the upper body, Shen Nanyin's eyes were already glistening with tears, the cushion marked with faint traces of moisture, just as she finally exhaled in relief. Lu Jingyan had gently grasped her ankle, his long fingers leisurely gliding up her calf. As time passed, the subtle fragrance in the bedroom grew more intense, mingling with the soft sounds of her whimpers and his gentle coaxing. "You're doing well, sweetheart. Be good and prepare yourself. Otherwise, it might hurt later." He withdrew his hand, lifting the girl, who had turned into a puddle of softness, and placed her on the bed. Leaning in, he pressed tender kisses to her earlobes, which were blushing as if they might bleed. The sky transitioned from the brightness of day to the dimness of dusk. How excessive, thought Shen Nanyin, as tears streamed down her cheeks. The tenderness of this person was but a fleeting illusion. Shen Nanyin was awakened by the enticing aroma of food. She struggled to slowly open her eyes, feeling as though the world was still swaying around her. Memories gradually returned, accompanied by overly explicit images. Overwhelmed by shame, Shen Nanyin felt as if she were about to burst into flames. Why hadn't she downed a few drinks beforehand? She regrettably covered her face, wishing she could forget the clarity of those moments. Sweat-drenched strands of hair framed her face, her dark eyes swirling with desire, while an unbearable heat radiated from her calves. "Help!" As she sensed the mattress sinking slightly, she clutched her hands tighter, longing to conceal herself like an ostrich. Beside her, a lazy yet amused voice broke the silence. "Darling, are you planning to smother me, my precious wife?" Her face flushed even deeper, wishing to curl up and hide, recalling how he had been earlier. Whispering breathlessly in her ear, "What a remarkable wife. Why does my baby cry so much?" Without limits. Lu Jingyan's voice was gentle, laced with a hint of barely perceptible teasing. Are you hungry? Shall I carry you to eat? Shen Nanyin's voice was still hoarse. I can walk on my own. He chuckled softly. You probably won't be able to. Shen Nanyin, undeterred, shifted her legs. It's so sore. Ultimately, it was Lu Jingyan who lifted her up and seated her at the dining table. The table was adorned with several home-cooked dishes, along with a steaming bowl of shrimp and scallop congee that wafted an irresistible aroma. Initially, she and T felt hungry, but the scent suddenly made her stomach growl. Just as she reached for the spoon, her arms felt weak. It was as though, after an exhausting game of badminton, she could barely twist off a bottle cap, and forcing herself might result in spilling congee everywhere. Instinctively seeking help, she glanced at Lu Jingyan, who was watching her with a smile that clearly indicated he was waiting for this very moment. How outrageous! Shen Nanyin huffed. Lu Jingyan. He promptly replied, What is it? My wife? Shen Nanyin felt somewhat aggrieved. I can't lift it. Hearing this, the man regarded her with a knowing look. Baby, if you don't express clearly, how am I to know what you desire? The same words echoed in her mind, and her face turned crimson, wishing to bury herself once more. It had been like this before, him pinching her waist and coaxing her to utter nonsensical words. How she longed for amnesia. Why should he speak like that? The glimmer of tears had yet to fade from her eyes, sparkling in her flustered state. From her collarbone to her delicate neck, there were lingering marks, his doing. Lu Jingyan's lips curled into a slight smile. So what does my baby want? Understanding that he wouldn't relent until she answered, Shen Nanyin finally succumbed. I want you to feed me. Hearing the response he had been seeking, the mischievous man finally looked satisfied. He fed her the congee, treating her as if she were a child, lightly brushing his lips against the corner of her mouth. Shen Nanyin couldn't help but glare at him. My chin isn't exposed. Lu Jingyan laughed, kissing the tip of her nose. You're so adorable. Shen Nanyin, after a moment of digestion, glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly 9 in the evening. Just as she picked up her phone, she found herself pinned to the bed. Her eyes widened in alarm, a mixture of confusion and unease washing over her. The man affectionately nuzzled her cheek. How come you are here again? Lu Jingyan replied with a playful smirk, his tone feigning exasperation. I cannot help it, darling. My desire for you is simply insatiable. I find myself unable to restrain my impulses. Chapter 99. One more chance as the night deepens. The stars twinkle in the sky. However, within the confines of the bedroom, the atmosphere remains charged with warmth and the intoxicating scent of sweetness. Lu Jingyan effortlessly turns his companion over, his gaze descending slowly, inch by inch. His eyes, dark as ink, swirl with an insatiable desire for possession. In a voice tinged with huskiness, he softly inquires, Baby, may I help you put on your glasses? Shen Nanyin's muddled mind struggles to comprehend. Glasses? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Jingyan intends to transform a dream into reality. Breathing softly, with her eyes slightly reddened, she gazes at him in confusion. The girl's dazed expression is wholly captured by him. Her bright pupils now appear veiled with a misty haze, her fair complexion glowing with a delicate blush, damp strands of hair clinging to the sides of her face. Her cool brows and eyes are tinged with a vibrant crimson, resembling the most stunningly radiant rose in full bloom. She is breathtakingly beautiful. His fingertips gently trace the birthmark on her side, his throat tightening with uncontainable yearning. He leans down to kiss her, planting tender, intricate kisses on her ear and neck. I long to shake it away myself. His voice low and enticing, teases as his fingers lightly knead her earlobe. Is that all right, baby? The dizzying sensation of sweetness renders her mind sluggish, leaving her with no choice but to nod in acquiescence. He exhales softly, so obedient, my wife. The more compliant she is, the more his darker thoughts flourish. After a moment of rustling, the glasses are gently perched upon her nose, the sudden chill causing her to instinctively flinch. The previously calm chandelier begins to sway violently once more, as if it might fall at any moment. The entire room seems to teeter on the brink of collapse, the fog on the lenses obscuring the light and shadows before her, rendering everything indistinct. One hand secures her waist while the other cradles her head, preventing her from colliding with the bedpost. The moon hangs high in the sky. The glasses have long since slipped away, silently swallowed by the thick plush carpet. Lu Jingyan lowers his lashes, tenderly kissing the tears from her cheeks, then trailing downwards, consuming her broken and feeble sobs between his lips. The slight stabs of pain in his arms, back, and shoulders only serve to deepen his breaths, his veins pulsing with intensity. After an indeterminate passage of time, a knock suddenly echoes from outside the door. Lu Jingyan furrows his brow slightly, showing no intention of responding. Someone. The voice is hoarse, pitiful yet endearing. "It's all right, baby," he murmurs, nibbling on her earlobe. "It might just be a mistake." The knocking grows louder, escalating to the point of almost being a battering ram. Through the haze, a man's voice can be heard, seemingly calling her name. Shen Nanyin's body stiffens involuntarily. A soft, enticing breath brushes her ear. "Why are you so tense, my dear?" Tears brim in her eyes, gathering into plump droplets that seem poised to spill at the slightest provocation. He leans down to kiss her eyes, his words a gentle reassurance, yet he shows no sign of leaving. At last, Lu Jingyan carries her into the bathroom to clean her up before placing her on a fresh bed. The girl sleeps soundly, the corners of her eyes still tinged with a hint of red, clearly exhausted. Everywhere on his body were traces of the night. Lu Jingyan's eyes darkened slightly. He had lost control far too much. At that moment, a loud knocking on the door stirred the girl from her slumber, causing her to frown. The man's expression turned slightly cold as he raised his hand to smooth his disheveled appearance before striding towards the door. That afternoon, when Gu Zhiyan arrived at the Radiance Hotel, a wave of trepidation washed over him, urging him to retreat. He felt an overwhelming fear, particularly of encountering the disdain in Shen Nanyin's eyes, of being regarded as an inconsequential stranger. In the beginning, when her gaze had fallen upon him, her beautiful eyes had shimmered with vibrant light. She had perceived him as her salvation, the lifeline pulling her from despair. Yet, he had extinguished that brilliance with his own hands. Inside the opulent club, Gu Zhiyan drowned his sorrows in glass after glass of alcohol. It seemed that only inebriation could fortify